In the world of Dragon Ball, the year is 762 of the age of the Earth. Upon a small mountain peak, a boy clad in an orange martial arts uniform, with a long sword slung across his back, gazes vacantly at the sky. This boy is none other than Son Gohan, the son of Son Goku. However, this Gohan is not the one from the original tale. He is a traveler from another realm. Just a few minutes prior, Su Xian was working overtime at his company, immersed in programming. As he neared the completion of his task, darkness suddenly enveloped his eyes. When he opened them again, he found himself in this new world, transformed into the 5-year-old Son Gohan. The time he now inhabits is half a year after the catastrophic clash between Goku and Raditz, signifying that in another 6 months, Vegeta and his companions would arrive on Earth. Ding. Host bloodline confirmed recognition of Master commencing now. An electronic synthesized voice interrupted Su Xian's thoughts. System. He instinctively exclaimed, jolting back to reality. At that moment, a blue progress bar appeared before him, rapidly climbing in percentage until it reached 90. Moments later, it hit 100. Mastery of the training system confirmed. Now, you need only perform a single push-up to increase your battle power. Doing a single push-up increases my battle power? Su Xian exclaimed in astonishment, recalling the training regimen of Saitama from One Punch Man. Indeed, Master. Then, if I train as you suggest, I won't end up bald, will I? What nonsense, Master. I am a conscientious system. Conscientious? He questioned, bemused. Typically, villains proclaim their goodness. Virtuous souls do not boast of their virtue. Forget it, survival is paramount. If worst comes to worst, I can always wear a wig. Master, you do not trust me. The system retorted, sounding a bit offended. I believe you. I absolutely believe you, liar. Su Xian teased, sensing the system's childish demeanor. You're not a woman, are you? Pa. I'm a true man. All right, a true man. But, system, other systems typically offer a beginner's gift pack. Do you have anything of the sort for me? You refer to other systems, so naturally I do not have one. Su Xian fell silent, contemplating the system's audacity. Master, happiness is earned through effort. While I may lack a beginner's gift pack, if you diligently train, the system will reward you with an upgrade gift pack once your strength reaches a certain level. How substantial? As substantial as you see. Su Xian sighed in resignation. System, do you think yourself humorous? Not particularly, merely average world's third. Having lost the will to argue further, Su Xian continued, so, am I limited to push-ups to grow stronger? Certainly not. You may also enhance your physique through sit-ups, running, squats, pull-ups, and various other exercises. Moreover, the system serves only as an auxiliary enhancement. Auxiliary enhancement? Precisely. In simpler terms, you inherently possess a powerful bloodline, allowing you to grow stronger even without the system. The system merely accelerates your training, granting you time for leisure. Leisure. The notion of leisure appealed to Su Xian, yet he mused that having a system that allows him to grow stronger without training would be even more delightful. Indeed, humans are rarely satisfied. Indeed, Master, from this moment forth, I shall be known as Son Gohan. With that affirmation, Gohan commenced his push-ups atop the cliff. Ding! Congratulations, Master, you have completed 1 push-up. Battle Power 1. Ding! Congratulations, Master, you have completed 2 push-ups. Battle Power 2. System, could you refrain from making noise incessantly? Annoyed by the continuous notifications, Gohan expressed his frustration. Understood, Master. With that, the system ceased its congratulatory chimes, granting Gohan a moment of peace. 10, 11, 12. As he counted each push-up, Gohan initially found them taxing. Yet with each repetition, they became increasingly effortless, even as sweat poured from his brow. Under the scorching sun, time slipped away, and soon it was noon, prompting Gohan's stomach to grumble. Over the course of the morning, he had completed over 10,000 push-ups. Given how slowly he had begun, he mused that if he were to repeat the task now, he could likely finish in under 2 hours. Surely I am now stronger than Goku? He pondered aloud, then leaped down from the mountain peak. Upon landing, Gohan scanned the surroundings for food. Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath him. He turned to see a large, brown dinosaur approaching, sporting a scar across its face and a tail that had been nearly severed. Gohan was the one responsible for that injury. In his earlier days of training, the dinosaur had pursued him as if he were prey. Now, as Gohan had grown stronger, he had taken to slicing off bits of the creature's tail for sustenance. This creature was notorious for its memory despite being harmed. It still viewed Gohan as a meal whenever they met again. It's you, great dinosaur. Seeing food come to him, Gohan's face brightened with a smile. He unsheathed his sword, ready for the dinosaur's approach. Whoosh. As the dinosaur drew close, Gohan sprang into action, leaping behind it. Before it could react, he brought his sword down, severing its tail. The dinosaur cried out, instinctively darting forward and colliding with a nearby mountain, knocking itself unconscious. Thank you, dinosaur. Gohan smiled, gathering some firewood to start a blaze. Once the fire blazed sufficiently, he began roasting the dinosaur meat. After a considerable time, the meat was ready, and Gohan, driven by hunger, eagerly took a bite. Wow, so hot. Delicious. I never imagined dinosaur meat could taste so tender. In Su Xian's previous life, dinosaurs had long been extinct, and had he not traversed into the Dragon Ball world, he would have never experienced the taste of such a creature. Chapter 2. One finger push-up. After consuming the dinosaur meat, Son Gohan promptly returned to the small hilltop for a brief nap. Upon awakening in the afternoon, he sought out a nearby water source to freshen up. Recalling his previous experiences, he realized he had yet to master the flight technique. Thus, after his ablutions, he endeavored to practice it. Once he acquired the ability to fly, his movements became significantly more convenient. Having previously taught both Son Goten and Videl the flight technique in Dragon Ball Z, he had a general understanding of how to control it. With his newfound knowledge of manipulating ki, he quickly levitated into the air and began soaring through the sky. The exhilaration of flying for the first time filled his heart with excitement. After practicing for an hour or two and gaining a measure of proficiency, Son Gohan descended from the air and began performing push-ups. In the world of Dragon Ball, the flight technique is merely a commonplace skill. He needed to focus on enhancing his strength. As dusk fell, Son Gohan completed an hour of training, achieving a remarkable total of 5,000 push-ups. His current battle power had risen to an impressive 15,700. Soon after finishing his workout, hunger began to gnaw at him. At that moment, a figure with green skin, clad in a dark purple-blue battle suit and draped in a white cape, approached from the distance. It was none other than Piccolo. Uncle Piccolo, Son Gohan exclaimed joyfully, calling out to him. With a swift motion, Piccolo descended to the hilltop, tossing a large fish he had just caught at Son Gohan's feet. I caught this fish in the river. You can roast it for your meal. Thank you, Uncle Piccolo. Son Gohan replied, his gratitude evident. How has your training been, Gohan? Piccolo inquired. I've made a bit of progress. Son Gohan nodded, then leapt down the hill to gather firewood for roasting the fish. Once he collected enough, he concentrated energy in his hands to ignite a fire. When the flames roared to life, he skewered the fish and placed it over the fire to cook. At that moment, Piccolo descended from the hilltop and sat beside Son Gohan. The two sat in silence around the flickering flames. After a considerable time, the fish was ready. Son Gohan picked it up, glancing at Piccolo. Uncle Piccolo, would you like some fish? No, you eat it, Piccolo replied, obeying. Son Gohan devoured the entire fish and let out a satisfied belch, reclining comfortably. I'm so full, he exclaimed. Piccolo watched Son Gohan with a faint smile, though it quickly faded, returning to his usual serious demeanor. Despite his fondness for Gohan, he was acutely aware that Gohan was the son of Goku, not his own child. At that moment, Son Gohan, oblivious to the world, drifted off to sleep. He.s. asleep, Piccolo thought, taken aback. He then sat beside Son Gohan throughout the night. As dawn approached, Piccolo finally departed. Uncle Piccolo. Son Gohan awoke, noticing Piccolo's absence, and tentatively called out. No response came. Has he left? He murmured to himself. Following that, he found a nearby stream to bathe and freshen up. Afterward, he hunted a wild boar for breakfast, roasting it to enjoy a hearty meal. Once finished, Son Gohan returned to the hilltop to continue his training. Today, I will aim for 20,000, he declared, setting a small goal for himself before beginning his push-ups. 1, 2, 3. The morning passed swiftly, and Son Gohan not only met his target but also completed an additional 3,000 sit-ups. How exhausting, he exclaimed, wiping the sweat from his brow as he gazed down at the ground below. After scanning the area for dinosaurs and finding none, he felt a twinge of disappointment. The dinosaur meat from yesterday had indeed been delectable. Once he regained his composure, Son Gohan leapt down the hill in search of his lunch. Though there were no dinosaurs to be found, sustenance was still necessary. After a brief search, he successfully hunted a wild boar and skillfully prepared it for roasting. In the afternoon, after awakening from a nap, Son Gohan washed up and resumed his training. With his strength significantly enhanced, he decided to attempt one-handed push-ups. Ding! Congratulations! You have completed one-handed push-up, Battle Power 2. Ding! Congratulations! You have completed 2 one-handed push-ups, Battle Power 4. Son Gohan paused, taken aback by the system's notifications. System. Why did my battle power increase by 2? Master, the training system enhances battle power based on the difficulty of your training. What if I train under a gravity of 100 times? Son Gohan inquired. For regular push-ups, it would be 50. For one-handed, 100, and for two-finger push-ups, 150. Under 200 times gravity, the multiplier would be 2, and 300 times gravity would be 3. Moreover, the stronger you become, the more significant your training gains. Pondering this, Son Gohan recalled that the maximum gravity in the Dragon Ball series was 800 times. If he could perform two-finger push-ups under such conditions, each push-up would yield 200 points, amounting to 12 million for 10,000. Over a year, he could potentially accumulate billions in battle power. Of course, this was contingent upon having access to an 800 times gravity chamber. Then, system, if I don't have a gravity chamber and train with added weight, can I still gain that much battle power? Absolutely. The system is quite flexible. How flexible? Son Gohan asked, intrigued. Extremely flexible. Is that so? With that, Son Gohan began performing one-finger push-ups. Now with a battle power of 40,000, he found it relatively easy to execute them without added weight. The afternoon slipped away unnoticed. And before he knew it, the sun had set. Son Gohan, drenched in sweat, completed a staggering 15,000 one-finger push-ups. Each one increased his battle power by 3 points, meaning he had gained an impressive 45,000 points in just one afternoon. At this rate, he could potentially reach 3 million in battle power within a month. Moreover, with his enhanced strength, he found himself performing push-ups at a much faster pace than before. Chapter 3, Piccolo's test today was yet another fulfilling day. As Son Wukong gazed at the gradually darkening sky, he couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Afterward, he began humming a cheerful tune, setting off in search of tonight's prey. Humming a merry tune, he thought, time to wield my nunchaku. Suddenly, midway through his melody, he sensed the presence of someone watching him from behind, prompting him to halt in his tracks. Have I been discovered? Piccolo, concealed behind a small hill, felt a jolt of surprise. His intention for the day was to stealthily observe Son Wukong. Although Piccolo appeared stoic on the surface, he harbored genuine concern for Wukong. In the past, he had visited Wukong secretly on several occasions. The reason for his stealth was twofold. He wished for Wukong to develop independence, and as the Demon King, he feared ridicule from Krillin and others if they learned he was tending to Wukong like a caretaker. With a smile, Wukong resumed his journey forward. Piccolo, witnessing this, immediately sighed in relief. It seemed he had not been noticed. The following morning, Wukong awoke from his slumber to find Piccolo seated nearby. Beside him lay a freshly caught fish. Piccolo uncle, Wukong exclaimed, startled by Piccolo's sudden presence. While he admired Piccolo's character, the green skin and visage were quite intimidating, especially right after waking. Moreover, he had only been in this world for a few days and was still adapting to Piccolo's appearance. You're awake, Piccolo remarked with a calm glance at Wukong. Yes, Wukong nodded. Why are you here so early today, Piccolo uncle? I came to see how your martial arts training is progressing. My martial arts? Wukong inquired. Indeed. After you finish your breakfast, I shall spar with you. Spar. Rest assured, I will not use my full strength. Wukong chuckled nervously. Even if you did, you still wouldn't stand a chance against me. Then, Piccolo uncle, I shall wash my face first and then roast this fish. All right. Piccolo nodded. After a while, Wukong had roasted the fish and devoured it entirely. Wukong, are you ready? Please don't rush me, Piccolo uncle. I just finished eating and need to sit for a moment to digest. Piccolo was left speechless. As an Namekian who only needed water, he found it hard to comprehend that humans required time to digest their meals. Moments later, Wukong stood up. Ready? Wukong nodded. Then, come at me. All right. Wukong grinned. In an instant, Piccolo launched a barrage of punches towards Wukong. With a slight movement, Wukong effortlessly dodged Piccolo's attacks. Darn it. Piccolo growled, delivering a powerful kick forward. Wukong sidestepped, evading Piccolo's strike once more. This is impossible, Piccolo exclaimed in disbelief, although he had not used his full strength at first. That last kick was executed with all his might. Just then, Wukong's figure suddenly appeared before him, lifting his right leg to strike. Piccolo cried out in pain as he was sent tumbling off the peak, crashing heavily to the ground. Moments later, he clutched his chest, slowly rising from the ground. panting heavily with a look of embarrassment. Wukong had merely kicked him, yet he felt as if his very insides were shifting. What has caused this little brat's strength to surge so dramatically? Suddenly, Wukong flew down from the hilltop, landing before Piccolo. "Piccolo uncle, shall we continue our battle?" he asked, hands tucked into his pockets. Upon hearing this, Piccolo clenched his teeth. "Wukong, when did you become so strong?" "Just these past few days," Wukong replied. Piccolo had been observing Wukong's training in secret for 6 months. Thus, if Wukong were to lie, it would be easily discernible to Piccolo. Piccolo scrutinized him closely, beginning to harbor doubts about Wukong's identity. Although Wukong was no longer the timid child he once was, his current composure was vastly different from his former self. Nonetheless, Wukong still regarded him with the same respect as before. Could it be that he has suffered a head injury? Piccolo pondered inwardly. Wukong, have you injured your head during training these past few days?" "My head? Yes." "No." Wukong shook his head. "Why do you ask, Piccolo uncle?" "In nothing. But Wukong, how did your strength increase so suddenly?" "By doing push-ups." "Push-ups?" "Indeed. I did several thousand push-ups yesterday." A bead of cold sweat trickled down Piccolo's forehead. He too performed push-ups regularly. If not wearing weighted clothing, he could easily do thousands as well. However, such training did not seem to significantly enhance strength. Chapter 4. That's fine. Apart from doing push-ups, do you engage in other forms of training? "I also perform sit-ups." Piccolo was rendered speechless. "Aren't those just basic exercises?" "Nevertheless, as long as Gohan's strength increases sufficiently to confront the Saiyans in 6 months, if Gohan surpasses him, then so be it." "Uncle Piccolo, could you teach me the special beam cannon?" Gohan inquired. Although Gohan's strength had indeed grown, his skills remained somewhat lacking. "Of course," Piccolo replied, momentarily taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that Gohan would wish to learn his special beam cannon. It was his most formidable technique, albeit one that required considerable time to master. Then, "Uncle Piccolo, do you have any other techniques you could share with me?" "All right, but you must practice diligently." "Understood." Gohan nodded. Upon seeing this, Piccolo immediately placed his fingers on his forehead, summoning a sphere of golden energy. After a brief moment, he concentrated the energy and pointed his fingers toward a nearby hill. Special beam cannon. With a resounding explosion, the hill was obliterated, fragments of rock scattering around the two. "How was that?" Piccolo asked Gohan. "That was fine." "What do you mean by fine?" "I used this technique to defeat Raditz." Piccolo felt a pang of annoyance at Gohan's lukewarm praise. Very impressive?" Gohan's lackluster response only served to deepen Piccolo's irritation. "Forget it. This technique isn't particularly practical. I'll teach you something else." "Something else?" "Yes. The next technique I will teach you is called the instant transmission." Time flew by, and before they knew it, it was noon. Gohan successfully hunted down a lost wild boar, which he intended to serve as his lunch. After the meal, he took a short nap atop the hill. In the afternoon, Piccolo brought Gohan to the Otherworld. Piccolo the Demon King. Upon seeing Piccolo, Tien and the others training in the Otherworld displayed expressions of sheer terror. With Goku deceased, they knew that if Piccolo chose to attack, none could withstand him. Observing their fearful faces, Piccolo smirked disdainfully. "Don't worry. I won't harm you until I've defeated the Saiyans." "That's a relief." Tien exhaled in relief. "Gohan." Suddenly, Gohan called out to Krillin. "Are you Gohan?" "Yes." Gohan nodded. "These are your Uncle Tien, Uncle Yamcha, and Uncle Kaiatsu." Gohan greeted the three of them. "Hello." They acknowledged, nodding in return. "Gohan, how's your training with Piccolo going?" Yamcha asked. "Fine." "Fine?" Piccolo's expression twitched. Gohan's strength had surpassed his own, yet he merely rated it as fine. "What's wrong, Piccolo?" Krillin noticed Piccolo's shifting demeanor. "Nothing." "Really? So, Gohan, you came here to train, right?" "No, I just came to check on you all and to ask for some toiletries." "Toiletries? You mean toothbrushes and such?" "Yes." Gohan confirmed. "Let me go find Bubbles and see if he has any toiletries." "Bubbles?" "Bubbles is the deity's attendant. Didn't your father mention him?" Yamcha asked. "He did. But I forgot for a moment." "Oh, I see." At that moment, Piccolo's lips curled into a slight smile. "Don't you all want to know the current extent of this little one's strength?" Yamcha interjected. "Gohan's strength?" "Indeed. I too wish to know just how strong Goku's son has become." Yamcha remarked, turning his gaze toward Gohan. "What do you say, Gohan?" "Don't worry. I'll go easy on you." Gohan fell silent, unsure whether to view Yamcha's confidence as commendable or audacious. "Go easy on him?" Piccolo couldn't help but chuckle. "What are you laughing at?" Yamcha shuddered at Piccolo's unexpected laughter. "I'm laughing at your naivety. To be frank, neither you nor I could hope to defeat him." You can't defeat him? Yamcha gasped. Tien and Kaiatsu exchanged incredulous glances. In just 6 months, Gohan had evidently surpassed Piccolo. Indeed, just then, Krillin emerged with bubbles. Noticing the astonished expressions of Yamcha and the others, Krillin spoke up. What has got you all so worked up? Krillin. Piccolo just said that Gohan's strength has already surpassed his own. Yamcha exclaimed. What? Krillin was taken aback. He had just heard Gohan describe his strength as fine, and had assumed it was inferior to theirs, only to discover he could overpower Piccolo. For them, this was indeed a stroke of luck, with Gohan around. They no longer needed to fear Piccolo, and his strength gave them hope in their upcoming battle against the Saiyans. With that thought, a look of excitement spread across Krillin's face. That's wonderful, Gohan. I can't believe you have surpassed Piccolo. Piccolo scoffed, feeling a twinge of displeasure. Yes. Gohan nodded. The atmosphere was one of jubilation, except for Yamcha, who felt out of sorts. Gohan had eclipsed Piccolo's strength, yet Yamcha had just boasted about going easy on him. Uncle Yamcha, how about we skip the match? Skip the match? You want to fight Gohan? Krillin queried. Yes. It's all right, Gohan. Though my strength may not match yours. I still wish to see just how powerful you have become. Yamcha feigned indifference, attempting to save face. All right then. Okay. Yamcha nodded. Both stepped back, creating distance between them. Piccolo and the others moved aside to allow the duel to commence. Uncle Yamcha, shall we begin? Certainly. Yamcha nodded, and like the wind, he lunged toward Gohan. Chapter 5. The Celestial Realm Son Gohan slightly shifted to one side, evading the incoming attack. Yamcha, startled, immediately lifted his right leg to kick Son Gohan. Bang! Son Gohan raised his left arm, successfully blocking Yamcha's right foot. How infuriating! Yamcha gritted his teeth and swiftly retreated. Son Gohan observed him calmly. At that moment, the Earth's deity slowly emerged from a chamber in the celestial realm, leaning on a cane. Is this Son Goku's son, Son Gohan? The Earth deity inquired, gazing at him. Indeed, it is, my lord. Just then, Yamcha roared fiercely and charged at Son Gohan like a wolf. In no time, he reached Son Gohan, his hands clawing at him like a pack of wild beasts. This technique was known as the New Wolf Fang Fist, an upgraded version of the Wolf Fang Fist. Whoosh. Slash. Despite Yamcha's assault, Son Gohan effortlessly dodged. This one do. Yamcha's attacks cannot even touch Gohan. Tien Shinhan assessed the situation. Indeed, I never anticipated that Goku's son would possess such tremendous strength, especially at the tender age of 5. Saiyans truly are formidable warriors. Tien nodded in agreement. At that moment, Son Gohan exerted force with his right hand, sending Yamcha flying hundreds of meters away. Bang! Yamcha braced himself against the ground, panting heavily. Son Goku's son. But I shall not concede so easily, Yamcha declared, gradually rising from the ground. Piccolo, witnessing this, felt speechless. Had Son Gohan not held back, Yamcha would have already been defeated, leaving no chance for him to battle. This young lad is far too lenient, Piccolo thought to himself. At that moment, Yamcha grasped his right wrist with his left hand, gathering energy into his right palm, forming a blue energy sphere aimed at Son Gohan. Son Gohan swayed to evade. Yamcha then lifted his right palm, sending the evaded blue energy sphere soaring into the sky. An energy blast? Son Gohan deduced quickly, recognizing Yamcha's technique. Whoosh. Just then, the blue energy sphere, under Yamcha's control, charged back towards Son Gohan. Son Gohan stood still, and soon the blue energy sphere struck him, passing right through his body. Phantom Fist. Krillin exclaimed, quickly identifying Son Gohan's technique. How infuriating. Yamcha's teeth clenched as a wave of helplessness washed over him. Son Gohan's power was overwhelming, to the point where he could not even hope to challenge it. Whoosh. Suddenly, Son Gohan appeared before Yamcha and delivered a punch that sent him crashing to the ground. Yamcha. I'm fine. Yamcha struggled to rise, his face straining with effort. At that moment, Son Gohan mimicked Yamcha's previous stance and condensed a blue energy sphere. Is that an energy blast? Tien exclaimed in surprise. He had not expected Son Gohan to learn Yamcha's technique so swiftly. As soon as he finished speaking, Son Gohan hurled the blue energy sphere, moving his right palm swiftly to make the energy blast dart through the celestial realm. Boom. With a soft shout, the energy blast exploded in the sky, enveloping the area in thick smoke and flames. What incredible power does this energy blast possess? Yamcha gasped, having created the energy blast himself. He was well aware of its potency. Is it because his power surpasses mine? Yamcha pondered. Just then, a small figure with blue fur on its back and white on its face, belly, inner ears, and the tip of its tail flew over from a distance. This was Puar, Yamcha's companion. He had been with Karen and Yajirobe, unaware of Piccolo and the others' arrival. Upon Puar's appearance, Yajirobe descended from Karen's place. "Young Master Yamcha." "Puar, what happened? Are you all right?" "Nothing much. I was just sparring with Gohan." "Gohan?" Puar turned to Son Gohan, realization dawning upon him. "So this is Son Goku's son?" "Yes." Yamcha nodded. "Son Goku's son," Yajirobe exclaimed, approaching. "This little guy indeed resembles Goku from his childhood." "Uncle Krillin, who is he?" "He is your father's friend, Yajirobe." "Uncle Yajirobe." Yajirobe nodded. "By the way, who won the sparring match?" "Gohan won." Krillin replied. "Gohan has become this powerful already?" Yajirobe was taken aback. He and Yamcha were closely matched in strength, and if even Yamcha couldn't compete, he doubted his own capability against Son Gohan. "Indeed, Gohan is now the strongest among us. Even Piccolo cannot match him." Piccolo, upon hearing this, shot a glance at Krillin. Krillin felt a chill run down his spine. Even Piccolo is not his match?" Yajirobe exclaimed in shock. Krillin nodded. "Uncle Krillin, may I ask you for a favor?" "What is it, Gohan?" "Could you ask Bulma to create a gravity chamber with 100 times the normal gravity?" 100 times the gravity. Everyone gasped in astonishment. "Do you realize how heavy that is, Gohan?" Krillin queried. "Of course. It's 100 times my weight. If I weigh 20 kilograms now, then 100 times gravity would be 2 tons. "Oh." Piccolo couldn't help but laugh. "Little bald head, you should just follow Gohan's request." "I'm not a little bald head. My name is Krillin." "Then I shall call you Krillin, the little bald head." Piccolo chuckled. "How infuriating." Krillin clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. "Uncle Piccolo, even though Krillin is bald, I still hope you address him by his name." Upon hearing this, Krillin fell silent, wishing to avoid any mention of being bald. "Well then." Piccolo glanced at Son Gohan. "Piccolo, he actually listens to Gohan." Yamcha was astonished. As soon as he spoke, Piccolo shot a cold glare at him. Yamcha quickly covered his mouth with both hands. Having once been killed by Piccolo's father, King Piccolo, he and the others bore an enduring apprehension towards Piccolo. Chapter 6. 5 million battle power. Piccolo let out a cold snort and glanced at Son Gohan beside him. "Well, Gohan, if there's nothing else, shall we return?" "Sure." Gohan nodded. "And Mr. Krillin, if the gravity chamber is ready, please let Uncle Piccolo know." "Ah, Piccolo." Krillin's expression shifted as he heard this. "If the gravity chamber is completed, I will come to find you myself." "All right," Gohan replied. "Here, take this capsule. It contains toothpaste and a toothbrush. Sufficient for half a year." Baba tossed a universal capsule to Son Gohan. "Thank you." Gohan expressed his gratitude and accepted the capsule. "Shall we head back now?" Piccolo inquired. "Yes," Gohan affirmed. "Goodbye, Mr. Krillin, and everyone." "Goodbye." The group waved farewell to Son Gohan. Upon witnessing this, Gohan swiftly departed with Piccolo from the other world. "I never anticipated Gohan would grow so rapidly," Krillin remarked, feeling somewhat sentimental as he watched the two leave. "Indeed." Tien nodded in agreement. "We used to regard Goku as our target, but now..." Upon hearing this, Krillin and the others lowered their heads. Although they yearned to catch up with Goku, it was evident that Goku's talent and diligence in training surpassed their own. After a brief silence, Yamcha suddenly looked up at Krillin. "Hey, Krillin, why don't you talk to Bulma about the gravity chamber?" "Sure." Krillin nodded, recognizing that he was no longer the main force. With that, Krillin promptly departed the other world. Meanwhile, Son Gohan and Piccolo had returned to their training location. "Gohan, starting today, I will train alongside you." "Train together?" Gohan asked. "Yes. Although your strength now surpasses mine, I can still serve as your sparring partner." "All right then." In West City, at Bulma's residence, she sat bored at a table, perusing magazines. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky. It was Krillin. "Bulma." "Ah." Bulma gasped, startled from her chair by Krillin's sudden appearance. Once she recognized him, she playfully smacked his bald head. "Krillin, are you trying to scare me to death?" "What?" "I clearly called out to you, but you didn't hear." Krillin retorted. "Now, tell me, why did you come to find me today?" "Well, Gohan asked me to ask you to help him create a gravity chamber with 100 times the normal gravity." "A 100 times gravity chamber?" Bulma exclaimed in astonishment. "Yes. Gohan is currently the strongest among us." "Strongest?" "But Gohan is only 5 years old." "True. But he's a Saiyan, and his potential is extraordinary." "I see. However, I've never constructed a gravity chamber before, so I can't guarantee success." "That's fine. Just do your best." "All right." A day later, Son Gohan's battle power reached 100,000. He sat cross-legged atop a small peak. Congratulations, Master. Your battle power has exceeded 100,000, granting you the transformation ability. Transformation ability? As soon as he thought this, a wealth of knowledge regarding the transformation flooded Gohan's mind. Rewards complete. Please continue your training, Master. All right. What is wrong, Gohan? Piccolo inquired upon noticing Gohan's sudden stupor. Nothing, Uncle Piccolo. Is that so? Piccolo then closed his eyes to meditate and train. A week passed swiftly. During this time, Gohan's battle power soared past 1 million. He was now performing one-handed push-ups. Congratulations, Master. Your battle power has surpassed 1 million. Rewarding you with instant transmission, Gum Ghost, and 99 cents of beans. As soon as the announcement finished, Gohan's mind was inundated with knowledge of instant transmission and Gum Ghost. Rewards complete. Please continue your training, Master. Gum Ghost? Gohan paused in surprise. He recalled that this technique seemed to belong to Gotenks system. Could you perhaps provide me with a more serious technique? Serious? What is so serious about Gum Ghost, Master? It's just too childish. But Master, aren't you just a child? I may appear as a child, but my mind is that of an adult. Oh, you still count as a child. I dare you to come out and fight me, and see if I don't smash your head. Hearing this, the system yawned. Master, I'm right within you. If you have the courage, hit yourself. You think I wouldn't dare? Then go ahead and hit. Gohan, upon hearing this, lightly tapped his chest with his right fist. The system, witnessing this, fell silent. Can you hit a bit harder? System, do you truly think I'm foolish? The system, tired of banter, chose to remain silent. Gohan, seeing this, resumed his training. 3 weeks swiftly passed. Gohan's battle power had now reached 5 million. He stood atop a mountain peak, fist clenched, attempting to transform into a Super Saiyan. With a mighty roar, a formidable aura erupted from Gohan, causing the ground within 100,000 miles to tremble violently under its influence. As Gohan's energy radiated, Tien and the others in the other world felt the overwhelming power. What an immense energy. This aura. It seems to belong to Gohan. Yamcha noted, swallowing hard and nodding slightly. At Korin Tower, Yajirobe, who had been vying for fish with the cat god, paused mid-action, disbelief etched on his face. Is this energy really Gohan's? Indeed, the cat god confirmed. Could it be that this boy has become a monster? The cat god observed the lower realm with a calm demeanor. Gohan. Meanwhile, Krillin, hurrying towards Gohan's location, bore a look of incredulity. He quickened his pace, eager to reach Gohan. On North Kai's planet, Goku, training, also sensed Gohan's energy. This energy. Could it be Gohan's? But that can't be. How could his strength increase so drastically? North Kai, serious, remarked, this energy, it truly belongs to Son Gohan. Is it really Gohan? Goku exclaimed in astonishment. While he had always known Gohan held immense potential, he never expected it to be this vast. Chapter 7. The Monster on Earth. At this moment, Son Wukong's energy had reached its zenith. Anger surged within him, clenching his teeth. Son Wukong suddenly recalled the unfortunate memories of his past life. With a fierce shout, the ground within a radius of several thousand miles trembled violently, and a massive cloud of dust rose around him. What is happening? Piccolo gasped in astonishment. He had just thought that Son Wukong had maximized his energy. But to his surprise, it surged once more to an unprecedented level that he could scarcely fathom. At that moment, Son Wukong's hair transformed into a golden hue, standing upright, and his eyes turned a light green, surrounded by a golden aura. This was the Super Saiyan. What is this? Piccolo exclaimed in shock. Meanwhile, on North Kai's planet, the North Kai was utterly astonished by the spectacle. What is going on? Wukong's energy has skyrocketed dozens of times in an instant. Super Saiyan. What is a Super Saiyan? A warrior from your Saiyan legends, said to possess tremendous power. This is my first encounter with a Super Saiyan. A warrior from Saiyan legends? Yes. Back on Earth, Son Wukong had descended from the small peak and approached Piccolo. You are Wukong? Piccolo inquired. Indeed, Uncle Piccolo. Wukong replied. And what is this transformation of yours? I believe this to be the Saiyan transformation. Wukong nodded. I have named this transformation Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan. Piccolo echoed. Piccolo regarded Wukong and reminisced about their first meeting, when Wukong was smaller, timid, and prone to tears. Now, he had become a silent powerhouse, his strength immeasurable. Piccolo felt a mix of joy and anger, joy that Wukong was his student, and anger that Wukong had surpassed him in merely 7 months. It is worth noting that even Wukong's father was only slightly stronger than him at that time. What's the matter, Uncle Piccolo? Wukong asked. And nothing. Piccolo snapped back to reality. Wukong, your power is impressive, but you must continue to train. Who knows, one of Raditz' companions may also be a Super Saiyan. Understood. Wukong nodded. On North Kai's planet. The North Kai remained speechless. Is Piccolo becoming a Super Saiyan as common as cabbage? Goku, North Kai, I wish to speak with Wukong and the others. Oh, very well. Place your hand on my back, and you can communicate telepathically. Wukong, Piccolo, can you hear me? Yes, son. Goku. Father. Goku nodded. Wukong. You are truly remarkable for achieving Super Saiyan status in such a short span. Super Saiyan. Piccolo was taken aback. This name was not simply chosen by Wukong. How could Goku know? Father, are you well over there? I am well, Wukong. Although you have become strong, you must continue your training. For no one knows how powerful the Saiyans arriving on Earth in 4 months will be. Then, shall we help you revive? Not yet. Wait until those 2 Saiyans arrive. And then you can assist me. All right. Wukong, Piccolo, I must take my leave. After Goku finished speaking, he slowly withdrew his hand from North Kai's back. By the way, the Saiyans arriving on Earth in 4 months are not as formidable as you imagine. With Wukong's current strength, he can certainly defeat them. I understand. Goku replied. His expression serious. You understand? I said that to encourage Wukong to grow stronger. I see. However, Wukong's talent is indeed extraordinary, at only 5 years old. He can already transform into a Super Saiyan. If he continues training, who knows how powerful he may become. Continue training. Goku thought of Chi-Chi, who had always opposed Wukong's training, wishing for him to focus on his studies and become a renowned scholar. On Earth, just as Goku and Wukong finished their conversation, a figure descended from the sky. It was Krillin. Observing Wukong in his Super Saiyan state, Krillin hesitantly asked, Why you are Wukong? Yes, Uncle Krillin. Wukong replied, immediately reverting to his normal state. Upon seeing Wukong return to his usual form, Krillin's face lit up with a bright smile. It really is you, Wukong. I never expected your strength to reach such heights. Wukong nodded. By the way, Wukong, was that transformation just now? That was the Super Saiyan transformation. Super Saiyan. Transformation? Yes, Uncle Krillin. Has the gravity chamber been completed? It has. I came to inform you. I see. Wukong then turned to Piccolo. Uncle Piccolo. Would you like to join me at Bulma's house? Piccolo glanced at Wukong and nodded. Krillin was taken aback. Both he and Bulma were somewhat intimidated by Piccolo. Bringing Piccolo along would surely frighten Bulma, but since Wukong had invited him, he felt compelled to comply. All right, Uncle Krillin, let's set off. Yes, Krillin agreed. The 3 of them then soared into the sky. After a while, they arrived at Bulma's backyard. Piccolo, Bulma exclaimed upon seeing Piccolo with Krillin. Jumping up from her chair in fright, Piccolo merely snorted, remaining silent. Bulma, sensing the atmosphere, approached Krillin from behind and whispered, Krillin, why did you bring him along? Krillin sighed with a wry smile. It wasn't my choice. Wukong insisted he come. Wukong. Bulma auntie. Bulma, hands on her hips, glared at Wukong with displeasure. Wukong. You could have come alone. Why bring Piccolo along? Hearing this, Piccolo shot a displeased look at Bulma. Why am I not welcome? Chapter 8. The Gravity Room. Upon hearing this, Bulma quickly flashed a smile. No. I merely meant to say that if you're coming, Gohan should have informed me sooner. Humph. Piccolo snorted. Enough chatter. Direct us to the Gravity Room. Bulma's expression soured. Were it not for Goku's reputation, she would not have bothered to assist Gohan in constructing the Gravity Room. Nevertheless, despite her displeasure, she understood the necessity of enhancing Gohan's strength. After all, who would protect Earth when the Saiyans arrived? Follow me. The 3 nodded in agreement, and Bulma promptly led them onward. After a brief while, Bulma brought them to a spacious house, which included a kitchen, a bathroom, and a grand hall. Is this the Gravity Room, or merely a residence? Gohan inquired. Of course it's the Gravity Room, but one must eat and rest while training, right? That is true. Thus, I converted this house into a Gravity Room. The Gravity Room is just a little ahead. Oh, Bulma declared, leading the trio to the Gravity Room. The Gravity Room was indeed expansive, only slightly smaller than the external area. Its floor was adorned with synthetic red bricks, and at the very center stood a substantial machine, the switch for the 100-fold Gravity Room. Gohan, this is the Gravity Room switch. Press the left button to increase the gravity by 1 fold, the right button to decrease it by 1 fold, and the middle button resets everything to 0. Understood. Aunt Bulma, Gohan affirmed. Now, Gohan, will you train at my home or at another location? Another? Yes. This Gravity Room can be stored in a universal capsule, making it incredibly convenient to transport. Oh, I see. Gohan glanced at Piccolo. Uncle Piccolo, what do you think? Do as you wish. Then I shall stay at Aunt Bulma's. Gohan decided. Piccolo shot a glance at Bulma but remained silent. Uncle Piccolo, Uncle Krillin, would you like to stay and train together? Together? Krillin pondered. Forget it. I'll train with Tien and the others. After all, no matter how hard they train, they cannot surpass Gohan. And you, Uncle Piccolo? I'll see how it goes. Well then, Gohan, train diligently here. I must return to the other world. All right, Uncle Krillin, take care. Krillin nodded. Shall I leave as well, Bulma? I don't train anyway. Yes. Gohan agreed. Once the two exited, Gohan immediately adjusted the gravity to tenfold. Wow, this is heavy. Piccolo, already clad in weighted attire, felt the immense pressure bearing down on him. He glanced at Gohan, who appeared unfazed as if nothing out of the ordinary had occurred. Uncle Piccolo, are you all right? And no problem. Then I shall commence my training, Gohan declared, proceeding to perform one-finger push-ups. 1, 2, 3 ding. Congratulations, master. You completed one push-up. Battle Power 10 seeing this. Piccolo joined in. The morning passed swiftly, and soon it was noon. Gohan had completed 10,000 one-finger push-ups and sit-ups, resulting in a total increase of 200,000 in battle power. This, coupled with the innate Saiyan bloodline, had augmented his strength by several thousand more. The modest increase was primarily due to the ease of his morning training. Gurgle Gohan's stomach rumbled with hunger. At that moment, Bulma's voice echoed from outside the gravity room. Gohan, lunch is ready. Upon hearing this, Gohan halted his training. Uncle Piccolo, it's time to eat. I don't need to eat. You go ahead. Gohan nodded. If you're thirsty, there's water in the kitchen. All right, go eat. Gohan acknowledged and exited the gravity room. As soon as Gohan left, Piccolo increased the gravity to 20-fold. He was aware that Gohan had set the gravity to 10-fold to accommodate him. Otherwise, Gohan could effortlessly escalate it to 100-fold. Wow, this is heavy. As the weight pressed down on him, Piccolo felt an overwhelming heaviness, almost rendering him breathless. Yet, thinking of Gohan, he persevered. In the backyard of Bulma's home, Gohan had taken a seat at the dining table. Bulma's parents, Mrs. Brief and Dr. Brief, were also present at the table. Bulma, is this Goku's son, Gohan? Mrs. Brief squinted her eyes, smiling warmly. Yes, Mom. He looks just like Goku when he was young. Indeed, Dr. Brief added. Well then, Gohan, please eat. Don't hold back. Gohan promptly grasped his chopsticks and began to eat. Clatter, clatter soon, the food on the table vanished as if swept away by a tempest. Bulma's eyes widened in astonishment. Though she suspected Gohan, being a Saiyan, had a hearty appetite, she was taken aback to see that at only 5 years old, he could consume as much as the young Goku. He was truly a miniature version of Goku. Mrs. Brief chuckled happily, her spirits lifted by Gohan's voracious eating, a testament to her culinary skills. Burp. After a considerable time, Gohan let out a resounding belch. Bulma observed Gohan's demeanor and noted the drastic change from the timid child he once was. Gohan, during your training these past 6 months, what has Piccolo been feeding you? Apples, dinosaur meat, wild boar meat, just the usual mountain fare. Dinosaur meat? Yes. What is the matter? Nothing, just a bit surprised. Did Piccolo give you the dinosaur meat, or did you hunt one yourself? Neither. I was chased by a dinosaur and ended up chopping off its tail. I see. I heard from Krillin that your strength is now formidable. Even Piccolo is no match for you. Is that true? Yes. Gohan nodded. That is wonderful, Bulma exclaimed, rising with joy. With you around, I need not fear that Piccolo fellow. Speaking of which, he does have a rather intimidating face. Aunt Bulma. Uncle Piccolo is quite kind. He just looks fierce. Chapter 9. You are in me, I am in you humph. Bulma snorted disdainfully. I still cannot quite adjust to that green face. Aunt Bulma, I'm full now. I wish to take a nap. All right, we will tidy up here. Upon hearing this, Gohan promptly returned to the gravity chamber, where he found Piccolo still training. Uncle Piccolo, you are still training? Huff. Piccolo nodded, gasping for breath. Uncle Piccolo, do you want to take a break? Sure. Piccolo responded, adjusting the gravity in the chamber. Huff. As the gravity returned to normal, Piccolo let out a significant sigh of relief. Subsequently, the two retreated to their respective rooms for a short afternoon slumber. In the afternoon, after their brief rest, they resumed training in the gravity chamber. 3 days later, to avoid hindering Gohan's training, Piccolo ultimately decided to train outside. Although Gohan felt a tinge of reluctance, he consented to Piccolo's departure, knowing he could seek him out anytime. Once Piccolo left, Gohan immediately increased the chamber's gravity by 100-fold for training. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have completed one single finger push-up 100 battle power. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have completed 2 single finger push-ups 200 battle power. 4 days later, Gohan's base battle power reached 10 million. Ding. Congratulations, Master. Your battle power has reached 10 million. You are rewarded with the Celestial Mirror, which allows passage through all universes without detection by angels, enabling time travel to see anything desired without being discovered. Even by the Omni King. The mirror can seal enemies with power lower than the Master, and the ability to read minds, fusion. As soon as the words fell, an ancient mirror materialized in the system's inventory. Steal? What theft? Master, you must have misunderstood. Forget it. I can't be bothered to argue, Gohan said, retrieving the Celestial Mirror from the inventory. Is this the Celestial Mirror? Indeed, Master. At that moment, the mirror displayed a view of King Kai's planet, where Goku was currently training. System, how can I travel to other universes? Master, simply think of the universe you wish to visit. Images of it will appear in the mirror. When you touch the Celestial Mirror, you can directly enter that universe. Oh, I see. And how does this mirror seal others? That's quite simple. Just shine the mirror on the person, and it will draw them into the mirror. What if I accidentally shine it on someone else? There's no need to worry. The Celestial Mirror will act according to your will. If you do not wish to seal someone, it will not absorb them. Will it obey my intentions? Cough, cough. The system cleared its throat. Master, please be serious. I am serious. But system, why haven't you given me the Kaioken technique? If I grant you the Kaioken now, what will I reward you with in the future? Reward me with the Ultra Instinct technique, or the Omni King's erasure would suffice. Let us discuss that when you become stronger. Does that mean you will give it to me? We shall see. Will you give it or not? As time passed, a month swiftly went by. During this month, Gohan had Bulma upgrade the gravity chamber, which now could increase the gravity up to 300 times. At present, Gohan was reviewing his battle power. Name, Gohan gender, male bloodline, Saiyan human hybrid age, 5 base battle power, 60 million potential, not yet unlocked, IQ, 60 what? When did an IQ section appear? Replying to Master, this was added after the system upgrade. System, you aren't doing this on purpose. Are you? Master, am I that kind of system? If you aren't, then who is? Forget it. I'll be magnanimous and let this slide. As soon as he spoke, the IQ on the panel instantly changed to 250. What the? System, if you dare come out of my body, I will smash your head. I want to come out. Let us see how you can hit me. The system was indeed a system. Too cowardly to emerge from his body. Who are you calling small? Upon hearing this, the system became furious. I call you small? If you dare, come out and let us have a fair fight. The system snorted. If you genuinely wish to fight me, it need not be outside. It need not be outside? As soon as the words left his mouth, Gohan found himself in a space akin to the hyperbolic time chamber. Where is this? This is the system's dimensional space. Here you can unleash your power without being detected by the outside world. Oh, where are you, system? Cough, cough. The system cleared its throat. Master, I am everywhere. Everywhere? Indeed. Aren't you within my body right now? You are in me, and I am in you. Gohan fell silent at this. How do I fight? You? As soon as he finished speaking, a figure identical to Gohan appeared before him. Master, this is my doppelganger, if you wish to fight me. You must first defeat him. A doppelganger? Then who is the master now? The system smiled and said, Master, didn't I just mention? Our current relationship is you are in me, and I am in you. Fine, I shall defeat him first. With that, Gohan clenched his fist and charged at himself. Gohan, in turn, mirrored his movement, rushing towards Gohan. Whoosh. Bang. 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 In no time, they were face to face, their fists colliding with the force of the wind. Bang. With a resounding crash, both of their right fists struck each other's faces, sending them flying. Whoosh. Thud. They both landed firmly on the ground, regaining their balance. Ha! With a mighty shout, Gohan charged at himself once more. Seeing this, the duplicate Gohan mirrored the action, fists clenched and charging forward. Once again, they collided, fists and feet moving like the wind, striking fiercely against one another. Suddenly, Gohan crouched low, executing a sweeping kick aimed at the duplicate. The doppelganger leaped into the air, avoiding the attack. Seeing this, Gohan also took to the sky. Whoosh. Boom. 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 Thus, the two figures engaged in battle amidst the clouds, their movement swift and fierce. Chapter 10, Planet Namek with a resounding impact. The two fighters struck their fists together, unleashing a powerful gust of wind. After a brief stalemate, They exerted their strength, sending each other flying. Are you mimicking me? Son Gohan observed himself and noted the striking similarity in their movements. This avatar of mine is you. Thus, you cannot possibly defeat him. With a cold snort, Son Gohan clenched his fist tightly. Ha! With a mighty shout, Son Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan. A Super Saiyan? Upon witnessing this, his opponent also transformed into a Super Saiyan. Gritting his teeth, Son Gohan charged forward with lightning speed. In response, his counterpart darted toward him. Whoosh! Swish! Bang! 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 The two danced around each other, dodging and launching fierce attacks. Damn it! Son Gohan seethed, utilizing his recently acquired telepathy to peer into his opponent's thoughts. I can't read his mind. Or perhaps, he possesses no thoughts at all? Master. Aside from replicating your techniques, he lacks any independent thought. Imitation. Son Gohan acknowledged. Then let us see how you replicate this move. He placed his hands on his forehead and declared, Solar Flare. As soon as the words left his lips, a blinding light erupted from his hands. Instinctively, he squeezed his eyes shut. Seconds later, as the brilliance dimmed, he opened his eyes and charged at his opponent. Bang! Son Gohan's right fist landed squarely on his counterpart's face, sending him hurtling away. After soaring nearly a kilometer, the opponent forcefully landed on the ground, managing to halt his momentum. With a fierce roar, Son Gohan catapulted toward him like a bolt of lightning. In response, his opponent placed his hands on his forehead and shouted, Solar Flare. The instant he spoke, an intense light burst forth from his hands. Son Gohan quickly halted, shielding his eyes with his hands. Moments later, he cautiously opened his eyes, only to see a tiny fist racing toward him. Caught off guard by the close proximity, he was struck, sending him flying 1,000 meters away. Thud. Son Gohan's feet slammed into the ground, allowing him to regain his balance. Damn it. I wonder if instant transmission will work against him. As he spoke, he placed his index finger to his forehead, teleporting to his opponent's rear. At that moment, the opponent also executed an instant transmission, appearing above Son Gohan. Seeing this, Son Gohan immediately lowered his finger and charged upward toward his rival. Ha! Swiftly, he reached his opponent, delivering a fierce kick. The opponent's form flickered as he ascended into the air. Son Gohan pursued without hesitation. Whoosh! Bam! 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 Soon, the two were locked in a vigorous and intense clash once more. After an extended period, both fighters, drained of energy, collapsed onto the ground. Are you even capable, Master? You couldn't even defeat my avatar. Son Gohan let out a cold snort. System, do not be too smug. Today is merely an off day for me. Once I regain my strength, I shall undoubtedly conquer this impostor. Very well, Master. Do your best. Now, System. How do I exit? Exit? You no longer wish to fight me? Coughing, Son Gohan replied. Did I ever say that? You did. The System retorted, playing a recording of Son Gohan's prior statement. Ugh. System, you dare to bring that up? Just wait until I take you down. As the recording played, Son Gohan's expression turned awkward. System, you even have a recording function? What's so surprising? If our system didn't require to inhabit human hosts, we would have long been invincible. System, you should abandon those delusions and allow me to fulfill your dreams. The system scoffed. What's so impressive? Regardless of how powerful you become, you will never defeat me. Hence, I remain the strongest in this world. With that, the system promptly returned Son Gohan to the real world. Surveying his surroundings, Son Gohan realized that all his injuries had vanished. System, how did my wounds heal? The alternate dimension you just entered was a realm of the mind. So no matter how grievous your injuries were inside, you returned to reality unscathed. A realm of the mind. Indeed, Master. Son Gohan then glanced at his character panel and noticed that his intelligence stat had risen to 90. Seeing the system relent, he chose not to press the matter further and began to sense the energy signatures of the Namekians in the gravity chamber. Now, less than 3 months remained until Vegeta and the others arrived on Earth. He recalled that Frieza had gone to planet Namek after Vegeta's arrival on Earth. Thus, he sought to awaken his latent potential with the aid of the Grand Elder of Namek, while also warning them of Frieza's impending arrival to seize their Dragon Balls. After a while, Son Gohan sensed numerous energy signatures resembling Piccolo's. I found them, he exclaimed, placing his index finger to his forehead and teleporting to a Namekian village, where he encountered many Namekians resembling Piccolo. Wow, so many Uncle Piccolos. The Namekians, who had been gathered and chatting, were taken aback upon Son Gohan's sudden appearance. Why you are? Inquired a medium-built Namekian. Greetings, my name is Son Gohan, and I hail from Earth. The Earth? Son Gohan nodded in affirmation. Is that instant transmission you just used from the yard rats? Asked a leaner Namekian who stepped forward. Son Gohan nodded again. And what brings you here? I am here to seek your Grand Elder. Grand Elder? May I ask what business you have with him? This matter concerns your planet. So I must only discuss it with the Grand Elder. Concerning planet Namek, the medium-built Namekian pondered for a moment. Please wait here while we fetch the Grand Elder and see if he is willing to meet you. All right. Son Gohan nodded. Chapter 11. The Sheep upon witnessing the situation. The Namekians promptly escorted their fellow Namekians to meet the Grand Elder. Inside a magnificent 3-story white castle, a colossal stone chair housed an exceedingly corpulent Namekian, the Grand Elder himself. Suddenly, several Namekians flew in through the castle windows. Upon entering, they immediately prostrated themselves before the Grand Elder. Greetings, Grand Elder. He acknowledged with a nod. Call, what brings you here? Grand Elder, there is a child named Son Gohan who claims to come from Earth. He wishes to see you regarding matters pertinent to Namek, Call replied. The Grand Elder pondered for a moment and said, in that case, bring him to me. However, Grand Elder, he appears to be a Saiyan. That's of no concern. Bring him here. Affirmed the Grand Elder. Yes, Grand Elder. After some time, Son Gohan was brought before the Grand Elder. Grand Elder, I have brought the visitor. Very well, you may leave now. I wish to speak with him privately. Privately? Call's concern was evident. Rest assured, this child is not malevolent. Very well. Call conceded and promptly exited with the other Namekians. You are Son Gohan, correct? Asked the Grand Elder. Yes, Grand Elder. What is it that you seek? Grand Elder, do you believe I come from the future? I do, the Grand Elder replied thoughtfully. But what is your purpose here? Grand Elder, Frieza and his forces may arrive on Namek in a few months. Frieza, the Grand Elder echoed. Indeed. Their objective is your Dragon Balls, which is why I have come to warn you. The Namekians must relocate to evade this calamity. After a moment of contemplation, the Grand Elder remarked, though the universe is vast, it is inevitable that it will be discovered. Son Gohan, may I ask for your assistance? Of course, Grand Elder. I wish for you to help us defeat Frieza. Do you believe you can accomplish this? I can, but the fact that I come from the future must remain confidential. Agreed. The Grand Elder nodded. Additionally, I wish to assist you in unlocking your potential. Thank you. Son Gohan approached the Grand Elder, who placed his hand upon Son Gohan's forehead. A white aura emanated from the Grand Elder's hand, surging into Son Gohan's entire being. Upon sensing the immense potential within Son Gohan, the Grand Elder's expression shifted to one of astonishment. After a moment, he slowly withdrew his hand. All done. Son Gohan nodded. At that moment, a voice resonated in his ear. Ding. Congratulations, your battle power has surpassed 100 million. You have received rewards, 20-fold injury-free King Kai Fist, reflective armor, 60 damage reflection, and Demon Seal Wave. As the announcement concluded, a pink reflective armor appeared in Son Gohan's inventory. Rewards granted. Please continue your diligent training. Has it truly surpassed 100 million? Son Gohan mused, opening his character panel to discover his battle power had indeed reached 110 million. So, Son Gohan, when will you assist us in defeating Frieza? We shall wait for him to arrive on Namek. Wait for him? Indeed, the universe is vast, and I know not where he currently resides. Moreover, we Saiyans cannot survive in the vacuum of space. We must await his arrival on a planet to vanquish him. In that case, I shall notify you the moment he arrives on Namek. Very well, if the Grand Elder has no further matters, I shall take my leave. The Grand Elder nodded. In an instant, Son Gohan teleported away from Namek. Not long after Son Gohan's departure, the Grand Elder summoned Call and the others. Grand Elder, where is Son Gohan? He has returned to Earth. Returned? Indeed, but he brought us a message of utmost importance regarding our planet. Of utmost importance? The Grand Elder nodded. Back on Earth, Son Gohan felt an immense sense of relief. Given his current training pace, it would have taken him at least 10 days to reach this level, yet he had achieved it in mere minutes. If only I could grow stronger without training. Master, that is an erroneous notion. True strength is attained through diligent effort, but I wish to be a naturally gifted warrior, much like Broly. Master, though Broly's lineage is formidable, he remains merely human. I can assist you in achieving divinity, granting you eternal life. And did you not mention that you could bestow upon me the ability to erase existence? With sufficient effort, not only could you obliterate the universe, but also create time and space itself. Son Gohan stroked his chin thoughtfully. System, you aren't deceiving me, are you? Master, would I ever do such a thing? Well, Son Gohan nodded. By the way, System, you seem rather loquacious. Master, do you find my words excessive? Not at all. I merely believe it would be preferable for you to be a bit quieter. Let me recount a myth. The system began to play a melody. Master, am I quiet enough now? After a brief moment, Son Gohan returned to his room, where a laptop sat awaiting him. This laptop had been borrowed from Bulma for the purpose of learning about computers. Son Gohan often utilized it to write programs during bouts of boredom. Recently, he had been developing a game titled Sheep, a popular game from his previous life. Similar to a match 3 puzzle game, Sheep featured cards hidden beneath others, making it impossible to discern what lay below until the top cards were flipped. Initially, the game offered only 2 levels, and many players had spent sleepless nights struggling to surpass the second one. Consequently, numerous individuals, believing themselves to be cleverer than others, sought to conquer the game as a means of showcasing their prowess. Son Gohan's motivation for creating this game also stemmed from a desire to earn money. While the Son family possessed wealth, both he and Son Goku had insatiable appetites. Had they not lived in the mountains, surrounded by abundant delicacies, their family would have long faced financial ruin. This was why Chi-Chi, in the original Dragon Ball series, had persistently urged Son Gohan to study diligently and earn a living. Chapter 12. Home. The past 3 months had flown by, and the day to resurrect Son Wukong had arrived. In the heavenly realm, Krillin and the others had already gathered the Dragon Balls, preparing to summon the eternal dragon to bring Son Wukong back to life. At this moment, Gohan and Piccolo stood by their side. Come forth, eternal dragon. Grant my wish. Bulma exclaimed as she gazed at the Dragon Balls on the ground. No sooner had she spoken than the sky above the earth darkened, and a magnificent azure dragon appeared before them. State your wish. Any wish can be granted. But only one, the dragon proclaimed. We wish to resurrect Son Wukong, they declared in unison. Very well, the dragon responded, its crimson eyes glowing bright. Meanwhile, on North Kai's planet, Son Wukong felt the sudden disappearance of his halo. Am I back to life? He wondered, touching his head. Indeed. North Kai nodded. Thank you for your care during this time, Lord Kai and Bubbles. I shall return to Earth now, until we meet again, Goku said, his heart filled with gratitude. The others felt a sense of reluctance as they watched him go. Though sometimes reckless, Son Wukong was kind-hearted, and their time together on this planet had been rather solitary. Back on Earth, the Eternal Dragon announced, I have successfully resurrected Son Wukong. Until we meet again. With that, it transformed back into 7 Dragon Balls, scattering across the globe. Is he really back? Din asked, receiving a nod from the Earth's guardian. Since Wukong's physical form is on North Kai's planet, he will return there. Din explained. Oh, I see. But when will Wukong return to Earth? Din continued to ponder. I don't know. However, I believe it won't be long, Yamcha suggested. Then let's wait here for Wukong's return. The others nodded in agreement. On the path of the Yellow Springs, Son Wukong was filled with joy at the thought of reuniting with Krillin and the others. Yet, his greatest excitement stemmed from seeing Gohan. A few months prior, Gohan had mastered the Super Saiyan transformation, and his strength had undoubtedly escalated. With that thought, Son Wukong accelerated his flight. In the heavenly realm, Krillin and the others had been waiting for quite some time. Strange, why hasn't Wukong returned yet? Krillin remarked. Just then, they heard footsteps from a room nearby. Turning around, they beheld Son Wukong in his orange GI, accompanied by the fortune teller seated in a crystal ball. Wukong, Dad, Gohan exclaimed. It has been so long since we last saw each other. Son Wukong greeted them with a warm smile. Krillin and the others quickly approached him to catch up. Wukong, how has your training with Lord Kai been? Have you grown stronger? Krillin inquired. Not bad. Just a bit stronger than you all. Wukong responded playfully. Just a bit. Gohan is the strongest among us now. Krillin nodded in agreement. Son Wukong then turned to look at Gohan, who stood behind Krillin. For some reason, Gohan seemed somewhat unfamiliar to him. The once innocent and timid Gohan who clung to him now exuded an air of maturity that was unexpected for a child. Could it be due to Piccolo's influence? Son Wukong pondered silently. If Wukong has no other matters, I shall take my leave, the fortune teller announced. Thank you for your help. Dear fortune teller, Wukong replied gratefully. It was nothing, she said, as she departed the heavenly realm in her crystal ball. Once she was gone, Son Wukong immediately embraced Gohan. Caught off guard by the sudden affection, Gohan felt a momentary discomfort. Though he appeared as a child, his soul was nearly as old as Wukong's. After a brief hug, Son Wukong set Gohan back down. You seem to have grown quite a bit in this year, Wukong remarked. Yes, I'm only 5, so of course, I will keep growing. Gohan smiled. Wukong, do you think you can defeat the Saiyans arriving on Earth tomorrow? Krillin asked. I'm not sure, but with Gohan by my side, Even if I can't win, I still have him. Wukong affirmed, and Krillin nodded in agreement. Well, it's getting late. I should be heading back, Wukong announced. Back? Yes. I haven't seen Chi-Chi in ages. Gohan, let's go home. Gohan nodded in affirmation. Uncle Piccolo, I will be leaving now, Gohan said. All right. Soon after, Gohan followed Son Wukong as they departed the heavenly realm. At Baozi Mountain, Son Wukong's home, Chi-Chi looked weary after not seeing either of them for a year. She sat despondently in the house. Chi-Chi, Wukong is coming back today. You shouldn't be so downcast, Ox King urged. Dad, Gohan has been with Piccolo for a year. I don't even know how far behind he is in school. Can you blame me for feeling this way? Chi-Chi replied. Don't worry, Chi-Chi. Gohan is clever. Just find a teacher to help him catch up, and he'll be fine. Ox King reassured her. That is not the same, and hiring a teacher costs money. Just then, a commotion sounded outside. Chi-Chi, could it be Wukong returning? She wondered. Immediately, she sprang to her feet and hurried to the door, only to find two very familiar figures. Wukong, Gohan, Chi-Chi exclaimed, tears welling in her eyes. Mom, Gohan called out. At that moment, Ox King stepped outside as well. Wukong, Gohan. He greeted them. They nodded in acknowledgement. Chi-Chi rushed to Gohan, enveloping him in a tight embrace. Mom, Gohan began, but Chi-Chi released him to examine him closely. You've lost weight and grown taller. But where is your tail? She asked. My tail was removed by Uncle Piccolo, Gohan explained. Removed? Why? Chi-Chi inquired. Because whenever I see a full moon, I transform into a giant ape. I see. But it's all right. Your father doesn't have a tail either. Chi-Chi consoled him. Gohan nodded. Now, Gohan, let us head home. I've prepared some delicious food for you, Chi-Chi declared, and Gohan nodded again. Taking his hand, she led him back inside. Well, Wukong, shall we go inside too? Ox King suggested. Sure. Back home, Gohan surveyed his surroundings. Although their house was not as grand as Bulma's, it radiated a sense of warmth and comfort. Chapter 13, The Art of Cloning. What's wrong, Gohan? Chi-Chi asked as she noticed Son Gohan lost in thought. Nothing, it's just that I haven't been back in a long time. He replied. Is that so? Then I'll prepare something delicious for you right away, Chi-Chi exclaimed. Gohan nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Chi-Chi cheerfully dashed into the kitchen. Hey, Goku, I heard from the fortune teller that Gohan has already surpassed you. Is that true? Ox King whispered. Indeed, Goku nodded. Are you planning to let him continue his martial arts training, or will he focus on his studies? I'm not sure. It's up to Gohan, Goku replied. Oh, I see. But it seems Chi-Chi is determined that Gohan should pursue his studies, Ox King remarked. Yeah. Goku scratched his head in resignation. He had once advised Chi-Chi to let Gohan train, but she always insisted that the world was at peace. And it was more important for Gohan to study and grow up to be successful and wealthy. Ox King sighed, feeling similarly to Goku, wishing Gohan could continue his martial arts training. After a while, Chi-Chi finished preparing the meal, filling the dining table with an abundance of dishes. All right, Goku, Gohan. Dinner is ready, she called. Great. Ox King nodded, leading Gohan and the others to sit down. Chi-Chi, shall we dig in? Goku asked. Chi-Chi nodded. Gohan and Ox King quickly picked up their utensils and began to eat. Clatter, clatter, bang, bang, bang due to the speed at which Goku and the others were eating. Many of the dishes on the table were emptied and set aside. Seeing this, Chi-Chi smiled and said, Gohan, since you're back, it's about time you focused on your studies. Coughing, Gohan choked on his food. Gohan, are you all right? Chi-Chi rushed to hand him a glass of water. After taking a sip, Gohan managed to swallow the food that had lodged in his throat. Are you okay, Gohan? Chi-Chi asked with concern. I'm fine, Mom. I still need to fight the Saiyans with Dad tomorrow. Let us talk about studying the day after, Gohan insisted. Chi-Chi fixed her gaze on him, her tone serious. Gohan, are you being led astray by Piccolo? Do you not want to study? No, I just want to fight with Dad tomorrow, Gohan replied. Gohan, fighting is for adults. Let your father handle tomorrow's battle alone. Besides, it's very dangerous. What if you get hurt? But Dad could get hurt too. That's different. Your father is strong and can handle a few minor injuries. Isn't that right, Goku? But Chi-Chi, tomorrow's battle is crucial for Earth. Gohan's strength surpasses mine. I think we should postpone his studies for now. No way. Chi-Chi shouted at Goku. Since you died, Gohan has been taken by Piccolo and has studied for a year. He has fallen behind his peers, and if he doesn't study now, He'll fall even further behind. But Chi-Chi, tomorrow's battle is really important. Ox King added in support. Chi-Chi pondered for a moment before responding. All right. But you must guarantee Gohan's safety. Otherwise, I will never agree. Goku nodded. After dinner, under Chi-Chi's insistence, Gohan returned to his room to study. Sitting at his desk, Gohan felt somewhat dejected, twirling a pencil in his hand. Despite having immense fighting power, he was relegated to studying. Truly. His mother Chi-Chi was the most formidable force in the universe. After a while, Gohan suddenly asked, System, my esteemed master is trapped here due to studying. Shouldn't you help your master? Esteemed? Gohan coughed, trying to sound bold. Let us not dwell on the details. The most important thing now is to liberate your master from this predicament. If you compliment me, I'll assist you. System. You are the most powerful system I have ever encountered. Stay humble. The system replied with pride. Then, master, I shall grant you the art of cloning. Cloning? Yes. You can use a single hair from your head to create a clone to study in your place. That's a splendid idea. But wouldn't I be unaware of what my clone is doing? No worries, master. Once you retract the hair, you will gain the memories of your clone. Is that so? Then, shall I transfer the cloning technique to you now? Gohan nodded. Suddenly, a wealth of knowledge about the cloning technique flooded Gohan's mind. He plucked a hair from his head, blew on it, and the hair transformed into a clone that resembled him. Looking at his clone, Gohan instructed. You'll stay here and study for me, all right? The clone nodded. With that, Gohan instantaneously teleported to the mountain where Piccolo trained. Gohan. Piccolo stood up from the peak. Gohan nodded. Didn't you go home with Goku? What are you doing here? I snuck out. You snuck out? Yes. Because my mom won't let me train. Piccolo snorted. What about Goku? My dad can't do much about it either. Is that so? Are you nervous about tomorrow's battle? Not at all. I heard Dad say those two Saiyans aren't Super Saiyans. Piccolo nodded. Soon after, Gohan and Piccolo trained for a while. The following morning, after breakfast, Gohan quickly gathered with Krillin and the others. Goku, will you fight first today, or will Gohan? Krillin asked. Goku chuckled. Gohan has already surpassed me. If he goes first, I might not have a chance to fight. Besides, I want to see how I measure up against those two Saiyans. I think that's a good idea. Goku. Being a battle enthusiast, certainly wouldn't he miss this opportunity. Turning to Gohan, Goku asked, Gohan, you don't have any objections, do you? Gohan shook his head decisively. He was confident that he could defeat either Nappa or Vegeta with just a finger. Yamcha, then Goku, we want to join the fight too. You guys? Yes. Krillin and I have been training hard in the other world for a year. Even if we can't defeat them, we have you, right? All right then. At that moment, two Saiyan spaceships appeared in the outer space above Earth. These ships belonged to Nappa and Vegeta. Chapter 14. Battle against the Vegetable Men. As the spacecraft of the two approached, Son Wukong and his companions on Earth quickly sensed their energy. They're here, Krillin exclaimed, his expression grave. Almost immediately, two radiant white lights appeared in the sky, marking the arrival of Vegeta and Nappa's spacecraft. With a thunderous crash, the vessels landed heavily on the ground, sending clouds of dust flying. Moments later, as the dust settled, two sizable craters emerged on the surface. Vegeta and Nappa simultaneously opened the doors of their spacecraft and stepped out. Are they the two companions that Raditz spoke of? Yamcha uttered in fear. Originally confident in his own strength, he now found himself dwarfed by the overwhelming power emanating from Vegeta and Nappa. With a swift motion, Vegeta and Nappa descended from the craters created by their landing. Kakarot, you have indeed returned, Vegeta said, a smile gracing his face as he addressed Son Wukong. Son Wukong nodded in acknowledgement. Are you the companions of Raditz? Indeed, Kakarot. My name is Nappa, and standing beside me is our Saiyan Prince, Lord Vegeta. The Saiyan Prince. 1, 2, 3, 7, 8. There are more of them. Vegeta counted the number of Son Wukong's companions. Nappa, why don't you play with them for a while? As you command, Lord Vegeta, Nappa replied, activating the scouter over his left eye. Beep. 1220. 1083. 1480. 1830. 610. What is this? A bunch of weaklings. Nappa scoffed, glancing disdainfully at the readings on his scouter. Nappa, what is Kakarot's power level? Vegeta inquired. I haven't checked yet, but I suspect it won't be much higher than theirs. Nappa, do not underestimate him. Kakarot may be more formidable than you think. Vegeta admonished. While Krillin and the others appeared tense, Son Wukong and Gohan remained remarkably calm. Given his years of combat experience, Son Wukong knew that both he and Gohan possessed significant strength. Yes, Nappa exclaimed and immediately directed the scouter towards Son Wukong. Beep. 1000. Upon seeing the reading, Nappa sighed in relief. Lord Vegeta, Kakarot's power level is 1000. Only 1000? I had higher expectations. What about that little brat? Vegeta asked. Looking at Gohan, Nappa turned the scouter towards Gohan. Beep. 980. 980. Nappa reported. Upon hearing this, Vegeta stroked his chin thoughtfully. I see now. Kakarot and the boy have concealed their true power, which is why they appear so composed. Concealed power? Nappa, do you not remember? Kakarot only had a power level of over 400 when he fought Raditz, yet somehow he raised it to over 900. Now it makes sense. However, Lord Vegeta, even if Kakarot is hiding his power, it cannot exceed mine, can it? Theoretically, that should be unlikely, but it is prudent to remain cautious. Understood, Lord Vegeta. Nappa nodded. Aren't we starting yet? Son Wukong interjected after the lengthy discussion. Nappa chuckled. Kakarot, are you so eager to meet your demise? Meet my demise? Son Wukong replied, puzzled. While Nappa's energy felt formidable, he was confident in his ability to defeat him. As for Vegeta, that was a different story. With a cold sneer, Nappa approached the ground and planted several seeds into the soil. What is he doing? Yamcha asked, perplexed. I have no idea. Krillin shook his head. Suddenly, a loud bang resonated as 6 diminutive green creatures erupted from the earth. These creatures, known as vegetable men, were traditional weapons of the Saiyans. However, they were not of Saiyan invention but rather creatures discovered on a distant planet. They could fight autonomously, serving as convenient tools. Yet the seeds used to cultivate them were rare and expensive, making them inaccessible to all. The vegetable men possessed a power level of 1200, capable of matching Raditz's strength of 1500, and although they held a low status, their power was formidable. These are the vegetable men, each has a power level of 1200. 1200? Isn't that close to Raditz's power level? Krillin exclaimed in alarm. Indeed, but Raditz is one individual, while they number 6. Krillin gulped at the realization. Yamcha, are you certain you want to face them alone? Well, I believe it would be better if we all worked together. Humph. Piccolo scoffed, displaying disdain. The others, upon hearing this, adopted serious expressions. With a mocking grin, Nappa waved his hand toward the vegetable men. Attack. The 6 vegetable men charged at Son Wukong and his companions. In a swift motion, Son Wukong struck one of the vegetable men, sending it flying. Gohan effortlessly fired a wave of energy, obliterating another. Krillin raised his hand, conjuring a rapidly spinning energy disc. Spirit Slash! He shouted, launching the disc toward a charging vegetable man. With a slicing sound, the creature was cleaved in two, collapsing to the ground. Excellent! Yamcha exclaimed, confidently gathering energy for his own attack. At that moment, one of the vegetable men opened its head, releasing a corrosive liquid. Yamcha quickly retreated, redirecting his energy attack away from the creature. With a massive explosion, the vegetable man was vanquished. The remaining 2 vegetable men hesitated, clearly intimidated. Do not retreat, Nappa bellowed, forcing them to charge at Piccolo and Tien. With a cold grunt, Piccolo struck one vegetable man in the abdomen, eliciting a pained scream as it crumpled to the ground. He then unleashed an energy wave, eradicating the creature completely. Chapter 15, Son Goku vs. Nappa. At this moment, Tien had already dealt with the vegetable man. Nappa was taken aback, as he had initially believed that the vegetable man could eliminate them. But he never anticipated the extraordinary strength of Krillin and the others. Since the vegetable man has been vanquished, it is your turn, Nappa declared. Very well, Your Highness Vegeta. Nappa responded, clasping his hands together and revealing a sinister smile. Who among you shall be the first to meet their demise? Upon hearing this, Krillin and the others fell silent, casting their gazes towards Son Goku and his son. Nappa's power was overwhelming, even if they exerted their utmost effort. They doubted they could contend with him. I shall engage you in battle. Son Goku stepped forward, determination in his stride. A gentle breeze tousled his hair as Nappa chuckled. Fine, I will dispose of you first, then deal with those earthlings. Let us see if you possess the capability. Son Goku replied with a calm demeanor. Humph, Nappa scoffed. Kakarot, even your brother Raditz would not dare to be so arrogant before me. Oh really? Son Goku replied with a light chuckle, releasing his energy. The battle power detector on Nappa's left eye immediately began to beep. Beep. 2000. 3000. As the numbers soared, beads of cold sweat formed on Nappa's forehead. Ultimately, Son Goku's battle power reached an impressive 5000. 5000. Upon seeing the final reading, Nappa felt a chill run down his spine. Son Goku had remarkably increased his power from over 400 to 5,000 in just 1 year. Vegeta, too, was astonished, but merely surprised. His own battle power had reached 14,000, rendering 5,000 insignificant in comparison. 5,000. Krillin and the others gasped in disbelief. While they were aware that Son Goku was stronger than them, they had not anticipated such a vast difference. I must now be stronger than Raditz, right? Nappa sneered. What of your strength? I am a warrior of noble lineage, while you are merely the son of a lowly warrior. You stand no chance against me. Son Goku smiled faintly. Is that so? Then shall we commence? Upon hearing this, Nappa immediately lowered his arms, his expression turning serious. Ha! Suddenly, Nappa shouted, rushing towards Son Goku like the wind, launching a fierce attack. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Son Goku deftly dodged Nappa's strikes with ease. What? Nappa exclaimed, retreating swiftly and firing an energy wave at Son Goku. Son Goku sidestepped to the left, evading the blast. Boom. A tremendous explosion echoed as a mountain behind Son Goku crumbled to dust. Damn it! Nappa roared, unleashing several energy waves towards Son Goku. Once again, Son Goku shifted slightly, eluding the onslaught. Nappa charged at him once more, closing the distance rapidly. Soon, Nappa was upon Son Goku, delivering a powerful downward punch. Son Goku raised his arms, blocking the blow. Nappa was taken aback as Son Goku countered, forcing him back several steps. Enough. You have been on the offensive long enough. It's my turn now. Nappa felt a surge of anxiety upon hearing this, but with Vegeta behind him, he could only feign composure. Kakarot, I shall see just how strong you truly are, Nappa declared, gripping his hands tightly and charging once more at Son Goku. Son Goku shifted to the left and struck Nappa's face with a right hook. Bang! The force of Son Goku's punch knocked out 2 of Nappa's teeth, sending him crashing into the mountain behind him. The ground erupted in a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Nappa gasped for breath, rising from the ground and wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Humph! What a useless fool! Vegeta scoffed disdainfully. Nappa noticed Vegeta's scorn and felt a weight of pressure. Having followed Vegeta, he understood his ruthless nature. If he failed to defeat Son Goku, he would surely face severe repercussions. Determined to win at all costs, Nappa gathered his resolve. Ha! With a thunderous shout, Nappa concentrated and unleashed a wave of energy towards Krillin. Son Goku was startled. He had not anticipated Nappa attacking Krillin. Yet, in his current state, he could not reach Krillin in time to save him. Just then, Gohan moved swiftly, appearing in front of Krillin and deflecting Nappa's energy wave with a single palm. With a resounding boom, the energy wave detonated behind Krillin and the others. Gee Gohan! Krillin exclaimed, gazing at the aftermath of the explosion. Did you just save me? Yes. Gohan nodded. Nappa was taken aback. Who is that little brat who appeared before the bald one? Meanwhile, Vegeta's expression grew serious. He had initially believed Son Goku to be the strongest among them, but it seemed that Gohan's power was not to be underestimated. Intriguing. A moment later, Vegeta's lips curled into a faint smile. Just then, Nappa thrust both hands forward, releasing a barrage of golden energy waves toward Tien and the others. Tien and the others quickly retreated. Damn it! Son Goku seethed, clenching his fists tightly. Kaioken! With a mighty shout, Son Goku transformed into a blazing red flash, charging at Nappa. What? Vegeta gasped, lowering his arms. Bang! At that moment, Son Goku appeared before Nappa and delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen. Nappa let out a blood-curdling scream, his body flying back like a projectile, crashing into the mountain behind him. With a thunderous crash, boulders tumbled down, burying Nappa beneath them. The ground was soon enveloped in a thick cloud of dust. After a while, as the dust settled, Nappa's battle power plummeted from 4,000 to a mere 2. Indeed. They're all a bunch of useless waste. Upon witnessing Nappa's complete loss of power, Vegeta's disdain deepened significantly. Chapter 16, Sun Wukong vs. Vegeta. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong immediately cast a glance at Vegeta. Vegeta, your companions are still alive. If you leave now, I will allow you to depart. Allow us to leave? Vegeta erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the most absurd joke. Kakarot, do not presume that your modest strength grants you the audacity to act so arrogantly before me. To speak plainly, my current battle power far exceeds that of that guy by several multiples. Yes, several multiples. Krillin and the others exchanged glances, their faces betraying a flicker of astonishment. Son Gohan observed Vegeta with an air of detached amusement. Had he chosen to intervene, a mere flick of his wrist would have sufficed to obliterate Vegeta. Yet, he refrained, wishing to indulge the desire of Sun Wukong and Vegeta to engage in combat. Yes, several multiples. Though Son Wukong had conserved some strength, his Kaioken technique could grant him at most a twofold increase, unless he disregarded his physical limits and sought to amplify it further. However, such an endeavor would swiftly overwhelm his body. Are you afraid, Kakarot? Vegeta taunted. Son Wukong chuckled softly. If I were truly afraid, I would not engage in battle with you. Indeed, Vegeta declared, raising his right hand to unleash a blue energy wave against the boulder, crushing Nappa. With a resounding explosion, Nappa and the boulder were reduced to mere fragments. A cloud of dust and debris enveloped the ground. I, Vegeta, have no need for worthless burdens. Krillin and the others were taken aback, their expressions marred by fear. They had not anticipated that Vegeta would resort to eliminating his own comrade. Son Wukong clenched his fist in response. Vegeta let out a light chuckle, leaping onto the peak of a nearby mountain. Son Wukong promptly soared to the opposite peak. The distance between the two mountains was but a few meters. A gentle breeze swept through, ruffling their hair. You should feel honored. A warrior of my caliber seldom condescends to spar with those of inferior rank, Vegeta remarked, arms crossed, a smile playing on his lips. Saiyans are assessed for their warrior potential at birth, and those deemed too weak, like you, are dispatched to places devoid of formidable foes. You are universally recognized as a fool. Rather than taking offense, Son Wukong responded with a faint smile. Thanks to you, I found myself on this earth. And I truly should express my gratitude. Besides, the line between genius and foolishness is thin. With relentless effort, one can surpass the gifted. Vegeta's cold laughter echoed. An amusing jest. Allow me to show you the chasm you shall never cross, no matter how hard you strive. With that, Vegeta assumed a combative stance. And Son Wukong mirrored him. The wind swirled around them, intensifying the atmosphere. Suddenly, Son Wukong clenched his fists, stepped forward, and soared towards Vegeta's mountain peak. Ha! With a mighty roar, Son Wukong unleashed a flurry of punches towards Vegeta. Vegeta deftly blocked, deflecting the blows away from their intended target. Son Wukong quickly retracted his fists, launching another barrage of attacks. Vegeta raised his hands, parrying while simultaneously retaliating against Son Wukong. After a series of exchanges, Vegeta leapt backwards, propelling himself several mountains away. Whoosh! Son Wukong pursued him without hesitation. Vegeta chuckled, planting his right foot firmly on the mountain behind him, then swiftly flew towards the approaching Son Wukong, delivering a powerful punch. Bang! Son Wukong was struck squarely in the face, sent reeling backwards. Just as he was about to collide with the mountain behind him, he forcefully propelled himself upwards, soaring into the air. As Son Wukong surveyed his surroundings, Vegeta suddenly appeared behind him, launching a hand strike. Whoosh! Son Wukong dropped swiftly, spinning around to kick at Vegeta. Vegeta evaded, retreating to dodge the blow. The two engaged in a whirlwind of fists and feet, clashing in midair. Whoosh! Bang, bang, bang! After numerous exchanges, Vegeta accelerated his strikes, landing powerful blows on Son Wukong's torso. Son Wukong let out a pained cry, bending slightly under the assault. Just then, Vegeta's silhouette emerged above Son Wukong, his hands clasped together, descending with force. Bang! The impact resonated violently, sending Son Wukong plummeting like a shooting star. Just before he crashed onto a small peak, Son Wukong executed a backflip, landing on the mountain behind him. Seeing this, Vegeta immediately descended onto the mountain in front of Son Wukong. He's incredible. Even now, he hasn't fought seriously. His speed and combat prowess are leagues above mine. Son Wukong thought, admiring the confident Vegeta before him. Hurry up and attack. Could it be that you've exhausted all your strength? I see now. Let me show you. Son Wukong declared, clenching his fists tightly, releasing an immense wave of heat that flushed his skin crimson. A red aura enveloped him. Kaioken, raising his right hand. A brilliant red light radiated from it. Vegeta, startled, leapt upward with all his might. With a thunderous roar, the mountain Vegeta had stood upon was obliterated. Seizing the moment, Son Wukong transformed into a streak of red light, charging towards Vegeta in the sky. Bang! Son Wukong's fist collided forcefully with Vegeta's face, causing his head to snap back. Seizing the opportunity, Son Wukong unleashed a rapid succession of punches, striking Vegeta's face multiple times. Subsequently, he lifted his right leg and kicked Vegeta away with great force. Boom! Son Wukong clenched his fists again, rapidly descending to the ground, racing towards the airborne Vegeta. At that moment, Vegeta's figure flickered, swiftly appearing before Son Wukong, delivering a powerful kick aimed at his chin. The energy of Son Wukong's Kaioken dissipated, and he was sent flying backward. Beads of cold sweat dotted his forehead as he regarded Vegeta with a grave expression. Noticing this, Vegeta smiled slightly. If this is your limit, then you are truly disappointing. Chapter 17. The Triple Kaioken Kamehameha. As the two warriors engaged in a fierce battle, Gohan was vigilantly observing their surroundings. In the original Dragon Ball series, Dr. Gero had once mentioned that he had dispatched miniature robots to collect data on the combat between Goku and Vegeta. After scanning the area for a while, Gohan spotted a minuscule white robot, no larger than a fingernail. "I found it," he exclaimed, swiftly capturing the tiny machine. The robot, sensing its capture, immediately began to resist. With a disdainful snort, Gohan stored it in the system's inventory. Gohan. At that moment, Piccolo and the others noticed Gohan's presence in the distance. Gohan nodded and quickly flew to Piccolo's side. "What is going on, Gohan?" Piccolo inquired. "It's nothing. I thought I saw a figure, but I must have been mistaken." Piccolo turned his attention back to Goku's battle, initially believing that even after a year of training on North Kai's planet, Goku wouldn't be significantly stronger than him. However, he was taken aback by the vast gap in their powers. Clenching his fists, Piccolo resolved to train harder after this battle to catch up with Goku. At that moment, Vegeta clenched his fists, emanating a formidable aura that rapidly surged upward. The ground trembled violently under the influence of Vegeta's energy, sending a cloud of dust and debris into the air. A brilliant golden light enveloped Vegeta, and ominous dark clouds formed in the sky, obscuring the sunlight. "What an overwhelming power," Piccolo remarked. As the winds intensified, Goku braced himself against the onslaught, retreating a few paces. Suddenly, Vegeta bellowed, his entire being radiating an intense brilliance. Moments later, once the tumult settled, Vegeta revealed that his power level had soared to 18,000. The ground ceased its trembling, and the dark clouds dissipated. Goku surveyed the area, then focused on Vegeta, who now wore a serene expression, a testament to his newfound strength. Without warning, Vegeta charged at Goku like a bolt of lightning. Caught off guard, Goku was hurled away by Vegeta's shoulder. Vegeta, appearing in front of the tumbling Goku, struck him fiercely with an elbow to his back. Goku crashed onto a small peak. Regaining his footing, he unleashed a surge of red energy. "Double Kaioken," he shouted, transforming into a streak of red light as he charged at Vegeta. In a flash, Vegeta reappeared behind Goku. As Goku spun around, he was met with a powerful kick aimed at his chest. Boom. Goku was sent hurtling into a mountain, while Krillin and the others watched with growing concern. Vegeta sneered. "Kakarot, is this all the power you possess?" Goku, panting heavily, soared from the mountain and landed on another peak, gasping for breath. After a moment, his eyes hardened with determination. "There's no other choice. Even if it means risking injury or death, I must elevate the Kaioken to triple." "What is the matter, Kakarot? Have you run out of tricks?" Vegeta taunted, noticing Goku's hesitation. Goku closed his eyes slowly. "My body, you must endure." Vegeta's expression shifted slightly. Just then, Goku opened his eyes, a torrent of red energy enveloping him. "Triple Kaioken," he shouted, transforming into a red flash as he charged at Vegeta. Vegeta, caught off guard, had no time to react before Goku's fist collided with him. Boom. A resounding crash echoed as Vegeta was sent flying. "Ah!" Goku cried triumphantly, darting above Vegeta and delivering a powerful punch, sending him crashing to the ground. With a thunderous impact, a massive mountain crumbled beneath Vegeta's weight, sending clouds of dust swirling into the air. Goku, now panting heavily, felt the fiery aura dissipate. Though he had injured Vegeta with the triple Kaioken, the exertion had taken a toll on his own body. Goku glanced back at Gohan, realizing that if Gohan had participated in this battle, it would have likely ended long ago. However, Gohan had chosen to train for a year on North Kai's planet to test himself against Vegeta. Suddenly, Vegeta roared, unleashing a powerful aura that sent the debris pinning him scattering. He examined his hands, shocked to find them stained with blood. I'm injured," he muttered in disbelief, then glared up at Goku with fury. With a mighty leap, Vegeta soared into the sky, while Goku, burdened by the strain of the triple Kaioken, landed on a small peak. Vegeta clasped his hands together, summoning arcs of purple lightning. "What?" Goku gasped, glancing back. "Is he planning to destroy Earth?" Vegeta sneered. "Indeed, Kakarot. If you wish to evade, feel free, but the Earth behind you will not be spared." Goku clenched his fists defiantly. "I will not flee." "Ha!" Goku declared, his energy flaring as he prepared his hands. Triple Kaioken Kamehameha. Just then, Vegeta finished gathering his energy and thrust his hands forward. "Final flash," he shouted, unleashing a violet beam toward Goku. "Ha!" Goku bellowed, simultaneously firing his Kamehameha wave. Chapter 18. The Trump Card with a resounding crash. The Kamehameha wave collided forcefully with the Gallic gun. The ground trembled violently around them. Due to Vegeta's superior strength over Goku, the Gallic gun swiftly overwhelmed the Kamehameha. Damn it! Goku shouted in anger, pushing upward with all his might, forcing the Kamehameha to push back against the Gallic gun momentarily. Observing this, Vegeta let out a fierce roar, pushing the Kamehameha outward again. Goku cried out in pain as his body began to falter. Gohan and Krillin turned their gazes towards Gohan, realizing that only he could potentially save the Earth now. Gohan remained calm in the face of the crisis. At that moment, Goku's trembling hands suddenly clenched into fists. Fourfold Kaioken. With a mighty shout, Goku amplified his power. An overwhelming force surged into the Kamehameha, pushing Vegeta's Gallic gun back. What? Vegeta exclaimed in shock, unable to evade in time. Boom. With an earth-shattering sound, Vegeta was struck by his own Gallic gun, letting out a horrendous scream. After a moment, when the explosion subsided, Vegeta's figure was nowhere to be seen in the sky. Has he been eliminated? Krillin asked, his voice trembling. Not yet. Gohan shook his head. Really? Gohan nodded and swiftly appeared beside the injured Goku. Goku. Goku's voice was weak as he called out to Gohan. Gohan nodded. Feeding a Senzu bean to Goku. Goku quickly swallowed the bean, healing his injuries. Once restored, Goku felt a surge of power coursing through him, far greater than before. What? Vegeta, lurking within the clouds, was taken aback. Every time a Saiyan survives the brink of death, their battle power multiplies. This meant Goku's strength now surpassed his own. Damn it! Anger boiled within him. He regretted not having gone all out earlier to finish Goku off. Just then, Goku flew up from below. Vegeta gritted his teeth, conjuring an artificial moon with his right hand and throwing it into the sky. Goku, startled, prepared to intervene. But Vegeta's eyes suddenly turned crimson, and a mass of black fur sprouted from his body. Roar. With a tremendous roar, Vegeta transformed into a great ape. He transformed. Krillin and the others exclaimed, wide-eyed. Boom. As soon as the words left his mouth, Vegeta leaped down from the sky, his feet crashing heavily onto the ground, sending a massive cloud of dust into the air. Goku's expression hardened. Just then, Vegeta bellowed and unleashed a flurry of punches against the surrounding mountains, causing several peaks to collapse under his onslaught. Has he lost control? Before he could finish his thought, Vegeta spun around, arms reaching forward with lightning speed. Goku, startled, quickly retreated. Is he really out of control? Goku glanced at Vegeta, who suddenly broke into a grin. Kakarot. We elite warriors do not lose control when transformed into great apes. Is that so? Goku replied, his hands clenching tightly as he dashed toward Vegeta like a flash of lightning. Vegeta leaped into the air, his body soaring upward. Kaioken, Goku shouted, enveloping himself in a red aura, darting around to Vegeta's rear. Vegeta was taken by surprise. Just then, Goku delivered a powerful kick to Vegeta's back. Vegeta screamed as he was launched like a projectile, crashing into a mountain. With a thunderous roar, rocks tumbled down, stirring up a massive cloud of dust. Goku, witnessing this, dissipated his red aura. Vegeta, you are no longer my match. I suggest you surrender and leave Earth. Krillin, puzzled, asked, what just happened? Goku's strength was clearly inferior to his a moment ago. I don't know. Tien shook his head. Surrender? Vegeta's fury ignited at Goku's words. If it weren't for Goku regaining his strength with the Senzu bean, he would have already defeated him, leaving no room for Goku's arrogance. Clenching his fists, Vegeta declared, Kakarot. If you hadn't relied on that bean to heal, you would have lost to me already. Without the Senzu bean, I might have lost, but even now, you stand no chance. What do you mean by that, Kakarot? To speak frankly, Gohan's power far exceeds mine. If he intervened, you would have been defeated long ago. That kid. Vegeta's gaze shot towards Gohan in the distance. From the very beginning, he had sensed Gohan's extraordinary prowess, but never imagined he would be their trump card. Kakarot. If that kid's power surpasses yours, why do you still fight me? Why? Perhaps because I yearn to battle formidable foes to enhance my own strength. Formidable foes? Vegeta smiled slightly despite his disdain for Goku. This statement brought him a hint of delight. You just claimed that kid's power exceeds yours? Indeed. Goku confirmed with a nod. Vegeta immediately opened his mouth and unleashed a ki blast toward Gohan. Remaining calm, Gohan merely pointed his index finger at the blast, effortlessly dispelling it. Vegeta was astonished. He had initially thought Goku was deceiving him, but Gohan's strength was far more terrifying than he had imagined. At that moment, Gohan vanished, reappearing behind Vegeta in an instant. No, he vanished. Before Vegeta could react, Gohan summoned a golden energy blade with his right hand and swiftly severed Vegeta's tail. with a resounding crash. The tail fell heavily to the ground. No, this is bad. Vegeta's expression changed as he realized what was happening. Instantly, his body began to shrink, reverting to its humanoid form. Witnessing his transformation back to his original state, Vegeta's countenance shifted to one of sheer panic. In his grade 8 form, he had struggled against Goku and the others. Now, as a human, he was even less of a match for them. Chapter 19. The End of Battle. Vegeta, depart. In your current state, victory is beyond your grasp. At that moment, Goku suddenly interjected. Upon hearing this, Vegeta clenched his teeth in fury. Kakarot, I concede this time. But when we meet again, I shall not be defeated. Very well. Goku nodded. Observing this, Vegeta promptly turned and soared towards his spaceship. Moments later, he activated his vessel and departed Earth. He's gone, Krillin exclaimed. Indeed. After all, Gohan's strength is formidable. He could never hope to overcome him, Yamcha added. Just then, Goku and Gohan flew in from the distance. Goku, Gohan, Krillin called out, his face beaming with joy. The two acknowledged him with a nod. By the way, Goku, why did you let that guy go? He could return to Earth even stronger, Krillin inquired. It's nothing, really. I merely heard King Kai mention that we Saiyans are few in number, so I thought I would spare him this time. I see. Piccolo snorted. Goku, your mercy will one day be your downfall. Goku chuckled. Piccolo, when did you become so concerned for my well-being? I am not concerned for you. I merely remind you for Gohan's sake. Gohan, Goku called, glancing at his son. Piccolo, you have worked hard this past year. Without you, Gohan wouldn't have become this strong. Piccolo scoffed. Do not misunderstand, Goku. My training of Gohan was solely to harness his strength against the Saiyans. Goku nodded with a smile. Since the battle has concluded, shall we return? Indeed. Meanwhile, having departed Earth, Vegeta stood with clenched fists, gazing into the cosmos. Kakarot, Gohan, when we meet again, I shall defeat you. On Earth. At Mount Paozu, Goku and Gohan had returned to their doorstep. Goku knocked on the door. Moments later, Chi-Chi opened it. Gohan. Upon seeing her son safe, Chi-Chi rushed forward and embraced him tightly. Gohan felt a mix of surprise and warmth from her affection. At that moment, Ox King emerged from the house and lifted Gohan off the ground. Gohan felt somewhat helpless. He was not fond of being carried, but at 5 years old, it was a normal occurrence. Was it you or Goku who defeated the Saiyan? Ox King asked, after setting Gohan back down. It was Dad. Is that so? Then the Saiyan must not have been very strong. Gohan smiled silently at this. Well, Gohan, since the battle has ended, it's time for you to return to your studies. Grandpa, Gohan exclaimed, turning to Ox King. Ox King hesitated, torn between his daughter and grandson. No matter whom he sided with, it would be a delicate situation. Chi-Chi, perhaps let Gohan finish his lunch before studying. Dad. Chi-Chi glared at Ox King. We agreed yesterday that Gohan must study as soon as he returns. All right, Chi-Chi, I will send Gohan to study now. That's better. Gohan glanced at Goku, who remained silent, seemingly indifferent. Thus, Gohan complied and returned to his room to study. Once inside, Gohan retrieved the computer Bulma had gifted him. Lacking internet at home, he activated the system's Wi-Fi. After powering on the computer, he took out the miniature robot captured earlier and, using the system's scanner, located its connection port. Through the computer, Gohan swiftly accessed the data collected by the miniature robot. The information was minimal, mainly comprising battle data from today as confrontation between Goku and Vegeta. Gohan deleted this data and used the miniature robot to locate the supercomputer that controlled it. Initially, he intended to infiltrate the supercomputer, but its defenses were formidable, far beyond what Gohan could breach with his current skills. System, Dr. Gero's supercomputer is too difficult to infiltrate. Do you have any methods to assist me? The system coughed. Master, I am a training system, not an omnipotent one. Gohan chuckled. So there are things you cannot accomplish. It's not that I cannot. Rather, I am a proper system. Assisting in computer infiltration is not the way of the righteous. Is that so? In that case, I shall research how to breach this computer on my own. If it takes a day, so be it. If 2 days, then so be it. If a month or a year, I shall persevere. The system remained silent, clearly recognizing Gohan's determination. Master, upon careful reflection, Dr. Gero is indeed a villain. Assisting you would be aiding justice. Very well. Gohan nodded. So, how can I infiltrate this supercomputer? Quite simply, allow me. As soon as the words left the system's mouth, Gohan's computer successfully breached Dr. Gero's supercomputer. Impressive. Upon realizing the success, Gohan immediately began to explore the files within. Soon, he discovered information regarding androids 16 to 20. Notably, Android 16 had already been successfully created by Dr. Gero, while androids 17 and 18 were still in the process of development. Androids 19 and 20, however, only had design schematics available. Androids 17 and 18. Gohan pondered over the design blueprints displayed on his screen. Both androids were modified from humans, and Dr. Gero's control techniques were still immature. Therefore, altering Dr. Gero's original programming would yield little benefit. Conversely, he could attempt to modify the programming of androids 19 and 20. Though he wondered if Dr. Gero would follow the original storyline and transform himself into Android 20. Chapter 20. Gohan's Clone vs. Piccolo. After a moment of contemplation, Gohan exited Dr. Gero's supercomputer and retracted the miniature robots back into the system. The creation of androids 19 and 20 had yet to commence, leaving him unable to input any programming for them. Just then, he heard the sound of the doorknob turning. Startled, Gohan quickly concealed the computer within the system. The door swung open, revealing a tall, imposing figure, his grandfather, the Ox King. Gohan, it's time for lunch. Okay. Gohan nodded in response. After lunch, Gohan took a short nap at home. As the clock approached 2 o'clock, Chi-Chi knocked and entered Gohan's room, gently rousing him from his slumber. Gohan, it's 2 o'clock already. It's time to study. Study? Gohan mumbled groggily. Go freshen up, then start reading and doing your exercises. Got it, Gohan exclaimed, leaping out of bed and rushing into the bathroom. Once inside, he promptly shut the door, retrieved a hair strand that had fallen earlier, and transformed it into a duplicate of himself. Now you will take my place in studying. Understood. The clone nodded. With that, Gohan instantaneously teleported to the peak where Piccolo was training. As he meditated, Piccolo sensed Gohan's energy and opened his eyes. Gohan, Uncle Piccolo. Gohan replied immediately. Gohan, I thought you were heading home. What brings you here? My mom wants me to study, but I'm not keen on it, so I thought I'd visit you. I see. But won't he your mother worry? Not at all, Uncle Piccolo. I left a clone at home. A clone? Gohan explained as he pulled another hair from his head, transforming it into his duplicate. Look, this is my clone. Piccolo was taken aback. Gohan's clone bore an identical aura and appearance to Gohan himself. It was nearly indistinguishable upon a casual glance. So, Gohan, how many of these clones can you create? I'm not certain, but I believe I could manage thousands. Thousands? Indeed. Can they fight? Of course. But they possess only 1,000th of my strength. 1,000th. Can they transform into Super Saiyans? If their battle power is sufficient, I believe they can. Piccolo's mind flooded with images of thousands of Super Saiyans. Should Gohan truly attain such strength, he doubted he could match even a single strand of Gohan's hair. This thought fortified Piccolo's resolve to grow stronger. Gohan, could you let your clone spar with me? Do you really think that a Gohan diminished 1,000-fold could hold his own? Gohan paused. Uncle Piccolo, do you wish to battle my clone? Yes. Is there a problem? Gohan chuckled. No, not at all. I'm just a bit surprised. He disclosed that Piccolo might struggle against his clone. Piccolo remained skeptical. In that case, let us have him face me. All right. Gohan nodded. With that, Gohan's clone stepped forward to face Piccolo. They exchanged glances before swiftly retreating, creating distance for their duel. Shall we begin? Piccolo inquired of Gohan's clone, who nodded in agreement. Ha! Piccolo exclaimed, charging forward with a clenched fist directed at Gohan's clone. In an instant, Piccolo was upon him, unleashing a flurry of punches like a tempest. Swish, swish, swish. Gohan's clone effortlessly dodged Piccolo's onslaught with a slight shift in his stance. What? Piccolo gasped, quickly retreating. At that moment, Gohan's clone vanished, reappearing before Piccolo, delivering a powerful strike to his abdomen. Piccolo let out a pained cry as he was sent crashing into the mountains behind him. Gohan, witnessing this, covered his face in dismay. He had intended for his clone to hold back, yet with Piccolo so close by, he found it awkward to express that sentiment. In hindsight, he wished he had instructed the system to communicate telepathically. Puffing heavily, Piccolo slowly rose from the ground. Ha! He locked eyes with Gohan's clone again and charged once more. Swish! Bang, bang, bang. Piccolo's fist struck Gohan's clone with fervor, who defended himself while retreating. Boom! Just as Piccolo cornered Gohan's clone against a mountain, the clone suddenly vanished, causing Piccolo's fist to crash heavily into the mountainside. Damn it! Piccolo growled, swiftly pivoting. Just then, Gohan's clone appeared midair, executing a spinning kick aimed at Piccolo. With a resounding crash, Piccolo was sent soaring into the mountain behind him, stirring up a cloud of dust and debris. Swish. Thud. Gohan's clone landed gracefully, calm and composed before Piccolo. Gohan flew over to his clone, exclaiming, "Uncle Piccolo, why did you strike so fiercely?" "But you just told me to spar with him." "I meant for you to spar, but you didn't have to be so brutal." "But I held back. I thought you wanted me to train him." Crash. At that moment, Piccolo emerged from beneath a boulder. "Gohan, don't allow your clone to hold back. Let him give it his all." "All right." Gohan nodded. Just then, a figure swooped down from the sky. It was Goku. "Dad." As soon as the words left his lips, Goku landed before them, his expression shifting to one of surprise as he observed both Gohan and his clone. Two Gohans? Not two Gohans, merely one Gohan and his clone. Piccolo interjected. Arms crossed. "A clone, you say?" Piccolo nodded. "I thought I sensed 3 distinct energies from Gohan." Goku remarked, turning his attention to Gohan's original form. "You must be the real Gohan, right?" Gohan confirmed with a nod. "And the Gohan at home, is that also your clone?" Chapter 21. The grandfather and the dream son Wufan nodded once more. "So, Wufan, your doppelganger should not be discovered by Chi-Chi, right?" "Indeed. My doppelganger possesses memories identical to mine." "Is that so? But where did you learn such an impressive technique?" "Well, I acquired it in a dream." "In a dream?" "Yes, I dreamt of an elderly gentleman who taught me the technique within that dream." "In a dream? You can recall the details from your dream so clearly?" Piccolo questioned, skepticism evident in his voice. "Absolutely. That grandfather not only taught me the doppelganger technique, but also the art of instant transmission." "Instant transmission? What is that, Wufan?" Goku inquired, upon hearing Wufan's fanciful tale. The system could not stifle a derisive snort. "Dreaming of an old man. Clearly, it was I who imparted this knowledge to you." Wufan, dismissing the system's remarks, began to elucidate the concept of instant transmission to Goku. Instant transmission is a technique that allows one to sense another's energy and instantly appear in their vicinity. The distance of this transmission can be immense, even if the person you are seeking resides on a distant planet, as long as you can sense their energy. You can teleport directly to them. Can you really teleport to someone else's planet? Wufan nodded affirmatively. Then, Wufan, could you teach me this skill? Of course. But it is quite challenging and may require a significant amount of time. That's fine. I will learn it slowly. Goku replied, glancing at Piccolo, who was still covered in sand and dust. Piccolo, were you just battling Wufan? Not quite. I was merely sparring with his doppelganger. Goku turned his gaze to the weaker energy signature of Wufan's clone. Did you manage to defeat Wufan's doppelganger? Not at all. Piccolo shook his head. Wufan, may I have a spar with your doppelganger? Certainly. Wufan gestured towards his clone. The combat prowess of Wufan's doppelganger was at least 80,000 points, far beyond Goku's current capabilities. Thus, he wished to ensure that his doppelganger did not overpower Goku too easily. Seeing Wufan's consent, Goku promptly flew to a nearby open area. Wufan's doppelganger took flight, positioning itself several hundred meters in front of Goku. Goku chuckled lightly, assuming a combat stance. Shall we begin, Wufan? Wufan's doppelganger nodded in agreement. Ha! Goku exclaimed, surging forward with a flurry of punches and kicks aimed at Wufan's clone. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Wufan's doppelganger effortlessly evaded Goku's attacks with a slight shift. Goku was taken aback. At that moment, Wufan's doppelganger suddenly vanished, reappearing behind Goku. And no, it disappeared. Just as the words left his lips, Wufan's doppelganger leaped and delivered a powerful kick to Goku's back. Boom. Goku was sent flying, crashing against a towering mountain. A cascade of boulders tumbled down, burying him beneath the rubble. Damn it. Goku growled, quickly rising from the ground. Kaioken. With a mighty shout, a fiery aura enveloped Goku. He shot forward like a crimson flash towards Wufan's doppelganger. Whoosh. Just as Goku drew near, Wufan's doppelganger vanished once more. Bang. Goku halted, scanning his surroundings. Suddenly, Wufan's doppelganger appeared on his left side, delivering a fierce kick to Goku's body. Bang. Goku plummeted to the ground like a meteor, crashing heavily into the earth. The impact sent a cloud of dust swirling into the air, and when it finally settled, a substantial crater was left in its wake. Gasping for breath, Goku fixed his gaze upon Wufan's doppelganger. Incredible! Just 2 moves, and I was nearly unable to withstand the force. Ha! Goku declared, clenching his fists, preparing to unleash the Kaioken once more. 5 times Kaioken. With another shout, Goku transformed into a streak of red light, charging at Wufan's doppelganger. The 5 times Kaioken represented the pinnacle of his current strength, if even this was inadequate to contend with Wufan's doppelganger. there would be no point in continuing the fight. What? Piccolo gasped. Goku's combat power was at least 20 to 30,000. And the 5 times Kaioken would elevate it to over 100,000. Bang. Just as Goku reached Wufan's doppelganger, he launched a powerful right punch. Wufan's doppelganger swiftly evaded, darting aside. Goku flew past, quickly landing and turning back. Bang. With a resounding impact, Goku struck Wufan's doppelganger forcefully. The doppelganger was sent flying 1,000 meters away. Goku, noticing this, suppressed his energy and approached Wufan. Wufan, did you allow your doppelganger to hold back? Goku, seasoned in combat, could discern the strength of his opponents through battle. The truth was that Wufan's doppelganger had indeed been too lenient. I did let him hold back a little. At that moment, Piccolo interjected with a frown. Wufan, if you continue to let your doppelganger go easy on us, we might as well challenge you directly. I understand, Uncle Piccolo. Wufan bowed his head in acknowledgement. Seeing Wufan's humility, Piccolo refrained from pressing the issue further. Wufan, how much of your strength does your doppelganger possess? 1,000th. 1,000th. Goku exclaimed in astonishment. So you mean to say that my current strength is less than 1,000th of yours? Piccolo added, not just you. I am in the same boat. Goku, hearing this, felt a measure of comfort. All right, from this day forth, I shall train diligently to catch up to Wufan. Piccolo remained silent. He was currently weaker than Goku, let alone catching up to Wufan. Wufan, how is it that you have grown so strong in just 1 year? Chapter 22. Frieza, it is nothing much. I simply engage in daily push-ups and have Aunt Bulma create a gravity chamber with 100 times the normal gravity. A gravity chamber? Yes, Dad. As Gohan spoke. He produced a universal capsule, pressed the switch, and tossed it onto a nearby open space. With a puff of white smoke, a semicircular structure materialized. This was Gohan's gravity chamber. Dad, this is Aunt Bulma's gravity chamber, Gohan announced, opening the door and ushering Goku and Piccolo inside. Goku surveyed the hall and remarked, Gohan, isn't this just an ordinary house? Dad, this is the living area. The gravity chamber is inside. Is that so? Goku replied, promptly following Gohan inside. Moments later, the trio arrived at the gravity chamber. Gohan succinctly introduced the gravity chamber to Goku. Up to 300 times the gravity, right? Indeed, Dad. If I want to increase the gravity further, I will need Aunt Bulma's assistance. It's fine. I won't need it just yet. Gohan nodded. Subsequently, the three began their training within the gravity chamber. At Beota Mountain, Goku's home, Chi-Chi was reviewing the exercises completed by Gohan's clone. Upon checking the answers, she found that the clone had gotten everything correct. Well done. All correct. My Gohan is truly the smartest. So, Gohan, what would you like for dinner tonight? I'll make it for you. Braised pig trotters, sweet and sour ribs. Gohan's clone listed many of his favorite dishes. Oh, very well. Then you continue to study diligently. Gohan's clone nodded. Seeing this, Chi-Chi promptly exited Gohan's room. What is this sweet and sour rib dish? As evening approached, Gohan felt he had trained enough for the day and took out the celestial mirror to check on his home situation. Through the mirror, he observed Chi-Chi cooking in the kitchen. After ensuring everything was well at home, Gohan instantly teleported back to his room, switching places with his clone. Time flew by, and soon more than half a month had passed. During this time, Gohan had been training diligently with Piccolo and the others. In the northern galaxy, a massive disc-shaped spaceship was en route to Namek. This vessel belonged to Frieza. Following Vegeta's defeat, Frieza learned from his subordinates about Vegeta's purpose for visiting Earth. Suddenly, he recalled that there were Dragon Balls on Namek, prompting him to instruct his subordinates to take him there. Within the control room of Frieza's spaceship, he held a wine glass filled a third of the way with red wine, gazing out into the cosmos. How long until we reach Namek? Replying to you, Lord Frieza. We should arrive in about 10 minutes. Oh, Frieza replied nonchalantly, savoring the wine in his glass. Lord Frieza, what wish do you intend to make upon collecting the Dragon Balls on Namek? Dodoria, feeling bored, curiously inquired. Frieza smiled and responded, I wish to attain eternal youth, so that I may continue to rule indefinitely. Ah, that is indeed a splendid wish. Frieza nodded in agreement. On planet Frieza 79, one of the planets under Frieza's control, Vegeta's spaceship had just landed. Vegeta had sustained severe injuries and had fallen into unconsciousness. However, even in his stupor, he repeatedly murmured the names of Goku and Gohan. With a soft sound, the spaceship door opened. Frieza's subordinates, recognizing the vessel as belonging to Vegeta, stood respectfully on either side, prepared to welcome him. As the door fully opened, the soldiers quickly saw the wounded Prince Vegeta. Prince Vegeta, one of the squad leaders, exclaimed upon seeing him unconscious, immediately commanding his men to carry Vegeta for treatment. On Earth, Gohan was engrossed in training when he suddenly heard the system's voice. Ding. Congratulations, Master. Your combat power has reached 1 billion. You are rewarded with the ability to survive in cosmic space, the Shadow War Axe. The Super Spirit Bomb, which can be powered by others without needing to raise your hands, and 999 cents of beans. The Shadow War Axe. Upon hearing this, Gohan immediately gained knowledge of the Super Spirit Bomb in his mind. The system's item inventory displayed a purple axe, and the number of sins of beans increased from 88 to 1087. System, why have you given me an axe? For chopping wood? Ahem. The system coughed. Master, the Shadow War Axe can cut through iron like mud. It is undoubtedly a formidable weapon, but I do not prefer using weapons. Fear not, Master. This axe can autonomously deal with your enemies without your direct control. It can act on its own? Indeed, Master. This is the most advanced war axe. Simply command it to eliminate your foes, and it shall comply. Impressive, Gohan exclaimed, immediately retrieving the Shadow War Axe from the system. The axe weighed 1,000 pounds. Yet in Gohan's hands, it felt weightless. Shadow War Axe, fell the tree ahead. Gohan pointed to a large tree in front of him. At Gohan's command, the axe swung forth, effortlessly felling the tree with a light sound. Excellent. Can you fell 10 large trees at once? Upon hearing this, the Shadow War Axe spun in midair and transformed into 10 identical axes. Then, the 10 axes simultaneously swung towards the 10 large trees. With another soft sound, all 10 trees fell simultaneously. The 10 axes then merged into one like a phantom. Shadow War Axe, how many axes can you create at once? The axe spun again in the sky, and hundreds of axes lined up in 10 rows. 100. The Shadow War Axe nodded as if it were a person. At that moment, the system's voice suddenly echoed. Master, Frieza and his crew have departed for Namek and will arrive in 1 minute. Understood, Gohan responded, swiftly using his hair to create a clone to remain behind, then teleporting to the village on Namek. Chapter 23. The Transfer of the Namekians. Are you Son Gohan? A Namekian with a good memory recognized the suddenly appeared Son Gohan. Gohan nodded. Frieza is almost here. You must hasten to take me to the Grand Elder. Additionally, gather everyone. I will lead you to Earth. Earth? Yes. I shall take you to the Grand Elder now. Nairu, go summon the villagers. Understood. Naira nodded. Without delay, the Namekian led Son Gohan to the Grand Elder. Moments later, Gohan stood before the Grand Elder. Grand Elder, Son Gohan has arrived. The Grand Elder nodded. Gohan, have you come to assist us in eliminating Frieza? Yes, but before confronting Frieza, I must first relocate you all to a safe place. A safe place? You mean Earth? Yes. Very well, I understand. I will instruct them to follow your orders. Gohan nodded. Meanwhile, Frieza's spacecraft had just landed on Namek. Through the window of the ship, Frieza gazed at the pristine blue sky outside. Is this Namek? Yes, Lord Frieza, Dodoria replied. Then you two shall assist me in locating the Dragon Balls of Namek. Yes, Lord Frieza. On the other side, the Grand Elder had gathered all the Namekians on the planet. With a swift movement, Son Gohan teleported the Namekians in batches to Earth. Dodoria and Sabin, who had already begun preparations to search for the Dragon Balls, were suddenly alarmed to see a significant number of powerful energy signatures vanish from their scouters. Sabin, I noticed a large number of power levels have disappeared. Could someone have arrived before us to find the Namekians? That is a possibility, but who could it be? I don't know, but if someone has indeed beaten us to the Namekians, their strength must surely surpass ours. Sabin nodded. Despite their formidable abilities, they doubted they could eliminate so many Namekians in such a short time. Regardless of who it is, I believe they would hesitate to offend Lord Frieza. In a forest on Earth, numerous Namekians had gathered together. These Namekians were the ones Son Gohan had brought from Namek. Due to the overwhelming energy emanating from Nairu and the others, they soon attracted the attention of Krillin and his companions. Wow, so many Piccolos, Krillin exclaimed, startled by the sight of over 100 Namekians, causing him to take a few steps back. Uncle Krillin. At that moment, Son Gohan emerged from the crowd of Namekians. Gohan. Gohan smiled and nodded. Gohan, who are they? They are Namekians and also relatives of Uncle Piccolo. Relatives of Piccolo. No wonder they look so similar to him. Indeed, Gohan affirmed. So, Gohan, how did they end up here? Frieza invaded their planet, so I brought them to Earth. You brought them here? Krillin gasped. Yes. Just then, Goku and Piccolo descended from the sky. Upon seeing Piccolo, the Namekians' faces displayed a mix of surprise and recognition. Gohan, is he the Piccolo you mentioned? Asked an Namekian named Nick. Yes. Gohan nodded. Gohan, who are they? Uncle Piccolo, they are the Namekians from Namek. Namekians? How did they end up here? Gohan then proceeded to inform Piccolo and the others about Frieza's intentions to seize the Dragon Balls of Namek. Frieza? Gohan, how did you come to know about the Namekians? Gohan chuckled. An old man in my dreams told me. Is that so? Piccolo replied, somewhat skeptical. Gohan, is this Frieza truly formidable? Goku inquired. Very strong. Is that so? If given the chance, I would indeed like to test my strength against him. At this, Gohan suddenly had an idea. Dad, Uncle Piccolo, would you accompany me to meet the Grand Elder? The Grand Elder? Gohan nodded and led them to meet the Grand Elder. Soon, Gohan brought them before the Grand Elder. Grand Elder. The Grand Elder nodded. Gohan, who are they? This is my father, Son Goku, and this is Uncle Piccolo. Grand Elder. Piccolo respectfully greeted the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder acknowledged them. Could it be that you are a descendant of Cardus? Cardus? Yes. When an anomaly occurred on Namek, Cardus departed alone, and thereafter there was no word of him. It turns out he arrived on Earth. Now I see. The Grand Elder nodded. You brought him here to reveal his heritage? Not exactly. Gohan shook his head. Grand Elder, I wish to request your assistance in unlocking their potential. Unlocking potential? Very well. The Grand Elder quickly agreed. Son Goku, please step forward. Oh. Upon hearing this, Goku promptly stood before the Grand Elder, and Piccolo took his position to Goku's left. The Grand Elder placed his hand on Goku's forehead, and a wave of white energy surged into Goku's body. All right, Son Goku, you may let Piccolo come forward. The Grand Elder slowly withdrew his hand. Okay, Goku replied. Stepping back, Piccolo approached the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder raised his right hand and unlocked Piccolo's potential. All done. Piccolo looked at his hands, astonished at the newfound strength coursing through him. Thank you, Grand Elder. The Grand Elder nodded in acknowledgement. Gohan then led them back to Krillin and the others. Goku. Did you meet the Grand Elder? Krillin asked. We did. The Grand Elder also helped us unlock our potential. Unlock your potential? Goku nodded. Gohan. Could you ask the Grand Elder to help me unlock my potential as well? Well, you should ask Gohan. Gohan. Krillin turned to Son Gohan. At that moment, Nairu, who had been standing among the crowd, stepped forward. The Grand Elder has little time left. I hope you will refrain from further disturbing him. Chapter 24, Zabber and Dodoria. Is there not much time left? Clint exclaimed, his eyes wide with surprise. Indeed. Nara nodded in agreement. Then let's not trouble the Elder. Clint replied with a smile. Nara then inquired, so, Son Gohan, when will you assist us in vanquishing Frieza? Vanquishing Frieza? Clint and the others stared at Son Gohan, astonished. Gohan, are you truly going to help them defeat Frieza? Yes. Son Gohan affirmed with a nod. I have already promised their Elder. Frieza will surely seek the Dragon Balls on Earth since he cannot obtain them on Namek. It is better to take the initiative rather than wait for him to arrive. Then Gohan, I shall accompany you. Son Goku declared. Me too. Piccolo added. Clint wanted to speak but reconsidered, realizing his own limitations. All right. Son Gohan nodded. However, once we reach Namek, you must heed my commands. Understood. The two replied in unison. With that, Son Gohan executed an instant transmission, transporting the three of them to Namek. He had sensed Frieza's energy before leaving Namek, allowing him to locate the planet once more. Upon arriving, they soon spotted a colossal spaceship. It was Frieza's vessel. Inside, Frieza was reprimanding Dodoria and Zabber upon their return. Suddenly, he noticed Piccolo and the others outside the spaceship. Zabber, Dodoria, are those Namekians? The duo turned to follow Frieza's gaze, spotting Son Goku and his companions. Namekians. And not just Namekians, but Saiyans too, Zabber remarked, observing Son Goku's hairstyle. Saiyans. But he seems to lack a tail, Dodoria noted. It must have been removed. However, aside from Vegeta, aren't there only a few Saiyans left on Earth? Indeed, Zabber nodded. It is highly likely he hails from Earth. Earth, Frieza declared. Regardless of where this Saiyan originates, my primary concern lies with the Dragon Balls of Namek. You too. Capture that Namekian and inquire about the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls. Yes, Lord Frieza. They responded hastily, rushing outside. Soon, Dodoria and Zabber confronted the trio. Who are you? Have you hidden the Namekians? Dodoria inquired, eyeing them closely. Piccolo scoffed. We have not hidden any Namekians. They have merely gone to another planet. Another planet? Which one? Piccolo smirked. Do you think I would disclose that information? You dare to mock me. Dodoria clenched his fist in anger. Mock you? If you were wise, You would vacate this planet without delay, or you shall never leave. Is that so? Dodoria retorted, activating his scouter. Beep. 20,000. 20,000. Upon seeing the reading, Dodoria's face registered surprise. He had initially thought Piccolo merely boasted, but now he realized Piccolo possessed notable strength. Yet, with his own power at 22,000, he believed he could defeat Piccolo if he fought at full strength. 20,000, is it? Zabber remarked, his expression turning serious. Indeed, Dodoria confirmed. What about the other two? Let me see. He pointed his scouter at Son Goku and Son Gohan. Beep. 5,000. 5,000. Seeing both their power levels, Dodoria exhaled in relief. 5,000? Huh? Zabber sneered at Son Goku and his son. Dodoria, you handle that Namekian. I will take care of these two. Dodoria frowned at Zabber's suggestion. It was unfair that he faced a strong opponent while Zabber dealt with two weaker ones. What is the matter? Are you afraid of that Namekian? I merely wish to swap opponents. Let us resolve this with rock, paper, scissors. The winner chooses their opponent. Very well. As they prepared to play, Piccolo suddenly launched an energy wave at them. Dodoria and Zabber quickly evaded as the energy wave exploded behind them with a resounding crash. How dare you? Dodoria seethed, glaring at Piccolo. Zabber was equally furious. Do not underestimate us. Even together, you are no match for me. What did you say? Dodoria's rage ignited further. He had thought defeating Piccolo would be troublesome, but now he was determined to teach him a lesson. Zabber, forget rock, paper, scissors. I will take care of this guy. Very well. Zabber agreed. With that, Dodoria charged at Piccolo with a fierce battle cry. Piccolo, fists clenched, prepared to engage. The two collided in a flurry of punches, their strength matching each other. Meanwhile, Zabber unleashed a barrage of energy blasts towards Son Goku and Son Gohan. Son Gohan raised his hand, effortlessly deflecting the incoming blasts. What? Zabber gasped in disbelief. Before he could react, Son Gohan appeared before him, delivering a powerful blow to Zabber's abdomen. Ah! Zabber cried out, hurtling back and crashing into the spaceship, creating a massive hole and releasing thick plumes of smoke. Chapter 25. The Honest Man, Dodoria, Lord Sabo. Sabo. Upon witnessing the scene, Dodoria and the surrounding soldiers displayed expressions of astonishment. Seizing the opportunity, Piccolo unleashed a powerful strike, sending the distracted Dodoria flying. Damn it! Dodoria forcefully planted his feet, swiftly regaining his footing. He then utilized his battle power detector to assess Sabo, discovering that Sabo's power level had plummeted to an alarming low. What is happening? That little brat's power level was clearly only 5,000. How could he defeat Sabo so effortlessly? Piccolo chuckled. Your so-called battle power detector merely gauges the intensity of our ki. Which is why you believe Gohan's strength is only 5,000. Ki intensity? Dodoria queried, perplexed. Indeed. Piccolo responded, clenching his fists and emanating an astonishing aura. At that moment, the battle power detector worn by Dodoria's left eye began to beep frantically. Beep. 21,000. 22,000. 35,000. 35,000. Dodoria gasped in shock. His highest power level was only 22,000, while Piccolo surpassed him by a staggering 13,000. Now you should understand. I comprehend. Dodoria's forehead and back were drenched with cold sweat. It turned out that the three of them had been pretending to be weak, while he alone had been the honest one. Could you spare my life? It was Lord Frieza who ordered me to eliminate you. Upon hearing this, Piccolo immediately concentrated a golden energy wave in his right hand and directed it at Dodoria. Piccolo! Goku exclaimed, intending to intervene, but it was too late. Dodoria was obliterated by the energy wave. Humph! Piccolo scoffed. Unlike you, Goku, I do not possess such leniency, especially considering these intruders sought to invade. I understand, Piccolo. Goku nodded. Then shall we pay a visit to this Frieza fellow? Indeed, Piccolo affirmed. Just then, Frieza emerged from the spaceship, accompanied by Captain Gyu and a multitude of soldiers. As Frieza appeared, all three turned their attention toward him. Frieza let out a cold chuckle and addressed Gyu. Gyu, go capture that Namekian and eliminate the other two. Gyu trembled at the command. But Lord Frieza, Dodoria, and Sabo are no match for them. I fear I cannot. Frieza's icy glare silenced him. Very well. I shall follow your orders and eliminate those two Saiyans. Gyu exclaimed, charging towards Goku and his companions. In a flash, Gyu confronted Goku, launching a powerful right punch. Whoosh! Goku slightly recoiled, evading the attack. Undeterred, Gyu raised his fist again to strike. In that instant, Goku retaliated with a forceful punch to Gyu's abdomen. Gyu let out a pain scream, collapsing to the ground. Observing this, Frieza turned to his soldiers. What are you doing? Get moving. Hearing this, the soldiers charged at Goku and his friends. Gohan swiftly retrieved the Shadow Battle Axe from his inventory. Shadow Battle Axe, eliminate them all. The Shadow Battle Axe transformed into a colossal axe, cleaving through the advancing soldiers. With a resounding crash, the ground split open, creating a vast chasm as numerous soldiers fell into it due to the tremors caused by the axe. The Shadow Battle Axe then danced through the air, unleashing devastating strikes upon the soldiers below. They were swiftly dispatched by the axe's might. Piccolo, taken aback, glanced at Gohan. Gohan, where did you acquire that axe? I found it on the ground, Gohan replied. Piccolo was at a loss for words. Previously, Gohan had concocted a tale about a mysterious elder when explaining his transformation technique. Yet now he simply stated he had found it on the ground. Found it on the ground? Where exactly? Goku inquired. On the Bowsy Mountain. Is that so? Goku remarked, casting a glance at Frieza, who was seated in his floating chair. Frieza, your subordinates have all been defeated. I advise you to leave Namek. Frieza smirked. It's the first time I've heard someone tell me to leave a planet. Goku scoffed. This planet was never yours to begin with. Is it wrong to ask you to depart? Frieza chuckled. Interesting. I've never encountered someone quite like you. May I ask your name? My name is Goku. Goku. Frieza stroked his chin thoughtfully. That doesn't sound like a Saiyan name. Indeed, it's not a Saiyan name, for I was raised on Earth. Raised on Earth, you say? So, you defeated Vegeta? Yes. Goku nodded. Your name is Goku, but who are these two? That little brat is Gohan. And the Namekian? He is Piccolo. Goku. Might you enlighten me regarding the whereabouts of the Namekians on this planet? If you are willing to share, I could offer you Captain Gyu's position. Goku scoffed. Who would want to be your subordinate? Even if I knew, I wouldn't tell you. Is that so? Frieza's demeanor turned cold. In that case, I shall have to take matters into my own hands to extract the information. At that moment, Gohan pointed at Frieza's hover chair. Uncle Piccolo, is that a baby carriage? A baby carriage. Frieza's face contorted with rage. Gohan's comment about his chair being a baby carriage mocked Frieza's stature. I think that may not be the case. Just then, Frieza extended his index finger toward Gohan, unleashing a deadly beam. The Shadow Battle Axe, suspended in midair, suddenly swooped down to shield Gohan. Whoosh! The deadly beam struck the axe, dissipating like raindrops falling into a river, swiftly absorbed by the weapon. What? Frieza gasped in astonishment. His deadly beam could obliterate a mountain, yet it had no effect upon the Shadow Battle Axe. Chapter 26. Son Wukong vs. Frieza. Upon witnessing the situation, Son Wukong immediately stepped forward and spoke. Gohan, would you allow me to battle this fellow first? All right. Gohan nodded, confident in his ability to handle Frieza himself. On King Kai's planet, the North Kai was astonished to learn of Son Wukong's challenge to Frieza. The notorious evil Emperor, Frieza, was far beyond the capabilities of Son Wukong at this moment. Realizing this, North Kai quickly communicated with Son Wukong. Wukong, can you hear me? This is Lord Kai. Lord Kai? Son Wukong echoed. Yes, Wukong. Frieza possesses immense power. It would be wise for you to let Gohan take him on instead. Son Wukong chuckled. It is precisely because of his strength that I yearn to confront him. But do not worry, Lord Kai. If I find myself outmatched, Gohan will be there to assist. After a moment of contemplation, North Kai cautioned, just be careful. Indeed, Son Wukong affirmed. Wukong, what are you muttering to yourself? Have you already been frightened by my strength? Frieza laughed at the sight of Son Wukong speaking to himself. It's nothing. I was merely conversing with Lord Kai. Son Wukong responded with a smile. Lord Kai? Frieza's laughter abruptly ceased. Indeed. Regardless, it would be futile to explain it to you. Frieza snorted coldly, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. Observing this, Gohan turned to the Shadow Battle Axe before him. Shadow Battle Axe, could you enlarge yourself so that Uncle Piccolo and I can ride on you? The Shadow Battle Axe, taken aback, thought, how could I be reduced to a mere mount? What's the matter, Shadow Battle Axe? Gohan inquired, noticing its lack of response. Reluctantly, the Shadow Battle Axe complied, growing larger and landing on the ground. Gohan promptly climbed atop the axe. Uncle Piccolo, you should join me. I think I'll pass. Don't worry, Uncle Piccolo. We can watch the battle from here. The Shadow Battle Axe will protect us. Well, if you insist. Piccolo hesitated for a moment before flying onto the axe, though he chose to stand upright rather than sit. At that moment, Frieza raised his right index finger, unleashing a purple beam directed at Son Wukong. With a swift motion, Son Wukong deflected the beam, causing it to explode harmlessly on the ground nearby. What? Frieza gasped, launching a series of death beams towards Son Gohan. Swish, swish, bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Son Wukong effortlessly swatted away the incoming death beams, sending them crashing into the earth, stirring up clouds of dust that obscured his figure. Believing Son Wukong to be vanquished, a smug grin spread across Frieza's face. This is the fate of those who oppose me, Frieza, is it? Just as he spoke, the dust began to settle, revealing Son Wukong unscathed. How is this possible? Frieza exclaimed in disbelief. The previous attack would have been difficult even for Jinyu to withstand. How could a Saiyan emerge unharmed? In a flurry of thoughts, Frieza activated the scouter on his left eye. Beep, beep 5,000. Upon seeing the reading of 5,000, Frieza questioned, is it merely 5,000? Could this scouter be malfunctioning? He promptly removed the scouter and crushed it in frustration. Then he descended from his floating chair, taking a few steps forward. A gentle breeze ruffled Son Wukong's hair, prompting Frieza to chuckle softly as he stretched his limbs. Wukong, it has been quite some time since I personally ended a life. You should feel honored. Is that so? However, with your current strength, you cannot defeat me. Frieza erupted into laughter. You are quite the arrogant one. Allow me to inform you. I possess 3 transformation stages, each amplifying my power exponentially. Exponentially? Indeed, Frieza declared, clenching his fists tightly as an overwhelming aura radiated from him, rapidly escalating in intensity. Boom. The ground trembled violently. Son Wukong remained poised, awaiting Frieza's transformation. At that moment, a Saiyan spaceship descended from the sky. This vessel belonged to Vegeta, who, having recovered from his injuries, rushed upon learning of Frieza's arrival to seize the Dragon Balls on Namek. Vegeta had always harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Frieza, but recognizing Frieza's overwhelming power, he had pretended to submit. However, he had longed to eliminate Frieza. His urgency to arrive stemmed from a fear that Frieza might collect the Dragon Balls and wish for immortality, thus preventing him from avenging himself. Vegeta. Son Wukong glanced upward. Having battled Vegeta before, he was intimately familiar with his energy signature. As Vegeta's ship approached the ground, he sensed Son Wukong's presence, Kakarot's energy, along with that little brat and the Namekian. Just then, the ground beneath Frieza collapsed, creating a small crater as his form elongated and expanded, his black spikes transforming into massive horns. Frieza's first transformation. Upon completing his transformation, Frieza unleashed the energy he had amassed. At that moment, Vegeta's spaceship landed precisely on the surface. A spaceship? Frieza mused, curiosity piqued by the unexpected arrival. Just as Frieza contemplated, Vegeta's ship opened, and he emerged, leaping from the vessel and landing gracefully on the ground. Vegeta. Son Wukong greeted him warmly. Chapter 27. Fierce Battle. Vegeta disregarded Goku and turned his attention to Frieza in his first form. It was the first time he had witnessed Frieza's transformation. How infuriating. Kakarot has managed to force Frieza to transform. Vegeta clenched his fists, brooding. At that moment, Frieza suddenly laughed. Vegeta, did you come here specifically to assist me? Humph. Vegeta snorted coldly. Do not misunderstand, Frieza. I am merely concerned that you might seize the Dragon Balls of Namek, which is why I have come. The Dragon Balls of Namek. Frieza's eyes narrowed. Are you implying that you wish to betray me? Vegeta smirked. I have never harbored any intention of loyalty towards you. So how could there be any betrayal? Frieza sneered. It seems you are just like your father, feigning allegiance to me. But since you have chosen to betray me, you must be aware of the consequences. Upon hearing this, Vegeta immediately glanced at Goku. Kakarot, how about we form a temporary alliance? Alliance? Frieza chuckled. Do you truly believe that joining forces with Goku will enable you to defeat me? How will we know if we do not try? Is that so? Then prepare to meet your end here today. Frieza declared, raising his right index finger and unleashing a deadly beam towards Vegeta. Dodge, Vegeta! Goku shouted, swiftly rushing to Vegeta's side and knocking him to the ground. With a tremendous explosion, an island behind them was obliterated, a massive white mushroom cloud rising in its wake. What? Vegeta gasped in terror, realizing that had it not been for Goku's intervention, he would have perished at Frieza's hands. Haha. Frieza cackled at Vegeta's narrow escape. Well done, Goku, but I wonder how many times you can save him. As Frieza continued to unleash a barrage of deadly beams, Goku deftly moved to intercept them, redirecting the energy blast to the surrounding ground, kicking up clouds of dust. When the dust settled, Goku stood unharmed before Vegeta. Vegeta, retreat to Gohan's position. Gohan, Vegeta exclaimed, glancing at Gohan, who was leisurely resting on his shadow battle axe. All right. He shot towards Gohan. Frieza, this time, refrained from attacking and focused on Goku. Goku, your strength is commendable. If you are willing to submit to me, I can offer you the position of Captain Chioi. Goku smiled. I appreciate your offer, but I have no desire to be your subordinate. Is that so? What a pity. Frieza feigned disappointment. However, this was all anticipated, after all. You Saiyans are a stubborn lot. Then let us continue our battle, Frieza. Very well. Frieza nodded. Ha! Goku shouted, launching himself at Frieza with the speed of lightning. He soon found himself face to face with Frieza, his fist striking like lightning. Frieza clenched his hands and engaged in combat with Goku. The two exchanged blows, moving in tandem while attacking. Vegeta watched their fierce battle, his fist clenching tightly. It had not been long since they last met, and Goku's strength had vastly surpassed his own. Yet, despite Goku's remarkable power, Vegeta realized he was still in grave danger, having betrayed Frieza. He knew that if Frieza eliminated Goku, he would not be spared either. With this thought, Vegeta glanced at his spaceship, which was a distance away. If he attempted to reach it now, he might very well be annihilated by Frieza. For now, he had no choice but to rely on Goku and the others. Boom. At that moment, Goku landed a powerful punch, sending Frieza flying. Damn it. Frieza roared, retaliating with a barrage of energy waves. Goku leaped back, dodging the energy blasts. Boom. 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 The ground was bombarded by waves of energy. Seeing this, Frieza once again unleashed energy waves at Goku. Goku leaped into the air, evading the onslaught. Boom. Frieza, enveloped in a purple aura, soared skyward. Soon, Frieza confronted Goku mid-air, striking forward with all his might. Ha! Goku shouted, his fists moving like lightning as he engaged Frieza in combat. The sky reverberated with the sounds of their fierce struggle. Bang! Goku's right fist struck Frieza's face. And in the next moment, Frieza landed a punch on Goku. Their battle was a relentless exchange of injuries. After countless exchanges, Goku delivered a powerful knee strike to Frieza. Frieza cried out in agony, sent flying backward. Goku swiftly appeared above Frieza, bringing his fists together and delivering a powerful blow. Bang! With an explosive sound. Frieza was sent crashing to the ground like a projectile, creating a large cloud of dust. As the dust settled, a sizable crater appeared in the ground, with Frieza lying within it, covered in dirt. Vegeta stared in disbelief at the fallen Frieza, his mouth agape. Could it be? Kakarot has become a Super Saiyan? In no way. How could Kakarot, a lowly warrior, possibly be the legendary Super Saiyan? If that legend were indeed true, it should be me. At that moment, Piccolo, standing nearby, interjected. Goku is not a Super Saiyan. Not? Indeed, because I have seen Gohan transform into a Super Saiyan. Gohan! Vegeta exclaimed in shock. Gohan, merely 5 or 6 years old, had already achieved Super Saiyan status. In that instant, Vegeta felt his dignity and pride trampled upon. As the proud prince of the Saiyans, he found himself overshadowed by the son of a low-class Saiyan. Seeing Vegeta's astonishment, Gohan could not help but chuckle. He had intended to keep a low profile, but Piccolo's revelation had unexpectedly exposed his accomplishment. Ah, it seems one cannot remain inconspicuous after all. Noticing Gohan's laughter, Vegeta snorted derisively and crossed his arms. However, now that Gohan was a Super Saiyan, he no longer needed to devise an escape plan. Chapter 28. Frieza's final form. As Vegeta resumed his aloof demeanor, Gohan turned his gaze back to Goku and the others. At that moment, Frieza had risen from the ground, gasping for breath. Goku descended from the air, landing directly before Frieza. Frieza, with your current strength, you cannot defeat me. I advise you to unleash your utmost power. How dare you? Frieza growled, clenching his fists tightly. It was the first time since his birth that he had encountered someone so audacious in his presence, especially a Saiyan he despised. System, do you have any idea what my father's strength is at this moment? Gohan wondered, intrigued by Goku's confidence. Master, Goku's strength is approximately 3 million. 3 million, Gohan exclaimed. In the original Dragon Ball, Goku had to undergo rigorous training and arduous battles to reach 3 million power level. Yet now, after merely 2 weeks of training, coupled with the Elder's assistance in unlocking his potential, he had attained this formidable power. It must be said, the protagonist truly stands out. Goku, do not be so arrogant. Once I unleash my true power, you shall not be my match. Goku chuckled lightly. Then do feel free to use your full strength. Very well. But you may regret it. Rest assured, I will not have any regrets. Noticing the two of them dawdling, Gohan swiftly created a clone to fetch some wild fruits from Earth. Two Gohans. Vegeta rubbed his eyes, unsure if he had just witnessed correctly. At that moment, Frieza tightened his fists, emitting an astonishing aura that surged upward. With a deafening roar, the ground around Frieza trembled violently. Countless stones and dust being hurled into the air. What incredible power! Vegeta gasped. Ah! Frieza bellowed, his muscles bulging further, his body expanding laterally. This was Frieza's second form. Boom! Upon completing his transformation, Frieza released the energy he had gathered. Just then, Gohan's clone returned with a bountiful harvest of wild fruits, all meticulously washed. Vegeta was taken aback. Gohan was overly confident, seemingly unfazed by the battle unfolding before him. At this moment, Frieza also took note of Gohan's actions. Gohan, sitting casually on the shadow axe, watching the fight while eating, irked Frieza. Did he think of him as a mere spectacle? With that thought, Frieza aimed a death beam at Gohan. However, the attack was intercepted by the shadow axe conjured by Gohan's clone. An axe? Vegeta, still bewildered, froze momentarily upon seeing the small shadow axe. Crack! Gohan took a bite of the wild fruit, seemingly unaffected by the commotion. Damn it! Frieza roared. Preparing to attack Gohan once more. Suddenly, Goku shouted at Frieza, "Frieza, your opponent is me." Hearing this, Frieza immediately turned his attention to Goku. Goku, if you wish to seek death so eagerly, I shall oblige. In an instant, Frieza darted towards Goku, launching an attack. Goku clenched his fists, engaging in combat with Frieza, causing the ground to erupt with torrents of dust. Boom. After a brief skirmish, Goku delivered a powerful punch, sending Frieza crashing into a nearby mountain. Frieza, furious, emerged from the mountain, swinging a punch at Goku. Goku sidestepped, retaliating with a heavy blow to Frieza's abdomen. Frieza let out a chilling scream, spitting out a mouthful of bile. Subsequently, Goku kicked Frieza forcefully, sending him flying into the mountain once again, raising a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Frieza lay pinned in a cross-shaped position against the mountainside. Damn it! Frieza seethed, quickly climbing out of the rubble. Frieza, will you not reveal your true strength? Frieza scoffed. Goku, as you wish, I shall unveil my true power. Huh? Frieza declared, tightening his fists as an overwhelming energy radiated from his body, ascending rapidly. A circular shield soon enveloped Frieza, causing the ground within a vast radius to tremble, with countless stones being lifted into the air. What formidable energy! Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment. Boom! At that moment, the ground around Frieza fractured, and the sea within miles began to churn violently. A bolt of lightning struck from the heavens. Ah! Frieza roared, as the spikes on his body gradually retracted, transforming him into a much smaller form. This was Frieza's third form. Boom! After completing his transformation, Frieza released the gathered energy. My apologies for the wait. I rarely transform into this form, hence the delay. Goku chuckled. Frieza, I didn't expect your final form to be quite so diminutive. Frieza smirked. Goku, you can only speak so boldly at this moment. With that, Frieza raised his right index finger, launching a barrage of death beams toward Goku. Here we go again. Goku raised his hand, deflecting Frieza's death beams to the ground, stirring up massive clouds of dust. Swish! Frieza swiftly appeared behind Goku. Goku quickly turned, delivering a powerful kick forward. Frieza blocked with his left hand, stepping back a few paces. Ha! Goku shouted, his fist moving like lightning as he attacked Frieza. Frieza dodged swiftly, evading Goku's strikes. Observing this, Goku lifted his right leg, aiming a series of kicks at Frieza's head. As Frieza evaded, he retaliated with his own attacks against Goku. Swish! Bang! 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 After a while, both combatants vanished, soaring into the air to continue their fierce battle. Chapter 29. The Tenfold King's Fist. Due to the blistering speed of both combatants, the sky was filled with their fleeting shadows. With a resounding crash, the two clenched their right fists and struck them against one another in midair. An astonishing gust of wind emanated from their hands. They quickly retracted their fists, launching themselves at each other once more. The air was once again filled with the fierce sounds of their battle. Suddenly, Frieza's tail lashed forward, ensnaring Goku's body. Goku exerted all his strength to break free from Frieza's grasp. In retaliation, Frieza swung his arms forward, delivering a powerful blow to Goku's face, causing him to cry out in agony. Frieza let out a cold chuckle and abruptly ceased his assault, just as Frieza reveled in his triumph. Goku suddenly bit down hard on Frieza's tail. With a sharp crack, Frieza's tail was bitten, turning crimson. Frieza screamed in pain, retracting his tail. Seizing the opportunity, Goku launched a powerful punch towards Frieza's abdomen. With a thunderous impact, Frieza was sent crashing to the ground like a projectile, creating a massive cloud of dust. Moments later, Frieza, his face contorted with rage, rose from the ground and charged at Goku once more. The two resumed their fierce aerial combat. After a while, they both descended to the ground, gasping for breath. Suddenly, a smile crept onto Frieza's face. Goku, it appears that your strength is rather limited. Limited? What do you mean by that, Frieza? Goku questioned. Frieza smirked. To be frank, I have only utilized 3% of my power until now. 3%? Goku exclaimed. Indeed. If I were to unleash just half of my strength, I could effortlessly obliterate you. 3%. Vegeta's expression grew grave upon hearing this. However, noticing that Gohan remained calm, he felt reassured. If Goku, even without transforming into a Super Saiyan, could force Frieza to resort to his ultimate form, then surely Gohan, who could transform into a Super Saiyan, would be capable of defeating Frieza. Then by all means, unleash half of your power, Goku challenged. Frieza chuckled coldly. Very well, Goku. Allow me to show you my 50% power. With that, Frieza clenched his fists, unleashing an overwhelming aura that surged upward. The ground trembled violently under the influence of Frieza's escalating energy. 4%, 5%, 6% Frieza continued to announce his rising power level. Vegeta and Piccolo felt the intensity of Frieza's aura, clenching their fists in trepidation. Once foes of Goku, they now found themselves dwarfed by his strength, stirring feelings of resentment within them. On North Kai's planet, the North Kai watched with concern as Frieza prepared to unleash half of his power, fearing for Goku's safety. On Namek, as Frieza's energy soared, Goku's demeanor grew serious. 48%, 49%, 50%. At that moment, Frieza reached 50% of his power. And with a clenched fist, he released the energy surrounding him. Now, Goku, let us continue. Goku took a fighting stance in response. Frieza, with a swift movement akin to lightning, charged at Goku. Goku shouted and thrust his fist forward. Suddenly, Frieza vanished, reappearing behind Goku. Sensing the shift, Goku turned just in time to see a massive fist barreling towards him. He managed to block with both hands but was forced to stumble back. In an instant, Frieza appeared before Goku, delivering a spinning kick that sent him crashing to the ground. Goku executed a backflip, retreating momentarily. Frieza, with a mocking laugh, conjured a red aura directed at Goku. Before Goku could react, he found himself ensnared within a sphere of energy. I can't move, Goku exclaimed in disbelief. Frieza, smirking, approached Goku and delivered a powerful upward kick. With a resounding thud, Goku was sent soaring into the air like a football. Frieza swiftly moved above him and kicked the sphere, trapping Goku. Goku screamed as he plummeted from the sky, crashing down with a thunderous impact that sent dust flying. As the dust settled, a sizable crater emerged beneath Goku. Frieza, chuckling, glanced toward the distant lava. Farewell, Goku. He kicked forcefully, sending Goku hurtling toward the molten abyss. Vegeta, witnessing this, was gripped by anxiety. Although he harbored no fondness for Goku, he felt a sense of obligation to protect someone who had once spared his life. Just as Goku was about to plunge into the lava, he suddenly regained his mobility and soared into the air. Goku exhaled deeply, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. That was a close call. The North Kai, relieved, sent a telepathic message to Goku. Goku, with your current strength, you cannot defeat him. I suggest you let Gohan take over. I understand, but I wish to continue fighting for a while longer. Very well. Frieza, seeing Goku escape, was not surprised. Instead, he smiled at Goku. Goku, I see you have concealed your true power, but even if you unleash your full strength, you will still fall short against me. I know, but I still wish to give it a try, Goku declared, clenching his fist as a crimson aura enveloped him. Tenfold King's fist. With a mighty shout, Goku transformed into a flash of red light, charging at Frieza. Frieza, with a swift movement, appeared behind Goku and unleashed a powerful assault. Goku cried out as he swiftly turned to counterattack. Frieza, evading effortlessly, positioned himself to strike from Goku's left side. The exchange of blows continued. But Frieza's speed rendered Goku's tenfold King's fist ineffective against him. In that moment, Goku realized Frieza's previous claims were not mere bluster. Chapter 30. The annihilation of Frieza. With a resounding thud, Son Goku was propelled into the sea by a powerful kick. Piccolo remarked, Gohan, your father has exerted all his strength. Perhaps it is time for you to intervene? Just a moment. Wait. Gohan was taken aback. At that instant, the ocean was stirred by an overwhelming force, creating a colossal wave. This force emanated from Son Goku, who had fallen into the water. Gasping for breath, Son Goku stood exhausted upon the surface of the sea. Vegeta clenched his teeth in disbelief. Kakarot still has energy left. Frieza, witnessing this, let out his characteristic chilling laughter. Goku, even if you fight to the death, it will be futile. You are no match for me now. I am aware of that. But I wish to unleash my full power and test myself against you. Frieza sneered. Then show me your full strength. Nodding resolutely, Son Goku clenched his fists, a crimson aura enveloping him. 20 times the Kaioken. With a mighty shout, he transformed into a streak of red light, charging towards Frieza. In shock, Frieza barely had time to react before Goku's fist sent him soaring into the air. Seizing the opportunity, Goku swiftly gathered a blue energy wave in his hands and launched it at Frieza. The latter, momentarily suspended in midair, managed to block the energy wave with his hand. As the energy dissipated, Frieza glared furiously at Goku, his right hand scorched and eyes burning with rage. He had been wounded, and by a Saiyan no less. With that thought, Frieza raised his finger, intent on retaliating. Enough. Gohan suddenly appeared beside Goku, who was panting heavily and utterly drained. Dad, let me take over from here. All right. Goku nodded. Frieza, with a mocking grin, addressed Gohan. You are Goku's son, are you not? Yes, and what of it? Gohan replied. Nothing much. But now that all you Saiyans are gathered, it is the perfect opportunity for me to eliminate you all at once. Gohan smiled confidently. Let us see if you possess the capability to do so. Frieza, infuriated, unleashed a barrage of death beams from his fingertip towards Gohan. In an instant, Gohan teleported Goku onto the Shadow Axe. What? Frieza gasped, astonished that Gohan could teleport right under his nose. Furious, Frieza fired death beams at the Shadow Axe, which instantly manifested hundreds of Shadow Axes, forming a circular shield. The death beam struck the shield, only to be absorbed. At that moment, Gohan teleported directly in front of Frieza, causing the latter's expression to shift to one of concern. Gohan took a deep breath and summoned 3 white ghostly figures that resembled him. These were the Gum Spirits. Goku, bewildered, asked, Piccolo, what is this? I'm not sure. Piccolo replied, equally astonished. Frieza, seeing the peculiar figures, was taken aback as well. Count off. Gohan commanded. The 3 Gum Spirits lined up and began to chant in unison. 1, 2, 3. Although Frieza was unaware of Gohan's intentions, he was determined to thwart them. He concentrated a ki blast in his right hand and aimed it at the Gum Spirits. In a flash, Gohan evaded the attack. With a thunderous explosion, the ki blast detonated on the ground, sending plumes of smoke into the air. The 3 Gum Spirits dodged swiftly, charging towards Frieza like a gust of wind. Frieza sneered and dashed in front of the Gum Spirits, delivering a powerful punch to one of them. Upon impact, the Gum Spirit's face broke into a smile, and it exploded in a brilliant flash of golden light. The other 2 Gum Spirits, undeterred, dove into the explosion, colliding with Frieza. Boom, boom. A pair of explosions erupted, and Frieza's anguished scream pierced the air. Moments later, as the dust settled, he lay on the ground, battered and bloodied, his gaze filled with fury directed at Gohan. For the first time in his life, he had sustained such severe injuries, and the one responsible was a mere Saiyan child. Rising from the ground, Frieza seethed with rage. You are no match for me. I advise you to leave this planet. No match for you? Frieza's fury intensified at Gohan's words. Leave? Vegeta gasped, astonished that Gohan considered sparing Frieza. Piccolo shared the same sentiment. As the protector of Namek, he harbored an intense dislike for Frieza, who had come to seize the Dragon Balls. Gohan's intention to spare Frieza stemmed from his desire to reflect Goku's compassion, hoping it would portray him as benevolent. However, as a devoted Dragon Ball fan, he knew well that Frieza would never accept such mercy. Like Vegeta, Frieza was a being of immense pride. Indeed, Gohan affirmed. Just then, Frieza clenched his fists and lunged at Gohan. In a blink, Gohan appeared behind Frieza and kicked him into the air. Swiftly, he gathered energy in his hands. Kamehameha. A deep blue energy wave surged forth from Gohan, aimed at the airborne Frieza. In shock, Frieza raised his hands to block the Kamehameha wave. Ha! Gohan shouted, pushing forward with all his might. With a thunderous explosion, the Kamehameha wave detonated in the sky. No! Frieza roared, his body being torn apart by the ferocious winds generated by the explosion. As tranquility returned to the sky, Vegeta stared blankly. Did we eliminate him? Chapter 31. Returning to Earth upon witnessing this, Piccolo fell silent. Just moments ago, Gohan had expressed his desire to spare Frieza, yet in the blink of an eye, he had obliterated him. Where has your kindness gone? Goku felt a twinge of regret. Although Frieza was far from virtuous, he was undeniably a formidable opponent. At that moment, Gohan soared from a distance. Dad, Piccolo, shall we head back? Certainly. Goku and Piccolo nodded in unison. Wait. Suddenly, Vegeta interjected. What is it, Vegeta? Goku inquired. Kakarot. Are you all returning to Earth? Yes. Goku affirmed with a nod. And what of your spaceship? We don't have a spaceship. Gohan teleported us here. Teleportation? Indeed. It is a technique that allows one to traverse space by sensing energy. Kakarot, I heard from that Namekian that Gohan can transform into a Super Saiyan now? Yes. Why do you ask? I wish to witness the Super Saiyan transformation. You want to battle Gohan? Vegeta remained mute upon hearing this. Gohan could dispatch him with a mere finger. Engaging him in combat would be sheer folly. Kakarot, I wish to see Gohan transform. Oh. So you don't intend to fight him? Goku chuckled. Gohan, why don't you transform for Vegeta? Gohan looked at Vegeta and said, I can transform into a Super Saiyan. But I have a small condition. What condition? It's simple. You must follow my lead. Follow? Yes. As Gohan spoke, his expression grew serious. To prevent the world from being destroyed, Vegeta, repeat after me. To prevent the world from being destroyed. Vegeta's voice was stiff. To protect the peace of the universe. To protect the peace of the universe. Vegeta's face flushed with embarrassment. This was the first time he had uttered such humiliating lines, but he endured it for the sake of achieving Super Saiyan status. To uphold love and truth against evil. To uphold love and truth against evil. A charming and endearing hero. A charming and endearing hero. Son Gohan. Son Gohan. Vegeta, you should say your name. Vegeta. Vegeta gritted his teeth. Goku couldn't help but burst into laughter. Kakarot. Vegeta glared furiously at Goku. We are the rocket team traversing the galaxy. We are the rocket team traversing the galaxy. A white hole, a bright tomorrow awaits us. A white hole, a bright tomorrow awaits us. That's how it is, meow. That's how it is, meow. Is that enough? Vegeta's face was now beet red. If Raditz were alive to hear his lines, he would surely die laughing. That'll do. Now, Gohan. Can you show me your Super Saiyan transformation? Sure. Gohan nodded. With a mighty roar, Gohan was enveloped in a golden aura, his hair standing upright in golden spikes. And his eyes turned a vibrant green. Is this the Super Saiyan? Vegeta gasped in astonishment. Gohan's energy was countless times greater than Frieza's. In that moment, Vegeta finally understood why Gohan had been so composed earlier. They were not of the same caliber. Gohan, seeing this, reverted to his normal state. Dad, shall we return? Yes. Goku nodded. Gohan then reduced his shadow battle axe to the size of his palm and, with a swift teleportation, transported Goku and Piccolo back. Kakarot, Gohan. I will train harder and surpass both of you. Vegeta clenched his fists, muttering to himself. Earth. Goku and the others had returned to the forest where the Namekians had gathered. Seeing Goku and his companions, Krillin approached. Goku, how did it go on Namek? Frieza has been defeated by Gohan. Defeated? The Namekians nearby quickly gathered around. Gohan, you truly defeated Frieza? Indeed. Goku nodded. The Namekians surrounded Gohan, exclaiming, Gohan, you are truly remarkable. Yes. He defeated Frieza at just 6 years old. He will surely grow even stronger. It's nothing. Gohan chuckled, scratching his head. Many younger Namekians also gathered around, including the character Tien from the original Dragon Ball. So, Goku, did you fight Frieza? Yes. Goku nodded. That guy's power was immense. If not for Gohan, I would have likely perished at his hands. Really? What a pity I am too weak. Otherwise, I would have loved to see what he looked like. Gohan chuckled awkwardly. If Krillin knew that in the original story he had been killed by Frieza's self-detonation, he would likely not have made such a remark. Additionally, I encountered Vegeta on Namek. Vegeta? Why did he suddenly appear on Namek? He didn't battle us. Moreover, he was no match for us. That's true. After some discussion, Gohan went to see the Grand Elder. Gohan, you have arrived. Gohan nodded. Grand Elder. I have eliminated Frieza, but he had many subordinates. I fear they may seek revenge. So it would be wise for you to use your Dragon Balls to relocate your planet. Very well, the Grand Elder agreed. Now, Grand Elder, gather all the Namekians. I will teleport you back. Thank you for your assistance. A short while later, all the Namekians were gathered. Using a clone he had left on Namek, Gohan swiftly teleported them back. We're back. Upon returning to Namek, the Namekians were filled with exhilaration. Gohan then teleported back to Earth. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. The news of Frieza's demise had reached his father, King Cold, through his subordinates. However, King Cold could not fathom that Frieza could be vanquished by a Saiyan, thus commanding his subordinates to venture to Namek. Chapter 32, Smartphones on the Earth. Atop the Bowsy Mountain, Son Wukong and Piccolo were engaged in a fierce battle in the sky. Meanwhile, Son Gohan, feeling somewhat bored from his daily training, sat cross-legged on the grass. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he retrieved an ancient mirror from the system. This mirror was the celestial mirror. As soon as he took out the celestial mirror, 3 figures appeared within its surface. One was a short individual with blue skin and a small round hat, none other than Pilaf, the antagonist from the first Dragon Ball series. The other 2 were his subordinates, Shu and Mai. The trio was currently constructing a battle robot. Although Pilaf had yet to successfully gather all 7 Dragon Balls, he remained undeterred in his ambition to dominate the world. Upon seeing the 3, Gohan touched the surface of the celestial mirror, and in an instant, he was transported before Pilaf and his companions. Startled by Gohan's sudden appearance, Pilaf exclaimed, "Why you? Who are you?" With a smile, Gohan introduced himself. "I am Son Gohan." Son Gohan? Why does that name sound so familiar? Shu pondered aloud. Yes, it resembles that of Son Wukong. The mention of Wukong's name caused visible fear to wash over the faces of the trio. Wukong was indeed their nightmare, had it not been for him. They would have long ago gathered the Dragon Balls and ruled the world. "Do you know my father?" Gohan inquired. "Why your father?" The 3 stumbled back in fright. "Indeed." Gohan continued, approaching the robot they were building. "Is this the robot you are constructing?" "Why, yes." "And what purpose does this robot serve?" "And nothing much, just for fun." Pilaf chuckled awkwardly. "Right, just for fun." Mai echoed. "Is that so? Then could you assist me in creating a smartphone?" "A smartphone?" "Yes," Gohan said, picking up a piece of paper and sketching a design for a smartphone. Given that the Dragon Ball anime was created in the late 1980s and early 1990s, Akira Toriyama's conception of a phone was limited to the technology of his time. Thus, smartphones did not exist in the Dragon Ball Z timeline, appearing only later in Dragon Ball Super. "What is this phone?" "It lacks buttons. This is called a smartphone." "A smartphone?" "Yes, it operates through a touchscreen, eliminating the need for buttons." "A touchscreen?" Gohan nodded. "By the way, we've been chatting for quite a while, yet I don't know your names." "My name is Pilaf." "I am Mai the dancer." "I am Shu, the repairman." "Pilaf, Shu, and Sister Mai," Gohan exclaimed. "Wait, why do you refer to Mai as sister, but call us by our names?" Pilaf's expression soured at this remark. Gohan glanced at the 2 and remarked, "You are both about my height. I assumed you were children as well." "What did you say?" Pilaf's anger flared. "Calm down, Pilaf." Shu and Mai quickly intervened. "Forget it, Pilaf, he's just a child. Don't take it to heart." "Indeed," Pilaf huffed, falling silent. "Now, Pilaf." "Shu, let us continue discussing the smartphone." "Smartphone?" "Yes, besides the touchscreen functionality, I want to tell you about its other features." "Other features?" "Indeed, this phone includes Bluetooth, GPS capabilities, and internet connectivity." Gohan elaborated on the myriad applications of the smartphone. Initially, Pilaf had intended to create a rudimentary phone to placate Gohan, but the prospect of a smartphone's vast market potential began to intrigue him. The only concern was their lack of experience in creating such a device, which could prove time-consuming. "If you manage to produce this smartphone, we can launch a massive marketing campaign and develop a plethora of mobile applications. We can assist in making the phone. But how will we address the network issues?" "Do not worry, I will enlist Bulma's help." "Bulma, the heiress of the Capsule Corporation?" Mai inquired. "Yes. You all should work diligently. I shall take my leave now." "Very well." Pilaf nodded, eager for Gohan to depart. In an instant, Gohan vanished with a technique known as instant transmission. Where did he go?" Shu gasped. Mai nodded in agreement. "Pilaf, do we really intend to help that kid create a smartphone?" "Yes," Pilaf affirmed. "But Pilaf, what about searching for the Dragon Balls?" Shu questioned. "Of course not," Pilaf replied, tapping Shu's head lightly. "If we can successfully create the smartphone that the kid mentioned, we could earn a fortune to finance our quest for the Dragon Balls." Meanwhile, in West City, at Bulma's residence, she was lounging in a chair in her backyard, leisurely reading a newspaper when a figure suddenly appeared before her. It was Gohan. "Bulma auntie." Upon hearing Gohan's voice, Bulma looked up from her newspaper. "Gohan." Gohan nodded in acknowledgement. "Bulma auntie, I need your help to increase the gravity in the training room to 500 times. 500 times. Bulma exclaimed in astonishment. "But Gohan, I just raised it to 300 times not long ago." "Don't worry, Bulma auntie. I have fully adapted to the 300 times gravity. By the way, Gohan, didn't your mother want you to focus on your studies? Has she stopped insisting on that?" At this, Gohan chuckled awkwardly. "Why bring that up now?" "No. I have a clone studying for me at home." "A clone?" "Yes. Gohan said, pulling a strand of hair from his head and transforming it into a duplicate of himself. T2 Gohans. Bulma gasped. Gohan smiled, explaining, the other one is my clone. Can this clone do everything for you? Bulma asked. It can, but it does have one flaw. What flaw? It cannot eat or perform bodily functions like we do. Bulma was left speechless. Is that a flaw? That seems more like an advantage. But then again, if your clone gets fed by Chi-Chi while studying, wouldn't that make it easy to discover? Chapter 33, Super Saiyan 2 Gohan. If you have your doppelganger read for you, won't you be completely oblivious to the content of the books? Son Gohan chuckled. As long as my doppelganger transforms back into hair, I can access the memories of the day through it. That's impressive. Gohan. Could you teach me this doppelganger technique? I can, but the technique requires energy. Aunt Bulma, you haven't even trained in martial arts. I fear you must start with that first. I see. Then perhaps I'll pass. Aunt Bulma, you must keep this doppelganger technique a secret for me. Certainly. Bulma nodded. Aunt Bulma, what about the gravity chamber? I'll take a break today and help you increase the gravity tomorrow. Great. Gohan nodded. Then I shall take my leave. All right. Bulma nodded. With that, Gohan instantaneously teleported back to the lookout. Gohan. Piccolo exclaimed as he saw Gohan return, immediately flying over. Where did you just go? I visited Aunt Bulma to ask her to enhance the gravity chamber. Piccolo, upon hearing this, refrained from further inquiries. 2 weeks swiftly passed. After considerable effort, Bulma finally increased the gravity in Gohan's chamber to 500 times that of Earth. All right, Gohan, the gravity has been increased to 500 times. Gohan nodded appreciatively. Thank you, Aunt Bulma. However, raising the gravity becomes increasingly difficult at higher levels, so you must use this 500 times gravity for a while. I understand. Aunt Bulma, if there is nothing else, I'll take my leave. Yes. Bulma nodded. Gohan once again teleported back to the lookout. In the vast cosmos. On a desolate planet, a lone figure was performing one-finger push-ups. This man was Vegeta. 9999, 10,000. Vegeta declared, using his index finger to propel himself off the ground. I cannot rely solely on this kind of training. Even if I trained for a lifetime, I could never catch up to Kakarot and the others. With that, he turned his gaze towards his spaceship. Moments later, Vegeta boarded his craft and departed the planet. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Thanks to the gravity chamber's maximum enhancement to 500 times, Gohan was now capable of increasing his battle power by 10 million every day. His regular battle power had reached an astounding 2 billion. At this moment, Gohan stood atop a grassy knoll on the lookout, while Goku and Piccolo watched from a distance. Suddenly, Gohan clenched his fists tightly, unleashing an overwhelming aura. Boom. A golden flame erupted from Gohan's body, his hair standing upright in golden spikes. And his eyes transformed into a light green hue. He had become a Super Saiyan. As Gohan transformed, Krillin, who was on Earth, quickly sensed Gohan's immense energy. However, thinking Gohan was merely training, he paid it little mind. Just then, Gohan clenched his fists again, radiating an even more formidable energy that surged upward. The ground of the lookout trembled violently under the influence of Gohan's energy. The grass beneath him was swept away, forming a whirlwind. Such incredible energy! Krillin, sensing Gohan's presence again, was struck with astonishment. With a mighty roar, Gohan's energy surged to unprecedented levels. His golden aura ignited like flames, his hair stood even more defiantly. And his body crackled with energy, enveloped in lightning. This was the transformation into Super Saiyan 2. Boom. Upon completing his transformation, Gohan released the energy he had gathered. Is this the transformation that transcends Super Saiyan? Piccolo observed Gohan and inquired. Indeed. Gohan nodded. I have named this form Super Saiyan 2. Super Saiyan 2. Gohan affirmed, reverting back to his normal state. At that moment, Goku and the others sensed an approaching energy from outside Earth. It was Vegeta's energy. Vegeta. Piccolo nodded. It seems to be his energy. But why has he suddenly come to Earth? I don't know. Piccolo shook his head. Should we go see? Absolutely. With that, the three of them swiftly flew toward the location where Vegeta's spaceship was about to land. Shortly thereafter, Vegeta's spaceship touched down on Earth. He emerged and flew directly before Goku and the others. Long time no see, Vegeta. Goku greeted with a smile. Vegeta merely snorted, remaining silent. Goku, undeterred, continued, Vegeta. Why have you come to Earth? Are you here to challenge me? No, I have come to train on Earth. Train on Earth? So, you plan to reside here? Yes. Vegeta nodded. Where will you stay? I don't know. Kakarot, I assume you have achieved Super Saiyan by now? Yes. Goku confirmed. Upon hearing this, Vegeta clenched his fists. If he had known sooner, he would have come to Earth to train earlier. Kakarot, could you tell me how you became a Super Saiyan in such a short time? How did I train? Goku pondered for a moment. I trained with Gohan and the others in the gravity chamber. The gravity chamber? Yes, Bulma constructed it. And it can currently enhance gravity up to 500 times. 500 times gravity? Where is this gravity chamber? Goku pointed towards the nearby gravity chamber. That one over there. And, Kakarot, where's Bulma now? Bulma is in West City. West City? Will you take me to find her? I can. But what do you need her for? I want her to help me build a gravity chamber. All right, I will take you. But you must promise me that you will not harm Bulma. Okay, I promise. Without hesitation, Vegeta agreed. As his sole desire was to grow stronger and surpass Goku and the others, Goku then led Vegeta towards Bulma's residence, with Gohan and Piccolo following closely behind. Chapter 34. The smartphone is ready. West City, Bulma's residence. At this moment, Bulma was reclining leisurely on a beach chair, engrossed in the latest fashion magazine. Suddenly, four figures descended from the sky: Son Goku, Piccolo, Gohan, and Vegeta. Goku. Bulma. Bulma nodded in acknowledgement. Goku, who is he? This is Vegeta. Vegeta. Bulma exclaimed in surprise. Is he the Saiyan who intends to invade our Earth? Indeed. Vegeta scoffed disdainfully at her reaction. Then why did you bring him here? He wants your assistance in constructing a gravity chamber. A gravity chamber? Bulma's face flushed with anger. Goku, I am not your servant. And I am under no obligation to help you for free. Bulma, it was Vegeta who sought your help, not us. Does it make a difference? I refuse to do it. How infuriating. Vegeta felt a surge of anger. As the prince of the Saiyans, he had never been so humiliated. What do you intend to do? Bulma's anxiety grew as she noticed Vegeta's furious expression. Vegeta suppressed his rage, taking a deep breath. Bulma exhaled in relief. By the way, Aunt Bulma, Vegeta has a spaceship. Why not ask him to give it to you? A spaceship? Bulma's interest was piqued. Yes, Gohan chimed in. Bulma turned to Vegeta. If you can help me with the gravity chamber, I will give you that spaceship. Deal. Then, Bulma, unless there is anything else, we shall take our leave? Goku suggested. All right. Goku promptly led Gohan and the others back to Korin Tower, leaving Vegeta in Bulma's yard. As Bulma watched Goku and the others depart, her concern grew about her previous words. With Goku present, she felt secure, but now, as a lone, delicate woman, how could she possibly stand against him? Would he attempt anything untoward? Bulma thought to herself anxiously. At that moment, Vegeta suddenly addressed her, lowly Earth woman. How long will it take to complete the gravity chamber? Furious, Bulma retorted, I am not a lowly Earth woman. My name is Bulma. She pointed her index finger at Vegeta's chest. Vegeta gritted his teeth in anger. And if you dare to act against me, I will immediately summon Goku and the others back. Humph. Vegeta snorted. I don't care what you're called. I only wish to know how long it will take to complete the gravity chamber. Bulma coldly replied, if you want my assistance, you must show me some respect. Otherwise, even if you threaten my life, I will not help you. Vegeta clenched his teeth in frustration. Fine, I will call you Bulma. It will take approximately 2 weeks to construct a new gravity chamber. Additionally, bring your spaceship to my place. I intend to convert it into the gravity chamber. All right. I understand, Vegeta declared, soaring into the sky. Thus, Vegeta settled on Earth. 2 weeks later, the gravity chamber was completed, and he began his training. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. The Pilaf gang, after 6 months of research, finally succeeded in creating the smartphone that Gohan had described. Their lengthy endeavor was due to the design schematics and a lack of materials and funds. At that moment, they jubilantly celebrated their recent achievement. King Pilaf, we have succeeded. Indeed, Pilaf nodded. Next, we just need to set up a factory to mass-produce smartphones and make a fortune. Should we inform Gohan about our smartphone production? Pilaf promptly smacked Asu on the head. Are you foolish? This is our hard-earned result. Why would we share it with Gohan? Asa covered his head. King Pilaf. Could you please stop hitting me? If I don't hit your thick skull, how will you ever understand? At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared before them. It was Gohan. Son Gohan. The trio gasped in surprise. Gohan surveyed the surroundings and queried, Pilaf, when did you switch work locations without informing me? Pilaf thought to himself. I changed locations specifically to avoid you. However, he maintained a cheerful facade. We were so engrossed in our research that we forgot to tell you. Oh. Has the smartphone been completed? Not quite yet. Pilaf chuckled. Is that so? Could I take a look at the almost finished smartphone? Well, Pilaf's confidence wavered. but he reluctantly handed Gohan the device. Here. Gohan opened the smartphone, marveling at its responsive touchscreen and smooth operation. Pilaf, this smartphone is quite impressive. Is there any issue? This smartphone, the speaker isn't very good. I want to make some improvements. That's all right. I will take this smartphone to Aunt Bulma so she can help enhance it. B. Bulma. But this is the result of our tireless research. Don't worry. Pilaf, I'll just show it to Aunt Bulma. You all remain the creators of this smartphone. Fine, but you must return it to me. Agreed. After saying this, Gohan instantly vanished. Asu. He disappeared again. King Pilaf, do you think Gohan will return the smartphone? I have no idea. West City. Bulma's residence. Bulma was strolling in her yard when a figure suddenly appeared in midair. It was Gohan. Gohan. He nodded and descended. Aunt Bulma, I have something to show you. As Gohan spoke, he produced the smartphone. What is this? This is a smartphone. A smartphone? Gohan opened the device. A touchscreen? Yes. Gohan affirmed. Aunt Bulma. Where did you get this smartphone? Chapter 35. Mass production of smartphones. This is something I had someone assist me with. Assist you? Who helped you? His name is Pilaf. Pilaf? That name sounds somewhat familiar. However, for him to create such a smartphone, he must possess some skill. Indeed. Gohan nodded. Where is he now? He is currently at a house on the outskirts of West City. On the outskirts of West City, you say? Gohan nodded once more. Then Gohan. You are not merely showing me this smartphone, are you? Gohan smiled and replied, of course not. I wish to enlist Aunt Bulma's help in mass producing this phone. Are you implying that I should assist in the production of this smartphone? Gohan nodded affirmatively. Bulma pondered for a moment and said, I can certainly help. But why do you wish to produce this smartphone? Isn't it obvious? It's all for profit. Profit? Yes. With money, my mother would no longer worry about finances. And perhaps she wouldn't pressure me to become a scholar. I see. I can find someone to help you manufacture the phone. But you must bring Pilaf here so I can understand the components and materials involved. All right. And since this smartphone is being produced through my connections, if it turns out to be profitable, I shall take half. Understood. Gohan chuckled awkwardly. Aunt Bulma, I shall go fetch Pilaf now. Very well. With that, Gohan instantaneously transported himself to the house on the outskirts of West City. Gohan. Gohan nodded. Pilaf, Asu, Shiwu, I have discussed with Aunt Bulma, and she has agreed to assist in the manufacturing of the smartphone. If it sells, the three of you can share 25%. 25%? On what grounds? We three are the ones who created this smartphone. Why should we only receive 25%? Pilaf exclaimed in indignation. Do you have the funds to establish a factory? Gohan inquired. Upon hearing this, Pilaf fell silent. Moreover, Aunt Bulma's company is a large corporation. With her assistance and promotion, our smartphone will undoubtedly be a tremendous success. Even 25% would be worth billions. Billions. The three of them began to envision a life of luxury, their mouths watering at the thought. Cough, cough. After a moment of daydreaming, Pilaf cleared his throat and looked at Gohan with a serious expression. Gohan, I apologize. I did not think it through. It is all my fault. Gohan smiled gently. It's quite all right. So Gohan, when can we commence factory operations? Pilaf was eager to see the smartphone he had helped create being mass-produced, envisioning himself as a renowned entrepreneur surrounded by beautiful women every day. I came to find you for this very reason. To find me? Yes. Aunt Bulma wishes to know about the materials and components needed to manufacture this smartphone. So she wishes to meet you. Meet me. The moment Pilaf heard this, anxiety washed over him. Having previously captured both Goku and Bulma, he feared she might recognize him. If Bulma identified him, he could lose his share of 25%. Realizing this, Pilaf quickly feigned illness to avoid meeting Bulma, providing Gohan with the design sketches, materials, and components for the smartphone instead. Reluctantly, Gohan took the drawings and schematics back to Bulma's home. Gohan, where is Pilaf? Aunt Bulma. He is feeling unwell and could not come, but he provided me with the design sketches. Gohan handed over a stack of papers to Bulma. I see. Bulma replied, immediately reviewing the documents. So Aunt Bulma, how long will it take to mass-produce this smartphone? Some of the components are not available in West City and must be sourced from elsewhere, so it will likely take about a week. I understand. Yes. Bulma nodded. By the way, is Vegeta still training in the gravity chamber? Indeed. That fellow spends all his time training, except when he is eating or sleeping. He is just like your father. Is that so? Gohan said, producing a USB drive from his pocket. Aunt Bulma, this is for you. Gohan, what is this? Gohan smiled. This contains a video of Vegeta on Namek. A video of Vegeta? Yes. You can watch it on your computer. Gohan chuckled. Computer. Gohan nodded and vanished in an instant. Bulma, left with no choice, entered the house and plugged the USB into her computer. She clicked on a file, revealing a video of Vegeta on the Namekian planet. In the video, Vegeta was mimicking Gohan's lines from Team Rocket. Upon seeing this, Bulma couldn't help but burst into laughter, replaying it several times. Who would have imagined that the normally aloof Saiyan prince would utter such lines alongside Gohan? Meanwhile, on the outskirts of West City, Asu and Xiaowu were puzzled by Pilaf's refusal to meet Bulma. Pilaf, why won't you go see Bulma? Are you two fools? We once captured that woman. If she discovers that we created this smartphone, she may not give us our 25%. Not give it? Asu and Xiaowu's previous fantasies evaporated instantly. Then Pilaf, what should we do? Should we forego that 25%? Asu asked. Impossible. I was unprepared for Gohan's sudden visit, but next time, we can disguise ourselves so that woman won't recognize us. Truly the wise Pilaf. Of course. How else would I be your leader? Pilaf. Do you know how to disguise yourself? Pilaf looked at Xiaowu. As a woman, she should know a thing or two about makeup. At noon, upon hearing Bulma's mother call him for lunch, Vegeta halted his training and exited the gravity chamber. Upon reaching the yard, he was met with Bulma's beaming face. Vegeta snorted and continued walking. At that moment, Bulma began reciting lines from Team Rocket. To prevent the world from destruction, to protect the peace of the universe. Hearing this, Vegeta paused momentarily. Bulma smiled. Those words sound familiar, don't they? Vegeta clenched his teeth and retorted, Bulma, who told you that? Guess. Chapter 36, Obtaining a Driver's License. Humph. Vegeta scoffed, fully aware without needing to guess that it was undoubtedly Gohan causing this annoyance. Indeed. It was Gohan who had sent him a video. A video? Vegeta's anger flared as he clenched his teeth. That video from Namek, right? How dare he record such a thing? Bulma, where is that video now? What do you mean? Are you planning to delete it? Even if you manage to erase it. Gohan surely has a backup. Vegeta's fury intensified. Bulma, you absolutely must not show that video to anyone else. Do you understand? If you do, I will end you. But my mom has already seen it. I meant from now on. Vegeta bellowed. All right, I was just teasing you. No need to be so angry. Bulma smiled. Vegeta snorted and turned away, silently vowing that once his power surpassed Gohan's, he would give him a thorough beating. At Goku's residence on Mount Baobao, Gohan was enjoying his lunch when an unexpected tickle in his nose led to a sudden sneeze. What's wrong, Gohan? Chi-Chi asked with concern. I'm fine, Mom. Gohan replied, though his mind wandered to the possibility that Vegeta was berating him. The following day, after a rigorous training session, Goku and Piccolo returned home, as usual, shedding their sweat-soaked clothes for Chi-Chi to wash. Upon seeing the garments, Chi-Chi's expression darkened as she confronted the two. Goku, all you do is train. Do you have any idea how hard I work for this family? This morning, while shopping, I was chased by a wild boar and nearly lost my life. But Chi-Chi, don't you know martial arts? My hands were full of groceries. How could I possibly fight back? All right, I understand you're working hard. Tomorrow, I'll catch that wild boar and bring it back for you to vent your frustrations. Is that the main point? Then what is the main point? Go take the driving test. The driving test? Yes. Once you have your license, you can drive me to West City. There's a couple next door. The husband drives his wife to shop. And Piccolo, you should go too. Me? Piccolo was taken aback. Why was he being roped into this? Of course. You eat at my house every day. Isn't it only fair? Piccolo remained speechless. I only had a glass of water. Regardless, you both must go to driving school starting tomorrow. Otherwise, I won't cook for you anymore. Fine, I agree. Goku relented. As Chi-Chi turned to enter Gohan's room, she called out, Gohan, I heard from Goku that you have an axe that can change size, right? Are you referring to the shadow axe, Mom? Yes. Can I borrow it? Of course, but what do you need it for? To chop that wild boar. Gohan's forehead broke into a cold sweat at her request. He summoned the shadow axe from the system. This is the shadow axe? Seeing the axe, which was no larger than a thumb, Chi-Chi questioned its effectiveness against a wild boar. Gohan nodded. Shadow axe, enlarge. As soon as he spoke, the axe grew significantly. Chi-Chi gasped. It really can change size. Gohan affirmed, from today onward, the shadow axe will accompany my mother, protecting her. But it must not kill anyone and must obey her commands. The shadow axe seemingly nodded in agreement. Chi-Chi was astonished. Gohan, can this axe really understand human speech? Indeed. Then Gohan, where did you acquire this axe? I found it. Where did you find it? On Mount Baobao. The next day, Chi-Chi took the shadow axe with her as she ventured out. On her way back, she encountered the very same wild boar from the previous day. The beast glared ferociously at her. Chi-Chi, undeterred, commanded the floating shadow axe, take down that boar for today's meal. In an instant, the axe emitted a bright light and swiftly decapitated the wild boar. Chi-Chi smiled as she placed the freshly slain boar onto the enlarged shadow axe. The shadow axe pondered silently, feeling quite absurd as it had transformed from a deadly weapon into a mere transport vehicle. What kind of master had it encountered? A week swiftly passed by. The assembly line for the smartphones had been completed, and production had commenced. Back at Gohan's home, he had been laying low, studying diligently after Goku inadvertently revealed the details of his training battle with Gohan, arousing Chi-Chi's suspicions. Now, Gohan sat bored in his room, twirling a pencil in his hand when a knock echoed from the door. "Gohan, I'm coming in." Straightening up, Gohan focused on the exam papers on his desk as Chi-Chi entered with a plate of fresh apples, placing it beside him. "Gohan, studying is tough work. Have an apple," she offered. Mom, I'm not really hungry right now," Gohan replied, mimicking his clone's typical demeanor. "Just eat one, Gohan." "All right then." Gohan accepted the apple and took a bite. Could it be that I'm overthinking this? Chi-Chi mused, smiling at Gohan. "Keep studying hard. And I'll step out for now." "Okay, Mom." As Chi-Chi exited, Gohan sighed in relief. The past few days, she had been probing him with various tactics. Fortunately, he could read her thoughts and discern her intentions. It seemed that relying on clones was not a sustainable solution. It was time to confront her directly. Gohan contemplated. "Oh, by the way, system, do you have the art of war?" "What?" "Master, I am a system, not a library." "Oh, I see. Master, what do you require the art of war for?" "No, it is nothing." Chapter 37. The revelation time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, a month had elapsed. Through the promotional efforts of the Universal Capsule Corporation, smartphones had become the trend among the youth. During this month, Son Gohan, with the help of Pilaf and his team, had developed several applications reminiscent of those from his past life, such as QQ, WeChat, and Tomato Book. As the smartphones had just begun selling, Gohan and Pilaf had yet to receive any revenue from their sales. However, the apps they created had already generated substantial income. Many affluent individuals, seeing this immense opportunity, sought to purchase these applications from Gohan and his team, but all offers were met with refusal. Pilaf, aware of the immense value of the apps he had created, ones that had been extremely popular in his previous life, was not going to part with them lightly. Inside a restaurant in West City, Gohan and Pilaf were celebrating their earnings from the past month. "Pilaf, this is fantastic. The apps we developed are bringing in hundreds of thousands daily," exclaimed Shiwu. "Hundreds of thousands? Just wait until our smartphones are widespread globally. We could be raking in tens of millions daily." Pilaf laughed heartily. "Ash, indeed. With such wealth, we could gather the Dragon Balls." "Dragon Balls?" "No, he meant glass marbles. Ash has a penchant for collecting them." "Is that so? By the way, Gohan, we haven't thanked you yet. Without your help, we wouldn't have made this fortune," Pilaf declared, promptly raising his cup filled with juice. Following suit, Ash and Xiaowu lifted their cups as well. "Cheers," Pilaf said, downing his drink in one go. Gohan and the others swiftly followed suit, draining their cups. Afterward, the trio busied themselves with software development and the operations of their newly established company. So engrossed were they in their work that they seemingly forgot about the quest for the Dragon Balls. As time flew by, 3 months soon passed. Gohan's power had significantly increased, and his battle power now stood at an impressive 4.5 billion. Presently, he sat in the living room at home, visibly anxious, preparing to reveal the nature of his company to Chi-Chi. "Gohan, what is it you want to tell me?" "Mom, I actually started a company." "A company?" "Gohan, don't jest. You're only 7. How could you possibly start a company?" Just then, a series of knocks echoed from the door. "Wait a moment. I'll get the door," Chi-Chi exclaimed, rushing to answer it. Upon opening the door, she was met by 2 sharply dressed men carrying a black case. "Hello. May I ask who you are?" "Hello. We are employees of Mr. Son's company. We were sent by him today." "Mr. Son?" Chi-Chi's expression turned incredulous as she turned to Gohan. "You mean to say Mr. Son is Gohan?" "Yes." One of the men nodded, still in disbelief. Chi-Chi pinched her left arm. "Ouch. This isn't dream. You said Gohan sent you. What does he want you to do?" "Mr. Son asked us to bring money." "Money?" "Yes." The man replied, setting the case down and opening it to reveal a substantial amount of cash. "Wow, that's a lot of money. There's a total of 50 million here." The man stated. 50 million. Chi-Chi gasped, lifting her right hand to pinch her face again. Ouch. It seems this truly isn't a dream. So, all of this belongs to Wukong? Indeed, the man affirmed. Chi-Chi turned to Wukong. Wukong, what is going on here? You didn't use the Dragon Balls, did you? No, Mom. I merely collaborated with someone to help make some smartphones and develop software, which earned us some money. Some? 50 million is merely some now? But Wukong, aren't you studying every day? Chi-Chi fixed her gaze on him. I just had some spare time to work on the phones. Oh, is that so? You certainly have a lot of spare time. Chi-Chi smiled. Mom, what about this 50 million? Chi-Chi interrupted with a huff. Wukong, while we may not be wealthy, we have never resorted to theft or deceit. If you don't clarify where this money comes from, I absolutely will not accept it. Hearing this, Wukong reluctantly pulled out his phone and called Bulma. Before long, the call connected. Wukong, what is the matter? Bulma, my mom doesn't believe I started a company, so I thought you could explain it to her. Oh, I see. Hand the phone to Chi-Chi. Wukong promptly passed the phone to Chi-Chi. Hello, it's me, Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi. Yes, regarding Wukong's company, it's all true. The latest smartphones from the Universal Capsule Corporation are indeed a product of Wukong and his friends. Smartphones. Chi-Chi glanced at her own phone. Recently, West City had seen a surge in smartphones, but they were quite expensive, so she had purchased one. She never imagined that these phones were developed by Wukong and his friends. Yet, how could a 7-year-old possess the capability to manufacture smartphones? It seemed implausible. Wukong, tell me honestly, did you and your friends really create this phone? No, I merely shared the smartphone's functions with my friend. He and his team handled the research and manufacturing. Your friend? Yes, they are all adults. Upon hearing my ideas, they were quite impressed and subsequently developed the smartphones. Is that so? Chi-Chi pondered, still half convinced. And the company? After my friend manufactured the smartphones, I collaborated with Bulma to produce a large quantity of phones. And then my friends and I started a company together. Chi-Chi remained skeptical. Wukong, you mustn't deceive me. Be careful not to be tricked by strangers. Don't worry. Mom, I'm fine. Indeed, Chi-Chi, Wukong is very astute, and I've personally checked his company. Everything is legitimate and above board. Is that so? Chi-Chi felt slightly reassured. Then, Mom, now you believe me, right? Chi-Chi huffed again. Wukong, even if you truly started a company, you cannot be too trusting of strangers. All right. Wukong nodded. Then, Mom, can I not study so much? The workload that Chi-Chi had assigned him was several times greater than that of children his age. Chapter 38. The arrival of King Cold One can certainly read less, yet reading remains essential. Indeed. Son Gohan nodded. As long as Chi-Chi does not impose too strictly, his doppelgangers can easily manage. Then, Mother, this 50 million. Cough. Chi-Chi coughed, her expression serious as she gazed at Son Gohan. Gohan, you are still a child. Let me temporarily safeguard this money for you. A man standing nearby chuckled awkwardly. Although Son Gohan is but a child, he embodies the lifelong aspirations of these laborers. Well, Mr. Son, if there is nothing else, we shall take our leave? Son Gohan nodded. The two men, upon receiving his affirmation, promptly departed from Son Wukong's residence. Gohan, go back to your room and study. Oh, Son Gohan replied, turning to return to his room. 50 million. Upon seeing the money, Chi-Chi's eyes gleamed with avarice as she began counting the stacks. With such wealth, I could purchase a house in West City, allowing Gohan to attend school in the city. In the universe, at the location of the former planet Namek, a spaceship resembling Frieza's hovered in the void. This vessel belonged to King Cold, Frieza's father. At this moment, King Cold stood in the control room, gazing out into the cosmos. Suddenly, a staff member approached him with a report. King Cold, planet Namek has vanished. Vanished? Why, yes. The staff member trembled. According to our observations, planet Namek did not explode. As there are no remnants from such an event, I suspect it may have been relocated by the Dragon Balls of planet Namek. Relocated? King Cold narrowed his eyes slightly. Is that so? Where's the Saiyan who killed Frieza? Reporting to King Cold, it appears he is on Earth. Then let us set course for Earth. Yes, King Cold. Time swiftly passed, and a week flew by. Since Son Gohan revealed the truth, his life significantly improved, and Chi-Chi became more lenient with her son and husband. At this moment, Son Gohan and the others were training atop a mountain when they sensed an overwhelmingly powerful energy. What an immense power, Piccolo remarked, his expression grave. Moreover, this energy is strikingly similar to Frieza's. Son Wukong observed. Indeed. Piccolo nodded. But wasn't Frieza supposed to have been vanquished by Gohan? I do not know. Son Wukong shook his head. Piccolo, then let us investigate. Very well. Son Wukong responded, leading the two towards the site where King Cold was about to descend. Meanwhile, back on Earth, Krillin and the others also sensed King Cold's energy. Such a formidable presence. Could it be that another powerful foe approaches Earth? Indeed. Master Roshi nodded. Then you should go and see. Yes, Master. Krillin replied, departing from Kame House. On the other side, Son Wukong and Piccolo had now arrived at a great mountain outside West City. The three of them looked up to see a disc-shaped spaceship approaching. This vessel is identical to King Cold's, Piccolo said with a serious demeanor. Son Wukong nodded. Just then, Vegeta flew in from the distance. Boom. As he landed beside Son Wukong, he inquired, Vegeta. Vegeta nodded, gazing at the descending spaceship of King Cold. Boom. A minute later, King Cold's spaceship successfully touched down. At that moment, Krillin and the others also arrived. Krillin. Uncle Krillin. It has been a while. Goku, Gohan. The two nodded in greeting. Goku, who exactly is this visitor? I do not know. Son Wukong shook his head. However, his ship resembles Frieza's precisely, and his energy is quite similar as well. Frieza. The very being you could not defeat? At that time, I could not, but now I possess absolute confidence in my ability to best him. Is that so? Hearing this, Krillin felt a wave of relief. Just then, King Cold's spaceship opened, and numerous soldiers clad in Saiyan battle armor emerged, forming two neat lines. Thud. As heavy footsteps echoed, a figure resembling Frieza in his first form stepped out of the spacecraft. This man was none other than King Cold. Who? Who is this? Why does he bear such a resemblance to Frieza? Vegeta clenched his fists, his teeth gritted. Previously, he had suspected that Frieza had not been killed by Son Gohan. We have come to pay our respects to King Cold. At that moment, the soldiers on either side bowed respectfully to King Cold. King Cold nodded. Cold. Upon hearing the name, Vegeta immediately recognized King Cold. Suddenly, King Cold turned his gaze towards them and inquired, I ask you, which one of you is Son Gohan? Upon hearing this, Son Gohan immediately stepped forward. Are you Son Gohan? Indeed. Son Gohan affirmed with a nod. Did my son Frieza perish at your hands? Frieza's father. Upon hearing this, Vegeta and the others were taken aback. It was I who ended his life. Upon hearing this, King Cold's expression turned icy. Prior to this moment, he had harbored a glimmer of hope for Frieza's survival. Now, upon hearing Son Gohan's admission, all hope was extinguished. Kill them, King Cold commanded his soldiers. Understood, King Cold. The soldiers replied in unison. Immediately, all the soldiers brandished their weapons and charged at Son Gohan and his companions. Swish, swish, swish. Seeing this, Son Gohan and Krillin swiftly clapped their hands together, unleashing a torrent of golden energy waves. Boom, 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 with a series of resounding explosions. Son Gohan and his allies eliminated all the soldiers. What a useless bunch. King Cold coldly surveyed the corpses on the ground, taking a few steps forward. You do possess some skill. Had you not killed Frieza, I might have considered recruiting you into my ranks. With a scoff, Son Gohan swiftly approached King Cold and delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen. Ah! King Cold screamed in agony, spitting out a mouthful of bile. Chapter 39. The bewildered Trunks King Cold clutched his abdomen in terror as he gazed upon the formidable Son Gohan before him. Though it was but a single punch, the pain it inflicted was excruciatingly profound. With a disdainful snort, Son Gohan thrust his right fist forcefully towards King Cold, sending him soaring into the air. Swiftly, he brought his hands together behind him, declaring Kamehameha. A deep azure energy wave coalesced from Son Gohan's palms and surged towards King Cold. No, King Cold bellowed, filled with regret for having ventured to Earth. Boom. The Kamehameha struck King Cold, exploding in the sky. An immense tempest erupted, instantly shredding King Cold's form to pieces. After a moment, as the explosion subsided, dark dust began to settle from the heavens, only to be whisked away by a sudden gust of wind, leaving no trace behind. Has he been annihilated? Krillin stared blankly at the sky. The once mighty King Cold had been effortlessly dispatched by Son Gohan, who had he even transformed into a Super Saiyan. Indeed, Goku nodded in affirmation. Vegeta, standing beside Goku, clenched his teeth in frustration. The more powerful Son Gohan became, the more difficult it would be for him to catch up. Resolving this, Vegeta immediately took to the skies, realizing he could no longer afford to waste time. He needed to return to his training and become stronger than anyone else. Krillin was taken aback. Why did Vegeta leave without a word? Perhaps he was inspired by Gohan. Yamcha suggested. Is that so? After all, Vegeta is a Saiyan. Do you think he will become as strong as Goku and the others someday? Certainly. Goku asserted with unwavering conviction. At that moment, Son Gohan descended from the sky, landing gracefully before Piccolo and the others. Gohan, you were incredible. You obliterated such a powerful foe in an instant. Krillin praised, beaming with joy. Thanks. Gohan nodded in acknowledgement. After a brief conversation with Goku and Krillin, they each returned to their respective training locales. 3 days later, on North Kai's planet, the North Kai lounged leisurely on a chair, sipping freshly brewed tea. Suddenly, a figure appeared before him, startling him so much that he spat out the tea he had just sipped. The newcomer was none other than Goku. Are you all right? Lord Kai? Coughing slightly, the North Kai replied, Goku, why have you suddenly appeared on my planet? Goku smiled. I came here to train. Train? My planet is not your personal gym. I understand, Lord Kai, but I wish to train here for a while. Reluctantly, the North Kai acquiesced. Very well. By the way, Goku, was that instant transmission you used just now? Yes, Goku confirmed. Did Gohan teach you that? Indeed. It took me nearly a year to master it. Does Gohan know you were training here? He does. He told me to return home after each training session. I see. As time flowed by, for months swiftly passed. During this period, everything remained tranquil. Goku's family purchased a house in West City and settled in. With newfound wealth, Chi-Chi now spent her days not only cooking and cleaning for Gohan and the others, but also shopping with Bulma during her leisure time. On a mountain outside West City, a yellow machine resembling a rocket suddenly appeared. This was the time machine from the Dragon Ball universe. After descending from the sky, a youth with purple hair and a sword on his back emerged from the time machine. This individual was none other than Trunks from the future. Upon exiting, Trunks quickly stowed the time machine into a capsule and soared forward. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the site where King Cool's spaceship had landed 4 months prior. However, the area was desolate, devoid of any presence. Surveying his surroundings, Trunks felt a flicker of doubt. Strange. According to my mother, Frieza should have already arrived on Earth. Yet there is no sign of him. Could my journey to the past have altered the timeline? Or is this not even 20 years ago? Well, I suppose I shall wait and see. Trunks decided, sitting down on a sizable rock. After 10 minutes of waiting, Trunks still saw no sign of Frieza, prompting him to rise from the stone and head towards West City. In West City, at Bulma's home, she lay on a chair in the backyard, her face adorned with a white mask. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky, landing on the grass of the yard. It was Trunks. Seeing Trunks, Bulma instinctively stood up from her chair. Hello. I'm not a bad person. I come from the future to find Mr. Goku. Goku? Bulma felt a wave of relief wash over her. Yes. May I ask what year and day it is today? What year? What day? Bulma responded with confusion, but still provided him with the date, sensing that Trunks posed no threat. Today is August 3rd, 764. August 3rd? Yes. Why? Nothing. Trunks shook his head, stroking his chin as he pondered. It appears I have indeed traveled back 20 years, but the history here seems to differ from what I know. At that moment, Bulma removed her facial mask. Who are you? Why are you wearing clothing emblazoned with the Capsule Corporation logo? That I cannot disclose at the moment. All I can tell you is that I come from the future, and I have something very important to discuss with Mr. Goku. The future? Bulma gasped. Yes. I hope you can keep this matter confidential. All right, but what exactly do you need to speak to Goku about? I'm afraid I can only discuss this with Mr. Goku alone. I see. May I ask you something? What is it? Do you know Frieza? I do. Why? Has he come to Earth? Earth? Didn't he get eliminated by Gohan on Namek? He was defeated by Gohan. Trunks exclaimed in shock. Frieza was not vanquished by Mr. Goku? No, he was defeated by Gohan. What is happening? This is completely different from the history I know. Different? Yes. Trunks nodded. Chapter 40. The meeting of Trunks and Son Goku. Do you know where Mr. Goku is now? Trunks inquired, sensing the absence of Goku's aura on Earth. Goku. Bulma pondered. I heard from Gohan that he seems to be training with King Kai. King Kai? Bulma nodded. And what about Vegeta? Having traveled back in time, Trunks was eager to meet his biological father. In his future timeline, Vegeta had passed away when Trunks was very young, leaving him only with photographs of his father, never having seen him in person. Vegeta? He's currently training in the gravity chamber. Is there something you need from him? No. I was just curious. Bulma, feeling somewhat skeptical, responded. At that moment, a figure approached from a distance. It was Vegeta. Dad. Trunks thought to himself. Vegeta. Bulma exclaimed, startled. Vegeta was the epitome of strength. His sudden appearance was unexpected. Ignoring Bulma, he turned his attention to Trunks. Who are you? Why do you possess the aura of a Saiyan? A Saiyan? Bulma gasped, realizing Trunks was indeed a Saiyan. I come from the future. But I cannot reveal my identity just yet. From the future? Vegeta pondered, contemplating the implications. Could this be Kakarot's son? No, that couldn't be right. Kakarot had black hair. As did Gohan. Miss Bulma, do you know where Gohan is? I wish to see him. I'm not sure. He might be at home or at the Capsule Corporation. I see. Then I shall first check his home. Do you know where his home is? Bulma asked. Isn't it on Mount Paozu? It used to be, but he recently bought a house in West City, so he now resides there. Living in West City. Trunks was taken aback, as this contradicted what his mother had told him about their future timeline. Let me give Gohan a call to see where he is. Bulma offered. All right. Trunks nodded. Bulma promptly took out her smartphone and dialed Gohan's number. Moments later, the call connected. Aunt Bulma. Gohan, where are you? Someone wishes to meet you. I'm at Mount Paozu. Okay, I understand. With that, Bulma hung up. Vegeta, losing interest, returned to the gravity chamber to continue his training. His curiosity about Trunks stemmed from the fact that aside from himself and Goku, he believed no other Saiyans existed in the universe. Upon learning that Trunks was not a pure Saiyan and was from the future, his interest waned. Gohan's at Mount Paozu. All right, I understand. I shall take my leave. Bulma nodded. With that, Trunks swiftly departed from Bulma's residence. At Mount Paozu, Gohan was seated on a patch of grass, engaged in his training. Though Gohan's power was formidable, his control over it was less refined. In the Dragon Ball Super movie, during the Super Android saga, Vegeta had mentioned that their strength was comparable to Jiren's, yet their mastery of it was inferior. This notion was further validated by Whis. After a brief moment, a figure descended from the sky. It was Trunks. Trunks. Gohan recognized him immediately, thinking to himself. Who are you? Piccolo asked, his demeanor serious as he addressed Trunks. Hello, I come from the future, and I am here to find Gohan. From the future? Trunks nodded, glancing at the seated Gohan, silently contemplating. Is this truly the young Gohan I remember? As soon as the thought crossed his mind, Gohan stood up. You were looking for me? Yes. I heard from Miss Bulma that you defeated Frieza. Gohan nodded. Is there something you need from me? Actually, I'm trying to find your father, Mr. Son Goku. However, I heard from Bulma that he is training with King Kai, so I came to ask you when he will return. I have something of utmost importance to discuss with him. Father should return by evening, but if you need to talk to him, I can call him back right now. That would be much appreciated. Gohan nodded and, in an instant, teleported to King Kai's planet. In no way. Trunks gasped. That is instant transmission. Piccolo remarked. Instant transmission? Yes. Piccolo confirmed. As soon as he spoke, Gohan reappeared, accompanied by another figure. It was Son Goku. Mr. Son Goku. Trunks exclaimed excitedly. You know me? Yes. Trunks nodded. I come from the future, but I cannot disclose my name just yet. Mr. Goku, may I have a moment to speak with you privately? Certainly. Goku replied. Without delay, Trunks led Goku away to a distant location. Upon arriving far from Gohan and Piccolo, Goku glanced back at them and said, Now you can speak. Very well. My name is Trunks, and I hail from the future, 20 years ahead. Trunks. Yes, I refrained from sharing my name earlier due to Gohan's presence. Why is that? As they conversed, the perceptive Piccolo eavesdropped on their dialogue. It is because I fear that revealing my name may alter history. Yet, it appears that history has already changed. Changed? Goku asked, perplexed. Trunks, what do you mean by that? I come from the future, so I am aware of past events. But everything happening here differs entirely from the history I know. Differ entirely? Yes. According to what my mother told me, 20 years ago, you defeated Frieza on Namek. Yet my mother in this timeline claims that Gohan was the one who vanquished Frieza. Your mother? My mother is Bulma. Bulma. Goku exclaimed in astonishment. Bulma isn't even married yet. How could she possibly have such a grown son 20 years from now? Chapter 41. The androids indeed. So, who is your father? Yamcha? No. My father is Vegeta. Vegeta? Are you saying that Vegeta is with Bulma? Son Goku exclaimed in astonishment. Yes. Trunks nodded. I see. I had thought Bulma would marry Yamcha. Not at all. Uncle Yamcha was simply too fickle, so Mom broke up with him. Later, she couldn't help but be with my lonely father, although Dad never officially married Mom. Trunks blushed. Oh, I understand. So, you came from the future to find me? Yes. 3 years from now, two incredibly powerful androids will emerge on Earth, both possessing limitless stamina. Limitless stamina? Yes, this means their energy is inexhaustible. Unbelievable, Trunks affirmed. They were created by Dr. Gero of the Red Ribbon Army, the very one you defeated. The Red Ribbon Army. Indeed. After the Red Ribbon Army was dismantled, Dr. Gero continued his android research and subsequently created the two androids I just mentioned. Tragically, he was killed by his own creations. He was slain by the androids he made? Yes, those two are nothing short of killing machines. Our future world has descended into chaos because of them. Trunks expressed, his anger palpable. Thus, I have come from the future, hoping that you, Mr. Son Goku, can defeat them and alter our world's grim fate. Very well. Son Goku nodded. But Trunks, why not seek Gohan? Gohan? Yes. Gohan's strength far surpasses mine. Gohan's strength exceeds yours? Indeed. What's the matter? Nothing, it's just that in our future world, Gohan only mastered Super Saiyan after your death. After my death? So, did I perish at the hands of those androids? No, Mr. Son Goku, you did not fight them. You succumbed to a viral heart disease. A viral heart disease? Yes, it is an ailment that cannot be treated in this era, but in 20 years, with advancements in medicine, a special cure will be developed. A special cure, Trunks said, producing a vial from his clothing. This is the antidote I brought from the future. If you take it, you will be cured of the viral heart disease. Trunks handed the medicine to Son Goku. Is that so? Thank you immensely. Son Goku accepted the vial. You're welcome. By the way, Mr. Son Goku, I almost forgot to inform you, 3 years from now, the two androids will appear on a small island 9 kilometers south of West City at around 10 o'clock on May 12th. May 12th at 10 o'clock. Yes. Trunks nodded. By the way, Mr. Son Goku, do you know Frieza's father, King Cold? I do. Why do you ask? According to the original timeline, he should have arrived today with Frieza to seek revenge on you, but I did not see him during my visit. Frieza? Wasn't he defeated by Gohan on Namek? Actually, in the original timeline, you spared Frieza on Namek, and later, he was rescued by his father, King Cold. Together, they came to Earth for vengeance. Mr. Son Goku, could you recount everything that has transpired in your world? Certainly. Son Goku nodded. Thus, he began narrating his encounters with Bulma. After a considerable time, Son Goku concluded his tale of growth. Mr. Son Goku, what you have recounted aligns closely with my knowledge, but everything changed once my father invaded Earth. Changed? Trunks nodded, glancing towards Gohan in the distance. Then, Mr. Son Goku, shall we proceed? Oh, right. With that, they swiftly flew to join Gohan and the others. Dad. Son Goku acknowledged with a nod. Gohan, would you be willing to spar with me? Trunks suddenly addressed Gohan. Spar? Yes, Trunks declared, clenching his fist and transforming into a Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan. Piccolo gasped. While he was aware that Trunks was Vegeta's son, he had not anticipated that he too could transform into a Super Saiyan. As Trunks transformed, the Z fighters on Earth quickly sensed his power. Wow, what an overwhelming energy. This is the aura of a Super Saiyan. Vegeta, who was training in the gravity chamber, immediately ceased his exercises upon sensing Trunks' energy. Is that boy? Vegeta remarked, promptly exiting the chamber. On the lookout, after transforming, Trunks retracted his golden aura. Gohan, I have transformed into a Super Saiyan. You should transform as well and fight me. Are you truly intent on battling me? Indeed. Trunks nodded earnestly. Then, in that case, you may attack first. Trunks was taken aback. Aren't you going to transform into a Super Saiyan? To defeat you, I need not transform into a Super Saiyan. Is that so? Then I shall strike. Trunks declared, drawing his sword. Ha! With a mighty shout, Trunks swiftly slashed forward with his sword. Gohan raised his right index finger, effortlessly blocking Trunks' strike. Trunks was startled and quickly lifted his sword again, slashing forward with speed. Clang, clang, clang. All of Trunks' attacks were thwarted by Gohan's finger. Witnessing this, Trunks sheathed his sword and reverted to his normal state. Remarkable. I did not expect your strength, Gohan, to truly surpass that of Mr. Son Goku. Gohan nodded. Well, it's getting late. I should be on my way. Until we meet again. Trunks bid farewell to the three. Very well. Son Goku nodded. Upon seeing this, Trunks swiftly took to the skies. No sooner had Trunks departed than Vegeta appeared from the distant sky, descending. Vegeta. Vegeta scoffed. Son Goku. Did a purple-haired brat just come here? Yes. But he has already left. Did he transform into a Super Saiyan? Indeed. Son Goku confirmed. Where has he gone now? Back home. Back to the future? What was his purpose in seeking you? Well, Son Goku hesitated, unsure of where to begin. Having forgotten much of what Trunks had just said, allow me to explain. Piccolo interjected suddenly. Chapter 42, Trunks is drawn to the main timeline. Piccolo. Son Goku glanced at Piccolo. Our Namekian hearing is exceptionally acute, so I inadvertently overheard your conversation. Rest assured, I shall not disclose anything inappropriate. Very well, Piccolo. Upon hearing this, promptly recounted what Trunks had just revealed. However, he refrained from mentioning anything regarding Trunks' identity. After listening, Vegeta's face immediately lit up with excitement. Interesting, Kakarot. When those two androids arrive in 3 years, do not interfere. I alone shall be able to deal with them both. You alone? Son Goku expressed skepticism. Humph. Vegeta scoffed. While my strength may not match yours at present, in 3 years, I shall surpass you. Is that so? Son Goku replied with a faint smile. Seeing this, Vegeta turned and departed. Shortly after Vegeta left, Krillin and the others arrived, inquiring about what had transpired. Thus, Son Goku shared the events that had just unfolded with Krillin and the others. After hearing the news, they all resolved to train diligently, for no one desires demise. In the future timeline, Trunks had returned to his time via the time machine. He surveyed his surroundings, noting that the future remained unchanged. Before promptly returning to his home, upon seeing Trunks, Bulma's face brightened with joy. Trunks, did you return to the past? Yes. Trunks nodded. Did you meet Son Goku? I did, and I also saw Dad, Mom, Gohan, and Uncle Piccolo. You met Vegeta? Trunks nodded again. Mom. The past I returned to is different from the one you described. Different? Yes, I'm not certain if it's because I traveled back in time. Would you share your experiences with me? Sure. Trunks nodded and recounted the information he had learned from Son Goku to Bulma. Trunks. The Gohan you speak of is not the same as the one I know. Indeed. Trunks confirmed. The future Gohan is my mentor, so I am quite familiar with him. Mom, could it be that the time machine transported me to a different timeline? I think that's unlikely. Then what could this mean? Might the issue lie with Gohan? Gohan? Do you think he could be a reincarnation? Reincarnation? I assent that how it's depicted in novels. Trunks chuckled nervously, uncertain how to respond. Mom, if the past changes, can we truly alter our future? I fear, perhaps not. Bulma from the future fell silent for a moment. Initially, I believed that by changing the past, we could change the future. However, based on your journey, it seems we may need to summon the Goku from the past. Trunks nodded in agreement. However, due to insufficient energy in the time machine, he could only return to the past in 3 years to seek out Son Goku and the others. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had gone by. Since learning about the androids, everyone had begun to train fervently. In the future timeline, Trunks was scouring an abandoned city for energy sources to power the time machine. Suddenly, a hand appeared behind him, drawing him into an unseen ripple. By the time Trunks realized what was happening, he found himself atop a mountain. Before him stood a masked man clad in a black robe. Upon seeing the man, Trunks immediately became alert. Who are you? Where is this place? The man did not respond, instead leaping into the sky. Trunks, undeterred, pursued him. The man then descended rapidly, landing in a forest. Trunks followed suit, but by the time he touched down, the man had vanished without a trace. No. Gone. Trunks exclaimed in shock. After searching the area and confirming that the man was nowhere to be found, he ceased his quest. Where's this place? I feel as though I have never encountered it before. As he pondered, Trunks suddenly sensed Vegeta's energy. This is Dad's energy. Could it be that I have returned to the past? On Mount Paozu, the black-robed man Trunks had pursued stood before a large tree. In front of him stood a child, none other than Gohan. However, this was not the actual Gohan, but rather a projection he had conjured. Boom. Suddenly, a cloud of white mist enveloped the black-robed man. When the mist dissipated, the man had transformed into Gohan. Gohan had assumed the guise of the black-robed figure to conceal the existence of the heavenly mirror. This extraordinary artifact could traverse time and space, allowing its possessor to peer into the realm of the Omni King, making it an immensely powerful treasure. Naturally, Gohan wished to keep such an item hidden from others. A common man is innocent, yet possesses a treasure that attracts envy. System, this heavenly mirror is indeed formidable. It even managed to draw future Trunks here. Of course. Gohan smiled. So, is it also convenient for stealing? How base. The system scoffed. I was merely jesting. Did you truly take that to heart? Nevertheless, Master. Why did you summon Trunks from the future? Gohan chuckled. I wish to take him on as my disciple. Take him as a disciple? Master. How old are you to be considering such a thing? Gohan smirked. Though my body may be small, my mental age far surpasses Trunks. Besides, is it not said that a master can emerge from anyone? My strength exceeds Trunks, so why should I not teach him martial arts? Very well, master, you are impressive. Indeed. Gohan nodded. In West City, at Bulma's residence, Trunks, upon realizing he might have returned to the past, hurried to his home. It's you. Bulma recognized Trunks immediately. Since Trunks could not reveal his true name to Bulma for fear of affecting his birth, he had refrained from disclosing it previously. It seems I have indeed returned 20 years into the past, but why did that cloaked figure bring me here? Seeing that Bulma recognized him, Trunks nodded, silently contemplating. Chapter 43. Teaching Trunks the Kaioken. Weren't you supposed to return to the future? Trunks nodded in affirmation. Indeed, I did go back, but due to certain circumstances, I have returned once more. Miss Bulma, you may call me Little Trunks. Little Trunks? He confirmed with a nod. Well, Miss Bulma, I have other matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. With that, Trunks departed swiftly. On the peak of Mount Payas, Gohan was diligently practicing in a grassy field when a figure suddenly descended from the sky. It was Trunks, who landed gracefully before Gohan. Trunks! Gohan exclaimed, momentarily startling him. Trunks recalled that he had revealed his true identity to Goku, and with a nod, he responded, Where is Mr. Goku? Father is currently training with King Kai. Training with King Kai again? Yes, Gohan affirmed. Trunks, weren't you supposed to have gone back? Why have you returned? Some events transpired, prompting my return. I see. Should I summon my father? I believe it is unnecessary for the time being. Unnecessary? Yes, because the energy for the time machine has been depleted. And I may need to stay with you for a while. I understand. How long will you remain? I do not know. I will return once I have gathered enough energy for the time machine. Trunks, could you share with me the events of the future? Of course. Trunks nodded, recounting the happenings of his timeline to Gohan. Trunks, have you considered defeating those two androids on your own? On my own? Yes, I have thought about it. But their power is overwhelming. I am no match for them. You can train, you know. My father couldn't defeat Raditz at one point. Trunks nodded. In truth, I have contemplated that. By the way, Gohan, do you practice here regularly? Not really. I'm mostly trained in the gravity room. The gravity room? Trunks stroked his chin thoughtfully. How about we train together from now on? Together. Upon hearing this, memories of Gohan from the future flooded Trunks' mind. All right. After a moment of contemplation, Trunks agreed. The following day, Goku and the others learned that Trunks was staying in their timeline to train. At Mount Payas, Gohan and Trunks were now training in the gravity room, set to 300 times Earth's gravity. Since Gohan did not allow Trunks to transform into a Super Saiyan during their training, Trunks found it incredibly challenging just to stand, let alone train. Gohan chuckled lightly as he effortlessly performed one-handed push-ups. Darn it. Trunks gritted his teeth, struggling to manage two-handed push-ups. Gohan, at this rate, you won't be able to defeat those two androids. I know, Trunks replied, quickening his pace. The morning swiftly passed, and soon it was noon. Trunks, exhausted from the morning's training, felt his stomach rumble incessantly. Trunks, why not come over to my house for lunch? Initially hesitant, Trunks' stomach betrayed him with another loud growl, and he reluctantly agreed. In the afternoon, after waking from a nap, Trunks accompanied Gohan to a grassy area on Mount Payas. Gohan, aren't we training in the gravity room this afternoon? Gohan nodded. This afternoon, I will teach you instant transmission. Instant transmission? Is that the technique Mr. Goku uses to go to King Kai's place? Exactly, Gohan confirmed. Once you master this technique, you can escape from any formidable foes you encounter. That sounds rather peculiar. Gohan nodded and proceeded to instruct Trunks on how to master the technique of instant transmission. Under Gohan's guidance, Trunks learned to control his ki. Mastering ki control was essential for learning instant transmission. After teaching him the technique, Gohan then introduced Trunks to Goku's Kaioken. Initially intending to teach Trunks the 20-fold Kaioken, he decided to opt for the regular Kaioken instead, as the 20-fold version proved significantly more challenging. From that point on, Trunks dedicated himself to training and mastering both instant transmission and the Kaioken. Time swiftly passed, and before long, a year had elapsed. Trunks, after a year of Gohan's instruction, had successfully learned both instant transmission and the Kaioken. However, having remained in the main timeline for so long, he grew increasingly concerned for his mother in the future. Unfortunately, as the energy for the time machine was still uncollected, he could do nothing but stay. Upon learning of Trunks' worries for Bulma in the future, Gohan immediately offered reassurance. Do not fret, Trunks, Aunt Bulma will surely be safe. Trunks nodded appreciatively. Just then, a sudden notification rang in Gohan's ears. Ding. Congratulations. Your battle power has reached 100 billion. Rewards. Basic Ultra Instinct, Cosmic Seed, Angel Staff contains a transdimensional cube, invisibility technique, and 999 cents of beans. As soon as the voice faded, Gohan felt a rush of memories regarding Ultra Instinct and the invisibility technique flood his mind. What's wrong, Gohan? Trunks inquired. Noticing Gohan's sudden daze. Nothing. Then let us continue our training. Indeed. Gohan nodded in agreement. 2 days later, in West City, at Goku's home. Gohan was busy using his computer to check on the status of Android 17 and Android 18, created by Dr. Gero. As he scanned the screen, Gohan discovered that the creation of Android 17 and Android 18 was nearing completion. Almost done? Gohan murmured to himself, recalling that Dr. Gero had mentioned that the androids had already awakened but were unruly, leading to their reprocessing. After a while, Gohan observed the construction of Android 19 and decided to modify the directives of Dr. Gero's supercomputer, changing the command for Androids 17 and 18 from obeying Drive Gero to obeying Gohan and eliminating Dr. Gero. Little did Dr. Gero know that the androids he created were destined to turn against him. Chapter 44. The third stage of Super Saiyan. Upon completing the command modifications, Gohan promptly exited Dr. Gero's supercomputer. In a standalone villa in West City, a girl with twin ponytails was engrossed in the latest mobile game, Sheep Game. This girl was none other than Biddy. Shortly thereafter, Biddy encountered a setback in the game, and she felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a good thrashing to its creator. For the past few days, she had been playing Sheep Game, initially brimming with confidence that she could conquer the second level. However, she was taken aback by the game's unexpected difficulty, as the images lacked pattern and continually lured her into traps. In the afternoon, after a brief training session with Trunks, Gohan suddenly found himself on a grassy knoll atop the lookout. Gohan, what are you planning to do? Trunks inquired. I want to test a new transformation, Gohan replied. A new transformation? Gohan nodded, clenching his fist with determination. Huh. With a powerful shout, Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan. What an immense aura! Trunks exclaimed, astonished. Although Trunks had witnessed Gohan's transformation during their training months prior, he could hardly compare it to the formidable strength Gohan now possessed. At that moment, Gohan tightened his fists, radiating an extraordinarily potent energy that surged upward. Crackle. Boom. With an astounding display of energy, Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan 2. Trunks was taken aback. It was his first time witnessing Gohan achieve this form. Gohan, is this what you refer to as Super Saiyan 2? Gohan nodded affirmatively. Meanwhile, at Bulma's residence in West City, Vegeta, who was training in the gravity chamber, sensed Gohan's overwhelming energy and was struck with astonishment. Gritting his teeth in anger, he exited the chamber. On Kame House, Krillin, also training, detected Gohan's energy. What an incredible aura! This strength. I doubt even a lifetime of training would enable me to reach such power. And Gohan is merely 8 years old, and already so formidable. Krillin lamented to himself, realizing the significance of birth and talent. Some individuals are born atop the pyramid, while others toil their entire lives without even reaching the second tier. On North Kai's planet, both North Kai and Goku sensed Gohan's tremendous energy. Though Gohan had merely transformed into a Super Saiyan 2, his base power had already reached astronomical levels, and upon transforming, his strength soared into the trillions. It's worth noting that in the original Dragon Ball series, Goku's initial transformation into Super Saiyan 3 yielded a power level of only 900 billion. This indicated that Gohan's Super Saiyan 2 strength was already on par with that of Majin Buu. Do you think those 2 androids that will appear in 2 years will be a match for Gohan? North Kai queried. No. But I would like to face those androids myself. North Kai nodded in agreement. In the Kaioshin realm, the East Kaioshin and Kibito also sensed Gohan's formidable energy. What an immense aura, and it's emanating from Earth, which is quite distant from us. Kibito exclaimed in shock. The East Kaioshin nodded. Moreover, this overwhelming energy belongs to an 8-year-old Saiyan. Saiyan. I thought the Saiyan race was annihilated by Frieza. Perhaps there are a few survivors left. Back on Earth, Gohan, having transformed into Super Saiyan 2, did not cease his ascent. Instead, he continued to amplify his energy. Is it possible to increase even further? Trunks gasped in disbelief. Super Saiyan 2 had already left him astounded, yet Gohan's energy continued to escalate. Boom. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, and the clouds that had been drifting lazily across the sky began to race by. Ah! Gohan roared, his golden hair cascading down to his waist, his eyebrows vanishing, and a deep blue pupil emerging within his previously light green eyes. His golden aura transformed into a radiant light, solidifying into his new form. This was the Super Saiyan 3. Bang! Once the transformation was complete, Gohan immediately released the energy he had amassed. Trunks, witnessing Gohan's Super Saiyan 3 form, was left speechless in astonishment. Gohan, is this what you referred to as your new transformation? Gohan nodded. I have named this new transformation Super Saiyan 3. Just as he finished speaking, a figure suddenly appeared beside them. It was Goku. Dad! Gohan exclaimed. Goku nodded and looked at Gohan. Gohan, is this your new transformation? Gohan nodded once more. This is called Super Saiyan 3. At that moment, Vegeta and Piccolo arrived. Upon seeing Gohan, their faces were etched with surprise. Gohan, is this a new Super Saiyan transformation? Tien Shinhan inquired. Gohan affirmed, this is Super Saiyan 3. Vegeta clenched his teeth in frustration. He had yet to master Super Saiyan, while Gohan had already achieved Super Saiyan 3. Thankfully, Goku's strength was not far beyond his own. Otherwise, Vegeta feared he might lose all confidence in his training. Realizing this, Vegeta turned and departed. Vegeta, Krillin exclaimed, taken aback. Don't mind him. He probably can't accept that Gohan is so much stronger than he is. So he went off to train. I see. In truth, Krillin felt similarly to Vegeta, struggling to accept that Gohan surpassed him by such a margin. However, as Gohan's elder, he resolved to remain strong. With a sigh, Gohan reverted to his normal state. After a lengthy reunion, Krillin and the others chatted with Goku before taking their leave. Once they had departed, only Goku, Gohan, Piccolo, and Trunks remained on the lookout. Gohan, it has been a while since we fought together. How about a spar today? Sure. Gohan agreed, and with that, the two ascended into the sky. Chapter 45, System Upgrade. Shall we begin? Sun Wukong inquired. Sun Wufan nodded in agreement. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong let out a powerful shout and charged towards Sun Wufan. Whoosh! Swoosh! In no time, Sun Wukong reached Sun Wufan, his fist striking like lightning, yet Sun Wufan adeptly evaded each blow. Gritting his teeth, Sun Wukong unleashed a full-force punch. Sun Wufan sidestepped, driving his right knee forcefully into Sun Wukong's abdomen. Sun Wukong let out a loud cry, spitting out saliva. At that moment, Sun Wufan clenched his right fist tightly and landed a heavy blow on Sun Wukong's face, sending him hurtling backward. Sun Wukong quickly regained his composure midair, rubbing the bruises on his face, then firmly clenched his fist again. Ha! With a mighty roar, Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan. Whoosh! After his transformation, he swiftly appeared before Sun Wufan, launching a vigorous assault. Whoosh! Bang! 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 Sun Wufan raised his fists to engage in combat with Sun Wukong. The sky soon resonated with the sound of fierce winds. After a brief exchange, Sun Wukong suddenly yelled and delivered a powerful kick forward. Sun Wufan evaded by sidestepping, grabbing Sun Wukong's right leg and flinging him outward, sending Sun Wukong tumbling away. Ah! Sun Wukong cried out, quickly stabilizing himself in midair. Just then, Sun Wufan appeared behind him, executing a flying kick that sent Sun Wukong crashing to the ground. With a thunderous roar, the earth was instantly engulfed in a cloud of dust. Whoosh! At that moment, a figure appeared behind Sun Wufan, launching a fierce punch forward. It was none other than Sun Wukong himself. Instantaneous movement? Trunks exclaimed in surprise. Whoosh! As the words left his lips, Sun Wukong's right fist passed through Sun Wufan's body. Not good. Sun Wukong seemed to sense something and swiftly turned around. At that instant, he spotted a small fist hurtling toward him. The proximity was too close. Sun Wukong was sent flying into the mountains behind him. Piccolo furrowed his brow at the sight. He had initially intended to spar with Sun Wufan, but given the current situation, he realized that engaging Sun Wufan would likely lead to his swift defeat. Moments later, as the dust settled, Sun Wukong breathed heavily, slowly rising from the mountains. Wufan, you are truly formidable. I cannot even match you in my Super Saiyan form. Sun Wufan nodded in acknowledgement. Dad, why don't you team up with Trunks and Uncle Piccolo? Team up? You mean the three of us against you? Yes. Sun Wufan affirmed with a nod. Piccolo, Trunks. Sun Wukong called out to the two. I have no objections. Trunks replied solemnly. Neither do I. Though Piccolo was reluctant to battle Sun Wufan, he could not allow Sun Wukong to perceive his hesitance. Very well, we shall all face you together. Indeed. Trunks nodded. With that, the trio ascended into the sky, swiftly arriving before Sun Wufan, their fist poised for attack. Whoosh! Swoosh! Bang! 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 As Sun Wufan dodged, he retaliated against the three. Bang! Moments later, Sun Wufan clenched his right fist tightly, delivering a punch that sent Piccolo flying. Witnessing this, Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan and engaged Son Gohan in battle. After a lengthy struggle, Son Gohan ultimately triumphed over the three, which illuminated the vast chasm between their strengths. "Gohan, we have lost," Trunks lamented. "It's all right, Trunks. With diligent training, you two can grow as strong as I." "Indeed." Trunks nodded. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Today, as usual, Son Gohan was training with Trunks atop the Buns Mountain. Ding. System upgrade successful. New feature, walking increases combat power. Walking? Indeed, Master. This implies that even while walking, your combat power will increase. What about while sleeping? That may not be possible. How much combat power can I gain from walking? Under normal gravity, each step increases your combat power by 10. In 100 times gravity chamber, it would be 100, and in 500 times, it multiplies by 5. Can I run? Certainly. Running will also be based on your steps. Furthermore, if you perform a single finger push-up, your combat power increases by 20. 20. That's double the previous amount. If you train in an 800 times gravity chamber, a single finger push-up would yield an increase of approximately 1,600 combat power. If you complete 10,000, that's 16 million. 16 million. Indeed, Master. It seems I must seek Bulma's assistance to upgrade the gravity chamber. What is wrong, Gohan? Trunks asked upon noticing Son Gohan's momentary distraction. Nothing. I just suddenly feel that the gravity of this chamber is too light and needs enhancement. The following morning, Son Gohan arrived at Bulma's house early, requesting her assistance in upgrading the gravity chamber. Bulma, upon hearing this, displayed reluctance. "Gohan, do you need me to upgrade the gravity chamber again?" "Yes." "And Bulma, I beseech you." Although Bulma was hesitant to help him, seeing Son Gohan's earnestness softened her resolve, and she agreed. "Very well. But this time I will upgrade it to 800 times. You cannot return for 3 years. No, 5 years. All right, and Bulma." Son Gohan beamed. "Now, may I have the gravity chamber?" Upon hearing this, Son Gohan promptly handed over the gravity chamber's capsule to Bulma. "How long will it take you to upgrade it to 800 times?" "I'm not certain. Once it's done, I will call you." Son Gohan nodded in acknowledgement. "Thank you." "And Bulma?" Bulma nodded in response. With that, Son Gohan departed from Bulma's home. Just then, a tremendous explosion erupted from Vegeta's gravity chamber. "Here we go again," Bulma sighed, glancing toward Vegeta's chamber. Ever since Vegeta learned of the androids, he had been obsessively training in the gravity chamber, often causing significant explosions. On several occasions, he nearly obliterated himself. Chapter 46, The Elementary Ultra Instinct Technique on the Summit of Bowsy Mountain. Trunks was engrossed in his training when a figure suddenly descended from the sky. It was Gohan. "Gohan, you have returned," Trunks exclaimed. Gohan nodded in acknowledgement. "Trunks, how long do you think it will take for the gravity chamber to be enhanced to 800 times? "I'm not sure. But she said she would call me when it's ready." "I see. Well, Trunks, shall I take you to my father's training location? Uncle Goku's place?" Gohan nodded affirmatively. With a gentle hand placed on Trunks' shoulder, he executed an instant transmission, transporting them to King Kai's planet. Upon their arrival, Goku, who had been training, immediately ceased his activities upon seeing the two. "Gohan, Trunks," he called out, acknowledging their presence. Gohan responded with a nod. At that moment, King Kai, Beerus, approached them. "Are you the King Kai?" Gohan inquired, as it was his first visit to this celestial realm. "Indeed, I am the King Kai," Beerus replied while scratching an itch. Gohan and Trunks exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of the King Kai's peculiar behavior. "Ahem," Beerus coughed, swiftly regaining his serious demeanor. "Gohan, Trunks, what brings you here so suddenly?" Trunks hesitated, unsure of how to articulate their purpose. Just then, Gohan interjected, "We have come here to train, Your Excellency." "Train?" Beerus exclaimed in astonishment. The power Gohan wielded could easily obliterate him, yet they sought training here. "Yes, Your Excellency." Gohan smiled. "Gohan, weren't you training on Earth? Why bring Trunks to train here with the King Kai?" Goku questioned. "Indeed." Beerus harbored similar thoughts. "Because I lent the gravity chamber to Aunt Bulma for enhancements." "You lent the gravity chamber for enhancements?" Beerus echoed. "Yes." Gohan affirmed with a nod. Goku turned to King Kai. "Your Excellency, would it be possible for Gohan and Trunks to train here?" Beerus hesitated, his mind racing. Saiyans were notorious for their destructive tendencies. Goku alone had nearly demolished his planet multiple times. The thought of Gohan and Trunks training here filled him with dread. Just then, Goku smiled at King Kai. "Your Excellency, please allow them to train here for a while." Once Bulma completes the enhancements, they will return. Very well, Beerus relented, albeit reluctantly. Thank you, Your Excellency. Trunks expressed his gratitude. King Kai nodded, hoping fervently that Gohan and Trunks would not wreak havoc like Goku had done. Thus, Gohan and Trunks remained on King Kai's planet to train. Time flowed swiftly, and 2 weeks passed in the blink of an eye. At last, Bulma completed the enhancements on Gohan's gravity chamber, increasing it to 800 times. Gohan stood in the backyard of Bulma's home. All right, Gohan. I have increased the gravity to 800 times. Thank you, Aunt Bulma. It's nothing. If there is nothing else, you may return now. Okay. Bulma nodded. Gohan. With a swift instant transmission, returned to Bowsy Mountain. Gohan, you're back. Trunks exclaimed joyfully upon his return. Gohan nodded and activated the capsule, tossing it to the ground. With a resounding boom, a structure emerged, the gravity chamber. Let us go inside. All right. The two quickly entered the refurbished gravity chamber. It seems Aunt Bulma has refurbished it. Indeed. Let us begin our training at 500 times gravity. Sounds good. Trunks agreed, and Gohan promptly adjusted the gravity to 500 times. As the weight pressed down upon them, Trunks felt a struggle for breath. Are you all right, Trunks? I'm fine, Trunks replied, clenching his fist and transforming into a Super Saiyan. Upon transforming, he felt a surge of relief. At that moment, Gohan clenched his fists, unleashing an overwhelming aura that shook the chamber's very foundation. Trunks was taken aback. Gohan's hair turned purple and stood upright, his eyebrows vanished, and his eyes glimmered with a violet hue. This was the elementary Ultra Instinct technique. Unlike Beerus' divine technique, Gohan's elementary Ultra Instinct could be utilized even by mortals devoid of divine energy. Though its power paled in comparison to true Ultra Instinct, it was nonetheless formidable. Moreover, Gohan's technique possessed the capability to obliterate everything in existence, albeit at the cost of considerable stamina. What is this? Trunks gasped in astonishment. This is called Ultra Instinct, Gohan explained. Ultra Instinct? Trunks echoed. Yes, Gohan affirmed. Can I also transform like that? Trunks asked eagerly. Gohan chuckled. You can. But you must first master the Super Saiyan 3rd grade. Super Saiyan 3rd grade. Trunks despaired at the thought. He had yet to grasp the Super Saiyan 2nd grade, let alone the 3rd. Gohan, how does this Ultra Instinct compare to Super Saiyan 3rd grade? Ultra Instinct is not merely a transformation, it is a divine technique. A divine technique? Yes, it can be layered upon the Super Saiyan 3rd grade, but it is unnecessary. The transformation consumes an immense amount of energy, and adding this state on top would likely leave you exhausted in a short span. I see. So if we do not layer it, which is stronger? Ultra Instinct. In its state, it can unleash all the power within you. I see. It's a pity my strength is too feeble, otherwise I would truly love to witness just how powerful this Ultra Instinct can be. Gohan merely smiled in response, remaining silent. Chapter 47. I guard the present. You guard the future on planet North Kai. The North Kai sensed the aura emanating from Gohan, who was employing the rudimentary self-actualization technique. What could this mean? Why does Gohan's energy resonate so closely with Lord Beerus's? Lord Beerus. Upon hearing this, Goku, who was deep in training, immediately approached. Lord Kai, who is Lord Beerus? Lord Beerus is the god of destruction responsible for annihilating planets. The god of destruction? Goku echoed, intrigued. Indeed, the North Kai nodded. My planet was once quite large, but it was diminished due to offending Lord Beerus. Oh, is he very powerful? Without a doubt. Even Frieza would not dare to be arrogant before him. Is that so? Where is he now? Lord Beerus is currently in a deep slumber. Sleeping? How long will he be asleep? How would I know? At the very least, it will be several decades. Several decades. Lord Beerus certainly knows how to sleep. The North Kai, listening, remarked, Lord Beerus is a deity. Divine beings have long lifespans. Decades are trivial for him. Do you know how old Lord Beerus is now? How old? Goku asked, curious. At least 1 or 200 million years. 1 or 200 million years. Goku exclaimed in astonishment. Yes. While you Saiyans barely live over 100 years, that is hardly a fraction of Lord Beerus's age. Goku chuckled. So, Lord Kai, where is Beerus now? I won't tell you. Come on, Lord Kai. Goku pleaded, a charming smile on his face. Even if you tell me, I wouldn't be able to reach him. That place is far beyond our grasp, even with instant transmission. In the 7th universe, within the realm of the gods of destruction, a tall man with bluish-green skin, long white hair, and purple eyes surveyed the cosmos with a staff in hand. This was Whis, the angel of the 7th universe. Just moments ago, He had sensed the energy radiating from Gohan's use of the rudimentary self-actualization technique. Although Gohan's aura diverged significantly from that of a true god of destruction, the fact that a human could emit an energy akin to that of a deity piqued Whis' curiosity. Gohan, Whis murmured, his gaze lingering on the North Galaxy before he slowly withdrew his attention, repeating Gohan's name softly. Time passed swiftly, and a year had gone by. Trunks finally gathered the energy required for the time machine. In West City, at Goku's home, Trunks was saying his farewells to Goku and the others, preparing to return. Gohan, thank you so much for these past 2 years. Without your help, my strength wouldn't have surged so rapidly. Not at all, Trunks. When you return to the future to confront androids 17 and 18, do not forget to keep training. I guard the present. You guard the future. I understand, Gohan. Trunks replied, nodding earnestly, his mind drifting to the memory of Gohan's tragic demise in the future timeline. Uncle Goku, shall I return now? Trunks addressed the group. Krillin and the others nodded in agreement. Then, Trunks, the future now rests in your hands. Krillin encouraged. All right, Uncle Krillin, Trunks said, boarding the time machine. Tears welling in his eyes as he waved goodbye. With a whoosh, the time machine activated and quickly transported Trunks back to the future. The future Earth remained a desolate wasteland, just as before. Upon exiting the time machine, Trunks hurried home and found Bulma waiting anxiously. Trunks, future Bulma exclaimed, her eyes brimming with tears as she rushed to embrace him tightly. Mom, Trunks replied, and Bulma gradually loosened her grip. Where have you been for the past 2 years? Trunks recounted his experiences of being transported to the past to Bulma. The man in black? She inquired. Yes, Mom. Thanks to him, I was able to train in the past. Now, I have completely surpassed androids 17 and 18. Good. Future Bulma nodded. Now, go defeat androids 17 and 18. Right. But you must promise to be careful. Trunks nodded and swiftly left home to seek out androids 17 and 18. The man in black. Future Bulma murmured to herself. Just as Trunks vanished, she recalled having seen the man he described, who assured her that Trunks was safe and merely training in another realm, urging her not to disclose their encounter. In a ruined city of the future, 2 figures were mercilessly exterminating the remaining survivors. These individuals were none other than androids 17 and 18. As terrified screams echoed, one human after another was slain. Suddenly, a figure appeared. It was Trunks. Trunks. Android 17 smirked upon seeing him. Long time no see. I thought you would hide forever, too afraid to face us. Humph. Trunks retorted coldly. I am here to eliminate you for my father, for Gohan, and for all the innocent lives you have taken. Eliminate us? Android 17 burst into laughter, as if hearing the greatest joke. After 2 years, you've learned to tell jokes. Trunks' expression hardened. You'll soon see whether this is a joke. With that, he clenched his fists and transformed into a Super Saiyan, drawing his sword and charging at them. Android 17 also prepared for battle, rushing toward Trunks. In an instant, Trunks vanished, reappearing behind Android 17. Watch out, 17. Android 18 warned urgently. What? Android 17 turned around just as Trunks unleashed a golden energy wave from his hand. With a tremendous explosion, Android 17 was obliterated. 17. Android 18 gasped in shock, realizing that her companion had been defeated in mere moments. Trunks, with an icy gaze, turned his attention to her. Now, it is your turn. Chapter 48, The Seed of the Universe. Upon hearing this, Android 18's face contorted with fear. What? What is happening? How could your power have grown so formidable? I traveled back to the past and trained for 2 years under Gohan's guidance. Gohan? Son Gohan? Trunks nodded and swiftly charged towards Android 18. Startled, she immediately raised her hand to unleash an energy wave at him. Whoosh. In a blink, Trunks appeared before Android 18, driving his sword through her body. Gush. Android 18 let out a piercing scream, blood gushing from her mouth. At that moment, Trunks withdrew his sword with his right hand and concentrated a golden energy wave in his left, launching it at Android 18. Boom. With a tremendous explosion, Android 18 was annihilated. Trunks gazed at the vanquished Android 18, memories flooding back of what Gohan had told him when he returned to the future. I protect the present. You protect the future. Gohan. Trunks looked up at the sky, as if he could see both the past and future versions of Gohan appearing before him. I will surely safeguard the future. Time flowed, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. On a deserted island in the southern part of West City, there existed a research facility spanning hundreds of square meters, concealed amidst the island's foliage. This was the laboratory of Dr. Gero. Androids 17 and 18 had been completed just the day prior. However, Dr. Gero hesitated to activate them, fearing he might lose control over their actions. At that moment, the two lay quietly in their respective sleep chambers. Observing them, Dr. Gero found himself torn, contemplating whether to awaken them now. After a long deliberation, he finally resolved to press the activation button. As the sleep chamber opened, both androids slowly blinked awake and climbed out. Dr. Gero. Upon seeing him, Android 18's face contorted with intense hatred. If it weren't for Dr. Gero, she would never have been transformed into an android. Why, you're Android 18? Dr. Gero noted the change in her demeanor and felt a surge of anxiety. Indeed. I am Dr. Gero. I created both of you, and you must obey me. Android 18 scoffed disdainfully. You old fool. You captured us and transformed us into androids. And now you expect us to follow your commands? You truly believe you can control us? Dr. Gero thought to himself, so it is indeed difficult to control them. Just then, Android 18 clenched her fist and charged at him. Seeing this, Dr. Gero hastily pressed the emergency stop button, rendering both androids 17 and 18 immobile. Phew. Dr. Gero sighed in relief. It appeared that transforming humans into obedient androids was not as simple as he had anticipated. In West City, at the home of Goku, Gohan was rather bored as he listened to Pilaf report on the current status of their company. Gohan. Our company is now among the top 10 in West City. Top 10. Indeed. However, several companies have been imitating our app recently. Not to worry. We simply need to focus on perfecting our own app. Pilaf nodded in agreement. Well then, Gohan, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. All right. Gohan responded, nodding. Once Pilaf departed, Gohan suddenly recalled the seed of the universe that he had stored in his inventory. The seed of the universe was a crystal used in Dragon Ball Heroes to create new universes. Once fully charged with energy, it could grow into the cosmic tree, thus generating an entirely new universe. Furthermore, the seed could bestow certain superpowers and allow for fusion with others. With this in mind, Gohan promptly retrieved the seed from the system. A multicolored cube materialized in his hand. System, how do I utilize the seed of the universe? Master, the seed is currently inactive and requires energy to be activated. Energy? It needs to absorb energy produced from the collision of two forces, which means it requires combat to activate. Combat? Yes. Gohan, upon hearing this, sought out Piccolo. A short while later, Gohan arrived at Piccolo's training ground, eager to spar. You wish to fight me? Gohan nodded. Do not worry, Uncle Piccolo. I want to use my full strength. Well, all right. Though reluctant, Piccolo agreed. Then, Uncle Piccolo, shall we begin? Gohan asked, leaping back to a safe distance. Very well, Piccolo replied. Gohan took his stance and charged at Piccolo. Soon, they were engaged in combat. However, given Gohan's overwhelming power, Piccolo was primarily on the defensive. Bang! After a brief struggle, Gohan knocked Piccolo to the ground. Gohan glanced at the seed of the universe in his palm, noticing it glimmer. System, has it activated? Indeed, Master. The seed of the universe has now gathered 0.01 of its energy. 0.01? Is this from my recent battle with Piccolo? Yes, Master. This is the energy generated from your recent encounter. If you gather enough energy, the seed can evolve into the cosmic tree, or you may infuse its energy into your own body, granting you unprecedented power. Ah. But there are currently no worthy opponents on Earth. Master could seek battles with individuals from other universes or timelines. Other universes? Gohan pondered, stroking his chin, and suddenly thought of Hit from Universe 6. However, with his current strength, he doubted he could match Hit. System, if I merely observe their battle, can the seed still absorb the energy produced? Indeed, Master. Upon hearing this, Gohan promptly retrieved the crystal ball and traveled to the underworld. At that moment, Frieza and King Cold stood arrogantly before a host of minions. Chapter 49. Reag is suddenly confronted by the unexpected arrival of Son Gohan. Frieza's face instantly registered a flicker of astonishment. Son Gohan smiled and remarked, "It has been a while, Frieza." Frieza, seething with rage, clenched his fists tightly. However, he soon broke into laughter. How did you come to be here, Son Gohan? Have you perished? Not at all. I merely felt a sense of boredom today and thought I would pay you both a visit. Both? King Cold, upon hearing this, realized Gohan was referring to himself. Frieza, this fellow is overly arrogant. I suggest we join forces and teach him a lesson. Agreed, Father. Frieza declared, signaling his minions to charge at Son Gohan. In an instant, Gohan's figure flickered, and he swiftly dispatched the minions. Frieza, with a cold smirk, lunged toward Gohan. King Cold followed suit. Whoosh! Bang! 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 Son Gohan tightened his fists, engaging in combat with the two adversaries. Observing that he and King Cold were evenly matched against Gohan, Frieza's face lit up with a faint smile. Suddenly, Gohan vanished, reappearing behind them. Before they could react, he sent them flying into a pool of blood with a single punch and kick. That was rather excessive, Gohan remarked, glancing at the two struggling in the blood pool. Initially, he intended to prolong their battle, but Frieza's smile had provoked him into a swift defeat. Afterward, Gohan checked the energy collected by the Cosmic Seed. 0.03? Defeating those two only increased it by 0.02? Indeed, Master. Upon hearing this, Gohan promptly departed from the underworld and returned to Earth. Once back, he retrieved the heavenly mirror, revealing a planet resembling glass. This celestial body, known as Glass Star, belonged to the Glass Clan, whose members possessed the ability to manipulate and generate glass. Due to this rare talent, they were subjected to rigorous training from a young age, resulting in formidable combat prowess. Consequently, many sought to capture members of the Glass Clan to mold them into warriors, but they met fierce resistance. Reag from Dragon Ball Heroes is a member of the Glass Clan. However, Glass Star is not a planet in the primary timeline, but rather from an alternate reality. Upon witnessing the dire situation on Glass Star, Gohan utilized the heavenly mirror to transport himself there, intending to rescue Reag and recruit her into his ranks. Upon his arrival, Gohan immediately spotted a towering man attempting to seize a girl with blue skin and twin ponytails, a member of the Glass Clan. Stop! Gohan shouted at the man. The man turned to Gohan, questioning, Who are you? How did you arrive on Glass Star? You needn't know, for you shall soon find yourself at my mercy. Such arrogance! The man retorted, gathering a wave of energy in his right hand and launching it at Gohan. Gohan stood motionless, awaiting the impact. Boom! The energy wave struck him, and the man smirked disdainfully. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared before him, delivering a heavy punch to his jaw. Bang! The man was sent soaring into the air. Following this, a purple wave of destructive energy emanated from Gohan's right hand, aimed at the airborne adversary. With a resounding explosion, the man was obliterated. However, this tremendous blast attracted the attention of other invaders on the planet. Gohan glanced at the girl, and sensing no other members of the Glass Clan nearby, he instantly teleported to her side and whisked her back to Earth in the primary timeline. The girl surveyed her surroundings, confusion etched on her face. Who are you? Where's this? My name is Son Gohan, and this is Earth. Earth? Yes, and what is your name? Reag. Reag regarded Gohan warily. Gohan smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, I am not a villain. Reag appeared unconvinced. A villain would not openly display their wickedness. Do you seek revenge? Reag nodded. Then how will you show your gratitude if I help you achieve it? I pledge to do whatever you ask, as long as it is within my capability. Swear fealty to me as your master. Become your disciple? Reag remarked, glancing at Gohan, who was only slightly taller than herself. Yes, but as my disciple. You must assist with chores and occasionally complete assignments. All right, provided you help me exact my revenge, I will become your disciple. Gohan smiled in satisfaction. Moreover, you must not disclose anything about yourself to others. If anyone inquires, simply state that you have always resided on Earth. Understood. Reag nodded. Can you fly, Reag? Yes. As she spoke, Reag lifted off the ground. Can you manipulate glass? At Gohan's inquiry, Reag conjured a palm-sized diamond-shaped piece of glass. Is that all? This is the largest I can currently create. Not to worry. With diligent training, you will undoubtedly be able to produce larger constructs in the future. Reag nodded. Just then, her stomach growled audibly. Are you hungry? Shall I take you to eat? Reag nodded eagerly. Gohan led her back to his home. Upon their arrival, Chi-Chi eyed Reag with curiosity. Gohan, who is she? Mother, this is Reag, my new friend. A friend? Yes, Mother. I am a bit hungry. Could you prepare something for me? Of course, Chi-Chi exclaimed, dashing into the kitchen to prepare a meal. After some time, Chi-Chi emerged with a spread of food and placed it on the dining table. All right, Gohan and Reag, the food is ready for you. Gohan and Reag immediately began to eat. After sampling a piece of Chi-Chi's chicken leg, Reag's face lit up with delight. Andy, this chicken leg is truly delicious. Is it? If you enjoy it, please have more. Chi-Chi beamed. Indeed. Reag nodded enthusiastically. After finishing their meal, Gohan took Reag to train in the gravity room on the Capsule Corporation's property. Chapter 50, 1,000-fold Gravity. Where is this place? Call me Master. Oh, Master. Where is this place? This is the gravity room, your training ground from now on. Gravity room? Yes, here I can increase the gravity up to 800 times. 800 times. Nodded and raised the gravity to 10 times. Instantly, a heavy weight pressed down on both of them. It's so heavy, he exclaimed with a light chuckle. 10 times gravity is still manageable. I usually train under 800 times. 800 times. Gasped in astonishment. The mere tenfold gravity was already suffocating her. How could she withstand 800 times? Indeed. So you must train diligently and strive to master the 800 times gravity. Nodded uncertainly. Observing her, promptly took out the cosmic seed. System, can this cosmic seed apply gravity to someone? Yes, master. Can it apply gravity to oneself? Indeed, master. Just let the cosmic seed float above you, and it will exert gravity on you. Upon hearing this, immediately position the colorful cube above his head. A radiant spectrum of light emanated from the cosmic seed, bathing in its glow. Master, what is this? Inquired, gazing at the light. This increases gravity. So do not touch it. Increasing gravity. Was startled, as she had just contemplated reaching for the light. 100 times gravity. Announced, glancing at the cosmic seed. As soon as he spoke, the cosmic seed instantly applied 100 times gravity. With the gravity room already set at 10 times, the total became 1,000-fold gravity. It's so heavy. Gritted his teeth and transformed into Super Saiyan 2. He transformed. But he looks so cool, exclaimed in surprise. Upon transforming, felt a significant relief. Then, filled with curiosity, he asked the system, I commanded the cosmic seed to increase gravity by 100 times. Why is it heavier than 800 times? Master, you have forgotten. You are currently under 10 times gravity. 100 times that is indeed 1,000-fold. Oh, I see. If I were under 800 times gravity and commanded the cosmic seed to exert 100 times, would that not result in 80,000 times gravity? Master, you are overthinking. Not to mention whether your gravity room can endure 80,000 times. The cosmic seed cannot simultaneously bear 800 times gravity while applying 100 times. That makes sense. So what is the maximum gravity the cosmic seed can apply? 1,000 times under normal conditions. However, if you gather enough energy, it can be enhanced to 1,500 times. Upon hearing this, fell silent. Defeating Frieza and his father only increased the energy by 0.02. To fully gather the cosmic seed's energy, he might need to reach Super Saiyan 4 and face others. Just then, approached and asked, Master, what transformation is this? Smiled. This is called Super Saiyan 2. Super Saiyan 2? Then, Master, why is it called Super Saiyan 2 and not Super Saiyan 1? Because this is the second transformation of the Super Saiyan. Then, Master, what does Super Saiyan 1 look like? That is simply called Super Saiyan, not Super Saiyan 1. Stated. Reverting his transformation back to Super Saiyan. This is Super Saiyan. Nodded. Then, you may begin your training. Yes, Master. Later that evening, after concluding a day of training, bid farewell to and prepared to return home for dinner. Master, are you going back? Nodded. There is food in the fridge. You can prepare whatever you like. Master. I'm afraid. What are you afraid of? I'm afraid those people might come looking for me during the day. Can you stay here at night? This. After pondering, scratched his head. You need not worry. This place is quite safe. Master looked at him with a pitiful expression. Well then, I shall leave a clone here. A clone? Nodded, plucking a strand of his hair and transforming it into a clone. Two masters. Chuckled. Not 2 masters, but a clone. How impressive, Master. Can you teach me this technique? Smiled. Once you conquer 100 times gravity, we'll see. Huffed. Tomorrow, I shall train under 100 times gravity. Laughed. The cows outside will nearly be blown away. Blushed at this remark. Then, Master, is this clone very powerful? Not really. It only possesses 1,000th of my strength. Only 1,000th. S expression fell with disappointment. Indeed. Without transforming into Super Saiyan, it is only a few million battle power. A few million? Master. Are you really that strong? Appeared to be of similar stature to her, yet his strength was vastly superior. Moreover, she realized she did not even possess 1,000th of power. Nodded. Well then, if there's nothing else, I shall take my leave? Nodded in agreement. Seeing this, instantly teleported home. After his departure, turned to the clone and asked, Master, I cannot cook. Can you cook? I cannot. Oh. Time passed swiftly, and a year had gone by. After a year of training, was now capable of training under 50 times gravity. At that moment, she stood in a space filled with glass. Glass. With a slight exclamation. A diamond-shaped glass of similar size to appeared on the ground. With all this glass, we could surely open a glass factory, right? Remarked, observing the glass surrounding. Master, look. The glass I gathered this time is much larger than the last. Chapter 51. The Birth of Trunks Indeed. Gohan nodded. Master, when will you teach me the multiplication technique? Cough, cough. Gohan cleared his throat. Perhaps it would be best to wait until you have overcome the gravity of 100 times. Ragus, feeling a bit indignant, retorted, Master, I will ultimately conquer the 100-fold gravity. You should teach me first. I will certainly instruct you, but only after you have mastered the 100-fold gravity. Curse you, Master. Ragus thought bitterly. What did you say? Oh no, I forgot my master can read minds. Ragus's expression changed instantly. I said nothing, Master. At Dr. Gero's laboratory, Dr. Gero was hastening the creation of Android 19 due to Androids 17 and 18's insubordination. He had even modified himself into an android. Standing before the sleeping chamber of Android 19, he felt a twinge of anxiety as he observed the android within. Since embarking on his journey to create androids, he had produced 19, including himself, totaling 20. Unfortunately, androids 1 through 7 had failed, while Android 8, though successful, turned out to be benevolent and formed a friendship with Goku. Androids 9 to 12 also failed, while androids 13 to 15 were under construction in another facility, overseen by a supercomputer. Although androids 16, 17, and 18 were successfully created, they did not heed his commands, with 17 and 18 even attempting to kill him. This left Dr. Gero feeling particularly anxious about Android 19, as none of his creations had proven obedient. After a lengthy contemplation, Dr. Gero finally activated Android 19. As the chamber opened, Android 19's eyes swiftly opened. Dr. Gero. Android 19 regarded him with an impassive gaze before emerging from the chamber. Is it successful? Dr. Gero approached cautiously, relieved to see no immediate signs of malfunction. Suddenly, in a flash, Android 19 lunged at him. Shocked, Doctor? Gero barely had time to react before being struck to the ground by a powerful punch. You. Dr. Gero seethed with fury as he glared at Android 19. Having hoped to create a compliant android at last, only to face another failure. Ignoring him, Android 19 raised its fist once more, prepared to attack. Dr. Gero, realizing the imminent danger, scrambled to escape. Android 19 immediately pursued him. Once outside, Dr. Gero hastily produced an emergency stop button, halting Android 19's movement. Phew. With Android 19 motionless, Dr. Gero breathed a sigh of relief and returned to the lab, furious. What went wrong? Why did none of my creations obey me? 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In West City, at Goku's home, Goku and Gohan were seated on the living room sofa, enjoying fruit when Chi-Chi emerged from the kitchen. Goku, Gohan, I heard from Bulma that the World Martial Arts Tournament will be held tomorrow. The World Martial Arts Tournament? Yes. It has been quite a while since we last held it after our marriage. Why don't you both participate? Participate in the tournament? Indeed. I've heard there is a substantial prize for the champion. Chi-Chi, isn't Gohan's earnings enough? What do you know? Money is always welcome. But Chi-Chi, there aren't any formidable competitors left in the tournament. If there are no strong contenders, are you suggesting Krillin and the others should join? Regardless, you both must participate. Well, fine. Goku reluctantly agreed, and Gohan nodded in compliance. Afterward, Goku promptly sought out Krillin and the others, inquiring if they would join the tournament. Initially hesitant, they eventually acquiesced, swayed by Goku's enthusiasm. In the afternoon, at a hospital in West City, a baby with a hint of purple hair was born. This infant was none other than Trunks. Dr. Brief and Mrs. Brief beamed with joy as they gazed upon their newly born grandson. Bulma, the child is adorable. It's a boy. A boy, you say? Indeed. Mrs. Brief nodded. Bulma, have you thought of a name for him? If not, I have some suggestions. Dr. Brief offered. No need, Dad. I've already decided on a name, Trunks. Bulma promptly declined her father's suggestions. She was wary of Dr. Brief's unreliable naming conventions. Trunks. Dr. Brief mused. Then suggested, but I think Pitaro is quite nice too. Dad. Bulma glared at him in anger. All right, I understand. It shall be Trunks. The following morning, after breakfast, Goku's family arrived early at the venue for the World Martial Arts Tournament. Chi-Chi, gazing at the familiar surroundings, felt nostalgic. It was here that she and Goku had announced their marriage. Goku, do you remember? You proposed to me here, and then we had Gohan. Yes. Goku smiled and nodded. Just then, a green figure descended from the sky. It was Piccolo. Piccolo. Goku greeted him with a warm smile. Uncle Piccolo. Piccolo nodded. What terrible timing you have, Piccolo. Chi-Chi thought, feeling irritated that he interrupted their moment of reminiscence. Chapter 52, The Battle Against Bidily. Have you registered, Gohan? Not yet. Gohan shook his head. Is that so? Then shall we go and register now? Sure. Gohan nodded. With that, Goku and his companions set off to register. Due to the large number of participants, they stood in line for quite a while before reaching the front. Name? Goku. Age? 29. Where do you live? West City. All right. Next. Name? Gohan. Age? 10. Only 10? The staff member inquired. Yes. Then according to the rules of the World Martial Arts Tournament, you can only compete in the youth division. The youth division? Indeed. This is a new regulation for the World Martial Arts Tournament. Anyone under the age of 15 can only participate in the youth division. Gohan felt a wave of frustration. He was clearly the strongest among them, yet he was relegated to the youth division. Noticing this, Goku chuckled. Well, Gohan, why not just compete in the youth division? Gohan nodded and stepped to the side. Although competing in the youth division seemed somewhat tedious, he had only come to participate casually. With relatively few competitors in the youth division, Gohan quickly completed his registration. Suddenly, he spotted several familiar figures, Krillin and the others. Krillin. Krillin smiled. Long time no see, Gohan. Just then, Goku and Chi-Chi approached from a distance. Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, Kaihatsu. Goku. Goku nodded in acknowledgement. Did you all just arrive? Yes. Goku, have you registered? Yes. Oh. Then let's finish our registrations and chat afterward. All right. Goku agreed. Shortly after, Krillin and his friends completed their registrations and reunited with Goku's group. Just then, an announcement echoed through the venue, signaling the commencement of the Youth Division finals. The Youth Division? Krillin recalled that there hadn't been a Youth Division in previous tournaments. Goku nodded. This is a new addition. Anyone under 15 can only participate in the Youth Division. Under 15, so Gohan is. Goku nodded again. Then Dad, is Mr. Piccolo competing? Goku affirmed. Gohan, you must give it your all and aim for the championship in the Youth Division. Chi-Chi encouraged. Gohan chuckled softly, nodding. The championship of the Youth Division? If only he were older, he could easily claim the Adult Division's title. Soon, Gohan arrived at the competition arena for the Youth Division. Since his opponents were merely children, he advanced to the finals with minimal effort. The other finalist was a young girl, Bidily, the daughter of Mr. Satan. At just 10 years of age, she was nearly the same height as Gohan. Dear audience, after a morning of matches, we have finally reached the finals of the Youth Division featuring 10-year-old contestants Gohan and Bidily. Although they are both only 10, their fathers are formidable martial artists. Especially Gohan's father, Goku, the reigning champion of the last World Martial Arts Tournament. The audience gasped upon hearing this. Mr. Satan, watching from the stands, grew concerned for Bidily. The champion's son? Bidily's interest in Gohan was piqued. Now, who will you be supporting? The host asked the audience. Gohan. Bidily. The crowd cheered for both contestants. All right, I hereby declare the finals of the Youth Division officially begin. Ha! Bidily shouted as she charged at Gohan. He stood firm, not moving an inch. System, how many moves should I use to defeat her? The system responded with silence. Master, this is a decision you must make yourself. At that moment, Bidily closed the distance, executing a swift kick towards Gohan. He shifted slightly, evading the attack. Bidily gritted her teeth and unleashed a flurry of punches towards him. 1 move, 2 moves, 3 moves. Gohan counted her strikes as he dodged. After the 10th strike, he swung his right fist forward, releasing a powerful gust of wind that sent Bidily tumbling off the stage. The host and the audience were momentarily stunned. They had anticipated a fierce battle, but it concluded unexpectedly swiftly. Though disappointed, they understood. After all, both were just children. Ouch. Bidily quickly recovered from her fall, brushing herself off. Bidily has fallen from the competition stage. Gohan is the winner. Congratulations to Gohan for claiming the championship and a prize of 1 million for the Youth Division. The host announced. Wonderful, Gohan won. Chi-Chi exclaimed, standing in her seat with excitement. Krillin and the others chuckled lightly. With Gohan's prowess, winning the Youth Division championship was effortless. And he could have easily claimed the Adult Division title as well. Piccolo, Gohan's match has concluded. We should prepare for our competition. Piccolo nodded in agreement. With that, Krillin and the others departed from the stands. On the competition stage, Gohan quickly jumped down and approached Bidily. Are you all right? I'm fine. But how did you defeat me so easily? Bidily inquired. That was my fighting spirit. Fighting spirit? In simple terms, it's the strong wind generated when I throw a punch. A win from your punch? You can't be serious. Gohan smiled. Believe it or not. Bitterly huffed. Your name is Gohan, right? Next time we meet, I will definitely not lose to you. All right. Gohan nodded with a smile. Bitterly, seeing Gohan's cheerful expression, felt a surge of irritation. Gohan, what are you smiling about? Nothing. I'm just happy about winning the championship. Bitterly, upon hearing this, chose not to respond further. Chapter 53. Illusions. Everything is an illusion at that moment. Mr. Satan descended from the audience. Father, he acknowledged with a nod. Biddy, although you did not secure the championship this time, do not lose heart. I believe in you. Next time, you shall surely claim the title. Biddy nodded in response. Father, soon it will be your turn to compete. You must give it your all. Mr. Satan smiled and assured her, rest assured, my dear. I shall endeavor to win a championship for you. Biddy nodded once more. As Mr. Satan spoke, he glanced around and noticed that Son Gohan, who had been standing nearby, had vanished without a trace. Shortly thereafter, the adult competition commenced. Goku and his companions effortlessly advanced to the top 8, while Mr. Satan, by a stroke of luck, avoided facing Goku and also progressed to the quarterfinals. In the first match of the top 8, Mr. Satan faced Spabovich and, after a strenuous effort, managed to secure victory. In the second bout, Tien Shinhan easily triumphed over Yamcha. The third match saw Goku effortlessly defeat Kaiatsu, while in the fourth, Piccolo soundly overcame Krillin, advancing to the semifinals. In the first semifinal, Piccolo faced Mr. Satan, who, as anticipated, was defeated. Biddy felt a twinge of surprise at her father's loss, however. Understanding that competitions yield both victories and defeats, she quickly accepted this reality. Following Piccolo's victory, Goku battled Tien Shinhan, emerging victorious as well. Thus, Goku and Piccolo advanced to the grand finale. Ladies and gentlemen, after an exhilarating afternoon of competition, we have arrived at the final match. The host announced, his heart racing with excitement. It had been 11 years since he last witnessed a match featuring Goku. He recalled the most thrilling battles he had ever seen were those involving Goku. Goku, isn't that Son Gohan's father? Biddy inquired of Mr. Satan, who nodded in affirmation. Biddy, realizing that if Goku was Son Gohan's father, then Gohan would likely be present to witness the match, scanned the audience. What are you looking for, Biddy? Mr. Satan asked. I'm searching for Son Gohan. She replied. Son Gohan? Isn't he the one who just defeated you? Mr. Satan teased, feeling a sudden protective instinct. His wife had passed away, leaving him and his daughter to rely solely on each other, and he was not ready to see her swept away by some boy. What are you talking about, father? I'm just trying to see if that guy is here. After scanning the crowd, Biddy felt a hint of disappointment upon realizing she could not locate Son Gohan. She regretted not asking for his address earlier. They could have sparred together in the future. On the competition stage, the battle between Goku and Piccolo commenced. The swift movements of both fighters rendered them nearly invisible to the audience. The host, bewildered, could not decipher the action. But he could feel the strong gusts of wind generated by their clashes, accompanied by the thunderous sounds of their fists colliding. Daddy, what is happening? I can't see where they are, Biddy exclaimed. It's an illusion. Everything is an illusion. Mr. Satan replied. An illusion? Yes. They must have secretly prepared a piece of fabric that matches the color of the arena. A fabric? Biddy questioned. Indeed. They took advantage of our inattention to obscure their bodies with it, achieving the effect of disappearing from our view. Biddy was skeptical, but before she could voice her doubts, both fighters suddenly appeared mid-air. Look, there in the sky. An excited spectator exclaimed. In the sky, Biddy echoed, gazing upward. Father, what is happening now? It's a projection. They must be utilizing one, or perhaps they are tethered with fishing lines. How else could normal people fly? Mr. Satan replied, a sheen of sweat forming on his forehead. Deep down, he had no belief in his own words, yet he felt the need to maintain an imposing image before his daughter. Biddy scrutinized the heights above the arena, recognizing the improbability of such a projection being cast at such an altitude. As for fishing lines, that was even more implausible, if they were indeed suspended by lines. It would require an aircraft, which would produce noticeable noise. Yet, the silence had persisted since their arrival. Suddenly, Piccolo plummeted from the sky like a comet. Just before hitting the ground, he executed a somersault, landing with his feet firmly on the arena floor, causing the surface to splinter like a spider's web. At that moment, Goku teleported behind Piccolo, who sensed his presence and moved forward, only to be struck by Goku's fist, sending him flying out of the ring. Piccolo is out. Goku is the victor. Congratulations to Goku for once again claiming the championship of the World Martial Arts Tournament, along with a prize of 1 million. the host announced to the audience. 1,000,000, Biddy exclaimed, her heart soaring as she sprang from her seat. Goku then flew down to the arena. Are you all right, Piccolo? He asked. I'm fine, Piccolo replied, brushing off the dust. Really? Then let us find Gohan and the others. I'll treat you all to a meal. Piccolo, feeling exasperated, replied. I am a Namekian. I only require water. That is fine. Even if you don't eat, you can still join us for a chat. Goku insisted. All right then. Piccolo conceded, recalling that Gohan would likely want to join as well. Chapter 54. A meeting at the restaurant upon hearing Piccolo's agreement. Son Wukong immediately led him to find Krillin and the others. As dusk enveloped the sky, Son Wukong guided them to a nearby restaurant for a meal. This very establishment was where Master Roshi had treated Son Wukong and his companions during their first participation in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Krillin, do you remember this restaurant? Son Wukong inquired. Of course. This is the place where Master Roshi invited us to dine. You even devoured his prize money in a single meal. Krillin replied. Indeed. It's a pity that Master Roshi isn't here with us this time. Son Wukong mused, a hint of nostalgia in his voice. All right, Wukong. What dishes would you like? I can order for you, Kiki offered. Without hesitation, Son Wukong rattled off a long list of dishes. At that moment, a father and daughter entered the restaurant. They were none other than Mr. Satan and his daughter, Biddy Lee. Biddy Lee, what would you like to eat? Mr. Satan asked. Biddy Lee was about to express her preferences when she suddenly spotted Son Gohan seated with Piccolo and the others. To her surprise, she realized that all those who had advanced to the top 8 were gathered around Son Gohan. Is this background so profound? She pondered. Dad, isn't that Piccolo? The one who defeated you? Following her gaze, Mr. Satan indeed saw Piccolo, as well as Krillin and the others. Son Gohan. Although Biddy Lee claimed not to like Son Gohan, Mr. Satan couldn't shake off his concern that Biddy Lee might be taken away by him. Biddy Lee nodded and walked over to Son Gohan. Biddy Lee, Mr. Satan called out, rushing after her. As Son Gohan noticed Biddy Lee approaching, he greeted her with a smile. Krillin, do you know this girl? He asked. Son Gohan nodded. She is the runner-up in the junior division. The runner-up? So, you defeated her? Krillin remarked, astonished. Yes, Son Gohan confirmed. At that moment, Biddy Lee stood before Son Gohan. It's nice to see you again, Son Gohan, she said. Son Gohan nodded in response. Just as the words left her lips, Mr. Satan stepped forward. Biddy Lee, what are you doing here? He questioned. Before Biddy Lee could respond, Son Wukong interjected, Aren't you the one who was defeated by Piccolo? I am not that guy, my name is Mr. Satan. He retorted angrily. My apologies. I just momentarily forgot your name, Son Wukong chuckled. Mr. Satan snorted in response, still feeling a twinge of irritation at Son Wukong's earlier comment. Excuse me, sir. You must be Son Gohan's father, right? Biddy Lee suddenly asked. Son Wukong nodded. And where do you live? Biddy Lee inquired. Her question left Kiki and the others in shock. It was astonishing that Biddy Lee had come specifically to ask for Son Gohan's address. Really? Are today's youth so bold? Kiki mused. Biddy Lee, Mr. Satan exclaimed, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Typically, it was boys who asked girls for their addresses, yet here was his daughter boldly inquiring about Son Gohan's home. Though Biddy Lee was still young and unaware of the implications, Mr. Satan felt a sense of shame. What's wrong, Dad? Biddy Lee asked, noticing her father's reaction. Son Wukong, oblivious to the tension, casually revealed his address. We live in West City, XXXX. Thank you, sir. Biddy Lee replied. So, Biddy Lee, what do you intend to do with our address? Krillin and the others exchanged bewildered glances. Despite nearing 30, Son Wukong's navette remained intact. As he freely divulged his home address. I want to spar with Son Gohan, Biddy Lee declared. Spar? Son Wukong echoed, intrigued. Why? Because I lost to Son Gohan in today's junior division match, and I want to defeat him next time. Defeat Gohan? Krillin and the others looked at Biddy Lee with disbelief. Given Son Gohan's current prowess, he was the strongest among them. Even Biddy Lee, who was not as strong as Mr. Satan, audaciously claimed she would conquer Son Gohan. Indeed, Mr. Satan interjected, pulling Biddy Lee away. All right, Biddy Lee. It's time for us to order. Once they were seated, Son Wukong and the others eagerly awaited their dishes. Shortly after, a waiter began bringing out plates of food. Kiki, can we eat now? Son Wukong asked, his stomach growling at the sight of the roasted piglet. Yes, Kiki replied. And Son Wukong wasted no time diving into the meal. The clamor of Son Wukong's enthusiastic eating soon drew the attention of other patrons, including Mr. Satan and Biddy Lee. As Son Wukong feasted, Son Gohan and the others joined him, albeit with slightly more decorum. Nevertheless, Son Gohan's eating pace was considerably faster than that of an average person. Mr. Satan and Biddy Lee watched in awe. Is this human? Boss, we've run out of food. Son Wukong called out to the proprietor. The owner hurried over to clear the plates and bring more dishes. Burp. After a considerable time, Son Wukong let out a loud belch. Meanwhile, the owner and waitstaff were exhausted from the relentless service, having just brought out 6 tables worth of food. Their speed of consumption required them to not only serve but also clear plates simultaneously. Boss, time to settle the bill, Kiki shouted. All right, please hold on a moment. The owner replied, picking up the lengthy bill that had fallen to the floor. Are they monsters? Mr. Satan couldn't help but think. Observing the spectacle at the restaurant. After a lengthy wait, the owner completed the calculations and presented the bill to Kiki. Dear guest, your total comes to 1,300,000. Is it really that much? Can we get a discount? Kiki inquired. Unfortunately, no. But I can offer you a discount of 10,000. The owner replied, shaking his head. Very well, Kiki said, promptly handing her card to the owner. With that, their prize money had diminished by half in an instant. Chapter 55, Vegeta challenges Son Goku. Son Goku smiled and remarked, isn't there still half of the prize left? Hearing this, Chi-Chi dismissed him, knowing that it was futile to discuss money with someone as indifferent to it as Goku. After settling the bill, Goku and his companions departed from the restaurant. As time pressed on, Krillin and the others decided to stay at Goku's home for the night. Days slipped by swiftly, and soon 5 days had elapsed. Today marked the day the androids were to make their appearance. Early in the morning, Krillin and the others arrived in West City, preparing to search for the androids alongside Goku. Unbeknownst to them, Dr. Gero had no intention of appearing, as Android 19 was beyond his control. Despite his confidence in his own strength, he was not inclined to risk himself recklessly. After all, one's life is singular and precious. As the clock neared 10, Goku and his group reached the location indicated by Trunks. However, with so many small islands mentioned, they were uncertain of where androids 17 and 18 would manifest, compelling them to split up for the search. Goku, there are too many islands. I think we should divide our efforts. If any one of us finds the androids, we will elevate our energy to the maximum to signal the others for immediate assistance, suggested Krillin. Agreed. Goku nodded. For safety's sake, let us pair up, Krillin. You and Yamcha together, Tien and Kaiatsu as a pair. As for me, I'll team up with Piccolo, and Gohan can go solo. Understood, Krillin affirmed. With that, the 7 of them soared towards the nearby islands in search of the androids. After a considerable time, they regrouped after searching all the islands. Goku, did you find the androids? Asked Krillin. No, Goku replied with a nod. Do you think Trunks' arrival altered the original timeline, preventing the creation of those androids? Pondered Yamcha. I'm not sure, Krillin shook his head. But even if those 2 androids were never created, Dr. Gero would likely devise others to exact revenge on you. Goku. Indeed, Yamcha concurred. At that moment, a figure flew in from the distance. It was Vegeta. Kakarot. Where are those 2 androids? Goku scratched the back of his head and replied, we don't know where they are either. What do you mean you don't know? The Haven Tea appeared as Trunks said. Vegeta pressed. Goku nodded affirmatively. In that case, how about we have a battle? Battle with me? Goku asked, surprised. Indeed. In truth, I am more eager to defeat you than those androids. Goku glanced at Gohan beside him and agreed. All right. A faint smile graced Vegeta's lips upon Goku's acceptance. Soon, Vegeta led Goku to an uninhabited island, with Gohan and the others following at a distance. Kakarot, how do you find this place for our duel? Vegeta inquired. It's acceptable, Goku replied. Vegeta chuckled. I have awaited this day for a long time. A very long time indeed. Awaited this day? For a long time? Goku echoed, puzzled. Indeed, Kakarot. As a Saiyan, I was born a prodigy. Before encountering you and Gohan, I was utterly confident in my abilities. However, after my defeat at the hands of your inferior warrior son, I felt I had lost all dignity and pride to prove my superiority over you. Is that so? Goku responded with a calm smile. Unlike Vegeta, he did not dwell on past defeats. For him, a loss was a loss, and a victory was a victory. The sight of Goku's smile irked Vegeta, for it seemed to mock him, implying he could never surpass Goku. Let us begin, Kakarot, Vegeta declared. All right, Goku replied. Assuming a combat stance, Vegeta chuckled lightly before charging at Goku. Goku clenched his fists and rushed towards Vegeta. The clash was immediate and intense. with dust and debris rising from the ground as they engaged in fierce combat. With a powerful blow, Goku was knocked to the ground, and Vegeta seized the moment to stomp down on him. Goku rolled aside, bracing himself against the ground to rise again. Vegeta sneered, tightening his fists. "Ha!" he shouted as a tremendous energy enveloped him. Krillin and the others, sensing this surge, were taken aback. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, and clouds of dust erupted into the air. Could it be? Krillin gasped. Before he could finish, Vegeta's hair transformed to gold. His eyes glowed a bright green, and he radiated a golden aura. He had indeed ascended to Super Saiyan. Indeed, he has become a Super Saiyan, Krillin exclaimed. Piccolo, feeling a mix of frustration and anger, reflected on how he once stood closely in power to Goku and his friends. Now, with their mastery over Super Saiyan, they had left him far behind. Despite not being a Saiyan himself, Piccolo had diligently trained every day for 3 years. Super Saiyan? Goku echoed, clenching his fist to transform as well. Vegeta snorted and charged at Goku with the speed of lightning. Goku met him head-on, and the two engaged in a rapid exchange of blows, the ground erupting in a cloud of dust once more. "Ha!" Vegeta shouted, landing a solid punch that sent Goku flying. Goku planted his feet firmly on the ground, panting heavily. Noticing Goku's unusual state, Piccolo felt a flicker of concern. What is going on? Goku seems to be winded despite not having expended much energy. Chapter 56. The search for Dr. Gero at this moment. Vegeta too noticed Goku's unusual condition and halted his preparations for attack. Could it be the viral heart disease that Trunks mentioned? Gohan remarked. Viral heart disease? All eyes turned towards Gohan. But didn't Trunks give Goku the medicine? Krillin inquired. However, Dad has always been in good health, so he never took the medicine. Trunks. Upon hearing this, Vegeta quickly thought of his newborn son at home. They not only shared the same name but also the same hair color. Could it be? Just then, Goku suddenly writhed on the ground in pain, reverting to his normal state. Goku. As Krillin and the others rushed over, Vegeta let out a scoff, transforming back to his normal form. You lot, why aren't you taking Kakarot back to treat him? Do you intend to watch him die? Oh, right, Krillin exclaimed, coming to a realization. I'll take Dad back, Gohan said. Piccolo nodded in agreement. Gohan's ability to teleport would indeed be much faster than theirs. What if the androids suddenly appear while Gohan is gone? Yamcha queried. Although they were numerous, deep down, Yamcha believed that only Goku and Gohan could defeat the androids. Vegeta, hearing this, retorted with fiery indignation, without Kakarot and Gohan, am I not enough? I have surpassed Kakarot completely. As Vegeta glared furiously, Yamcha instinctively took a few steps back. Even though Vegeta was no longer an enemy, Yamcha still felt a twinge of fear towards him. Uncle Yamcha, why don't you come back with me? Gohan suggested. All right, Yamcha replied, glancing at Krillin and the others. Although returning with Gohan felt somewhat humiliating, he realized that he and Krillin were no match for the androids. It was better to prioritize survival. Humph. Vegeta scoffed, regarding Yamcha with further disdain. Gohan, witnessing this, teleported, bringing Yamcha and Goku back to his home. At that moment, Chi-Chi was preparing lunch at home. Upon hearing Goku's cries of pain, she rushed out of the house. Goku, Chi-Chi shouted, immediately turning to Gohan. Gohan, what happened to your father? Dad's viral heart disease has flared up. Viral heart disease, is that the illness the boy from the future mentioned? Gohan nodded. Then where is the medicine for it? It's inside the house, I'll go get it now. Chi-Chi exclaimed, dashing back inside to retrieve the medicine. Meanwhile, Vegeta, after Goku and the others left, turned to Krillin to inquire about the androids. Baldy, what was that about the androids appearing? My name is Krillin, not Baldy. Krillin responded, feeling a surge of anger. Why did everyone insist on calling him that? Fine, Krillin. What was that guy saying about the androids? Vegeta pressed. You must know that the 2 androids Trunks mentioned were created by Dr. Gero of the Red Ribbon Army, whom Goku defeated, right? Yes, I know. So what? Since the androids were created to take revenge on Goku, I suspect that even if androids 17 and 18 do not appear today, they will undoubtedly show up in the future. Vegeta chuckled. Are you implying that those 2 androids have not yet been created? I'm not certain, but I can assure you that Dr. Gero will not abandon his quest for revenge against Goku. Dr. Gero, do you have any means to locate him? What do you need Dr. Gero for? Krillin asked. Isn't it obvious? To inquire if the androids have been completed, and then I will personally defeat them. Personally defeat them? Indeed. Over the past 3 years, I have diligently trained to surpass Kakarot and those 2 androids. Today, I believed I could finally defeat Kakarot and the androids. But in the midst of our battle, Kakarot suddenly suffered a heart attack. And the androids did not appear as Trunks said they would. The more Vegeta spoke, the more infuriated he became. He merely sought to reclaim his pride. Why was it so difficult? To find Dr. Gero, there's a way, but it requires the power of the Dragon Balls. Dragon Balls? Yes. If we make a wish to the Eternal Dragon, we should be able to discover Dr. Gero's whereabouts. However, isn't it a bit of a waste to use the Dragon Balls for this? Why not just wait for the androids to appear? With Gohan's strength, he can surely defeat them. Vegeta scoffed. I want to find Dr. Gero now. Where are the Dragon Balls? The Dragon Balls are scattered across the earth. We must use Bulma's Dragon Radar to locate all 7. Bulma. Just then, a jet descended from the sky. Once it landed, Yajirobe emerged from the plane, carrying Bulma, who was cradling Trunks. Bulma. Krillin greeted her. Bulma nodded. Krillin, where are Goku and the others? Goku suffered a heart attack. Gohan and Yamcha took him back. A heart attack? Didn't that boy from the future give him medicine? Did he not take it? Krillin nodded. Bulma, why did you suddenly come here? I was simply curious about what the androids created by Dr. Gero look like. Upon hearing this, Krillin let out a dry laugh. They were terrified of the androids. Yet Bulma was not only unafraid but also curious about their appearance. One had to admit, Bulma was indeed very brave. At that moment, Vegeta interjected. Bulma. Where is the Dragon Radar? I left the Dragon Radar at home. Why? Vegeta wants to use the Dragon Balls to locate Dr. Gero. Krillin explained. Dr. Gero? What does he want with him? Bulma asked. Since the androids did not appear today, Vegeta wishes to find Dr. Gero through the Dragon Balls to inquire about the androids' whereabouts. Chapter 57. Finding Dr. Gero. Have the androids not appeared? Krillin inquired, nodding thoughtfully. Perhaps it is due to the alterations in history. Oh, if you truly wish to uncover Dr. Gero's whereabouts, there is no need to rely solely on the Dragon Balls. For I possess knowledge of his current location. You know? Krillin and the others were taken aback. Indeed, Bulma affirmed. Then why didn't you inform us sooner? Krillin, feeling somewhat speechless, replied, but you never asked me. Besides, Vegeta insisted on defeating those 2 androids himself, so I kept quiet. What does that have to do with Vegeta? Krillin questioned. Of course it matters. When I witnessed Vegeta training recklessly, I suggested that he eliminate Dr. Gero before the androids were even created, but he rejected my advice, insisting he wanted to defeat Dr. Gero himself. Bulma exclaimed angrily. I see, Krillin said with an awkward smile. That does indeed sound like Vegeta. Vegeta scoffed. So, Bulma, where is Dr. Gero now? Bulma promptly revealed the location of Dr. Gero's laboratory. With a resounding boom, Vegeta shot off towards the lab. How did you come to know the location of Dr. Gero's lab? Krillin asked, watching Vegeta soar into the distance. It primarily stems from Gohan's company. Gohan's company? Yes. An employee from Gohan's company stumbled upon Dr. Gero's lab while conducting business. Conducting business? Promoting mobile phones and apps? Exactly. Bulma nodded. Then, Piccolo. Should we not accompany them to see for ourselves? Krillin proposed. Indeed, Piccolo agreed. I'll join you as well, Tien Shinhan declared. With that, the 4 of them departed the small island in haste. Inside Dr. Gero's laboratory, he was examining the brain of Android 19 when he suddenly noticed that his commands had been altered. Eliminate Dr. Gero. Obey Gohan. Gohan. Upon seeing this command, Dr. Gero felt an intense surge of fury. He finally comprehended why Android 19 had been disobedient and sought to kill him. It was all orchestrated by Gohan. At that moment, a series of footsteps echoed from outside the lab, alerting Dr. Gero. Suddenly, the laboratory door was blasted open, startling him as he peered outside to see a proud figure standing at the entrance, Vegeta. Vegeta. Dr. Gero's expression shifted to one of panic. He was not afraid of Vegeta. Rather, he was apprehensive about the androids he had created, none of whom obeyed him, leaving him unable to activate them. If Vegeta were to destroy his lab, all his years of work would be in vain. Vegeta scoffed. You are Dr. Gero? I am not Dr. Gero. I am Android 20, created by Dr. Gero. Oh, Vegeta replied nonchalantly. Where is Dr. Gero? I do not know. Dr. Gero shook his head. Do you know where Androids 17 and 18 are? Dr. Gero was taken aback, pondering how Vegeta knew about Androids 17 and 18. Did Gohan inform him? Hey, I'm asking you a question. Vegeta pressed, noticing Dr. Gero's hesitation. I do not know, Dr. Gero repeated. What about what is behind you? Vegeta inquired, glancing at the sleeping pods behind Dr. Gero. He was not foolish enough to be deceived by Dr. Gero. This, Dr. Gero stammered, unsure how to respond. Just then, Krillin and his companions descended from above. Upon seeing that Goku and Gohan were absent from their group, Dr. Gero felt a flicker of doubt. At that moment, Vegeta circled around Dr. Gero, eager to inspect whether androids 17 and 18 were housed within the sleeping pods. Realizing this, Dr. Gero immediately raised his hands to seize Vegeta, desperate to prevent him from activating the androids. If they were awakened, his opponents would extend beyond just Vegeta and his friends. Vegeta, sensing the attack, swiftly dodged and laughed. "You're an android too. I suppose I'll just toy with you." "No, we cannot battle here," Dr. Gero thought to himself. "Fine, how about we take this fight outside?" "All right, the choice of location is yours." Vegeta grinned. Dr. Gero immediately flew out of the laboratory. Krillin and his companions quickly made way for him. "Piccolo, did Vegeta just claim to be an android?" Krillin asked as soon as Dr. Gero exited the lab. "Yes," Piccolo nodded. "He might be another android created by Dr. Gero." "Then, should we go observe their battle?" Krillin suggested. "Indeed," Piccolo concurred. With that, the four of them pursued the two. Seeing that Krillin and the others had followed, Dr. Gero felt a wave of relief wash over him. Initially, he had been concerned that they might enter the lab and activate androids 17 and 18. It appeared that fate was smiling upon him. After a brief flight, Dr. Gero and Vegeta landed on a nearby small island. Krillin and his companions followed suit. "Is this the grave you have chosen for yourself?" Vegeta surveyed the surroundings. Dr. Gero scoffed. "Whose grave it is remains to be seen." "Oh, you seem quite confident. Yet, the more confident one is, the more likely they are to meet a grim fate." Dr. Gero sneered. "Are you referring to yourself, Vegeta?" "Whoever I refer to, you shall soon find out." "Huh." With that, Vegeta clenched his fists, transforming into a Super Saiyan. What is this?" Dr. Gero gasped. The data he had collected contained no information regarding the transformation into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta smirked. "This is called a Super Saiyan." "A Super Saiyan?" Chapter 58, The Elimination of Dr. Gero. Vegeta nodded. "All right, let us commence officially." Dr. Gero, gritting his teeth, lunged swiftly towards Vegeta. With a light chuckle, Vegeta clenched his fist and charged at Dr. Gero in return. Soon, the two collided, their fists striking with the ferocity of a tempest. Wherever they passed, the surrounding boulders were reduced to mere rubble. Bang! With a heavy hit, Vegeta's right fist connected forcefully with Dr. Gero's face, sending him hurtling through the air. Dr. Gero, gritting his teeth, managed to halt his momentum against the ground. At that moment, Vegeta's form suddenly appeared before him, delivering a powerful lateral kick aimed at his face. Bang! Dr. Gero let out a pain scream as he was propelled 1,000 meters away. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta swiftly gathered his energy and unleashed a golden energy wave towards Dr. Gero. Startled, Dr. Gero raised his hands to absorb Vegeta's energy wave. "What?" Krillin exclaimed in shock. Seeing the astonishment on Krillin's face, a smirk crept onto Dr. Gero's lips. "Vegeta, thank you for the energy you just provided." "Absorbing energy, are we?" Vegeta inquired. "Indeed, Vegeta. Therefore, your energy attacks are futile against me. Is that so?" Vegeta replied with a smile, his mind seemingly concocting a plan. Observing Vegeta's confidence, Dr. Gero's expression shifted to one of seriousness. Although he had managed to absorb Vegeta's energy wave, he had yet to gain the upper hand in their battle. Huh. Just as Dr. Gero pondered this, Vegeta charged at him once more. Hearing Vegeta's voice, Dr. Gero snapped back to reality and prepared to meet him head-on. Whoosh. Bang. 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 The two exchanged blows, their fists and feet moving like lightning, striking with tremendous force. Moments later, Vegeta clenched his right fist and delivered a powerful blow to Dr. Gero's abdomen. Dr. Gero screamed in agony, spitting out a mouthful of bile. In the next instant, Vegeta raised his right leg and kicked Dr. Gero away. Boom. With a resounding explosion, Dr. Gero's body shot like a comet, crashing into the mountain behind him. The ground erupted in a massive cloud of dust. After a while, as the dust settled, Dr. Gero crawled out from the mountain, panting heavily, looking utterly disheveled. After that punishing strike from Vegeta, Dr. Gero's energy diminished significantly. Vegeta chuckled softly as he slowly approached Dr. Gero. Dr. Gero gritted his teeth, feeling a twinge of fear towards Vegeta. After the recent battle, he fully understood that his chances of defeating Vegeta were slim. The only method he had to overcome Vegeta was by absorbing his energy and reverting him to a normal state. However, this plan bore considerable risk, as he could not guarantee his success in absorbing Vegeta's energy. Thus, his most prudent strategy was to flee. In the 36 stratagems, retreat is the best option. Having made up his mind, Dr. Gero's gaze shifted towards Krillin and the others. While fleeing was his best choice, escaping from Vegeta would not be a simple task. Therefore, he intended to take Krillin and the others hostage in order to escape from Vegeta's grasp. What's wrong? Where's your earlier bravado? Vegeta, noticing Dr. Gero's fear, felt a surge of pride within himself. Humph. Dr. Gero scoffed. Do not get too cocky, Vegeta. Your energy wave is ineffective against me. Yet I can still utilize energy waves myself, so the outcome of our battle remains uncertain. Energy wave. Haha. Vegeta laughed uncontrollably. Even without using energy waves, I can still annihilate you. Upon hearing this, Dr. Gero immediately concentrated a massive amount of energy in his hands and launched it at Vegeta. Boom, boom, boom. The ground around Vegeta erupted in clouds of dust as he evaded while closing in on Dr. Gero. Damn it. Dr. Gero, realizing his energy waves had missed, attempted to rush towards Krillin and the others. Just then, Vegeta suddenly appeared right in front of him, delivering a powerful kick to Dr. Gero's chin. Dr. Gero screamed as he was sent flying several meters into the ground. At that moment, Vegeta unleashed a flurry of punches aimed at Dr. Gero's abdomen. Bang, bang, bang. Under Vegeta's relentless assault, Dr. Gero emitted a series of anguished cries. Huh. At that instant, Vegeta's right fist clenched tightly, and he delivered a blow that pierced through Dr. Gero's body. As Dr. Gero witnessed his body being penetrated, a look of sheer terror spread across his face. He deeply regretted engaging Vegeta in battle. Had he known Vegeta's strength was this formidable, he would have never dared to confront him. Vegeta snorted disdainfully, retracting his hand from Dr. Gero's body. Although Dr. Gero's body had been breached, it was no longer human, and a faint trace of energy still persisted. Vegeta. Dr. Gero gritted his teeth, suddenly grasping Vegeta's body in an attempt to absorb his energy. Vegeta chuckled coldly. At this point, you still wish to absorb my energy? Very well. I shall grant you your wish. As Vegeta spoke, he gathered energy in his right hand and unleashed it towards Dr. Gero. Dr. Gero screamed loudly as his body was obliterated into pieces. After Dr. Gero's demise, Vegeta released his grasp, examining the energy absorption device on his hands. Vegeta smirked. So, it truly was an energy absorption device. With that, Vegeta reverted to his normal state. Although Dr. Gero was not particularly strong, he had just battled Goku and had absorbed some of Vegeta's energy, leaving him with little stamina remaining. Having dealt with Dr. Gero, Vegeta glanced towards Krillin and the others before flying towards Dr. Gero's research facility once more. Vegeta, are you heading back to Dr. Gero's lab? Krillin inquired. That seems likely. Piccolo nodded and followed suit towards Dr. Gero's facility. Seeing this, Krillin and the others quickly followed. Inside Dr. Gero's lab, Vegeta had returned and spotted androids 17, 18, and 19 in their stasis pods. Ah, 3 androids, Vegeta remarked, glancing at the numbers displayed. At that moment, Krillin and the others arrived as well. Chapter 59, Vegeta vs. Android 17 Krillin. Vegeta, what are you planning to do? Vegeta, what do you think? Of course, I am going to awaken them. However, Goku and the others are not here. Upon hearing this, the smile vanished from Vegeta's face. Even in the absence of Kakarot and the others, I can defeat them all by myself. No more buts. Do you have a Senzu bean to spare? Krillin quickly pulled a Senzu bean from his clothing and tossed it to Vegeta. Vegeta caught it in his right hand and consumed it. His injuries and stamina rapidly returned to peak condition. Piccolo, do you think Vegeta will be all right? I don't know. Piccolo shook his head. At that moment, Vegeta smashed open the sleep chambers of androids 17 and 18. As the chambers opened, the two soon awakened, gazing at Vegeta before them. Vegeta chuckled lightly. You two are awake. Did you open the sleep chamber? Android 18 inquired. Indeed, but do not mistake my actions for kindness. I merely intend to defeat you and then eliminate you. Oh. Android 17 replied nonchalantly, glancing around. Where's Dr. Gero? Has he been destroyed by you? I haven't seen Dr. Gero, but I did eliminate a certain Android 20. Android 20? What does he look like? An old man with a white beard. An old man with a white beard. Android 17 pondered for a moment. Could it be that Dr. Gero transformed himself into an android? That guy is Dr. Gero? Based on your description, it should be. Is that so? No wonder his power is so weak. Vegeta laughed. Although you awakened us with the intention to defeat us, I must thank you, Vegeta, because without you, we might have remained asleep indefinitely. Furthermore, we appreciate your assistance in eliminating Dr. Gero as a token of gratitude. We shall spare your lives. Spare me? Vegeta sneered. Do you truly believe you can kill me? Android 17, uninterested in arguing, asked, Where is Son Goku? Why didn't he come with you? Vegeta snorted. Kakarot is occupied and cannot come, but I have surpassed him in strength. Is that so? Then let us battle outside. Very well. Just then, Android 18 glanced at the sleep chamber of Android 19 beside her. Initially, she intended to open it. But upon seeing the frightening appearance of Android 19, she abandoned that thought. What is wrong, 18? There is another android here. He must be the latest creation of Dr. Gero. However, he looks too hideous, so I shall leave him be. Android 17 nodded. At that moment, Android 18 suddenly spotted another sleep chamber at a distance. This one belonged to Android 16. 16. Android 18 approached, quickly observing Android 16's appearance through the glass of the chamber. Though not handsome, Android 16 was certainly more pleasing to the eye than Android 19. After considering, Android 18 opened the sleep chamber. Android 16 soon awakened and stepped out. Another android. Krillin exclaimed in surprise. Vegeta snorted and flew outside. After glancing at Android 16, Android 17 followed suit and soared out. What is your name? Android 18 asked Android 16. Android 16, were you also created to kill Son Goku? Yes. Android 16 nodded. Then let us leave this place. Agreed. Android 16 affirmed. Seeing this, Android 18 promptly led Android 16 out of the research facility. Once outside, Android 18 gathered a wave of energy in her right hand and obliterated Dr. Gero's laboratory. Piccolo. Should we go back to find Gohan? Krillin, sensing the sudden increase in numbers, felt a wave of anxiety. Although Vegeta is powerful, there are 3 of them. And we cannot assist him, so I worry he might struggle against them. Fine. Piccolo nodded. Then Krillin, you should return to find Gohan. Me? Yes. Piccolo affirmed. All right. I understand. Krillin said, turning to leave. Android 18. Has he fled? He is probably off to fetch reinforcements. Android 17 chuckled. You mean Son Goku? Yes. Android 17 nodded. All right then, let us begin. Vegeta declared, his gaze resolute as he faced Android 17. Upon hearing this, Android 17 nodded. Vegeta then unleashed a powerful shout, transforming into a Super Saiyan. What is this? Android 17 displayed a hint of surprise. There was no information on Super Saiyans in his records. This is known as a Super Saiyan. A Super Saiyan? I see. No wonder you are so confident. Huh. Vegeta, uninterested in further conversation, charged directly at Android 17. Android 17 remained motionless, standing his ground. In no time, Vegeta reached him, unleashing a flurry of punches like lightning aimed at Android 17. Swish. Bang. 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 Android 17 dodged while raising his fist to parry Vegeta's blows. Soon, the surrounding ground was enveloped in clouds of dust. Boom. With a powerful strike, Vegeta landed a solid punch on Android 17's face, sending him flying hundreds of meters away. Furious, Android 17 lunged back at Vegeta. Initially, he intended to toy with Vegeta. But realizing Vegeta's strength exceeded his expectations, he decided to take the battle seriously. Swish. Bang. 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 Before long, Android 17 stood before Vegeta, delivering rapid punches and kicks, forcing Vegeta to retreat. Gritting his teeth, Vegeta extended both hands forward, seizing Android 17's fist mid-attack. Chapter 60. All of you, together. Huh. Android 17 gritted his teeth and forcefully pushed forward with both hands. In response, Vegeta mirrored the action, exerting equal force. The ground beneath them shattered instantly under the pressure of their feet. Boom. After a brief standoff, both warriors unleashed their strength, sending each other reeling backward, panting heavily. They locked eyes, a fierce determination evident in their gazes. Android 18 let out a disdainful huff, feeling a twinge of annoyance. 17. Aren't you done yet? It's about time for my turn. Android 17 chuckled. Don't rush, 18. The battle has only just begun. Then hurry up. She insisted. All right. He nodded. Vegeta, feeling increasingly insulted by their disregard, seethed with indignation. Huh. With a thunderous shout, he darted toward Android 17 like a bolt of lightning. Startled, Android 17 quickly raised his hands to counter Vegeta's assault. Whoosh. Bang. The two engaged in a flurry of rapid punches, each strike echoing with intensity. Moments later, Vegeta clenched his right fist and delivered a powerful blow, sending Android 17 flying. Before Android 17 could react, Vegeta swiftly closed the distance, conjuring a golden energy wave in his right hand aimed directly at him. Instinctively, Android 17 raised his arms to defend. Boom. The energy wave erupted like flames upon contact, engulfing Android 17 and shrouding him in a thick cloud of smoke. As the smoke cleared, Android 17 maintained his defensive posture, yet his attire was singed beyond recognition. Anger flickered across his face as he surveyed the damage to his beloved outfit. "You destroyed my favorite clothes," he exclaimed, vaulting toward Vegeta with newfound speed. In an instant, Android 17 was upon Vegeta, his fist striking with lightning speed. Perhaps fueled by rage, his power and velocity surged beyond their previous limits. Vegeta evaded while countering the relentless onslaught. Just then, Android 18, growing impatient, soared into the fray. Without delay, she positioned herself beside Android 17, joining forces against Vegeta. "I don't need your help. I can handle him alone," Android 17 retorted, feeling a twinge of irritation at her interference. "I'm not here to assist you. You've been battling for too long, and now it's my turn," she shot back. At that moment, two figures appeared, Gohan and Krillin. "Gohan," Piccolo called. Gohan nodded and addressed Android 17 and 18. "Isn't it a bit unfair for two of you to gang up on one?" Android 18 paused her assault, turning to Gohan. "If you think it's unfair, then I'll take you on instead." With that, she charged at Gohan. He merely smirked, standing still as she approached. In a flash, Android 18 was before Gohan, her fist darting toward him. Whoosh. Slash. Gohan swayed effortlessly, dodging her attacks. "How tiresome," he remarked, yawning slightly. "I suggest all of you come at me together. That might make the fight last a little longer." "Son Gohan." Android 18's fist clenched tightly, incensed by his dismissal. Meanwhile, Android 16, observing from a distance, showed a flicker of interest but remained unmoved. Android 17, still engaged with Vegeta, heard Gohan's taunt and immediately sent Vegeta flying. Weakened from the earlier skirmish, Vegeta found himself outmatched. Gohan. As Vegeta noticed the collective gaze upon Gohan, a bitter resolve surged within him. Though he recognized Gohan's superior strength, he yearned to prove himself stronger than both Goku and the androids. With renewed determination, Vegeta charged at Android 17, who deftly sidestepped the attack and circled behind him. Startled, Vegeta turned just in time for Android 17 to deliver a swift strike to his neck, rendering him unconscious. "Vegeta," Krillin gasped, concern etched across his face. Despite his misgivings, he was aware of Vegeta's significance to Bulma. Should anything happen to him, Krillin would face her wrath. As Krillin braced for Android 17's next move, the android instead flew toward 18. Whoosh. Thud. He landed beside her. Gohan, smiling, called out to the distant Android 16. "Aren't you going to join them in battling me?" Android 16 shook his head. "No, even if I joined them, I would not stand a chance against you. I was created to eliminate Goku." Gohan chuckled. "You truly are an intriguing individual." Android 16 gazed around, seemingly detached from the unfolding chaos. With a flick of his finger, Gohan beckoned to Androids 17 and 18. Infuriated by Gohan's provocation, Android 17 charged at him, followed closely by Android 18. In mere moments, they stood before Gohan, launching their assault. Gohan, hands clasped behind his back, effortlessly evaded every strike aimed at him. Chapter 61. The arrival of Biddy Android 17 was taken aback, struggling to believe that even their combined assault with Android 18 could not graze Son Gohan. Just then, Son Gohan's figure suddenly appeared behind Android 17, delivering a swift strike that rendered him unconscious. 17. Android 18 exclaimed, instinctively turning and launching a powerful kick backward. In an instant, Son Gohan flickered and positioned himself before Android 18, emanating an astonishing aura directed at her. With a cry, Android 18 was forced to retreat several paces. "Will you continue to fight?" Son Gohan inquired. Upon hearing this, Android 18 clenched her teeth and replied, "I cannot defeat you, but I implore you to spare 17. Did I ever claim I would kill you?" Son Gohan chuckled softly. "You want to kill us? Are you not concerned we might harm Goku?" Yawning, Son Gohan retorted, "If you possess the capability, then by all means, go ahead." Son Gohan, "You truly intend to let us go?" questioned Android 18. Gohan. Piccolo called out to him. "Indeed. Did you not spare Vegeta as well?" At that moment, Android 16 approached, hoisting the unconscious Android 17. "Let us depart, 18. Android 18 was momentarily taken aback. "You're the first to leave a battle? How old are you, Android 18? Son Gohan suddenly asked. "How old?" She replied. "Yes. Since you were called 18, does that mean you were 18 years old?" "Humph." Android 18 scoffed. "And if he is called 16, does that mean he is 16? Well, and never ask a woman her age." "Why?" You will understand when you grow up. Grow up. With that, Android 18 departed alongside Android 16. Meanwhile, Piccolo and the others flew in from a distance. Gohan, why did you let them go? Piccolo inquired. Because I believe they are not as heartless as Trunks suggested. Son Gohan stated, glancing at Vegeta, who lay on the ground. Krillin, do you have any Senzu beans? I do. Krillin said, flying to Vegeta's side and administering a bean. After consuming the Senzu bean, Vegeta quickly regained consciousness. What happened to Android 17 and 18? They have already departed. Departed? How infuriating. Vegeta's anger surged. He had intended to defeat Androids 17 and 18 to prove his strength, yet he was instead bested by Android 17, leaving him utterly humiliated. Krillin, shall we return? Yes. Krillin nodded, and they took to the skies together. Only Vegeta remained, standing alone. Vegeta. Krillin turned to glance back at him. Piccolo reassured, it's fine. Let him calm down. Krillin nodded in agreement. On another front, Android 17, after being brought to a stream, was revived by Android 16 who provided him with water. Where is Son Gohan? Android 17 asked, surveying the area. He is not here, replied Android 16. Not here? Indeed. After defeating you and Android 18, he allowed us to leave. 18. Android 17 turned his gaze towards her. At that moment, Android 18 leaned against a nearby tree. Arms crossed. Did he knock you out as well? No. Android 18 replied coolly. Really? He only knocked you out? Android 17 was astonished. Are you disappointed that I was not knocked out? Android 18's eyes glinted coldly at him. No. I was merely curious. Android 17 quickly shook his head. So, where do we go next? I don't know. Shall we explore the nearby town? Sure. Android 17 nodded. 3 days swiftly passed. After a fierce battle against a viral heart disease, Goku began to recover. During these days, Chi-Chi had been unwaveringly by his side. Chi-Chi. Goku gazed at her as she lay on his blanket, feeling a swell of gratitude. Awakened by his voice, Chi-Chi responded, Goku. Goku nodded slightly. Are you feeling better? I should be nearly well. Goku replied, rising from his bed. You have worked hard these past few days. It is nothing. It is my duty as your wife. What about Gohan? He is in the living room. Is that so? Goku remarked, heading towards the door. Dad. Gohan acknowledged him. Gohan, did you find the androids? I did. Did you defeat them? I did not. Why not? Are they stronger than you? They seem to differ from what Trunks described, so I chose to let them go. I see. Just then, the doorbell rang. Gohan opened the door to find a girl with twin ponytails. Biddy. She chuckled lightly. Gohan, is this truly your home? Just then, Goku emerged from the living room. Are you not? Hello, Uncle. My name is Biddy. We met at the restaurant last time. Oh. I remember now. What brings you here? With a smile, Biddy responded, I am here to find Gohan. Gohan? Yes, I wish to spar with him. I see. Goku turned to Gohan. Since Biddy has come to find you, you should spar with her. All right. Gohan nodded. Thank you, Uncle. Biddy beamed at Gohan. Shall we practice in your yard? Gohan, looking at Biddy's cheerful demeanor, felt as if he had encountered a spirited girl. Very well. Although Gohan had little interest in sparring, he could not refuse Biddy's earnest invitation. Chapter 62. Biddy learns from Son Wukong upon hearing the words. Biddy immediately grasped Son Wukong's arm and led him into the courtyard. Once they arrived, Biddy positioned herself several meters in front of Son Wukong, striking a combative pose with her hands. Shall we begin now? She inquired. Certainly. Son Wukong nodded in agreement. With a spirited shout, Biddy charged at Son Wukong. In a flash, she closed the distance, her fists flying towards him like the wind. Son Wukong, however, effortlessly evaded her strikes. While her attacks might have appeared swift to an ordinary observer, to him, they were as slow as a snail. How infuriating. Seeing her blows miss, Biddy lifted her right foot to kick at Son Wukong. He stepped back, once more dodging her assault. You cannot defeat me, Biddy. I advise you to concede. Don't be so complacent, Son Wukong. I will become stronger and defeat you. Oh? Do you have any other matters to discuss? I do have a question. What is it? Son Wukong, during the final match of the World Martial Arts Tournament, your father appeared in the sky. Was that a trick? A trick? Son Wukong replied, momentarily speechless. It was likely just one of her father's tall tales. Indeed. How could an ordinary person fly in the sky? As soon as he finished speaking, Son Wukong began to levitate, soaring into the air. Biddy stared in astonishment. What about science? What happened to Newton's laws? Am I dreaming? Ouch. She pinched her cheek lightly and felt a sting. She dared not squeeze too hard. Whoosh. Thud. At that moment, Son Wukong descended gracefully before her. You can fly too? Indeed. Not only I, but Uncle Krillin and others can fly as well. Who is Uncle Krillin? Bidalai asked. The one in the restaurant, about my height, with a bald head. Oh. Son Wukong, how do you fly? In simple terms, we utilize the energy within us to soar. The energy within us? Son Wukong nodded and raised his right hand, revealing a golden energy in his palm. This is the energy. He quickly let it dissipate. Oh. Son Wukong, could you teach me how to fly? I cannot. Why not? There is no time. Don't be like that, Son Wukong. After all, we are friends. Friends? When did we become friends? Now. Bidalai smiled. Just then, a figure descended from the sky. It was Ragusi. Master. Ragusi. Ragusi nodded and turned to Bidalai. Master, who is she? Her name is Bidalai, the runner-up of the youth category in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Ragusi replied with a smile. My name is Ragusi, and I am Son Wukong's disciple. Son Wukong's disciple? Bidalai gasped in surprise. Son Wukong was only 10 years old yet had already taken on a disciple. Yes. My master is incredibly formidable. There is no one on earth who. Ragusi's words were abruptly silenced as Son Wukong covered her mouth. There is no one. Son Wukong chuckled. Upon hearing this, a hint of suspicion crossed Bidalai's face. Since she has become your disciple, why not let me be your disciple as well? Become my disciple? Yes, since you are so powerful, it would be nothing for me to learn from you. At this, Ragusi's expression turned somewhat displeased. If Son Wukong took on another disciple, he would have less time to instruct her. Son Wukong hesitated. If you don't agree, I will come to your house every day. Well, all right. Ragusi's face puffed up in annoyance. Had she known, she would not have come to West City to find Son Wukong today. Son Wukong, can you teach me how to fly in the sky now? Son Wukong glanced at her and asked, What should you call me? Master. Master. Son Wukong smiled lightly. Then, Master, can you teach me how to fly? Ragusi. Why not teach her the flight technique? Me? Ragusi was taken aback. Yes. Is there a problem? And no. Ragusi, with no other option, began to instruct Bidalai in the flight technique. Seeing this, Son Wukong strode back into the house, thinking, another one to run errands for me. Ragusi, how old are you? I'm 9. Why? Nothing. I was just curious. How long have you been Son Wukong's disciple? 1 year. Already a year? Bidalai exclaimed in astonishment. Yes. Don't let his young age fool you. His strength is truly remarkable. Bidalai nodded. Though she was unsure of how strong remarkable truly was, it was certainly stronger than herself. By the way, Bidalai, do you know what energy is? I don't know. Bidalai shook her head. In a city located in the southern part of Earth, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman walked alongside a handsome boy wrapped in a red scarf. These two were Android 17 and Android 18. Following them was a tall man, Android 16. Since their defeat at the hands of Son Wukong, they had taken to strolling through Earth's cities, purchasing exquisite clothing and mobile phones. The funds for their purchases were acquired from notorious gangs. At this moment, both were carrying quite a few items. 18. The technology on Earth is truly convenient. You can purchase anything with just a smartphone. Indeed. Android 18 nodded. So, what are your plans next? With Dr. Gero now deceased, they no longer had to obey anyone and could live according to their own desires. I haven't thought it through yet. Do you plan to seek out Son Wukong for a battle? Can you defeat Son Wukong? The strength of Son Goku is not necessarily on par with Son Wukong. I'm not interested. Let's see if you can defeat Son Wukong first. Android 17 scoffed. When I become stronger, I will surely defeat that guy. As time swiftly passed, 3 days flew by. After 3 days of training with Ragusi, Bidalai had learned to levitate her body. Chapter 63. What sister? That is your master's wife in West Capital. At the home of Son Wukong, Bidalai was currently practicing the art of flying in the courtyard. After some time, feeling fatigued, she settled down on a chair. Moments later, a projection of Son Gohan, who was reading at home, emerged. Master. Bidalai called out to the projection with enthusiasm. Son Gohan's projection nodded and approached her. Bidalai, how is your training going? I can now fly in the sky. She replied proudly. Is that so? By the way, Master, why do you study at home with a tutor instead of at school? Because having a tutor means fewer rules than at school. I see. How is your studying going? Not bad. Master. Yesterday, the school asked us to come up with a slogan for traffic safety. Could you help me think of one? Countless roads exist. Safety comes first. Driving without caution brings tears to loved ones, Son Gohan's projection suggested. Driving without caution brings tears to loved ones. Master, that slogan is brilliant. Do you have any particular sayings you favor? Sayings? Yes. Biddy nodded. If I desire something, heaven cannot deny. If I desire nothing, heaven will not provide. Master. That is quite powerful. Biddy, do you have a favorite saying? Yes. I particularly admire the saying, humility leads to progress, while arrogance leads to decline. Son Gohan's projection was momentarily taken aback. He had expected such profound awareness from someone so young in martial arts. However, it was unfortunate that she was merely an earthling. She could only cultivate to the level of Krillin at best. As time passed, a month had swiftly gone by. According to the timeline of Dragon Ball, Cell should have already appeared on Earth. However, due to Son Gohan training future Trunks, the Cell of that timeline not only failed to kill future Trunks and seize the time machine, but was also ultimately defeated by him. At Bowsy Mountain. After a month of training, Biddy had mastered the art of flying. Having taken Son Gohan as her master, he had to arrange some training for her. At that moment, she was doing push-ups while carrying a purple turtle shell, which weighed 20 kilograms and had been borrowed from Master Roshi. 99, 100, Biddy exclaimed, finally exhaling deeply. After this period of training, she understood why she could not defeat Son Gohan. His daily training was far more arduous than hers. If she could ever surpass him, it would indeed be a miracle. Behind a large tree in the distance, an observer watched her. It was Android 17. Ever since being defeated by Son Gohan, 17 had felt a sense of dissatisfaction and was eager for a rematch. Thus, he had sneaked to Bowsy Mountain to assess Son Gohan's current state. Who was this little girl? Could she be a disciple of Son Gohan? Android 17 pondered silently. At that moment, a figure flew in from afar. It was Reag. Reag. Biddy greeted her. Reag nodded. How is your training going? Fair enough. Who is this person? Android 17 wondered to himself. Never mind. My priority is to train and grow stronger. With that thought, Android 17 promptly departed Bowsy Mountain. Inside a milk tea shop in West Capital, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman was engrossed in her phone while sipping her milk tea. This was Android 18, preferring solitude. Android 16 had parted ways with her a week prior. 18. Upon hearing her name, Android 18 turned to see Android 17 approaching her. 17. He nodded in acknowledgement. 18. Son Gohan is currently training at Bowsy Mountain, and it seems he has taken on 2 female disciples. Female disciples? Yes. I didn't dare approach to confirm, fearing he might notice. Android 18 replied, taking another sip of her milk tea. What then? What else? I want to know where he is, and, once I grow stronger, defeat him. 18. Would you like to train with me to defeat Son Gohan? Not interested. You should focus on your own efforts. With a cold huff, Android 17 turned and walked away. Son Gohan. After he left, Android 18 took a long sip of her bubble tea and then stood up to exit the milk tea shop. At Bowsy Mountain, in the gravity chamber, Son Gohan was undergoing training under 1,000-fold gravity. Suddenly, Reag entered. Master, there's a lady outside looking for you. A lady? Son Gohan responded, swiftly heading outside, where he saw a familiar figure, Android 18. 18. She acknowledged with a nod. Why have you come? Are you here to challenge me again after losing last time? Son Gohan. I'm not here to fight. I have a request. A request? Yes. 17 has been dissatisfied with his defeat and wishes to challenge you again once he becomes stronger. I hope that when he seeks you out, you can show him some mercy. All right. Son Gohan nodded. Do you have any other matters to discuss? No, that's all. 18. Do you and 17 have an explosive device implanted within you? Android 18 was taken aback. How do you know? I know everything. Should I ask Bulma to help you remove it? Thank you for your kind offer, but that won't be necessary. She shook her head. Would you like me to use the Dragon Balls to remove the explosive device? No need. She reiterated. Could you tell me how old you are? Android 18 smiled. I'll tell you next time we meet. With that, she turned and flew away. Master, who is that lady? What lady? That's your master's wife. Wife? Reag was taken aback. Master, do you prefer someone that much older? Why not? And remember, you must not speak of this to anyone, or I shall expel you from the sect. Chapter 64. Activating androids number 13, 14, and 15 Master. Upon hearing this, Son Gohan immediately glanced towards the distance where Videl was training. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 6 months had gone by. During this period, everything remained tranquil. After 6 months of rigorous training, Reag had finally begun to endure a gravity level of 100 times. Videl, too, had made considerable progress during these months, though her advancements were somewhat limited due to her studies. Master, I have now conquered the gravity of 100 times. You should be able to teach me the multiplication technique now, right? In the gravity chamber atop Bowsy Mountain, Reag tugged at Son Gohan's hand. Yes, I can. But you must promise me that once you learn it, you will not teach anyone else, not even Vito. Son Gohan nodded. All right, master, I promise. Reag exclaimed excitedly. Son Gohan then began to impart the secrets of the multiplication technique to her. Must I pull out a hair? Reag inquired, glancing at her long hair that cascaded down to her waist. Indeed, if you are unwilling, then you need not learn it. No, I want to learn. It's just one hair. After all, I have over 3,000. How do you know you have over 3,000? Isn't it mentioned in the book that there are 3,000 worries? But the book also claims that within its pages lies a house of gold and beauty like jade. Do you believe this as well? Isn't it true? Of course not. Son Gohan replied, speechless. Then if it's not true, it's not true. Master, I have now plucked a hair. Please teach me how to transform it into my clone. Very well. Son Gohan nodded. The morning swiftly passed, and Son Gohan had imparted the essentials of the multiplication technique to Reag. Now, it was solely up to her to comprehend and master it. It's getting late. I should return home for a meal. Okay, master. Once I master the multiplication technique, can you teach me instant transmission? We'll discuss that once you have learned the multiplication technique. All right, master. I will do my utmost. With that, Son Gohan executed an instant transmission back home. In the afternoon, upon awakening from a nap, Son Gohan opened his computer to check on the 3 androids at Dr. Gero's other research facility. Although Dr. Gero had been eliminated, the supercomputer at the other facility continued its operations uninterrupted. The androids number 13, 14, and 15 were nearing completion. However, their original directives had been altered by Son Gohan, rendering them obedient to his commands and tasked with protecting Earth. Dr. Gero could hardly have anticipated that the androids he designed to eliminate Son Goku would transform into defenders of the planet. The 3 androids bore a striking resemblance to the characters from the Dragon Ball movies. Android number 13 was a robust man with white hair. Android No. 14 was a tall figure with pale skin and a long braid, while android number 15 was a short, purple-skinned individual. Are they nearly complete? As soon as he spoke, the screen displayed the words completed. Is it done? Son Gohan exclaimed, retrieving the crystal ball and arriving at Dr. Gero's other facility. The 3 androids lay quietly within their stasis pods. After a brief glance at them, Son Gohan pressed the pod's release button. The trio quickly awakened and emerged from their pods. Son Gohan. They greeted him in unison. Son Gohan nodded in acknowledgement. Son Gohan, what brings you here? Android No. 13 inquired. Nothing much. I merely came to activate you. I see. The Earth is currently peaceful, so you 3 can engage in some good deeds. Understood. Android No. 13 nodded. As Son Gohan regarded android number 13's villainous visage, he felt a peculiar discomfort in his heart. This being was now a force for good, not evil. Silently, he affirmed this thought before departing the facility. Once Son Gohan left, the 3 androids promptly exited the research station. 2 days swiftly passed. Despite Reag's persistent training, she was still unable to transform her hair into a clone, though the multiplication technique was not exceptionally formidable. Mastering it proved to be quite challenging. Son Gohan had managed to grasp it entirely due to the system. In West City, at Son Goku's home, he was practicing in his courtyard when he suddenly noticed a myriad of dark energies appearing in the azure sky. What is this? As soon as the words left his mouth, the voice of King Kai echoed in his ears. Goku, trouble is brewing. A massive amount of death energy has suddenly been unleashed upon Earth. Death energy? Indeed, this energy is extremely harmful to both humans and plants. Your planet can withstand it for no more than 100 days. If you do not resolve this issue within that time, all living beings on Earth will perish. King Kai, do you know the source of this death energy? I do not know yet, but I will investigate it for you. Thank you, King Kai. Of course. King Kai nodded. Death energy? Son Goku exclaimed, racing into the house to find Son Gohan. Knowing that Chi-Chi was expecting their second child, he needed to find a way to eliminate the death energy to protect the unborn. Upon entering, Son Goku quickly explained the situation regarding the death energy to Son Gohan. Death energy? Son Gohan nodded thoughtfully. Gohan, do you have any ideas on how we can quickly resolve this death energy? I'll give it a try. Son Gohan replied, stepping outside to retrieve the crystal ball from the system. Through the crystal ball, he swiftly arrived at the site of the death energy's release. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared before him, Frieza and King Cold. However, they were not their physical forms, merely remnants of their souls. Get out of the way. Upon seeing them obstructing his path, Son Gohan bellowed, releasing an overwhelming aura that caused their spectral forms to dissipate instantly. Boom. After their disappearance, Son Gohan gathered an energy wave in his right hand and obliterated the device responsible for emitting the death energy. He then moved on to the next location, destroying other devices that were releasing the death energy. Once all devices were dismantled, the death energy in the sky significantly diminished, though some still lingered in the air. Chapter 65. The Dark Planet's energy cannon beyond the confines of Earth, a small asteroid, known as the Dark Planet, was drawing near. This celestial body was composed of a myriad of discarded machines, crafted by a Zephyrian named Dr. Likey. Originally the foremost scientist on the planet Zephyr, Dr. Likey had constructed a device known as the Hatcheek, intended to amplify vengeful energy. His plan was to escape Zephyr amidst the devastation wrought by the Saiyans, who annihilated his people, yet he met his demise at their hands. Subsequently, he was resurrected through the very device he had created. Igniting a fervent quest for vengeance against the Saiyans, Dr. Likey had launched missiles that deployed a device releasing lethal energy upon Earth. At this moment, he became aware that his apparatus had been destroyed. Cursed be those Saiyans. I did not anticipate their swift actions would lead to the destruction of my device, he exclaimed. His fists clenched in fury. Suddenly, a figure appeared before him. It was Gohan. You, Saiyan. Dr. Likey gasped, astonished that Gohan had located him so swiftly. Gohan coldly inquired, You are the one responsible for the lethal energy on Earth, aren't you? Dr. Likey erupted into laughter. Indeed. My intention is to eradicate every one of you vile Saiyans. Were it not for your kind, my people would not have faced extinction. I shall avenge the Zephyrians. Is that so? Gohan retorted, gathering a sphere of golden energy in his right hand and launching it at Dr. Likey. Alarmed, Dr. Likey swiftly conjured a green shield before him. With a resounding explosion, both Dr. Likey and his protective barrier were obliterated to ashes. Smoke billowed from the ground, and as it gradually dissipated, a dark mist was drawn into the vengeful amplification device. This mist embodied Dr. Likey's lingering spirit. At that moment, Gohan sensed an overwhelming presence. Crash! The glass of the amplification device shattered, and a towering figure emerged, his skin crimson, adorned with blue gemstones on his head, limbs, and chest. This being was Hatcheek, evolved from the accumulated resentment of the Zephyrians. In a flash, Hatcheek charged at Gohan. The two engaged in fierce combat, but Gohan's strikes proved futile against Hatcheek's formidable resilience. With a powerful punch, Gohan sent Hatcheek flying, retrieving 3 strands of hair from his attire to create clones. With a mighty shout, the 3 clones transformed into Super Saiyans, launching themselves at Hatcheek to engage him in battle. Seizing the opportunity, Gohan placed his fingers to his forehead, concentrating energy. Once charged, he commanded his clones, subdue him. The clones immediately restrained Hatcheek, gripping his arms and legs. Energy cannon! Gohan bellowed, thrusting his right hand forward as his fingers unleashed a spiraling beam of immense energy. Hatcheek attempted to break free from the clones' grasp, but their strength was insurmountable. Bang! Gohan's energy cannon pierced Hatcheek's form, sending him hurtling like a meteor from the Dark Planet. With a final cry, Hatcheek's body disintegrated, resulting in a catastrophic explosion. The Dark Planet, now doomed, initiated its self-destruction. Observing this, Gohan swiftly utilized the celestial mirror, transporting himself and his clones back to Earth. Boom. Shortly after Gohan's departure, the Dark Planet erupted in the cosmos. Upon returning to Earth, Gohan sought Bulma's assistance in locating the Dragon Balls, imploring Shenron to eradicate the lethal energy that permeated the sky. As time passed, half a year slipped by in an instant. Gohan's brother, Goten, was born on this day. Thanks to Gohan's angelic staff, Chi-Chi experienced little pain during childbirth. In West City, at Goku's residence, Bulma visited with Trunks to meet the newly born Goten. Upon hearing of Chi-Chi's during delivery, Bulma smiled at Gohan. Gohan, where did you acquire that staff your mother mentioned? Why didn't you assist me when I was giving birth? And Bulma, the staff was given to me by a kind old man in a dream. Gohan replied, to which Bulma responded with skepticism. Next time, you must help me. Of course. Gohan nodded. Trunks, this is your little brother, Goten. Goten? Trunks, still too young to comprehend, merely echoed the name. Yes, Bulma affirmed. You must take good care of your brother. By the way, Aunt Bulma, how is Uncle Vegeta faring? What else? He is still training every day, claiming he will defeat you and Goku. Is that so? After a brief chat with Chi-Chi, Bulma departed with Trunks. Goten. Gohan noticed his brother had soiled his diaper. Dad. Goten needs a change. Hurry. All right, I'll fetch him some clean pants. As time flew by, a month passed. Goten, now able to walk, required supervision. Yet Chi-Chi was preoccupied with household chores and cooking. Thus, she entrusted the responsibility to Gohan, who, in turn, delegated it to Videl. This was the perfect moment for Videl to shine, though it came with a stipulation. Gohan must teach her the Kamehameha technique. On the Bowsy Mountain, Gohan sat upon the grass, assessing his battle prowess. Name: Gohan. Age: 11 years. Gender: male. Battle power: 70 billion. Just 300 billion more to go. Chapter 66. Combat power of 100 billion. Divine Fishing Rod. According to the system's designated combat power, it was improbable for Gohan to reach 700 billion combat power so swiftly. However, being a Saiyan endowed with immense potential, his rapid cultivation was indeed feasible. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a figure abruptly descended from the sky. It was none other than Android 17. Android 17! Gohan exclaimed as he recognized the figure. With a nod, Android 17 declared, Gohan, I am here to challenge you today. A challenge? Gohan echoed, bemused. Indeed, while I may have bested you before, my training has significantly enhanced my power. This time, I shall not be defeated. What is wrong with him? Gohan pondered silently. In the original Dragon Ball series, although Android 17 was competitive, he was never this fervent. However, that was in the original storyline, comparing the future Android 17 to the present one. The former was notorious for his ruthlessness, while the latter was not. With this reflection, a faint smile graced Gohan's face. Very well. Upon hearing this, Android 17 let out a fierce cry and charged at Gohan. Gohan effortlessly evaded the attack with a swift movement. Damn it! Android 17 growled, launching a powerful punch forward. Gohan sidestepped once more, dodging the onslaught. Frustrated, Android 17 retreated and gathered a considerable amount of energy in his hands, aiming it at Gohan. Whoosh! Boom! 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 Gohan swiftly maneuvered backward, successfully evading all of Android 17's energy blasts. Gritting his teeth, Android 17 prepared to charge at Gohan again. However, a voice suddenly echoed from behind him. You've lost. Turning around, Android 17 saw Gohan with his right hand raised in his direction. Cold sweat trickled down Android 17's forehead. Why don't you attack me? He asked. Gohan lowered his hand and replied, because I promised Android 18 that I would show you mercy. Android 18? Did she come looking for you? Yes. That was about a year ago. 1 year ago. Was it then? Android 17 murmured before swiftly departing. Gohan glanced at the tail that had sprouted behind him. After reaching the 3rd level of Super Saiyan, he had 3 paths to pursue: to continue evolving into Super Saiyan forms, to embrace the path of the gods and master Super Saiyan God transformations, or to follow the mysterious route akin to the original storyline, thereby mastering Beast Gohan. The Beast Gohan transformation was a new form Gohan attained in a state of rage and did not require a tail to break through his limits. However, achieving this mysterious form necessitated the assistance of the Elder Kai, who was still sealed within the Z-Sword. Thus, Gohan knew he must rescue the Elder Kai before he could master Beast Gohan. Nevertheless, he felt no urgency to do so at that moment. Time passed swiftly, and a year had flown by. After a year of rigorous training, Gohan finally elevated his combat power to 1 trillion. Ding! Congratulations, Master. Your combat power has reached 1 trillion. You are rewarded with the ultimate self-realization technique, the Divine Fishing Rod, capable of catching skills, combat power, and various treasures, instant transmission, flash technique, and 999 cents of beans. As the message faded, a plethora of memories flooded Gohan's mind. The Divine Fishing Rod. Can it be used anywhere? He inquired eagerly. Indeed. Master, came the prompt response. Gohan, thrilled by this revelation, retrieved the Divine Fishing Rod and settled by the waterfall of Mount Pausa to fish. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have caught 100 combat power. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have caught 999 combat power. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have caught 100-fold solar flare. As soon as the notification sounded, Gohan's mind was filled with the memory of the 100-fold solar flare. While the Divine Fishing Rod was impressive, it was still slower than his own training. Yes, Master, you still need to train diligently. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have caught 10 spirit tree fruits. Upon hearing this, Gohan, who had intended to reel in his line, paused and lowered his hand. After some time, he managed to catch 10 cents of beans, but nothing more of note. Never mind. Time to reel in the line, Gohan declared, and as he pulled, a large fish was suddenly pulled from the waterfall. This fishing rod truly works. Gohan exclaimed, bringing the fish back to Ragus. Master, where did you catch this fish? Ragus inquired. From the waterfall on the mountain. I didn't catch it, I fished it. Oh. What made you decide to fish today? Is there something wrong with that? No. Master, you are wise and mighty. Everything you do is extraordinary. Stop flattering me. How is your technique with the clones coming along? Master, I can now create 2 clones. 2? Yes. How many can you make, Master? Over 3,000. By the way, I have some fruits here. Would you like to try some? Fruits? Gohan said as he produced 2 spirit tree fruits from his clothing. Master, what are these fruits? I've never seen them before. They are called spirit tree fruits. Consuming them can enhance your power. Really? Master, should I wash them before eating? Yes. Gohan nodded, uncertain whether Ragus was merely being picky about the fruits being in his clothing or was genuinely particular about cleanliness. Well then, Ragus, I shall take my leave. Very well, Master. With that, Gohan instantly teleported back to his home. Master. As Gohan returned, he was greeted joyfully by Videl, who was in the yard with Goten. She was relieved to finally have a break from watching Goten. Gohan nodded and presented the 2 spirit tree fruits to Videl. Videl, these are spirit tree fruits. Consuming them can enhance your power. Enhance my power. Videl's eyes brightened as she quickly accepted the fruits. Her diligent efforts were finally yielding some rewards. Brother. At that moment, Goten, who had been standing by, spoke up. Though still quite young, he had begun to articulate words. Upon hearing this, Gohan promptly picked him up. Chapter 67. The father-daughter duel. Is it time for me to return, Gohan? Oh, very well. Gohan nodded. Upon returning home, Biddy washed the spiritual tree fruit that Gohan had given her and began to consume it. Crack. After a few bites, Biddy suddenly felt an immense surge of power within her. My strength, it seems to have truly increased, she exclaimed, glancing at the other spiritual tree fruit in her hand. If one fruit could enhance her so significantly, consuming another would surely amplify her strength even further. With this thought in mind, Biddy hastened to finish the second fruit. Afterwards, she reclined on the sofa, reminiscing about her encounter with Gohan. Before meeting him, she had believed her father was incredibly strong. Yet, after encountering Gohan, it was as if she had glimpsed an entirely new world, where everything was astonishingly extraordinary. The following day, after breakfast, Gohan returned to the waterfall on Bowsy Mountain to fish. Although fishing was not as expedient as training, it allowed Gohan to acquire various skills and treasures. Thus, he wished to continue fishing to see if he could reel in something valuable. The day passed swiftly, and before he knew it, evening had arrived. Gohan had caught a diamond crown, over 20 senza beans, and a small spaceship. I refuse to believe I can't catch something worthwhile. Thus, Gohan fished for another 3 days, yet still failed to catch anything of significance. Master, fishing relies heavily on luck. I believe it would be more prudent for you to focus on training. Ding. Congratulations, Master. On catching the Earth's Dragon Ball, which grants 1 wish per year, the system was speechless. What a wretched fishing rod. Just as it considered advising Gohan to train instead, he had hooked a Dragon Ball. Indeed, you are correct, system. Fishing does indeed require a measure of fortune, Gohan remarked, glancing at the shimmering Dragon Ball in his inventory. System, does this Dragon Ball require summoning Shinron in the same manner as the Earth's Dragon Balls? No. You need merely voice your wish to me, and I shall grant it. Oh, so does that mean you have become Shinron? Indeed. Do you wish to make a request? The system replied with a hint of sarcasm. Not at all. After hearing this, the system grew disinterested in further conversation with Gohan. Noticing the system's silence, Gohan promptly reeled in his line and returned home. The next day, Gohan resumed his training. In West City, at Mr. Satan's martial arts hall, Biddy challenged Mr. Satan, who was reluctant to allow her to train with Gohan. Although he initially wished to decline the challenge, he realized that refusing would hinder his ability to dissuade Biddy from training with Gohan, so he reluctantly accepted. Despite agreeing to the duel, Mr. Satan felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. At that moment, they stood in a room within the dojo, a place where Mr. Satan typically practiced. Concerned about the possibility of losing, he ensured that it was just the 2 of them in the room. Now, father, may we begin? Very well. Mr. Satan nodded. Seeing this, Biddy swiftly moved and knocked him down. Ouch. Mr. Satan stifled a cry of pain, unwilling to lose face before Biddy. Father, you have lost. No, I merely let my guard down. Shall we have another go? All right, but you mustn't cheat this time. Biddy, do you believe your father to be that kind of person? Biddy fell silent in response. Ahem. Mr. Satan cleared his throat. Then, Biddy, Let us commence. Biddy nodded. With a loud shout, Mr. Satan charged at her. Just as he was about to reach her, Biddy swiftly maneuvered beneath him and executed a shoulder throw, sending him crashing to the ground. Oh. Mr. Satan could not contain his pain and let out a cry. Looking up, he found Biddy's clear eyes gazing back at him. Mr. Satan felt his face heat up. The humiliation of this defeat was too intense. Father. All right. Biddy, I concede. I promise not to obstruct your training with Gohan any longer, but you must keep my defeat a secret. Very well, Father. Biddy nodded. Biddy, could you inquire with Gohan if he is still accepting disciples? Accepting disciples? Why, yes. I too wish to learn martial arts from him. But, Father, wouldn't he that make me your senior disciple? Mr. Satan was left speechless, having not considered that aspect in the moment. Then, Father, are you still considering taking Gohan as your master? No, I have changed my mind. Mr. Satan shook his head. Initially, it was merely a fleeting thought. But upon Biddy's remark, he quickly dismissed the idea. Biddy nodded. Father, although you cannot take Gohan as your master, I can still guide you in your training. Upon hearing this, Mr. Satan felt a surge of anger, but then reconsidered. Biddy guiding his training did not imply that she expected him to become her disciple. Surely, she was not that kind of unfilial daughter. How about it, Father? Mr. Satan cleared his throat. Biddy, how did Gohan instruct you in your training? He had me carry a 20-pound turtle shell at first. A turtle shell? Mr. Satan's mind conjured an image of himself crawling while burdened with a turtle shell. Biddy recounted all that Gohan had taught her during their training. Once she finished, Mr. Satan looked at her with a serious expression and said, Biddy, you must promise not to share how Gohan taught you with anyone else. Of course, Father. Biddy nodded. Then, Father, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Mr. Satan nodded. Time flew by. And a month passed in the blink of an eye. With Goten growing older, Biddy no longer needed to help care for him daily. Now, she stood on a patch of grass atop Lam-Z Mountain, gazing enviously at the clones created by Legas. Legas, your clone technique is remarkable. Might you teach me as well? Certainly, but you must agree to one condition. What condition? If I teach you the cloning technique, you must not disclose it to our master. Not tell our master? Why not? Because I promised our master that I wouldn't teach it to anyone else. I see. But why do you want to teach me? Chapter 68. 500 billion battle power. Reag smiled and remarked, my master possesses a wealth of knowledge, yet he is somewhat reluctant to impart it to me. Thus, we can learn different skills from him. You teach me, and I shall teach you. Is that so? But wouldn't that be inappropriate? What is there to fear? We are his only 2 disciples. If he does not teach us, who will he teach? Biddy nodded in agreement. So, Reag, what have you learned from our master? The Solar Fist, Kamehameha, Clone Technique, Mirage Fist, Drunken Fist. What about you? I have only learned the Kamehameha for now. He advised me to focus on mastering that before he would teach me anything else. My master told me the same, and after a lengthy period of training, he finally taught me the clone technique. What about the others? The rest were quite simple. I learned them in just a few days. Now, I wish to learn about my master's instant transmission. Is that so? I fear it may take me quite a while before I can receive such teachings from him. Do not worry, Biddy. When the master bestows upon you his techniques, ensure you do not mention your desire to learn the clone technique or instant transmission. All right. I understand. In the realm of the gods, within the hyperbolic time chamber, Son Gohan was seated on the floor, engaged in fishing. Ding. Congratulations, master. You have caught 1888 battle power. Ding. Congratulations, master. You have caught 20 sins of beans. Ding. Congratulations, master. You have caught 1999 battle power. Indeed. Fishing in this chamber yields double the rewards. Listening to the system's incessant announcements, Son Gohan yawned and replied, Ding. Congratulations, master. You have caught the King Kai sword. The King Kai sword. Yes, master, but it is not the one that seals the old King Kai. Ding. Congratulations, master. You have caught an ordinary longevity peach, which can extend life by 10 years. A longevity peach? Is that not something from the realm of cultivation? Indeed, master. Then, system. Can this divine fishing rod catch a potion that increases height by 5 centimeters? I believe that is highly unlikely, but do you not possess Dragon Balls? I do not. I was merely inquiring. After a prolonged fishing session, Son Gohan reeled in his line and departed the hyperbolic time chamber. Although half a day had passed within, only mere minutes had elapsed outside. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. Son Goten had turned 3 years old, and he no longer required any assistance, spending his days playing with Trunks. During this year, while Son Gohan's battle power surged rapidly, it still fell short of his ambitious target of 1 trillion. At this moment, Son Gohan was instructing Son Goten in training atop the sacred land. Poof, poof, poof. Son Goten expelled several white specters from his mouth, transforming into his likeness. This technique was known as the Gum Ghost. Count off. Son Goten commanded as he released all the Gum Ghosts. 1, 2, 3, 4. Excellent. Number 1, your target is that large rock ahead. Yes. The first Gum Ghost exclaimed, charging towards the boulder. With a resounding explosion, the stone was obliterated. Number 2, your target is the pond ahead. Yes. The second Gum Ghost declared, soaring towards the water. With another thunderous blast, a towering wave erupted, sending fish flying. Look at all those fish. Brother, we can have fish for dinner today. Son Goten exclaimed. I'm the airborne fish. Son Gohan chuckled nervously. Those fish are indeed unfortunate. They are either caught by you or blown up by Son Goten. Number 3, number 4. Your targets are the wild boars ahead. Yes. The 2 Gum Ghosts rushed towards the suddenly appearing boars. Boom, boom, with 2 deafening explosions. The wild boars were left in a state of disarray. Goten, perhaps we should refrain from blowing up the boars. Oh, then shall we gather up these fish? Indeed. Son Gohan nodded. Upon returning home, Son Gohan and Son Goten presented the exploded fish to Chi-Chi. Gohan, where did you acquire these fish? Goten blew them up. Blew them up? Yes, after all, Goten is a Saiyan. That may be true, but you must keep an eye on him. Do not let him harm others. Understood. Son Gohan nodded. At that moment, a voice from the system echoed in his ears. Ding. System upgrade complete. Master S training has doubled. Doubled? So that means, just by doing a single finger push-up, Master can gain 60 battle power. If under 1,000 times gravity, that would be 60,000. 60,000? Then in a day, 10,000 would yield 600 million, 20,000 would yield 2 billion, and over a month, that amounts to 36 billion. Indeed, Master. In 3 months, 1 trillion. In a year, for trillion, let us soar. Yes, Master, thus you must exert yourself in training. With 9 years remaining until Beerus awakens, I estimate I can reach around 4 trillion in battle power. The multiplier for Super Saiyan 4 ranges from 8,000 to 20,000, which would place my power at approximately 8 quintillion. The units beyond 1 billion are trillion, quadrillion, quintillion, and so forth, with each unit differing by a factor of 10,000. In the afternoon, after a brief nap, Son Gohan arrived at the sacred land for gravity training. Master, why have you come so early today? Ragus inquired with curiosity. Previously, Son Gohan would arrive at 2 o'clock, yet today he was here by 1:30. Oh. I simply felt a sudden urge to train diligently today. I see. At 2 o'clock, Biddy also arrived at the sacred land for training. A year had passed, and her strength had increased significantly. Thanks to the fruit of the Tree of Might, her battle power had reached over 1,500. While still distant from Ragus, she had become quite formidable. Biddy, you've arrived. Biddy nodded in acknowledgement. Biddy, something seems odd about our master today. He came at 1:30. 1:30? Indeed. He usually arrives at 2. Perhaps he did not train in the morning. By the way, Biddy, has the master imparted any powerful techniques to you recently? None. Biddy shook her head. Son Gohan secretly wished to teach Biddy some formidable techniques, but her battle power was too low. Even if he instructed her, she would not be able to grasp them. As time swiftly passed, 10 months had elapsed. Through relentless training, Son Gohan's battle power had reached an astonishing 500 billion. Chapter 69, The Old Kaishin on Mount Bowsy. At this moment, Son Gohan stood upon a verdant meadow, instructing his younger brother, Son Goten, in the intricacies of the 20-fold unscathed Kaioken. Although the 20-fold unscathed Kaioken is more challenging to master than the standard Kaioken, Gohan, as an elder brother, was more than willing to impart his knowledge. Kaioken. With a soft exclamation, a fiery crimson aura enveloped Goten's form. Excellent, Goten. Just like that. At that moment, Ragusu and Biddy soared into view from the distance. Ragusu, Biddy. Ragusa cheerfully nodded in acknowledgement. Master, what technique is this? Can you teach it to me as well? Ragusu, you ought not to be preoccupied with learning formidable techniques. You should devote more time to training. Then, Master, why do you know so many techniques? I have not learned them. They are all my own creations. Ragusa gazed at him with a dubious expression. All right. I shall teach you. Thank you, Master. Ragusa beamed. Ah, had I known. I would not have taken on a disciple. Truly, teaching a disciple has left the master famished. Gohan sighed. Master, I will not let you starve. I will gather wild fruits for you. Only wild fruits? Then, master, whatever you wish to eat, I shall procure for you. Now that is more like it. Master, could you teach me as well? Bidalai inquired with a smile. Since spending time with Ragusu, Bidalai had adopted a similar mischievous demeanor. Very well. But you must first elevate your strength. Elevate my strength? Indeed, from today onward, you shall train in the gravity room. The gravity room? Bidalai gasped. The immense hundredfold gravity would be too much for her to bear. You need not train alongside us. Simply begin with tenfold gravity. Oh, I see. Bidalai sighed with relief. But then she pondered, tenfold gravity. Perhaps that is no light matter. Afternoon. After awakening from a midday slumber, Gohan retrieved the celestial mirror from the system and arrived in the Kaishin realm. Gohan's battle power had now reached an astonishing 500 billion, compelling him to contemplate the path he wished to pursue. His conclusion was that he desired mastery over Super Saiyan 4, Super Saiyan God, and Beast Gohan. If Ultraman Giga could assume 3 forms, why could he not master 3 transformations as well? Super Saiyan 4 requires the aid of a full moon. Super Saiyan God necessitates training to the divine realm, while Beast Gohan requires the old Kaishin's assistance to unlock the potential within him, transforming into the enigmatic Gohan. The first 2 transformations seemed relatively straightforward, but the mysterious Gohan presented a greater challenge. However, if the old Kaishin could assist him in unlocking his potential, it would enhance his mastery over the first 2 transformations, potentially amplifying his strength. Upon Gohan's arrival, the East Kaishin and Jebet quickly sensed his presence. As Son Gohan, because Gohan had previously transformed into a Super Saiyan 3rd grade with considerable commotion, the East Kaishin had paid him some attention. You recognize me? The East Kaishin nodded. Son Gohan, how did you arrive here? Instant transmission. Instant transmission. Jebet exclaimed in astonishment. How can you perform instant transmission? Into our Kaishin realm. It was taught to me by the Kaishin of another universe. Another universe? Are there other universes with Kaishin? Well, I'm not entirely sure. I see. So, Son Gohan, what brings you here? Jebet inquired. I have come to extract the Kaishin sword. The Kaishin sword? Indeed. Do you wish to prevent me? The Kaishin sword is a treasure of our Kaishin realm. Upon hearing this, Jebet attempted to intervene, but was stopped by the East Kaishin. Jebet, if he wishes to extract the Kaishin sword, let him do so. But, Lord Kaishin, that is a treasure of our realm. Legend has it that whoever extracts the Kaishin sword can attain the power of the universe's greatest. The greatest in the universe. Gohan chuckled lightly and swiftly ascended to a stone pillar above a water pool, where he beheld the Kaishin sword embedded within it. The sword was nearly buried, with only the hilt protruding from the earth. Gohan took a deep breath and forcefully yanked at the Kaishin sword. The stone pillar trembled violently, and the water's surface surged tumultuously. The East Kaishin and Jebet widened their eyes in apprehension, silently praying that Gohan would not succeed in pulling out the sword. At that moment, Gohan shouted, successfully extracting the Kaishin sword. The ground beneath him crumbled and collapsed. With the sword in hand, Gohan soared into the sky. I did it. Jebet gasped in shock. The East Kaishin nodded in agreement. Whoosh. As soon as he spoke, Gohan landed before them. Lord Kaishin, if there is nothing further, I shall take this sword with me. Take it? Jebet exclaimed. You intend to take this sword? Indeed. Is there a problem? After all, you have no use for it, do you? Very well. The East Kaishin nodded. With that, Gohan executed instant transmission and returned to Earth. Lord Kaishin, why did you allow him to take the Kaishin sword? Jebet, do you believe I could have stopped him? Well, Jebet fell silent. He and the East Kaishin were incapable of extracting the Kaishin sword. While Gohan had effortlessly done so, it was evident they were no match for him. On Earth, after bringing back the Kaishin sword, Gohan promptly retrieved another Kaishin sword from the system and placed it on the ground. Subsequently, he raised the sword that sealed the old Kaishin and brought it down forcefully. Boom. Clang. With a resounding impact, the Kaishin sword struck the other sword, causing the ground to sink and a massive cloud of dust arise. Not broken. Gohan observed and lifted the Kaishin sword again, striking down with great force. With a loud clang, the sword unleashed an intense whirlwind. The sword on the ground sank further, igniting sparks of fire. Crack. Gohan, intending to retrieve the sword, suddenly noticed that the one in his hand had snapped. At that moment, the sword on the ground also shattered. Success. After a short while, as the dust settled, an elderly figure clad in Kaishin attire appeared. It was none other than the old Kaishin. Chapter 70. Super Saiyan 4. Upon seeing the old Kai, Son Gohan's face lit up with a cheerful smile. However, sensing Gohan's mischievous intent, The old Kai's expression grew wary. Did you draw the Kai sword and rescue me? He inquired. Do you think there is anyone else here besides me? What is your name? My name is Son Gohan, replied Gohan, nodding affirmatively. So, you already knew I was sealed within the sword? Indeed. And your intention in freeing me? There must be a purpose behind it. Gohan nodded again. What do you wish for me to assist you with? I seek your help to unlock the latent potential within me and elevate it to its utmost capacity. The old Kai was taken aback. How did you know I possess the ability to awaken one's potential? I am all-knowing, he declared, yet the old Kai appeared skeptical. Will you assist me in unlocking my potential? The old Kai glanced at the two broken Kai swords on the ground and nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes. However, it may take me a day to draw out your potential. Very well, Gohan responded, settling down upon the grass nearby. Does he know what I intend to do next? The old Kai pondered quietly. Are we not beginning yet? We shall commence shortly. By the way, is this place Earth? Indeed. Following the old Kai's instructions, Gohan placed his hands before him. The old Kai began to circle around Gohan, chanting words that Gohan could not comprehend. As the process of unlocking potential required a day, Gohan struggled to stay awake after sitting for half a day, feeling drowsy. Yet, in pursuit of greater strength, he persevered. Meanwhile, he had left a doppelganger at home. Time passed swiftly, and before long, it was the afternoon of the second day. Is it not ready yet? Gohan inquired, glancing at the sky. Just a little longer. The old Kai replied, engrossed in reading a comic. Upon hearing this, Gohan promptly opened his character panel to check his status. Name: Son Gohan. Age: 14. Gender: male. Battle power: 80 billion. Mystical state: capable of sustaining 300 trillion battle power without transforming into a Super Saiyan. 80 billion, Gohan exclaimed. Astonished. After years of training, he had only reached 50 billion, yet in just one day, the old Kai had helped him elevate his battle power by 30 billion. His capabilities were indeed more formidable than he had imagined. In the original Dragon Ball series, Gohan's initial battle power was 80 billion, but after the old Kai's enhancement, it soared to 200 billion. However, this was only in his base form. Upon transforming, he could not maintain such extraordinary power. In essence, it was a pinnacle state without transformation. All right, Gohan, I have completed your enhancement. Gohan nodded and rose from the ground. Can I leave now? Of course. Would you like me to escort you? No, that's quite unnecessary. I can return on my own. The old Kai waved his hands dismissively. Is that so? The old Kai nodded, and in an instant, he teleported back to the Kai realm. Gohan chuckled softly, took out the celestial mirror, and entered the hyperbolic time chamber for a brief rest. In the Kai realm, ever since Gohan had taken the Kai sword, East Kai and Jebet had been closely monitoring the situation on Earth. Lord Kai, who was that old man in the Kai attire? Could he be a Kai from another universe? I don't know. Just as he spoke, a figure suddenly appeared behind them. It was the old Kai. Whom do you speak of as a Kai from another universe? The two turned around, startled. Why, you are? I am the Kai from approximately 15 generations ago. The old Kai replied. 15 generations ago? They gasped. Indeed, the current Kais are truly inferior. I had thought that the one to draw the Kai sword would be from a notable lineage. Yet, you not only failed to retrieve the sword but allowed a mere human to take it. Thankfully, that human is not malevolent. Otherwise, I would have perished at his hands. We apologize, East Kai said, his face filled with shame. The old Kai snorted coldly and sat down on the grass nearby. Esteemed ancestor, how did you end up within the Kai sword? Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. After extensive training, Gohan's strength had significantly increased. Tonight was the night of the full moon, and Gohan planned to test if he could transform into a Super Saiyan 4. As night fell, a full moon hung majestically in the sky. Gohan stood in an open area on the sacred land of Korin, gazing up at the celestial body. Boom, boom, boom. Upon seeing the full moon, Gohan's heart raced with excitement. Suddenly, his eyes turned blood red, and his body sprouted a profusion of fur as he grew taller and larger, transforming into a golden great ape. Ah! Gohan roared loudly, stomping his feet upon the ground. Master! At that moment, the system addressed Gohan. Hearing the system's voice calmed him slightly, yet he continued to roar at the sky. Master, if you do not awaken soon, the title of the strongest in the universe will be snatched away by another. Upon hearing this, Gohan halted his roar, fixing his gaze firmly ahead. Ah! Suddenly, Gohan reached towards the heavens, releasing a surge of red energy. Boom! At that moment, bolts of golden lightning struck from the sky. Gohan pressed his feet firmly into the ground, emanating an astonishing aura. His body began to shrink slowly, reverting to his human form. Moments later, a figure emerged on the ground, covered in red fur except for his head, chest, palms, and soles, with golden eyes and red eyelids. He wore yellow trousers. And this was none other than Son Gohan, who had successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 4. After transforming, Gohan's height had increased significantly, and his physique had expanded considerably. In the Kai realm, East Kai and the others felt Gohan's immense energy, their faces reflecting disbelief. Is this a monster? His power now surpasses anything we could have imagined. Jebbit trembled slightly. Chapter 71. Trunks seeks to become Gohan's disciple. The East Kai clenched his teeth, remarking that this was not the most critical point. The most crucial fact was that Gohan was merely 14 years old, with Saiyan lifespans exceeding a century. It was hard to fathom how powerful he might become in the future. In the 7th universe, within the realm of the gods of destruction, Whis had also sensed Gohan's energy. Gohan, he murmured, his mind preoccupied with thoughts unknown. On Earth, Goku and his companions felt Gohan's ki and hastened towards the Capsule Corporation. Have you succeeded? Gohan clenched his fists, assessing the power within him. At that moment, two figures appeared before him, Goku and Goten. Dad, is that you, Gohan? Goku exclaimed, astonished at Gohan's transformation. The Super Saiyan 4 form allowed Gohan, who resembled a child, to appear as an adult. Gohan nodded affirmatively. And what is this transformation? Goku inquired. This is Super Saiyan 4, Gohan declared. Just then, two more figures descended from the sky, Vegeta and Piccolo. Uncle Piccolo, Gohan greeted. Piccolo, taken aback, responded. Is that you, Gohan? Gohan nodded once more. Vegeta, upon witnessing Gohan's Super Saiyan 4 form, demanded angrily, Gohan, what kind of transformation is this? This is Super Saiyan 4. The latest transformation I have mastered, Gohan replied. Vegeta clenched his fists in frustration, realizing that while he had yet to master Super Saiyan 2, Gohan had already achieved Super Saiyan 4. Truly, it was infuriating to see others surpass him. Fortunately, Goku's power was comparable to his own, which offered him some solace. Master, Gohan. At that moment, Bulma and Krillin arrived. Gohan acknowledged them with a nod. Is that you, Gohan? Krillin asked, noticing that Gohan had grown to nearly the same height as Goku. Indeed, Uncle Krillin, is this your new transformation? Krillin commented, observing the lush hair covering Gohan's body. Yes. Super Saiyan 4 is achieved through the transformation into a great ape under a full moon, Gohan explained. Vegeta interjected, a transformation from the great ape form? Yes. But to successfully transform into Super Saiyan 4, one must possess immense strength. Gohan clarified. I see. Vegeta replied, his interest piqued. Gohan, how did you come to know of this transformation? Goku asked, intrigued. Traditionally, Super Saiyan transformations occurred from a humanoid base, and he had never considered a transformation stemming from the great ape form. Well, it just came to me, Gohan responded. Goku, accustomed to Gohan's extraordinary feats, did not dwell on it further. Vegeta scoffed and suddenly took to the skies, leaving the area, a reaction everyone had grown accustomed to. Only Trunks looked on in confusion as Vegeta departed. Upon returning home, Vegeta, spurred by Gohan's Super Saiyan 4, rushed into the gravity chamber to train. The following day, after breakfast, Gohan prepared to train at the Capsule Corporation when he noticed Trunks had arrived early. Trunks, Goten exclaimed joyfully, approaching him. Trunks nodded and then glanced at Gohan. Gohan, may I train with you? Of course. But I want to become your disciple. Become my disciple? Why? Because I wish to become as strong as you. Trunks replied earnestly. Is that so? Have you mentioned this to your father? Tell my father? Yes. While Uncle Vegeta may not match my strength, his combat experience surpasses yours. If he were to train you, it would be quite beneficial. This made Trunks hesitate, as Vegeta had always been harsh with him, and he was unfamiliar with techniques like instant transmission and the Kaioken. Gohan chuckled. Trunks, I suggest you discuss this with your father first before seeking my mentorship. Trunks nodded in agreement. Gohan then used instant transmission to bring Goten to the Capsule Corporation. Master, Bulma, who had arrived early, approached Gohan and Goten with a bright smile. Master, Gohan acknowledged her. Bulma had been doing homework the previous night and missed Gohan's transformation, but she had heard about it from Trunks that morning. Master, I heard from Trunks that you transformed into Super Saiyan 4 last night? Although Bulma had not witnessed the transformation, she was curious, especially about Gohan's impressive physique. Gohan nodded again. Could you show me your Super Saiyan 4 form? No. Gohan shook his head. Why not? Bulma asked, her disappointment evident. If only she had known. She would have skipped her homework. For no reason. If I simply transform for you, it would undermine my authority as a master, Gohan explained. Master, please, just show me. Bulla pleaded, adopting a cute demeanor. Gohan, why not transform into Super Saiyan 4 for Bulla? Goten chimed in. Very well. Gohan relented, sensing Bulla's jealousy toward Goten's request. Though she felt a twinge of envy, her anticipation for Gohan's transformation remained. Suddenly, Gohan clenched his fist and transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Wow, so cool. Bulla exclaimed, her heart racing upon witnessing Gohan's transformation. At that moment, Reag, training in the gravity chamber, felt Gohan's immense energy and flew out to sea. Master, Gohan nodded, reverting to his normal state. All right, Bulla, now you should focus on your training. Okay. Meanwhile, in West City, at Bulma's house, Trunks had returned home, still contemplating whether to discuss his desire to become Gohan's disciple with Vegeta. Chapter 72, Vegeta, what's wrong, Trunks? Bulma inquired, noticing Trunks lost in thought in the courtyard. Nothing, Mom. Trunks replied, snapping back to reality, deciding he would discuss it another day. Bulma, though, felt a twinge of doubt. In the afternoon, Gohan instructed Goten and the others to train independently while he utilized the heavenly mirror to arrive at the battlefield of Vegeta and Majin Buu 3 years hence. Thanks to his invisibility technique, the newly fused Vegeta and Majin Buu remained oblivious to his presence. Gohan's motives for this venture were twofold. He had recently mastered Super Saiyan 4, granting him a semblance of self-defense, and he wished to observe Vegeta while gathering energy from the universe seed. As the king of the Dragon Ball universe, Vegeta's prowess was beyond comparison, and his flair was unparalleled. As a devoted fan of the Dragon Ball series, Gohan yearned to witness this legendary figure. On King Kai's planet, East Kai was anxiously watching the emergence of Vegeta. On Earth, Vegeta was flexing his limbs. Wow, this is magnificent, even better than I imagined. Upon hearing this, Majin Buu, who was gathering an energy wave, immediately dissipated it. Looks like you're a bit scared too, huh? Vegeta remarked, swiping his hand forward, unleashing a fierce gust of wind. Majin Buu, caught off guard, received a gash across his face. What's the matter? You have nothing to fear. Majin Buu snorted, quickly healing his wound. Since you are the fusion of Kakarot and Vegeta, I shall call you Vegeta. I was worried about what might happen, but it seems things are going quite well. Let us continue our fight. Majin Buu responded, I see, but do you think your fusion alone can defeat me? Vegeta, with a smile, beckoned to Majin Buu, inciting his fury. How dare you toy with me? Majin Buu roared, launching himself towards Vegeta. Just as Majin Buu was about to reach Vegeta, Vegeta sprang away, maneuvering behind him and delivering a powerful kick. Majin Buu turned just in time to be struck by Vegeta's foot. Ah! Majin Buu cried out, spitting saliva as he fell forward. With a forceful kick, Vegeta sent Majin Buu plummeting downward. Just before hitting the ground, Majin Buu clenched his fists and halted mid-air, then charged at Vegeta with renewed vigor. In a flurry of blows, Majin Buu pummeled Vegeta's face, swiftly circling around to deliver a fierce kick to his back. The impact echoed, and a cloud of dust erupted from the ground. Majin Buu then gathered a massive energy wave in his hands and hurled it to the earth, resulting in a tremendous explosion that created a deep crater. Vegeta stood within the crater, gazing up at Majin Buu. Witnessing this, Gohan couldn't help but marvel at the spectacle. The king really is the king. Just these lines are enough for me to learn from. He turned to the recording system. Are you capturing this? Recording, master, came the reply. That last hit indeed stung. Vegeta scratched his shoulder. Is that so? But I intentionally held back during that last blow. Majin Buu, undeterred, prepared for another attack. Ah, he exclaimed, extending his arms towards Vegeta. Vegeta leaped towards him, but Majin Buu's antennae swiftly ensnared Vegeta's leg. Surprised, Vegeta found himself spun around and hurled towards the ground with great force. Boom. Vegeta crashed into a nearby mountain, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Are you really going to succumb to such a trivial force? Majin Buu gloated. But as his words faded, the ground erupted in golden light, obliterating the boulders pinning Vegeta down. Vegeta emerged, adjusting his shoulder. Well, I've warmed up sufficiently. Majin Buu huffed, a glimmer of anticipation on his face. Despite Vegeta's formidable power, which irked him, he, like Goku, held an affinity for combat. However, he believed he could never allow anyone to surpass him. Apologies. I was still getting accustomed to this body, but rest assured, I will engage you earnestly now. Vegeta declared with confidence. That is splendid. If you were to perish so easily, it would truly disappoint my expectations. Majin Buu laughed. The real spectacle is about to begin, Vegeta proclaimed, striking a fighting stance. With a powerful leap, Vegeta ascended into the sky. Just as he reached a modest height, he vanished, reappearing before Majin Buu, caught off guard. Majin Buu had no time to react before Vegeta's colossal fist struck him squarely in the face. Bang! Majin Buu spat out saliva, his head snapping to the side. Seizing the moment, Vegeta unleashed a barrage of punches upon Majin Buu's face, forcing him to retreat. Bang! With a swift kick, Vegeta sent Majin Buu flying. Gathering a blue energy wave in his hands, Vegeta directed it at the airborne Majin Buu. Boom! The explosion illuminated the sky, casting a brilliant light as thick smoke billowed. Majin Buu fell from the cloud, his arm and lower body severely damaged, appearing quite disheveled. Good lad. Majin Buu fumed. Old Kai was indeed correct. The power after fusion is undeniably immense. Chapter 73, Broly and Reg. Upon hearing this, Majin Buu immediately restored his body. Now that's more like it. Vegeta chuckled. Subsequently, the two commenced their battle, much like in the original tale. Gohan, needing to gather energy, departed this timeline upon witnessing Vegeta being absorbed by Majin Buu. Returning to the primary timeline. This time, they managed to collect a mere 0.5 of the energy for the universe seed. This implies that even a being of Majin Buu's caliber could only produce 0.5 of the required energy. It seems that to swiftly amass the energy needed for the universe seed, one must witness battles of the Super Saiyan 4 level. Gohan mused, his thoughts immediately turning to Broly. As the legendary Super Saiyan, Broly was born with immense fighting prowess. In the Dragon Ball Super movie, despite having trained little, Broly still overwhelmed Goku and Vegeta. Although there remained a decade or so before Broly's appearance in the Dragon Ball films, one cannot discount the possibility that Broly possesses power on par with Super Saiyan 4. However, as night fell, Gohan resolved to search for Broly the following day. The next morning, Gohan, citing obligations, instructed Goten and the others to practice on their own. In the cosmos, upon a planet with an exceedingly harsh environment, a boy of 13 or 14 traversed the tempestuous terrain. This boy was none other than Gohan, and the planet he roamed was the desolate world of Planet Vampa, where Broly had been exiled. It seems Broly's formidable combat strength may be somewhat influenced by this planet's conditions, Gohan observed while surveying his surroundings. He then retrieved the heavenly mirror. Through its mystical lens, Gohan glimpsed a man resembling Vegeta. This man, named Reg, was a character from the Dragon Ball fan series Dragon Ball New Era, and he was Vegeta's elder brother, possessing a battle power of 50,000 from birth. Fearing that Reg might later threaten his position, King Vegeta had banished him to planet Benbi. The Reg Gohan saw was the one from this timeline, while the Reg from Dragon Ball New Era appeared after the conclusion of GT, with at least a 20-year age difference between them. Despite his youth, Reg, like Broly, possessed an exceptionally potent Saiyan lineage. Otherwise, he could not have transformed into Super Saiyan 5 without rigorous training. Initially, Gohan had contemplated battling Broly himself, but upon reflection, he deemed it prudent to seek assistance to gauge Broly's strength. Broly's father, Paragus, harbored intense animosity towards King Vegeta. Had it not been for King Vegeta, they would not have languished on planet Vampa for decades. Thus, Gohan considered Vegeta's brother, Reg. In the beginning, Gohan was uncertain whether Reg existed in this world, given that he was merely a character from a fan work. Fortunately, with the heavenly mirror at his disposal, he could locate anyone he sought. If the mirror failed to reveal someone, it would signify their absence from this realm. He pondered who might be the stronger of the two. Gazing at Reg in the mirror, Gohan employed an invisibility technique to cloak himself. Then, reaching out, he grasped Reg through the mirror. Unbeknownst to Reg, who remained unaware of Gohan's presence, he was suddenly transported to planet Vampa. "Wah, where is this?" Reg exclaimed, bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings. He had merely been admiring the scenery when he found himself in this tempestuous locale. After a moment of contemplation, Reg took to the skies. He quickly discerned that not only was the environment harsh, but it was also teeming with terrifying creatures, though none posed a threat to him. Whoosh! After a brief flight, Reg suddenly spotted a tall, muscular man battling a swarm of spider-like creatures the size of rabbits. This man was Broly, a Saiyan. Reg recognized Broly's tail and descended swiftly. At that moment, Broly finished his fight and turned to observe the descending Reg. "Who are you?" Broly inquired. "Greetings. My name is Reg. Could you kindly inform me of this place?" Reg asked. "This is Planet Vampa," Broly replied. "Isn't this a planet with an exceedingly harsh environment?" Broly nodded. "And your name? How did you arrive on this planet?" Reg pressed. "Broly." Broly began to respond but was interrupted by a distant cry. "Broly." Following the sound, Reg spotted a somewhat limping middle-aged man approaching. This man was none other than Broly's father, Paragus, v. Vegeta. Upon seeing Reg, Paragus mistakenly identified him as Vegeta. Vegeta. Reg, having been exiled to planet Binbi before Vegeta's birth, was unaware of his younger brother's existence. However, given the similarity of their names, Reg wondered if Paragus had confused him with King Vegeta. Moments later, Paragus reached Broly's side. "Father," Broly exclaimed. Paragus nodded and turned to Reg. "Broly, who is this?" "He claims his name is Reg. I just encountered him." "Reg?" Paragus gasped. As a former subordinate of King Vegeta, he had heard tales of Reg. Reg was the firstborn son of King Vegeta, though the reasons for his exile to the uninhabited planet Binbi remained unknown. Although devoid of human life, planet Binbi boasted a relatively decent living environment. Moreover, King Vegeta had exiled a female Saiyan alongside Reg, permitting him to procreate. This female Saiyan was none other than Reg's wife, Supali. "You know of me?" Reg inquired, noticing the astonishment on Paragus's face. Paragus nodded. "I was once a subordinate of your father." "Is that so? How did you both end up here?" "This all traces back to your father," Paragus retorted angrily. "Thanks to my father?" Reg echoed, intrigued. "Indeed. Broly's battle power reached 10,000 at birth, and your father, King Vegeta, fearing that Broly would become a threat as he matured, exiled him to this planet. I too was trapped here, seeking to save Broly. A battle power of 10,000? Paragus nodded in affirmation. Chapter 74, Broly vs. Reg. While I remain unaware of the reasons behind your father's exile of you to planet Binbi, fate has brought us together today, and you shall not escape. Reg let out a cold chuckle. Do you intend to strike me? To be frank, King Vegeta banished me to planet Binbi because my battle power reached 50,000 at birth. 50,000. Paragus exclaimed in astonishment, harboring a hint of skepticism. Why do you doubt me? Humph. Paragus scoffed. Even if your battle power was indeed 50,000 at birth, Broly is the legendary Super Saiyan. The Super Saiyan. Upon hearing this, Reg burst into laughter. Do you think I'm not one? You too are a Super Saiyan. Indeed. Broly was born with a battle power of merely 10,000 and could become a Super Saiyan. Why should I not be able to? Paragus's expression shifted dramatically at this revelation. At that moment, Reg smirked slightly. Broly possesses considerable strength. Should you wish to serve me, I shall spare your lives. Spare us. Paragus's heart surged with indignation at these words. He had dedicated himself to King Vegeta, only for Broly's superior battle power to result in his son's exile to this desolate planet. Now, King Vegeta's son, Reag, demanded their servitude, a proposition he could not accept. Do you refuse? Reg's icy gaze bore into Paragus. Indeed, from the moment your father, King Vegeta, banished Broly to planet Wampa, I could never serve your family again. With that, Paragus shouted towards Broly, Broly, eliminate him. Father. Upon hearing this, Broly hesitated. Reag chuckled lightly, clenching his fist and launching an attack towards Broly. Bang. Broly raised his arms defensively, retreating several steps. Witnessing this, Paragus immediately sought distance, recognizing the immense power both combatants possessed. A single punch could easily obliterate him. And remaining close was tantamount to courting death. Have they begun to fight? Gohan, who had been observing the trio through the crystal ball, swiftly utilized it to appear at a distance from Paragus. Still cloaked in invisibility, Gohan remained unnoticed. As he regarded Paragus, memories of Frieza's fatal assault on him resurfaced, reminding him of Broly's subsequent descent into madness. A fleeting urge to eliminate Paragus crossed Gohan's mind, but he stifled the thought, redirecting his attention to Reag and Broly, who now faced each other with solemn expressions. Having gauged Paragus's claims through their earlier exchanges, Reag was now convinced of his assertions. Though he had merely thrown a single punch earlier, its power was sufficient to annihilate a high-level warrior. Suddenly, a smile graced Reag's face. How intriguing. I have yet to engage anyone in battle since my birth, and now, upon departing planet Binbi, I encounter a Super Saiyan. Huh. As he spoke, Reag clenched his hands, transforming into a Super Saiyan. Hey, a Super Saiyan. Paragus gasped in shock. He had witnessed Broly transform into a Super Saiyan, albeit in a state of uncontrollable rage. Yet, Reag managed to maintain control in this form. However, the essence of Reag's transformation appeared distinct from Broly's. While Broly's hair turned golden, his aura radiated green. Bang! Just as Paragus contemplated this, Reag charged at Broly with an outstretched fist. In an instant, Reag reached Broly, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks like lightning. Whoosh! Bang! 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 Broly, caught off guard, was forced to retreat under the relentless assault. Broly! Paragus exclaimed, a wave of concern washing over him. Bang! At that moment, Reag's right fist landed a powerful blow, sending Broly flying several hundred meters. Whoosh! Reag gathered a golden energy wave, directing it at Broly. In response, Broly raised his arms defensively. Boom! With a thunderous explosion. The energy wave detonated upon impact with the ground, sending a cloud of dust and smoke into the air. Broly! Paragus shouted desperately. Ha! Amidst the swirling smoke, a primal roar erupted. A green aura surged forth, dispersing the surrounding haze. Reag was taken aback. Suddenly, a massive crater formed in the ground as Broly charged towards Reag at incredible speed. So swift was Broly that Reag barely had time to react before Broly's right fist struck him, causing him to spit out blood. Broly let out a fierce roar, unleashing a rapid barrage of punches at Reag's face. Bang! 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 Broly landed over 10 consecutive blows. Well done, Broly! Paragus cheered. Bang! Just then, Broly's right fist slammed powerfully into Reag's abdomen. Reag let out a piercing scream as he was sent hurtling backward, crashing into a nearby mountain. Excellent work, Broly. So much for this so-called genius with a battle power of 50,000 at birth. Curse it. At that moment, Reag clenched his fists, emanating an overwhelming power. The mountain behind him crumbled under the force of his energy. What? Paragus's previously exuberant expression shifted to one of horror. In that instant, Reag transformed into a Super Saiyan 4. Super Saiyan 4. Gohan, still cloaked, felt a twinge of surprise. Although he was aware of Reag's impressive talent, he had not anticipated such strength. Reag, at most, was merely 40 years old. To achieve Super Saiyan 4 without any training at that age was the hallmark of an extraordinary talent. What is this? Paragus exclaimed in disbelief. This is known as Super Saiyan 4. Indeed, I initially transformed into a Super Saiyan simply to test Broly's strength, but I did not expect his power to exceed my expectations. However, it is only slightly more than I anticipated. Should you reconsider your stance, I might spare your lives. Chapter 75. The legendary Super Saiyan. Upon hearing this, Paragus clenched his teeth tightly and declared, Reag, do not be too complacent. Broly has yet to transform into a Super Saiyan. Indeed, Reag replied, casting a glance at Broly. The Super Saiyan has always been a legend among our Saiyan kind. Thus, I am eager to witness which of us, the two legendary Super Saiyans, possesses greater strength. Paragus immediately turned to Broly and urged, Broly, unleash your full power, otherwise we may both perish at his hands. I understand, father. Broly nodded in agreement. With a cold sneer, Reag swiftly approached Broly, attacking him with punches and kicks as swift as light. Whoosh! Bang! 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 Due to Reag's astonishing speed, Broly barely had time to comprehend his movements before suffering the brunt of Reag's onslaught. Bang! After a series of strikes, Reag forcefully struck Broly in the abdomen. Broly let out a pain scream, expelling a mouthful of bile. At that moment, Reag lifted his right leg and kicked Broly, sending him flying through the air. With a thunderous crash, Broly collided with a nearby mountain, causing a massive cloud of dust to erupt around the site. Reag scoffed, gathering a golden energy wave in his right hand and directing it toward the mountain. Boom! With a tremendous explosion, the mountain was reduced to rubble, and the ground was enveloped in dust and smoke. As the dust settled, a vast crater emerged in the ground. Broly, panting heavily, stood in the crater, filled with fury. Reag chuckled derisively, preparing to launch another attack on Broly. Suddenly, Broly clenched his fists and shouted with fervor. Instantly, an overwhelming aura emanated from his body, shaking the ground around him violently. The earth beneath Broly fractured under the intensity of his energy. Green energy. Reag's eyes widened in astonishment as he observed the emerald flames rising from Broly. At that moment, Broly's muscles swelled, his pupils turned to gold, and his hair stood erect. This transformation marked Broly's great ape form, a manifestation of the great ape's power stored in humanoid shape. Once transformed, Broly ceased to elevate his energy further. This was the most potent form he could control. Isn't he a Super Saiyan? Reag thought, feeling a twinge of disappointment. He had anticipated that Broly would transform into a Super Saiyan to engage him in battle, yet he remained in this form instead. Do you look down upon me? Reag seethed, charging at Broly with renewed indignation. Broly met him with clenched fists. Whoosh! Bang! 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 In no time, the two clashed fiercely, raising clouds of dust from the ground as they exchanged blows. The surrounding rocks shattered under the force of their battle. Bang! At that moment, Reag delivered a powerful punch that sent Broly flying hundreds of meters away. Broly dug his feet into the ground, stabilizing himself before charging at Reag like a ferocious beast. Reag chuckled coldly, launching dozens of energy waves toward Broly. "Huh!" Broly roared, dodging while propelling himself forward at full speed. Boom, boom, boom. Reag's energy waves exploded around Broly, creating a thick cloud of smoke. In that instant, Broly reached Reag, attacking with punches and kicks that moved like lightning. Reag retaliated with his own strikes, and soon they were locked in yet another fierce confrontation. Bang! Reag's right fist connected, sending Broly crashing into a mountain behind him. "Broly!" Paragus exclaimed, worry flooding his heart. At that moment, Reag raised his right hand, condensing a massive energy wave aimed at Broly. "Broly!" Paragus shouted desperately. "Ah!" Broly's face contorted in fear as he beheld the incoming energy wave. With a deafening roar, the energy wave struck the mountain with tremendous force, causing it to collapse and propelling Broly away. "Broly!" Paragus cried out. "Ah!" Just as the energy wave was about to explode, Broly felt a surge of adrenaline. As if awakening from a deep slumber. Boom! An unmatched aura radiated from Broly, his hair and eyebrows turning golden, his pupils vanishing as he lost his rationality. This was the legendary Super Saiyan. Has he finally transformed? Reag's eyes narrowed slightly. "Huh!" In that moment, Broly unleashed a colossal aura that dissipated the energy wave aimed at him. Reag, with a scoff, instantaneously appeared before Broly. "Huh!" Broly, now in a state of uncontrollable rage, launched a punch at Reag. Reag met his strike with his own fist, and thus began a cataclysmic clash, their forms becoming streaks of light in the sky. The heavens erupted with golden and green circles, a testament to the collision of their energies. Whoosh! Bam! 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 As Broly had lost control, he felt no pain, retaliating fiercely against each of Reag's attacks. "Damn it!" Reag thought, soaring into the sky and unleashing a barrage of energy waves like arrows aimed at Broly. With his transformation, Broly's power rivaled Reag's. And the exchange of blows would lead to a Pyrrhic victory for Reag, should he prevail. "Huh!" Broly, dodging the incoming energy waves, charged at Reag while firing energy blasts with his right hand. Whoosh! Boom! 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 Explosions resonated through the air as their energy collided, enveloping the sky in a thick haze of smoke. Reag gritted his teeth, ceasing his energy wave assault and charging at Broly once more. Whoosh! Bang! 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 Boom! 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 Chapter 76. The conclusion soon. The two engaged in a fierce battle amidst the heavens. Broly proved to be formidable, possessing strength comparable to that of Super Saiyan 4 at merely over 30 years of age. "Thankfully, I was astute enough to let Reag test the waters first," Gohan observed, contemplating deeply. Boom! In that moment, Reag clenched his right fist and struck Broly downwards with tremendous force. With a resounding crash, Broly plummeted like a comet, crashing onto the ground below. The earth erupted in a cloud of dust. Panting heavily, Reag gazed at Broly, who lay on the ground. Meanwhile, Gohan extended his right hand, examining the energy of the cosmic seed he had collected, which was nearing 5%. If he could gather 5% from this battle alone, he would only need to witness 20 more similar confrontations to fully accumulate the energy of the cosmic seed. After a brief moment, the dust settled, revealing a substantial crater. Broly, gasping for breath, stood within the pit. Then, with a mighty roar, he surged upward towards Reag in the sky. Whoosh! Bang! 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 The two soon resumed their aerial combat. Gohan stroked his chin thoughtfully. Although Broly was undeniably powerful, he seemed to be showing signs of fatigue. In the Dragon Ball movies, the uncontrollable Broly had effortlessly defeated Super Saiyan Blue Goku and Vegeta, even overpowering Golden Frieza for an entire hour. If Broly's current strength mirrored that of the films, he should still possess considerable stamina. This indicated that Broly's current prowess might not be as overwhelming as it appeared. Boom! Just as Gohan mused, the two locked hands, straining against one another in the sky. As they competed in strength, they began to descend downward. Bang! Just as they were about to hit the ground, Broly exerted force with both hands, sending Reag flying away. Reag planted his feet firmly against the ground and charged at Broly once more. With a fierce roar, Broly swung his right fist at Reag with all his might. Reag clenched his right fist tightly, colliding with Broly's. A deafening explosion echoed as the ground trembled violently beneath them. An overwhelming force emanated from their right fists, radiating outward. Bang! After a moment of resistance, both warriors pushed against each other, causing them to stagger backward. Panting, Reag prepared to charge at Broly again when suddenly, his body reverted to its normal state. What? Reag exclaimed in shock. He had not anticipated that he would exhaust himself so quickly against Broly. He's reverted, Paragus observed, a slight smile gracing his features. Reag's transformation returning to normal indicated that he could no longer contend with Broly. This battle belonged to Broly. How infuriating. Reag gritted his teeth and lunged at Broly. Broly retaliated, landing a blow that sent Reag crashing to the ground, where he promptly lost consciousness. Broly glanced at the unconscious Reag before his own body reverted to its normal state, succumbing to unconsciousness as well. A draw? Paragus mused, observing the two fallen warriors before darting towards Reag's location. Whoosh. Thud. Paragus landed before Reag, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Boom. Suddenly, an excruciating pain overcame him, and he too collapsed into unconsciousness. Gohan, witnessing Paragus's collapse, swiftly retrieved the celestial mirror from his system and transported Reag back to planet Binbi. He then returned to planet Wampa to rouse the unconscious Broly. With the planet teeming with monsters, if Gohan did not awaken Broly, he risked becoming a meal for the creatures. Planet Binbi. After a period of unconsciousness, Reag awoke to find Supari seated beside his bed. You're awake. Reag nodded. Is this planet Binbi? Yes. What's wrong? By the way, Reag, how did you sustain such severe injuries? I was taken to planet Wampa today. Wampa? Isn't that a planet with a notoriously harsh environment? Indeed. I encountered a Super Saiyan named Broly there. A Super Saiyan? Supari gasped. While Super Saiyans were not uncommon on planet Binbi, they were rare on other planets. It was known that before Reag's birth, the Super Saiyan was merely a legend among Saiyans. Only upon Reag's arrival at planet Binbi did Supari first encounter the legendary Super Saiyan. Due to Reag's identity and appearance, Supari quickly fell in love with him and bore many children. Remarkably, most of their offspring could achieve Super Saiyan transformation at a certain age. Reag nodded. Moreover, he is a different kind of Super Saiyan than I am. Yes, his aura is green, and he has only one transformation. Green. What is his strength like? Extremely formidable. Even my Super Saiyan 4 was defeated by him. What? Even your Super Saiyan 4? Reag nodded. Broly was born with a battle power of 10,000. Which is precisely why King Vegeta exiled him to planet Wampa. How did you return from that planet? I'm not certain. After being defeated by Broly, I fainted. And the next thing I knew, I found myself here. I see. Yes, I suspect I was set up. Set up? Reag affirmed. Their intention must have been to have me battle Broly. Battle? What benefit could they gain from this? I do not know. However, if I discover the identity of that individual, I shall not show them mercy. Supari nodded in agreement. On Earth, upon returning, Gohan felt a surge of joy as he guided Goten's training, all the while planning his next energy collection endeavor for the Cosmic Seed. West City. Capsule Corporation. After a day of hesitation, Trunks resolved to speak with Vegeta about his desire to take Gohan as his mentor. At that moment, Vegeta was immersed in his training within the gravity chamber. Trunks opened the chamber door and approached. Glancing at Trunks, Vegeta continued his training undeterred. Dad, what is it? Vegeta persisted with his one-finger push-ups. I wish to take Gohan's brother as my master. Gohan's brother? Vegeta halted, his finger poised mid-exercise. Why yes? Trunks stammered, visibly anxious. Then if you wish to train, why not train with me? Vegeta asked, his expression darkening. His son not only opted to train separately but desired to learn from Gohan instead. Was this not enough to infuriate him? Chapter 77, A Trillion Battle Power. Father, it's primarily because I do not wish to be outdone by Goten. Not wanting to be outdone by Goten? Indeed, Father. Gohan is currently teaching Goten the 20-fold injury-free Kaioken technique. If I do not strive diligently, I may not even be able to surpass Goten in the future. 20-fold injury-free Kaioken? Yes, Father. Goten mentioned that this technique can be utilized even in Super Saiyan form. Utilized even in Super Saiyan form. Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment. If the 20-fold injury-free Kaioken could indeed be employed in Super Saiyan state, it would amplify the battle power of a Super Saiyan 20-fold. Trunks nodded in agreement. Father, Gohan can also perform instant transmission and the multiplication technique. Can you do these? Upon hearing this, Vegeta shot a furious glare at Trunks. No. After all this time, Trunks was disdainful of his father's lack of formidable skills. Startled by Vegeta's reaction, Trunks quickly backpedaled. Father, I was wrong. If you disapprove, I will not take Gohan as my teacher. Vegeta's expression softened slightly. You may take Son Gohan as your teacher, but I have one condition. What condition, Father? Trunks inquired. The condition is that you must never lose to Goten. Vegeta, being fiercely competitive, would naturally not wish for Trunks to be outmatched by his younger brother. All right, Father. Then I shall go to Goten now? Vegeta nodded affirmatively. With that, Trunks joyfully departed for the gravity chamber. On the summit of the Bowsy Mountain, Goten and Ragusa were currently practicing the 20-fold, injury-free Kaioken. However, they were still mastering the basic Kaioken, far from mastering the 20-fold variant. While they were training, a figure approached swiftly from afar. It was Trunks. Trunks. Trunks nodded and landed quickly on the grass before them. Goten, where is your brother? My brother is training in the gravity chamber. Is that so? What brings you here, Trunks? Goten asked. My father has agreed to let me take Gohan as my teacher, Trunks proclaimed. Is that so? That is wonderful. Trunks nodded in affirmation. I will now go find Gohan and will return shortly. Okay, Goten replied. And Trunks took off toward the gravity chamber. Are we going to have another junior disciple? Ragusa remarked as she watched Trunks disappear into the distance. Junior disciple? That means a disciple who shares the same master as me but joined later. I see. So, Ragusa, am I your junior disciple then? No. Gohan is your brother, and he teaches you martial arts because you are his sibling. I understand. In the gravity chamber, Gohan was currently performing single-finger push-ups when the door suddenly swung open. Gohan turned to see Trunks. Trunks. Trunks nodded. Gohan. My father has agreed to let me take you as my teacher. With a swift motion, Gohan pushed himself up from the ground. Really? Trunks began to step into the gravity chamber but was halted by Gohan. Trunks, do not enter. The gravity in here is 800 times. 800 times. Trunks' body trembled at the revelation, and he quickly withdrew his raised foot. His father usually trained under 500 times gravity, and that was while in Super Saiyan form. Gohan, however, was able to train under 800 times gravity without transforming. Seeing Trunks' reaction, Gohan immediately adjusted the gravity back to normal and approached Trunks. Trunks, do you truly wish to take me as your teacher? Trunks nodded earnestly. In that case, you should go outside and train with Goten and the others. Okay, Gohan. But could you teach me the multiplication technique? First, train with Goten and the others, and afterward, I will have Ragusa teach you. All right, Gohan. Or should I say, Master? That's fine. You may call me Gohan, though Trunks was not blood-related to Gohan. Gohan regarded him as a brother in his heart. All right, Master. Gohan. I shall go outside now. Gohan nodded. As evening fell, Trunks returned home after a day of training. Not long after he settled down, Vegeta emerged from the gravity chamber. Father. Trunks greeted Vegeta. Vegeta nodded and approached Trunks. Trunks, how was your training today? It was, all right. Is that so? Would you like to train with your father for a while? With you, father? Yes. Do you not wish to? No. I simply feel a bit tired from training. Perhaps I could train with you tomorrow instead? Vegeta's eyes narrowed coldly as he stared at Trunks. But did you not say today that you do not wish to be outdone by Goten? Without waiting for Trunks' consent, Vegeta dragged him back into the gravity chamber. Father. Trunks thought to himself, tears silently streaming down. This morning, he had believed that Vegeta was a reasonable father. But it appeared he had been mistaken. In the days that followed, Trunks not only trained with Gohan but also endured Vegeta's rigorous training upon his return. It was an exhausting cycle. Time swiftly passed, and 5 months flew by in the blink of an eye. After months of intense training, Gohan finally elevated his battle power to a staggering trillion. Ding! Congratulations, Master. Your battle power has reached 1 trillion. Rewards include the Ultra Instinct Technique, including the ability to manifest an external avatar, Time Prison, the ability to warp energy space, the Super Dragon Balls, usable once a year, and 999 Senzu Beans. Super Dragon Balls. Gohan gasped in astonishment. He had previously planned to venture to Universe 6 to gather the Super Dragon Balls, only to discover that the system had granted him the Super Dragon Balls directly. Indeed, Master. In that case, if my power reaches 10 trillion, will I be rewarded with the eradication of the Omni King? That will become clear once you achieve 10 trillion, Master. And the Super Dragon Balls can grant wishes, correct? Indeed. Master, do you have a wish in mind? I wish for Earth's defenses to become cosmic level, but only beneath the surface, not above ground. I understand, Master. Your wish has been granted. Granted? Chapter 78. Son Gohan versus Hit. Indeed, Master, why not give it a try? Try what? I certainly do not wish to obliterate the Earth. As Son Gohan spoke, he promptly retrieved the celestial mirror from the system to ascertain Hit's location in the 6th universe. He had long desired to engage Hit in combat, and now that he had attained the Ultra Instinct, he was eager to test his skills against him. Through the celestial mirror, Son Gohan glimpsed a man with purplish skin clad in a long black coat, seated in a bar, sipping a drink. This individual was none other than Hit. Upon spotting Hit, Son Gohan immediately transported himself to the bar. Hit, caught off guard by Son Gohan's sudden appearance, felt a flicker of caution rise within him. As the foremost assassin of the sixth universe, his senses were acutely attuned to potential threats. "You are Hit, correct?" Son Gohan inquired as he approached Hit. "Yes, I am. May I ask what brings you here?" Hit replied, setting down his glass of red wine. "I wish to fight you," Son Gohan declared. "Fight? Indeed, a fight. Apologies, but I am an assassin. I have no interest in matters beyond my missions. What if I were to hire you for a battle? And the remuneration? I have none on me at present, but I promise to deliver it next time. Then let us discuss this when you are prepared. Is that so? If that is the case, I shall have to take offense." Saying this, Son Gohan transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Hit was taken aback. Clenching his fists, Son Gohan launched an attack towards Hit. Hit swiftly rose from his seat, evading the strike. Son Gohan, undeterred, continued his assault. In an instant, Hit vanished from the bar. Seeing this, Son Gohan pursued him. Moments later, Hit led Son Gohan to a desolate mountain, where they paused. "Have you decided to fight me after all?" Son Gohan observed, surveying the area. "No, I merely wish to avoid unnecessary trouble," Hit replied. "Regardless, I am thrilled that you are willing to engage in battle." With that, it activated his time skip technique and charged at Son Gohan. In response, Son Gohan raised his fist to strike back. A red light emanated as his fists were teleported before Hit, showcasing his newly acquired ability, Energy Distortion. Bang, bang, bang. Hit, caught off guard by the sudden appearance of Son Gohan's fists, was struck in the face and staggered backwards, wiping the blood from his face. Hit's expression shifted to one of seriousness. Son Gohan smiled, preparing to unleash Energy Distortion once more. In an instant, Hit reappeared before him, launching an attack. Son Gohan raised his arms in defense, but was knocked back. At that moment, Hit activated his time skip again and charged forward. Son Gohan mirrored the action. Bang! Son Gohan's right fist connected with Hit's abdomen, eliciting a loud cry of pain as Hit clutched his midsection. "Time skip? Who exactly are you? How can you also utilize time skip?" Hit demanded. "My name is Son Gohan, but I cannot disclose how I learned time skip." Enduring the pain in his abdomen, Hit lowered his hand. "Son Gohan, your time skip exceeds mine by 0.2 seconds, does it not?" Son Gohan nodded, having indeed enhanced his time skip to traverse 0.3 seconds in a flash, while Hit's only managed 0.1 seconds. Realizing this, Hit summoned a purple aura, his demeanor growing serious. In response, Son Gohan clenched his fists, enveloped in a crimson flame. "Kaioken." As the words left his lips, the ground trembled violently around them. Hit, startled, still charged towards Son Gohan. "Tenfold Kaioken," Son Gohan shouted, transforming into a red flash that instantaneously reached Hit. Bang! Son Gohan's right fist struck Hit's abdomen with tremendous force, sending him hurtling away. Boom! Hit flew like a projectile, crashing into the mountainside, which erupted in a cloud of dust. "Ha!" Son Gohan shouted triumphantly, unleashing a barrage of energy waves towards the mountain. Whoosh! Boom! 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 Under the relentless assault of energy waves, the mountain was soon reduced to rubble. Just then, a figure appeared behind Son Gohan. Hit had returned. Son Gohan shifted forward, turning to face Hit, who suddenly vanished and reappeared to Son Gohan's left. Son Gohan clenched his fist and struck at Hit, but Hit swiftly evaded, retaliating with a powerful blow aimed at Son Gohan's abdomen. Bang! Just as Hit's fist was about to connect, Son Gohan's right hand intercepted it. "You are not the only one who can use time skip." Hit, taken aback, withdrew his fist and retreated several hundred meters. "Ha!" At that moment, Son Gohan clenched his fist again, a towering red aura surrounding him. Boom! The ground trembled over vast distances as he prepared his next move. 20-fold Kaioken, Son Gohan roared, transforming into a red flash, charging at Hit once more. Hit, startled, summoned a purple aura in response. Whoosh! Bang! 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 In a flurry of rapid attacks, both combatants clashed in the sky, their speed akin to lightning. Each blow landed with tremendous force, echoing in the air. Ha! With a powerful swing, Son Gohan's right fist struck Hit, sending him plummeting to the ground. With a thunderous crash, Hit fell like a meteor, creating a massive crater as dust billowed upwards. Panting heavily, Son Gohan dissipated the Kaioken energy. As the dust settled, a deep pit appeared in the earth, revealing Hit, breathless and weary. "I concede." Son Gohan was momentarily taken aback. Hit had voluntarily admitted defeat. With those words, Hit vanished from sight. Son Gohan glanced around to confirm Hit's departure before retrieving the cosmic seed from within his garments. The energy within had now amassed to 10%. This indicated that his battle with Hit had accumulated approximately 5% of the required energy. Yet, he still needed 90% more. Chapter 79. Unleashing Biddy Lee's potential. Son Wufan stored the seed of the universe away. Initially, he believed he would need to utilize the Ultra Instinct technique to confront Hit. However, to his surprise, it was not as formidable as he had imagined. In the current timeline he inhabited, aside from the god of destruction and angels, only Jiren, Toppo, Broly, and Reag were comparably powerful. Since Jiren, Toppo, and the others had connections, Son Wufan had no intention of engaging them in battle. As for Reag and Broly, he might consider that option. Nevertheless, even if he were to engage them, he could only elevate the energy of the seed of the universe to a mere 20%. After some contemplation, Son Wufan resolved to return to his training. He believed that once his strength was sufficient, everything would naturally fall into place. Time flew, and a year swiftly passed. Biddy Lee had turned 15, and due to the early development typical of girls, she had grown to be quite beautiful, resembling her animated counterpart. At that moment, she was on the grassy knoll of Baozi Mountain, attempting to lift the sword of the Kai that lay on the ground. Yet, no matter how hard she tried, she was unable to pick it up. Standing nearby, Sun Wutian and Trunks could not help but chuckle. Sister Biddy Lee, it's impossible for you to lift the sword of the Kai. Biddy Lee huffed indignantly, retorting, what is so impressive about that? Once I become stronger, I will surely be able to lift the sword of the Kai. Upon hearing this, Sun Wutian strained to lift the sword of the Kai. This particular sword was not the one from the Kaioshin realm, but rather one that Son Wufan had caught while fishing. He had amassed over 10 of them and gifted one to each of them. As for Biddy Lee, although Son Wufan wished to give her one, seeing her struggle to even lift it deterred him from doing so. Sun Wutian transformed into a Super Saiyan after lifting the sword of the Kai. Biddy Lee snorted again and made her way towards Sun Wufan's gravity chamber. Sister Biddy Lee, Sun Wutian called out. Biddy Lee seemed to ignore him and continued on her way. Soon, she reached the gravity chamber, forcefully opening its door to find Sun Wufan and Ragusi training inside. Biddy Lee, Ragusi exclaimed, acknowledging her presence. Biddy Lee nodded and called out to Sun Wufan, Master. Sun Wufan glanced at her and asked, What is it, Biddy Lee? Master, do you have any spirit tree fruits left? She inquired. I have some, but not many, Sun Wufan replied, looking at the 30 spirit tree fruits in his system. Then, Master, could you give me one? I want to become stronger than I am now. Ragusi chimed in. Sun Wufan cleared his throat and replied, Well, if you wish to grow stronger, consuming spirit tree fruits isn't the only option. Not eating spirit tree fruits? Then, Master, what other methods do you have to help us enhance our strength? Ragusi asked. Sun Wufan, hearing this, immediately reset the gravity in the chamber to normal. Follow me, he instructed. Yes, Master. The two promptly followed Sun Wufan out of the gravity chamber. Upon exiting, Sun Wufan quickly flew in front of Sun Wutian and Trunks. Brother, Wufan. They greeted him. Sun Wufan nodded and asked, Wutian, Trunks, do you wish to become stronger than you are now? Of course. Do you have a way for Wutian and me to become stronger all at once? They replied eagerly. Sun Wufan nodded affirmatively. Just then, Ragusi and Biddy Lee landed beside him. Everyone, place your hands on my back. I will take you to Namek, Sun Wufan declared. Namek? Biddy Lee echoed. Yes. Sun Wufan confirmed. Following his instruction, they placed their hands on his back. In an instant, he teleported them to a village on Namek, the very village of the Namekians. Wow, so many Piccolo uncles! Sun Wutian and Trunks exclaimed, startled by the multitude of Namekians surrounding them. Biddy Lee and Ragusi were equally astonished but remained silent. Only Sun Wufan remained composed. You are Wufan. Upon their arrival, several Namekians recognized Sun Wufan. Although a few years had passed and he had grown taller with a change in hairstyle, his facial features remained largely the same. Yes, Sun Wufan nodded. Who are these with you? Nail inquired. These two are my disciples, and he is my brother, Sun Wutian, and this is Trunks. Oh, what brings you here? I wish to meet the new Grand Elder and request a favor. All right, I will fetch the Grand Elder for you. Sun Wufan nodded in appreciation. Brother, where are we? Sun Wutian asked. This is Namek, the homeland of Piccolo. Now I understand why there are so many people who resemble Uncle Piccolo. After a short while, the new Grand Elder arrived. Upon seeing Sun Wufan, he greeted him warmly. Long time no see, Wufan. Indeed, long time no see. Sun Wufan replied. What brings you here? Well, these are my disciples, and I'd like to request your assistance in unlocking their potential. Unlocking potential? The Grand Elder's forehead immediately beaded with sweat. Yes. What's the matter? It's just that while I have succeeded the position of Grand Elder, I lack the ability to unlock potential like the previous Grand Elder could. You can't? Indeed. The former Grand Elder was the oldest among all Namekians, and his ability required years to master. I do not yet possess that capability. I see. However, while I may not be able to unlock their potential, the Dragon Balls of Namek can. The Dragon Balls? Would that be too much trouble? Not at all. You saved our Namek, so a mere wish for the Dragon Balls is nothing. In that case, I thank you on their behalf. The Grand Elder nodded in agreement. After a while, Nail and the others retrieved the Dragon Balls of Namek and summoned the Eternal Dragon, Purunga. State your wish. Any wish can be granted, but only 3. Purunga, my wish is to unlock their potential. The Grand Elder pointed towards Sun Wutian and the others. Understood. I comprehend your request. Purunga declared, his crimson eyes flashing. As the potential within the 4 was unlocked, instantly they felt their strength surging significantly. Your wish has been fulfilled. Do you have any other wishes? None for now. The Grand Elder replied. All right then, until we meet again. Purunga said before reverting back to the Dragon Balls of Namek. Chapter 80, Beast Kaioshin arrives on Earth Master. Have we fully unlocked the potential within us? Asked Bidalai. Indeed. Son Gohan nodded affirmatively. Then, Elder, shall we return? Ah, yes. The Elder nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Son Gohan executed an instantaneous movement, transporting the 4 of them back to Earth. Once they arrived, a sense of joy enveloped them, for they had experienced a significant boost in strength without the need for further training. Bidalai, shall I continue my training? Son Gohan inquired, casting a glance at her. Yes. Bidalai nodded in response. The following morning, as Reag had mastered the 20-fold Kaioken, it was time for him to impart the art of instantaneous movement to her. However, he would not teach her directly. Rather, his clone would take on this responsibility, since there were no limitations on strength regarding instantaneous movement. Bidalai could join in the learning as well. At that moment, Son Gohan's clone stood on a patch of grass, instructing the 4 to master instantaneous movement. The foremost task is to sense your ki. Begin with that. Sense ki? Bidalai asked. Yes. Try to sense your father's ki, and then attempt to perceive ki from a greater distance. All right. I will give it a try, said Bidalai, focusing intently. Due to the overwhelming presence of ki on Earth, it took Bidalai a while to locate Mr. Satan's ki. I found it. Son Gohan's clone nodded. Now, try to sense ki from even further away. See how far you can reach, and you too, Reag. Understood. The 4 replied in unison. Time passed swiftly, and half a year had flown by. In that duration, Son Gohan had grown considerably taller, now resembling the height of his counterpart from the Majin Buu saga. At present, Son Gohan's clone was on the Chaos Cliff, teaching Son Goten and the others the art of instantaneous movement. After months of instruction, Son Goten and his companions had begun to grasp the technique, albeit with inconsistent success. Their imprecise sensing often led to miscalculations in their teleportation. Consequently, Son Gohan's clone accompanied them during their practice to prevent mishaps. While he was guiding them, 2 figures suddenly appeared atop Chaos Cliff. They were none other than the East Kaioshin and Kibito. Kaioshin. Son Gohan's clone acknowledged their presence with a calm demeanor. It has been a while, Son Gohan. The East Kaioshin feigned composure. Brother, do you recognize them? Son Goten asked. He is the Lord Kaioshin. The Lord Kaioshin? Is he not 2 ranks higher than the Supreme Kai? Bidalai inquired. Indeed. And the other is his attendant. Attendant? So he is like a follower? Kibito felt a flush of embarrassment. Essentially. Now, tell us, what brings you to Earth today? Son Gohan's clone turned his gaze towards the 2. Son Gohan. It is a grave matter. A highly dangerous individual has arrived on your planet. A dangerous individual? Yes, his name is Babidi, a dark sorcerer. A sorcerer? Bidalai echoed. Many eons ago, when humanity first took its steps, the universe was governed by 5 Kaioshins, the East, West, North, and South Kaioshins, along with the Grand Kaioshin who presided over them. The universe was peaceful until one day, an evil sorcerer named Babidi created a monstrous being known as Majin Buu. Babidi sought to dominate the universe, wreaking havoc across planets with Majin Buu's might. Within mere days, countless worlds were obliterated. The valiant South Kaioshin, upon learning of this, rushed to confront him but was absorbed by Majin Buu. Subsequently, the North Kaioshin met a similar fate. The West Kaioshin and I joined forces against Majin Buu, but he was too formidable. The West Kaioshin sacrificed himself to protect me. Ultimately, the Grand Kaioshin intervened, initially gaining the upper hand, but Majin Buu, recognizing his inferiority, absorbed the Grand Kaioshin as well. Son Gohan's clone stroked his chin thoughtfully. Why did the five Kaioshins not band together? We never anticipated the true extent of Majin Buu's power. The East Kaioshin gritted his teeth. And what transpired thereafter? Reag inquired. Babidi, for reasons unknown, managed to seal Majin Buu away, imprisoning him on your Earth. Earth? Yes, while Majin Buu was sealed, I found Babidi's lair and eliminated him. I believed the ordeal was over, but recently, a terrifying development has emerged. A terrifying development? Son Goten questioned. Babidi has a son named Babidi, who is as wicked as his father and possesses the ability to unseal Majin Buu. Not long ago, Babidi arrived on Earth. I fear he may resurrect Majin Buu. Which is why I sought you out, Son Gohan. Master. Reag and Bidalai turned to Son Gohan's clone with urgency. Master, shall we hunt down this Babidi? No need. If Majin Buu resurfaces, I will take action myself. The East Kaioshin was taken aback. Son Gohan, I know you are powerful, but Majin Buu is not as simple as you think. All right, I understand. When Majin Buu appears, I shall personally deal with him. That is not what I mean. Son Gohan, Majin Buu is truly beyond your expectations. You must trust me. Enough. I will assist you in handling that matter when I find the time. Son Gohan's clone replied, somewhat impatiently. Seeing this, the East Kaioshin refrained from pressing further and departed with Kibito. In the Kaioshin realm, the old Kaioshin sat leisurely on a patch of grass. What news? He inquired as he glanced at the two. He did not agree. Merely stating he would assist us when he has time to deal with Majin Buu, the East Kaioshin lowered his head. I see. He is likely just brushing you off. However, do not be overly concerned. Son Gohan is quite powerful, and that Majin Buu you speak of may not truly be a match for him. Chapter 81. The Search for Babidi Grand Ancestor. Is Son Gohan truly that powerful? Of course. Did you not feel the overwhelming energy when he transformed into Super Saiyan 4 that day? I sensed it, but Son Gohan's aura has always been formidable. I am unsure of his current strength. Never mind, you need not concern yourself with Earth's affairs. With Son Gohan around, it should be safe. On Earth. After the East Kaioshin departed, Son Goten and Trunks expressed great curiosity about Babidi and Majin Buu, whom the East Kaioshin had mentioned. Brother, should we seek out this Babidi? Son Goten suggested. Oh, are you intrigued by this Babidi? Yes, brother. Son Goten nodded eagerly. All right, but we must wait until you have mastered instant transmission. Upon hearing this, Son Goten felt a twinge of disappointment. Additionally, I wish to impart a new technique to you. A new technique. Son Goten and Trunks' eyes sparkled with excitement. What is this technique, brother? It is called fusion. Fusion? In simple terms, it allows two individuals of comparable strength to merge into one, resulting in a significantly enhanced power. I see. But will they remain fused forever? Trunks inquired. No, the fusion lasts only 30 minutes. After that, they will automatically separate. Would you like to learn this? Biddy and Ragusis? Exchanging glances, Biddy and Ragusis shook their heads. I think we shall pass. Biddy was not unwilling to fuse with Ragusis, but their strength disparity might lead to a decline in power post-fusion. Very well. Son Gohan's doppelganger began instructing Son Goten and Trunks in the art of fusion. Biddy and Ragusis, intrigued, observed the demonstration. However, as Son Gohan's doppelganger showcased the fusion dance, Biddy felt a sense of embarrassment at the poses involved. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 6 months had elapsed. After diligent training, Son Goten and Trunks finally mastered instant transmission, as Son Gohan had promised to take them to find Babidi once they achieved it, in a desolate mountain on Earth. Son Gohan led Son Goten and the others towards a white structure, the elevator of Babidi's spaceship. Brother, is this it? Son Goten asked, glancing at the elevator door. Indeed. Inside Babidi's spaceship, Babidi observed Son Gohan and the others through a crystal ball. Beside him stood Dubra, a tall man clad in blue. Who are these intruders? How did they find this place? I do not know. Dubra shook his head. However, they seem to harbor immense energy within them. If we could seize their power, it might expedite Majin Buu's revival. Is that so? I propose we lure them in and extract their energy. Excellent idea. Babidi grinned wickedly. As they conversed, Son Gohan had already brought Biddy and the others to the 3rd level of the spaceship via the elevator. They have entered on their own. Even better. I need not lure them. Babidi nodded. I shall contact Pui to deal with them. Very well. Dubra agreed. On the 3rd level of Babidi's spaceship, Son Goten and Trunks surveyed their surroundings. Brother, is Babidi truly hiding here? There is not a soul in sight. Just then, a large door swung open, revealing a man with black skin and white armor, save for his head. This man was Pui, the servant of Babidi. Upon his appearance, Son Goten and the others turned their attention to him. Who are you? Pui smiled. I am Pui, a subordinate of Lord Babidi. Lord Babidi? Son Goten repeated. Indeed. And who are you to trespass on Lord Babidi's territory? My name is Son Goten. Son Goten replied innocently. Pui scoffed. I care not who you are. Now that you are here, do not expect to leave. Son Goten turned to Trunks. Trunks, how about I take care of this guy? No, let us decide with rock, paper, scissors. Whoever wins gets to handle him. Very well. The two quickly engaged in a game of chance. Rock, paper, scissors. Pui seethed with anger. They were treating him as if he were invisible. Just then, a triumphant shout erupted from Son Goten. I won. You go first. Trunks feigned calmness, pondering how he had lost. Son Goten nodded and faced Pui. Then I shall be your opponent. Pui sneered. You little brat, you will soon regret challenging me. Why? Son Goten asked innocently. Because I will kill you. Pui replied coldly. Oh, forget it. I shan't waste words with you. I will simply kill you now. With that, Pui lunged at Son Goten, fists flying with the speed of the wind. Son Goten deftly evaded all of Pui's attacks with ease. Damn it. Pui growled, launching a powerful punch. Boom. Son Goten raised his left hand and effortlessly blocked Pui's strike. Is this all the strength you possess? Pui, taken aback, withdrew his right fist and retreated. Observing the battle through the crystal ball, Babidi turned to Dabra. Dabra, what advantage does Pui have in this fight? I believe it would be the high-gravity planet of his birth. High-gravity planet? Dabra nodded. Upon realizing this, Babidi employed his magic to transform the surrounding environment into that of a high-gravity planet. The gravity seems to have intensified, Biddy remarked as she surveyed her surroundings. Pui chuckled, picking up a rock from the ground. This is a high-gravity planet, my homeland, with 10 times the gravity of Earth. Chapter 82. The Battle. Upon hearing this, Sun Wutian turned around to glance back. Brother, may I eliminate him? Yes. Sun Wufan nodded in affirmation. You scoundrel. Pei exclaimed angrily, charging swiftly towards Sun Wutian. In a flash, Sun Wutian evaded and appeared behind Pei, unleashing a torrent of golden energy from his right hand aimed at Pei. Ah! Pei screamed in agony as his body disintegrated into ashes. Babiti's eyes widened in shock. Sun Wutian is still so young, yet his power is already formidable. Depura, however, looked on with disdain. Pei is utterly useless, to be vanquished so swiftly. On the 3rd level of Babiti's spaceship, Sun Wutian felt a rush of excitement as he turned to Sun Wufan. Brother, I've defeated him. Although Pei's strength was feeble, it was Sun Wutian's first battle against an extraterrestrial, and he felt a thrill within. Sun Wufan nodded. Then, Wutian, shall we explore the next level? Certainly. With that, Sun Wufan led the group to the next level. The elevator moved quickly, and soon the 5 arrived at the 2nd level. They surveyed their surroundings, discovering it to be deserted. Brother Wufan, it seems there is no one on this level. As soon as he spoke, an automatic door on the 2nd level slid open, revealing a creature with green skin resembling a mantis named Yego, one of Babiti's minions. As Yego approached, saliva dripped from his mouth. Trunks, behold a massive mantis. Wutian. That's no mantis, it's clearly a monster. A mantis? What is that? Yego interjected, intrigued by their conversation. A mantis is a type of insect. Trunks replied. What? You two dare to compare me to an insect? You wretched little brats, just wait until I devour you. Trunks chuckled lightly. Monster. Do not presume your size instills fear in me. You may find yourself weeping and begging for mercy. You insolent little brat, your arrogance is intolerable. Yego retorted, leaping towards Trunks. Ha! Trunks shouted as he transformed into a Super Saiyan, charging at Yego. Light. Upon witnessing the golden aura radiating from Trunks, Yego opened his mouth and inhaled deeply. In an instant, a powerful suction emanated from Yego, absorbing Trunks' Super Saiyan energy. Trunks reverted to his normal state. What? Trunks halted in disbelief as he saw his body return to its original form. Yego, now smug, grinned at Trunks. That light you emitted was quite delectable. Light? You mean you enjoy consuming light? Indeed. So, will you transform again? Yego laughed. Very well, Trunks declared, transforming once more into a Super Saiyan. You fool. You actually transformed again. In that case, I shall not hold back. Yego exclaimed, opening his mouth to absorb Trunks' Super Saiyan energy again. Before long, Trunks found himself reverting to his normal form once more. Again, Trunks bellowed, transforming into a Super Saiyan yet again. Yego laughed heartily, absorbing Trunks' energy for a 3rd time. With his belly now swollen from the accumulated Super Saiyan energy, Yego appeared to be on the verge of bursting. Ah! Trunks shouted as he forcefully channeled his Super Saiyan energy into Yego's mouth. With a tremendous explosion, Yego self-destructed on the spot. The impact caused Babbidi's spaceship to tremble violently. After a moment, a gaping hole was left in the second level's floor. That scoundrel Yego, self-destructing from absorbing too much energy. Babidi seethed, watching the explosion through his crystal ball. The immense egg-sealing Majin Buu is housed within this spaceship. If the explosion inadvertently awakened Majin Buu, it would spell trouble. Although Babidi wished for Majin Buu's revival, he desired it only after accumulating sufficient energy. He had no certainty that after such a long time, Majin Buu could indeed be revived. A slip-up could lead to his deep regret. With this thought, Babidi glanced at the egg-sealing Majin Buu. After confirming its safety, he sighed in relief. Depura, what should we do now? It seems the time has come for me to take the stage. No one among them can possibly rival me. The king of the demon realm. Depura nodded confidently. Then it is entrusted to you. On the second level of the Babidi spaceship, following Yego's demise, Sun Wufan and the others promptly ascended through the gaping hole back to the first level. Equipped with the experience from their previous encounters, they remained silent, waiting for the enemy to reveal themselves. Moments later, a blue figure emerged from an automatic door. It was Depura. Here he comes, but we VE both fought. Who shall face him now? Sun Wutian remarked, glancing at Depura. Trunks turned to Sun Wufan expectantly. Sun Wufan considered Ragus. Ragus, how about you battle him? Though not a Saiyan, Ragus possessed formidable strength and was considerably older than Wutian and his companions. Very well, master. Ragus nodded. Sun Wufan's intention in bringing them to confront Babidi was not merely for combat, but also for their growth. Despite their strength, Ragus and the others had seldom engaged in battle, making this a valuable opportunity. Depura scoffed. You underestimate me, allowing a mere girl to challenge me? Do you think yourself powerful? I am Depura, the king of the demon realm. Oh, I've not heard of you. You insolent wretch. Depura's anger flared at their dismissive attitude. Glass. At that moment, Ragus called out, and numerous diamond-shaped shards materialized around her. Depura gasped in surprise as the shards swiftly launched like arrows toward him. Chapter 83. The Resurrection of Majin Buu. Depura swiftly sidestepped, narrowly evading a cascade of falling glass that soon surrounded him. Observing this, Babidi immediately employed his magic to transform their surroundings into a mountainous landscape, with a pristine lake nestled among the peaks. Ragusu, taken aback by the sudden shift in environment, momentarily lost focus. Seizing this opportunity, Depura conjured a formidable blade from his right hand and charged towards Ragusu. Blast Dragon! Ragusu exclaimed, summoning a dragon composed entirely of glass that materialized behind him. The glass dragon, towering several times over Ragusu, unfurled a pair of wings. Depura, startled, raised his blade and swung it towards Ragusu, with arms outstretched. Ragusu made a sweeping gesture, and the glass dragon mirrored his movements, flapping its wings forcefully at Depura. A tempestuous gust akin to a tornado erupted from the dragon's wings, hurtling towards Depura. Realizing the impending threat, Depura halted and braced himself against the onslaught of wind. Ha! Ragusu shouted, as the glass dragon unleashed a torrent of glass shards aimed directly at Depura. Taken by surprise, Depura hastily raised his blade to defend himself. The clang of glass against metal rang out as he deflected most of the shards, yet a few managed to slice through, leaving him wounded. Curse it! Depura roared in irritation, his figure flickering as he teleported behind Ragusu, raising his blade to strike the glass dragon. With a resounding crash, a significant portion of the dragon's back was severed. Ragusu pivoted, launching an energy wave towards the dragon's left wing. Bang! Unprepared for the attack from the left, Depura found himself struck in the right leg, letting out a cry of pain. Suddenly, as Ragusu sought to maneuver the glass dragon, Depura spat towards it. The saliva struck the glass dragon, causing it to transform visibly into a stone dragon. The weight of the stone was too much for Ragusu to control, and it plummeted heavily to the ground, sending clouds of dust into the air. The glass dragon is turned to stone, Trunks exclaimed in terror. Indeed, Gohan nodded in agreement. It was due to the saliva spat by Depura. Saliva, exclaimed Videl, who, upon hearing this, shouted to Ragusu, be cautious. Do not allow him to spit on you. Ragusu, now grave-faced, turned his gaze towards Depura. With a huff, Depura charged at him swiftly. Glass. Ragusu called out softly, summoning a multitude of glass shards to assault Depura. As Depura dodged and countered with his blade, he quickly closed the distance, raising his weapon to strike at Ragusu. Just then, Ragusu executed a swift teleportation, evading the blow and reappearing behind Depura. Where did he go? Dabura gasped in surprise. Before he could react, Ragusa delivered a powerful kick, sending Dabura hurtling through the air with a sound that echoed like thunder. Seizing the moment, Ragusu unleashed the accumulated glass towards Dabura, which struck him like a barrage of bullets. With a howl of agony, Dabura resembled a porcupine, bristling with shards. Ragusa clasped his hands together, summoning a deep blue energy wave. Kamehameha. A colossal wave of energy surged forth, colliding with Dabura. Boom. A massive explosion erupted in the sky, generating a tremendous storm. Dabura! Babidi exclaimed, filled with dread. If Dabura fell, he would surely be powerless against them. As the smoke cleared, Dabura's presence had vanished from the heavens. Did we eliminate him? Trunks asked, astonished. Yes, Gohan affirmed. The Glass Clan is indeed formidable. Master. Just then, Ragusa descended from the sky, landing beside Gohan, who nodded in acknowledgement. In the control room, Babidi's expression shifted to one of sheer panic upon realizing Dabura's defeat. Alas, if even Dabura has been vanquished, I will surely meet my end when they find me. Babidi lamented, glancing at the colossal egg-sealing Majin Buu. Logically, Majin Buu required a full gathering of energy for his resurrection, yet the current circumstances had not afforded him that opportunity. While it was possible to unseal Majin Buu without full energy, Babidi feared the prolonged sealing might hinder the resurrection. Yet, if he did not act soon, his own demise would leave Majin Buu forever sealed. Resolute, Babidi decided, I must unseal Majin Buu, or I will have no escape when those wretches arrive. On the first floor of Babidi's spaceship, Gohan and the others rushed to confront Babidi after Dabura's defeat, to buy himself more time to unseal Majin Buu. Babidi commanded his soldiers to engage Gohan and the others. However, due to their overwhelming strength, Babidi's soldiers were quickly defeated within seconds. Boom. Just as Gohan and his friends approached the control room, the colossal egg-sealing Majin Buu opened, revealing nothing but a swirling pink mist. What is going on? Where is he? Babidi gasped in despair upon seeing the empty interior of the egg. At that moment, Gohan and his allies burst into the room. Are you Babidi? Goten inquired. Babidi, gritting his teeth in defiance, retorted, Who are you lot? Chapter 84. Majin Buu, who is it? As Sun Wutian was about to respond, he suddenly noticed a swirling mass of pink energy above, gradually morphing into a silhouette. Such immense power. Trunks gritted his teeth. What? Babidi exclaimed, immediately looking up. He beheld a rotund figure with pink skin, half naked above the waist, clad in white trousers and dark brown shoes, adorned with wristbands. This figure was none other than Majin Buu. With the emergence of Majin Buu, the Z fighters on Earth and the East Kaishin and the Kaishin realm swiftly sensed his formidable aura. Such overwhelming energy. Could it be that an exceptionally powerful foe has appeared on Earth? Tianjin asked, gazing in the direction of Majin Buu. In the Kaishin realm, the East Kaishin trembled in fear upon sensing Majin Buu's presence. Majin Buu has been resurrected. Majin Buu? Indeed. The East Kaishin nodded. There is no mistaking it. This is undoubtedly the aura of Majin Buu. Oh, the old Kaishin exclaimed, quickly retrieving a crystal ball to observe the situation on Earth. Through the crystal, he saw Sun Wufan and Majin Buu. Is this the Majin Buu you mentioned? The East Kaishin approached the crystal ball to see Majin Buu. Indeed, that is Majin Buu. And Sun Wufan and Babidi are also present. The old Kaishin affirmed. It appears Sun Wufan and his companions sought out Babidi, who has released Majin Buu from his seal. Damn it. Had I known, I and Jebit should have devised a plan to locate Babidi and prevent his resurrection of Majin Buu. Fear not. Since Sun Wufan is leading Sun Wutian and the others to confront Majin Buu, he must possess a strategy to deal with him. The East Kaishin replied, though his heart was filled with doubt. On Earth, Majin Buu. Upon realizing Majin Buu was alive, Babidi felt an overwhelming joy. Boom. As Majin Buu landed from the air, he forcefully stomped the ground, causing the entire spaceship to tremble as if in an earthquake. Babidi was immediately knocked to the ground by the tremendous impact. Haha. Majin Buu laughed heartily at the sight of the fallen Babidi. Damn it. Babidi shouted in anger, pushing himself off the ground. Majin Buu, I am your master Babidi. If you dare to disrespect me again, I shall seal you away once more. Upon hearing this, Majin Buu quickly altered his demeanor. I greet you, Master Babidi. Now that us more like it. Babidi declared, casting a spell that transformed their surroundings into a mountainous landscape. Where are we? Videl looked around, bewildered. I believe this is a location on Earth. Sun Wufan replied. Is that so? Just then, a figure suddenly appeared before Sun Wufan and the others. It was Sun Wukong. Uncle Wukong. Videl greeted him. Sun Wukong nodded. Wufan, who is this? His power is astounding. This is Majin Buu, Sun Wufan explained. According to the East Kaishin, he was an incredibly formidable foe long ago. Is that so? At that moment, Vegeta and Piccolo arrived. Uncle Piccolo. Piccolo nodded in acknowledgement. Wufan, what is going on? Who is this? Krillin inquired. Uncle Krillin, it's nothing serious. It's just that a being called Majin Buu has been resurrected. Just that? Krillin was momentarily at a loss for words. The aura of Majin Buu was so potent. Yet Sun Wufan described it as merely the resurrection of a being named Majin Buu. Indeed, they lived in the same world, yet were worlds apart. Vegeta coldly scoffed. Glancing at Trunks. Trunks, how did you end up here? Father, it was Wufan who brought us. Trunks replied, somewhat sheepishly. In truth, Wufan had led them to find Babidi, primarily on their own suggestions. If Vegeta discovered they sought out such a formidable opponent, he would likely give them a scolding. Oh, is that so? Vegeta turned to Sun Wufan. At that moment, Babidi, standing before them, grasped their conversation's implications. You lot were sent by the Kaishin? Not exactly. The East Kaishin merely informed us about you and Majin Buu. Sun Wutian clarified. Is that so? I never thought that cowardly Kaishin would have such capable allies. Cowardly? Indeed. That fellow never dared to confront my father while Majin Buu was still sealed. Only when Buu was sealed did he muster the courage to challenge my father. In the Kaishin realm, the East Kaishin glared at Babidi, fuming with anger. Though Babidi spoke the truth, calling him cowardly in front of so many was exceedingly humiliating. Babidi. The East Kaishin commanded. Majin Buu, eliminate these pests. Yes, Master Babidi. Woohoo. As Majin Buu replied, he approached Sun Wufan and the others, bouncing along. Seeing this, Sun Wufan quickly urged Krillin and Videl to retreat. Videl, Ragus, Uncle Krillin, all of you fall back. This foe's power is not to be underestimated. Understood. They promptly turned to withdraw, not wishing to hinder Sun Wufan. Observing this, Sun Wukong addressed Vegeta. Vegeta, do you intend to engage this foe? His strength is extraordinary. Vegeta scoffed. Precisely because his might is extraordinary, I wish to ascertain just how formidable he truly is. Is that so? With that, Vegeta clenched his fist tightly, transforming into a Super Saiyan. Oh. Upon witnessing this, Majin Buu halted in his tracks. Huh. Vegeta tightened his fist once more, ascending to Super Saiyan 2. Father! Trunks exclaimed. Majin Buu, undeterred, advanced forward. Vegeta coldly scoffed, dashing towards Majin Buu with lightning speed, unleashing a barrage of punches aimed at Buu's face. Chapter 85. The axe comes with a swift motion. Vegeta's fist struck fiercely against Majin Buu's face, causing it to cave in almost instantly. Babidi was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that the long-awaited Majin Buu would prove so vulnerable. With a disdainful snort, Vegeta lifted his right leg and kicked forward toward Majin Buu. With a resounding thud, Majin Buu was sent flying like a projectile into a towering mountain behind him. The impact produced a tremendous explosion, sending plumes of dust and debris swirling into the air, reminiscent of a mushroom cloud from an explosion. After a brief pause, Majin Buu emerged from the mountain, his face still bearing the imprint of the blows he had received. Vegeta, observing this, let out a scornful huff. At that moment, Majin Buu placed his fingers into the two holes on his head, and with a soft puff, his face returned to its original form. Soon after, his previously damaged abdomen also restored itself. Marvelous, Majin Buu! Babidi exclaimed, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Majin Buu was his lifeline, and should Buu perish, so too would his own fate be sealed. I am enraged, Majin Buu declared, his eyes wide open, as a torrent of white energy surged forth from the holes atop his head. With a thunderous boom, Majin Buu charged towards Vegeta, his fist poised for a powerful strike. Vegeta barely had time to react before he was relentlessly pummeled by Buu's fists, forced to retreat step by step. Father! Trunks shouted, attempting to rush to Vegeta's aid, but was held back by Gohan. Trunks, if you wish to assist your father, you must fuse with Goten. Got it? Trunks replied, glancing at Goten. Just then, Vegeta was sent hurtling into the mountain once more by a powerful kick from Majin Buu. Goten, let us fuse. Trunks urged, urgency in his voice. All right. Goten nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Gohan swiftly positioned himself in front of Majin Buu. With fists clenched, Majin Buu lunged at Gohan. In a flash, Gohan soared into the sky. Ha! Majin Buu followed suit, chasing after Gohan. At that moment, Gohan summoned the Shadow War Axe from his system. Axe, come forth. Upon command, the axe transformed into hundreds of shadowy replicas, all aimed at Majin Buu. In response, Majin Buu unleashed a barrage of energy waves to counter the incoming axes. The air was filled with a cacophony of explosions, clouds of black smoke billowing into the sky. Fusion. Taking advantage of the distraction, Goten and Trunks initiated their fusion. A brilliant white light enveloped the area, revealing a robust figure with spiky hair resembling Vegeta's, yet with purple at the sides and black in the center. Dressed in the attire of a metamor. This being was Gotenks, the fusion of Goten and Trunks. Fusion? Have Goten and Trunks really merged? Krillin remarked. Indeed, Videl affirmed. Their fusion is called Gotenks. In the sky, after Majin Buu's energy waves collided with the shadow axes, the latter absorbed the energy, rendering Buu's attacks ineffective. While the axes inflicted several superficial wounds upon him. However, these injuries were swiftly healed. On the ground, Vegeta had finally climbed out from the rubble of the mountain. His expression filled with indignation as he gazed up at Majin Buu. To his surprise, he realized that apart from Goku and Gohan, there existed others who surpassed his strength. At that moment, Gotenks teleported beside Gohan. Gohan, leave Majin Buu to me, he declared. All right, but be cautious. Gotenks nodded in acknowledgement. Gohan then teleported to Goku's side. Gohan, are you certain we can trust them with Majin Buu? Gohan pondered. I'm not sure, but it's an excellent opportunity for them to train. In the sky. Majin Buu, perplexed by Gohan's decision to let a child fight him, regarded Gotenks with a mix of surprise and curiosity. Who are you? He asked. I'm Gotenks. Gotenks? Very well, I shall see what you are capable of. Gotenks scoffed. You will soon find out. Clenching his fists, Gotenks transformed into a Super Saiyan. Are you ready? Majin Buu inquired. Ready. Gotenks affirmed, and in an instant, he charged at Majin Buu. In a flash, Gotenks stood before Majin Buu, delivering a rapid series of punches. The impact forced Majin Buu to retreat, raising his arms defensively. Just then, Gotenks unleashed a powerful punch that sent Majin Buu hurtling backward. Majin Buu stabilized himself mid-air. His expression one of disbelief. Is this all the power you possess? How infuriating. Gotenks retorted, charging at Buu once more. Just as he was about to strike, Majin Buu vanished and reappeared behind Gotenks. Without missing a beat, Buu leapt up and delivered a swift kick to Gotenks' back. With a deafening crash, Gotenks was sent crashing to the ground, a cloud of dust erupting upon impact. After a moment, Gotenks rose, spitting out the dirt he had inhaled. Well done, Majin Buu. Babidi cheered, applauding Buu's prowess. Shadow War Axe, go and strike him down. Responding to Gohan's command, the Shadow War Axe surged toward Babidi. Chapter 86, Gotenks vs. Majin Buu. Babidi, in a state of panic, urgently called out to Majin Buu, hurry, come to my aid. However, Majin Buu remained stationary, seemingly oblivious to the plea. Furious, Babidi gritted his teeth, preparing to threaten Majin Buu when the shadowy battle axe drew near, aimed at him. Babidi swiftly raised his hands, reciting a spell that conjured a protective shield before him. In an instant, the shadowy battle axe swung forward with tremendous force, cleaving through Babidi and his shield diagonally. Babidi suddenly felt as though the world had split in two, and then he completely lost consciousness. Upon witnessing Babidi's lifeless body on the ground, a glimmer of joy appeared on Majin Buu's face. He had been contemplating how to deal with Babidi, but unexpectedly, Gotenks had intervened and resolved the issue for him. Fuming with anger, Gotenks clenched his fists, unleashing an astonishing aura that surged upwards. The ground, spanning hundreds of thousands of miles, trembled violently under the influence of Gotenks' energy. And the clouds that had been slowly drifting began to race across the sky. With a powerful roar, Gotenks' hair extended to his waist, his eyebrows vanished, and deep blue pupils emerged within his previously uniform light green irises, while the golden aura surrounding him transformed into radiant light. This was the Super Saiyan 3rd level. Majin Buu, observing this transformation, displayed a flicker of interest. Super Saiyan 3rd level. Krillin and the others gasped in astonishment, noticing their shocked expressions. Gotenks couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. What do you think, Majin Buu? Are you intimidated by my Super Saiyan 3rd level? Not at all. Majin Buu replied nonchalantly. What? Gotenks felt a rush of anger at his response. Is that so? Then you shall soon witness my true power. Gotenks took a deep breath and exhaled several identical white ghostly figures. What is this? Krillin was taken aback. This is Gohan's Gum Ghost. Goku explained. Gum Ghost. The others immediately turned their attention to Gohan. Feeling awkward, Gohan hadn't anticipated that Gotenks would resort to this tactic at such a moment. It was indeed a rather embarrassing situation. Everyone, line up and count off. Gotenks commanded the Gum Ghosts. Yes. They responded in unison. 1, 2, 3, 4, 11. Krillin was again left in shock. Goku, What is Gotenks planning? He asked. Goku chuckled. You'll find out soon enough. All right. All of you gum ghosts, charge at Majin Buu. Gotenks ordered. Yes. The gum ghosts surged toward Majin Buu. In response, Majin Buu charged at the gum ghosts as well. Soon, the gum ghosts were merely a few meters away from Majin Buu. The leading gum ghost grinned and propelled itself full speed toward Majin Buu. Majin Buu clenched his right hand and struck at the gum ghost. Boom. The moment Majin Buu's fist connected with the gum ghost, it erupted in a brilliant golden light, exploding upon impact. The remaining gum ghosts followed suit, one after another, rushing into the thick smoke of the explosion. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions echoed, sending massive white mushroom clouds spiraling into the air. Krillin and the others stared in wide-eyed disbelief. So this was how the gum ghosts were utilized. After a while, as the smoke began to dissipate, a sizable crater appeared on the ground, with Majin Buu's body shattered into countless tiny fragments scattered across the earth. What? Majin Buu has been defeated just like that? I still have many tricks left. Gotenks felt an overwhelming sense of pride, believing he had vanquished Majin Buu. At that moment, the fragments of Majin Buu on the ground began to writhe like insects, ascending into the sky. Soon, all the flying pieces converged, reforming Majin Buu's figure. And Majin Buu has restored himself. Jebbit, observing from the Kaioshin realm, exclaimed in horror. On Earth, Majin Buu, now fully reformed, glared furiously at Gotenks. What? I thought you were dead. Gotenks replied with a grin. Surprise. I'm very much alive. I am furious. Majin Buu roared, white energy erupting from the hole atop his head. Without delay, he charged at Gotenks. Gotenks, unfazed, smiled lightly and charged back at Majin Buu. Boom. The two collided fiercely in midair, engaging in an intense battle. Majin Buu swung his tentacle forward, ensnaring Gotenks' neck like a lasso. In retaliation, Gotenks bit down hard on the tentacle. Crack! With a sharp sound. Majin Buu's tentacle recoiled in pain. Gotenks seized the opportunity, delivering a powerful knee strike to Majin Buu's abdomen. Majin Buu let out a loud wail as he was sent flying backward. Gotenks surged forward, unleashing a flurry of punches upon the unsuspecting Majin Buu, who was unable to recover in time. Just then, Gotenks halted his assault, delivering a forceful kick to Majin Buu's body. Boom. Majin Buu was sent soaring through the air. Gotenks then gathered a sphere of golden energy in his hands, launching it toward Majin Buu. With a resounding explosion, the energy sphere detonated in the sky, creating a massive storm of wind and smoke. After a moment, as the smoke began to clear, Majin Buu could be seen, his expression one of unbridled fury, hovering in midair. Gotenks, with a smirk, flashed in front of Majin Buu and aimed a kick at his head. Chapter 87. The malevolent Majin Buu. With a resounding bang, Majin Buu raised his right hand, successfully blocking the incoming kick. Gotenks shouted fiercely, his fist moving with lightning speed as he launched an assault on Majin Buu. In response, Majin Buu lifted both hands, parrying Gotenks' punches while retreating. A moment later, Gotenks delivered a powerful kick to Majin Buu's face. The impact elicited a loud scream from Buu, causing him to spew a significant amount of saliva. Gotenks shouted again, bringing his fists together and striking heavily at Buu's head. With a thunderous crash, Majin Buu's body plummeted to the ground like a projectile, stirring up a massive cloud of dust. Gotenks exclaimed, unleashing a torrent of energy waves towards Majin Buu. Whoosh. Boom. 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 As Gotenks unleashed his barrage, immense white mushroom clouds erupted from the ground. After a brief pause, Gotenks ceased his energy assault, and as the smoke dissipated, a vast deep pit became visible. Above this gaping chasm floated a pink aura, the remnants of Majin Buu's shattered form. Soon, this pink essence morphed in the sky, reshaping into Majin Buu himself. Initially, Buu's body appeared charred from the energy attack, but gradually he completely restored himself. Is he truly indestructible? Piccolo pondered gravely. No, it's possible he was entirely obliterated. Gohan replied. Not entirely obliterated? Yes, remnants of his cells may remain. Cells. Gohan, should you intervene to eliminate him? Let Gotenks engage him first. Very well. As Majin Buu fully regained his composure, he fixed a furious gaze upon Gotenks. In his entire existence, he had never endured such humiliation. As his anger intensified, a white gas began to emanate from the hole atop his head. Angry, are we? Gotenks smiled. Suddenly, with a fierce shout, Majin Buu charged at Gotenks with full velocity. He swiftly closed the distance, unleashing a rapid series of punches. Gotenks deftly evaded the assault, darting to the sides. With a powerful shout, Buu thrust his right knee towards Gotenks. Gotenks promptly retreated. In that moment, Buu combined his hands, concentrating a pink energy wave to strike Gotenks. Gotenks shouted, swiftly delivering a fierce kick that sent Buu's energy wave ricocheting back. Unprepared for Gotenks' counter, Buu was struck by his own energy, resulting in a massive explosion that shattered his form. Oh, Gotenks observed, patiently awaiting Buu's recovery. As the smoke cleared, he noticed Buu's silhouette was not among the dissipating clouds. Instead, Buu had mysteriously appeared behind Gotenks. With a sweeping kick, Buu aimed for Gotenks. Just as the kick was about to connect, Gotenks vanished and reappeared behind Buu. Ha! Gotenks shouted, raising his right leg as if to kick a soccer ball towards Buu. With a resounding thud, Buu was propelled forward. Seizing the opportunity, Gotenks swiftly brought his hands together. Kaioken. A deep blue energy wave coalesced between Gotenks' hands, hurtling towards Majin Buu. With a resounding impact, the Kamehameha struck Buu, pushing him back. A tremendous explosion erupted in the sky, casting forth an incredibly brilliant light. Following this, a colossal storm swept outward, engulfing the surroundings. Goku and the others shielded their eyes from the blinding radiance. After a moment, as the smoke from the explosion dissipated, a cloud of pink mist emerged in the sky, the remnants of Buu's disintegrated form. Still not eradicated, Tien Shinhan remarked with a worried expression. As soon as he spoke, the pink mist began to coalesce once more into the shape of Majin Buu. Damn it! Buu gritted his teeth, seething with rage as he glared at Gotenks. Though Gotenks appeared to be just a child, his power utterly overwhelmed Buu. Even the Kamehameha cannot vanquish him. Gotenks shrugged nonchalantly. As long as Gohan is here, even if I cannot eliminate Majin Buu, he will surely find a way to do so. Just then, Buu charged at Gotenks in a frenzied attack. Gotenks clenched his fists and charged forward as well. Bang, bang, bang. The two collided with tremendous force. But Gotenks quickly gained the upper hand, pushing Buu back. Suddenly, Buu flicked his antenna, firing a purple ray towards Gotenks. This beam had the power to transform beings into chocolate. Gotenks swiftly moved to the left, dodging the attack. Majin Buu, do you have no other tricks up your sleeve? Realizing his transformation beam had missed, despair washed over Buu. His only remaining option was to absorb Gotenks, a method he loathed. Yet, in the face of defeat, he felt he had no other choice. As Buu contemplated this, a dark thought invaded his mind, attempting to seize control of him. The intensity of this malevolent force made him feel as though a battle raged within his very brain. Ah! Majin Buu cried out in agony, expelling a dark mist from his mouth. What is happening? Krillin gasped. The dark mist began to morph in the sky, taking on the shape of Majin Buu, albeit with black skin and a gaunt physique, starkly contrasting with the original Buu. Two Majin Buus. These Kaioshin. Witnessing this, gasped in alarm. One Majin Buu was already a formidable challenge, and now there were two. Chapter 88, Subduing the Demon Majin Buu. Come now. You are a Kaioshin, do not be so overly dramatic. The old Kaioshin expressed his bewilderment. My apologies, esteemed ancestor, I am genuinely concerned about the situation on Earth. Came the response. What are you fretting about? Have you not noticed that Gohan maintains his composure? The old Kaioshin admonished. As Kaioshins, we must always remain calm. I understand. Esteemed ancestor. Very well. The old Kaioshin nodded slightly. On Earth, the malevolent Majin Buu appeared, immediately regarding his counterpart with hostility. Though they shared the same name, only one could exist in this world. How intriguing. Gotenks remarked, a playful glimmer in his eyes. While I am uncertain why there are two of you, it seems you will join forces to attack me. The two Majin Buus ignored his taunt and charged at each other. Whoosh. Bang. Bang. Soon, the two Buus were engaged in a fierce aerial battle. How dare you disregard me? Gotenks shouted, rushing towards the two Majin Buus. Bang. In an instant, Gotenks reached the evil Majin Buu and delivered a swift kick, sending him flying. He quickly pivoted to launch an attack on the other Majin Buu. Bang. Gotenks clenched his right fist and sent the Majin Buu soaring through the air. What's the matter, Majin Buus? Do you still dare to ignore me? Piccolo and the others exchanged silent glances. Though Gotenks was formidable, he still possessed the mindset of a child. Gohan, I think it's best if you take over, Krillin suggested. Gohan nodded and appeared beside Gotenks. Gohan. Gotenks exclaimed. Gotenks, let us conclude today's battle. I shall handle them from here. Very well. Gotenks replied reluctantly. Upon Gohan's arrival, the expressions of the two Majin Buus shifted to one of grave seriousness. While they had not fought Gohan extensively, the aura he exuded during combat made it clear that his strength was far from ordinary. Gohan charged towards the evil Majin Buu. Whoosh. Boom. With a resounding crash, the evil Majin Buu was propelled to the ground, creating a massive cloud of dust. How fast? Tien exclaimed. Seeing this, the evil Majin Buu raised his hand to attack Gohan, but a figure suddenly appeared, delivering a powerful kick that sent him crashing down. The ground erupted in a cloud of dust. Before anyone could react, Gohan was already standing before the fallen evil Majin Buu, glaring at Gohan. The evil Majin Buu clenched his teeth. Majin Buu, I hope you can be reborn as a good person in your next life. With that, Gohan concentrated a golden energy in his palm and unleashed it upon the evil Majin Buu. Boom. The golden energy blazed like a wildfire, engulfing the evil Majin Buu and eradicating his essence. Is he truly gone? The East Kaioshin inquired softly. I believe he has been eradicated, the old Kaioshin affirmed. Eradicated? Indeed. Remarkable. Gohan has eliminated a Majin Buu in an instant, and he has not even transformed into a Super Saiyan. The old Kaioshin nodded. That is why I told you from the start not to worry about Earth. If there is anything to worry about, it is the unfortunate souls who may come to Earth. Unfortunate souls? Indeed. With Gohan's current strength, few in the universe could pose a challenge. Is that so? On Earth, Krillin and the others watched Gohan in astonishment, though they knew of Gohan's power. The swiftness with which he defeated the evil Majin Buu was astounding. Barely a minute had passed since he had made his move. After vanquishing the evil Majin Buu, Gohan turned to Majin Buu. Majin Buu, do you wish to meet the same fate as him, or will you choose to reform, or perhaps be sealed away again? Sealed away? Majin Buu's expression changed drastically. He had only just emerged and had no intention of being sealed again. However, Gohan's overwhelming power left him with no choice. After contemplation, Majin Buu opted for reform. I choose to reform. Gohan, will you spare him? Krillin asked. Yes, Uncle Krillin. But is it truly wise? This creature possesses formidable strength, and only you can keep him in check. Do not worry, Uncle Krillin. I will guide him onto the right path. With that, Gohan flew towards Majin Buu. Hello, my name is Gohan. Gohan, Majin Buu exclaimed, his stomach growling loudly. Are you hungry? Let me take you to eat first. And then we can discuss your reformation. Eat? Are there candies and cakes? Whatever you desire. Gohan replied with a smile. Vegeta scoffed and turned away. Subsequently, Gohan brought Majin Buu to West City for a meal. After dining, Gohan imparted some rules to Majin Buu, due to Chi-Chi's refusal to let him stay at home. Gohan arranged for Majin Buu to reside in a separate house he purchased in West City. Curious about Majin Buu, Goten and Trunks accompanied Gohan to the new residence. Goten and Trunks seemed to have forgotten their previous battle with Majin Buu, engaging him in cheerful conversation. Since Majin Buu often grew angry over trivial matters, Gohan instructed him to stay in his new home and work on his temper. Time flew by, and half a year passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Majin Buu resided in Gohan's house, rarely venturing out. Through Gohan's guidance, although Majin Buu's temper remained fiery, he had improved significantly. At that moment, Majin Buu, under the guidance of Goten and Trunks, was exploring the bustling streets of West City. Chapter 89. High School in the City of West Capital, outside a quaint cake shop. The formidable Majin Buu gazed longingly at the delectable cakes within, saliva pooling in anticipation. Majin Buu, do you wish to indulge in some cake? Inquired Son Goten. Indeed. Majin Buu nodded vigorously. Then let's procure some cakes at once. Agreed. With that, the trio entered the shop. Welcome. How may I assist you today? A cheerful saleswoman greeted them. I wish to purchase every cake in your establishment, declared Son Goten. Everything? The saleswoman gasped in astonishment. Yes. Is there an issue? Young man. Surely you jest? She replied with a smile. Not at all. I speak the truth. Son Goten asserted, producing a golden cart. The saleswoman, taken aback, promptly summoned the manager. Initially, the manager too believed it to be a jest, until Son Goten actually paid for the entire stock of cakes, at which point she was thoroughly convinced. Pray tell. Young man, who are your parents? The manager inquired, curiosity piqued. My father is Son Goku, and my mother is Chi-Chi. Son Goten replied with a smile. Son Goku, Chi-Chi. The manager pondered, seemingly unfamiliar with the names. And what about you, young lad? She asked, turning her gaze to Trunks. My father is Vegeta, and my mother is Bulma. Be Bulma. The manager exclaimed in shock. Is your mother not the current president of Capsule Corporation? Indeed. Trunks nodded. The saleswoman, having overheard, wore a look of astonishment as well. At that moment, Majin Buu began devouring the cakes right in the shop. With an insatiable appetite, he consumed half the cakes in no time. The manager and saleswoman watched in disbelief. Although the shop was small, half its cakes were still a considerable quantity. After a lengthy indulgence, Majin Buu finally finished the entire stock. Are you satisfied? Son Goten asked. Not quite. I've only eaten a quarter full, Majin Buu replied. Trunks was left speechless. Had Majin Buu participated in an eating contest, he would surely have claimed victory. Shall we depart, Trunks, Majin Buu? Oh, certainly, they replied, nodding in agreement as they left the shop. Manager, am I dreaming? The saleswoman murmured, still in disbelief as the boys exited. The manager pinched the saleswoman's cheek. Does that hurt? Yes, the saleswoman exclaimed. In West Capital, at Son Goku's residence, Son Gohan, now 17, reached the age suitable for high school. Chi-Chi desired for Gohan to attend a secondary institution. Initially indifferent to the idea, Chi-Chi's neighbor frequently boasted about her son's academic achievements, prompting Chi-Chi to consider enrolling Gohan in high school. Reluctantly, Gohan acquiesced to Chi-Chi's wishes, though he planned to send a clone in his stead. At Orange Star High School in Orange Star City, Gohan's clone donned the school's uniform reminiscent of the Dragon Ball series, accompanied by a lively group of girls. Among them was Videl. Master, I never expected you would attend school with me. I wonder what the teacher's reaction will be upon discovering that one of her students is the mightiest warrior on Earth. Gohan's clone glanced at Videl and replied, It seems I have not assigned you enough training lately, if you dare to jest with your master. Videl's expression shifted. I apologize, master. I was merely teasing. Please forgive me. Gohan's clone huffed, remaining silent. Soon, they arrived at their classroom. As Gohan was a new transfer student, the teacher introduced him briefly. Class. This is Son Gohan, an exceptionally talented student who has joined us with perfect scores in 3 subjects. Perfect scores? Surely he is an excellent student, remarked a blonde-haired girl named Elisa, who was a close friend of Videl's. Excellent? More like a bookworm, scoffed a nearby blonde-haired boy named Sharp, who harbored feelings for Videl. Not necessarily. Videl countered with a smile. Not necessarily? Videl, do you know him? Sharp inquired. Since Gohan had instructed Videl not to reveal their master-student relationship, she merely nodded. Son Gohan is the champion of the previous World Martial Arts Tournament's youth category. Sharp was taken aback, realizing Gohan's prowess. The World Martial Arts Tournament is renowned. For Son Gohan to claim victory, there is no small feat. So, does that mean Videl stole your championship? Elisa inquired, aware of Videl's participation in the tournament 7 years prior. Indeed, Videl confirmed. On the stage, after the brief introduction, the teacher turned to Gohan's clone. Son Gohan, would you like to introduce yourself? Hello everyone, my name is Son Gohan. I am 17 years old and reside in West Capital. The teacher paused in surprise. Is that all? Yes, Gohan's clone affirmed. Very well, Son Gohan, please find your seat. Right here, Elisa exclaimed, beckoning him. Gohan, handsome and academically gifted, certainly drew Elisa's interest. Son Gohan, you may choose any available seat. Thank you, teacher. Gohan's clone replied, taking a seat beside Elisa. Hello, Son Gohan. My name is Elif, and I am a close friend of Videl's. I hear you two are acquainted? Gohan's clone nodded slightly. So, Son Gohan, are you skilled in martial arts? Somewhat. He replied modestly. You needn't be so humble. Videl has already told me you are the champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament's youth category. Observing Gohan's popularity, Sharp felt a pang of jealousy. In the afternoon, the first class was physical education, prompting Gohan's clone and Videl to head to the schoolyard. Chapter 90, The Challenge from Sharp. Upon witnessing Biddy Lee's unwavering companionship with Sun Wukong's doppelganger, Sharp's envy towards Sun Wukong intensified. Determined to compete with the doppelganger, he thought to himself that while he might not surpass him in academics, he could certainly outshine him in athletics. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, the physical education teacher suddenly whistled, calling everyone to assemble. The students quickly lined up in an orderly fashion. There's a new student, the physical education teacher remarked, noticing the unfamiliar face of Sun Wukong's doppelganger. Indeed, Mr. Liu, his name is Sun Wukong, and he just transferred today. A bespectacled classmate chimed in. Moreover, he is the champion of the junior division in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Sharp added proudly. Is that so? Mr. Liu's face displayed a hint of surprise. Although winning the junior division is comparatively easier than the adult division, it is still an accomplishment not easily achieved. The doppelganger remained silent. Very well, as per usual. We shall start with 2 laps around the track. Ah, running again. Some less athletically inclined students murmured in discontent. What is wrong with running? I run 20 laps every day. 20 laps. The grumbling students immediately fell silent at this revelation. At that moment, Sharp, standing behind Sun Wukong's doppelganger, suddenly spoke up. Sun Wukong, as the champion of the junior division, you must be quite fast, right? How about we race? A race? Yes. Let us see who finishes the 2 laps first. All right. Son Wukong's doppelganger nodded in agreement. All right, everyone. When I whistle, you may start running. Mr. Liu instructed. Understood. The students nodded. With that, Mr. Liu blew his whistle. Sharp immediately surged forward, eager to showcase his prowess to the class. Soon, he found himself leading the pack. Sharp! Exclaimed Eliza and others, glancing towards Son Wukong's doppelganger, who was jogging leisurely at the back of the group, seemingly indifferent to Sharp's challenge or perhaps deliberately lagging behind. Before long, Sharp completed his first lap. Noticing that Son Wukong's doppelganger was still at the back, a wave of irritation washed over him. He could not fathom how the champion of the junior division could be so slow, suspecting that Son Wukong was merely toying with him. Son Wukong. Whether you are truly skilled or not, I'll be the one to win this time. Son Wukong, didn't you just agree to race against Sharp? Eliza, who was slightly ahead of Son Wukong's doppelganger, inquired. Indeed. Then why are you running so slowly? With a smile, Son Wukong's doppelganger replied, since it's a race. It ought to be more interesting if we prolong it. If I win immediately, there is no sense of struggle for the opponent. Struggle? Son Wukong's doppelganger nodded and suddenly surged forward like a whirlwind. Just was kicked up from the ground. Fortunately, the track was made of rubber. Otherwise, everyone would be eating dirt. Many did not even catch a glimpse of Son Wukong's doppelganger as he sped past, only feeling a gust of wind rush by them. Including Sharp. What? Sharp exclaimed as he looked ahead to see Son Wukong's doppelganger standing before him. Sunday. Son Wukong. Sharp's expression was one of disbelief. Just moments ago, he had been a lap ahead, yet now, the doppelganger had overtaken him with astonishing speed. Son Wukong. Mr. Liu, too, was taken aback. Despite his regular exercise, he knew he could not achieve such speed. Son Wukong's prowess was beyond comprehension. He wondered if he had a girlfriend. Upon witnessing Son Wukong's doppelganger finish the 2 laps first, Eliza gazed dreamily at Biddy Li. Biddy Li remained silent, acknowledging Son Wukong's excellence, but lamenting her own sensei. However, she pondered the prevalence of teacher-student romances in television dramas. Frustration welled up within Sharp after completing the 2 laps. He had intended to impress Biddy Li, but instead, his plan backfired. He not only lost to Son Wukong but was also humiliated in the process. After the running session, it was time for free activities. Unsatisfied with his earlier defeat, Sharp issued a new challenge to Son Wukong's doppelganger. Son Wukong, I may have lost in running. But how about we compete in something else? Something else? Yes, let us see who can throw the shot put farther. Throwing the shot put? Exactly. We shall compete to see who can throw it further. All right. Son Wukong's doppelganger nodded. Seeing his agreement, Sharp quickly fetched 2 shot puts of the same weight from the equipment room. Son Wukong, would you like to throw first or shall I? You go ahead. Good. As the competition commenced, many classmates gathered to watch. Little Tiger, who do you think will throw farther? I believe it will be Son Wukong. Didn't T-Sharp claim he was the champion of the junior division? Little G, what do you think? I think it will be Sharp. Sharp? Have you seen his muscular arms? And besides, Son Wukong's championship was 7 years ago. As they debated, Sharp shouted and hurled the shot put with all his might. Bang! The shot put hit the ground. A classmate rushed over to measure the distance. 7 meters. Sharp chuckled smugly, looking at Son Wukong's doppelganger. Son Wukong. It's your turn. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong's doppelganger picked up the shot put and tossed it lightly into the air a few times. Son Wukong. Have you never thrown a shot put before? If you don't know how, just follow my technique. Can I throw it? Son Wukong's doppelganger asked. Throw? Sharp pondered for a moment. Son Wukong, I don't care if you throw or toss. As long as you throw it farther than me, you win. With that, Son Wukong's doppelganger tossed the shot put as if he were flinging a stone. Seeing Son Wukong throw the shot put upward, Sharp burst into laughter. Son Wukong. Throwing it upward won't get you far. At that moment, a classmate suddenly shouted, the shot put. It's gone into the clouds. What? Sharp exclaimed, quickly looking up at the sky. However, the shot put had already soared beyond the clouds, leaving him unable to spot it. Chapter 91. Was nothing at all. I really saw the lead ball. Mr. Sharp, seeing that the student did not appear to be lying, looked up at the sky once more. Yet, still, he saw nothing. Son Wufan, your lead ball seems to have vanished. Perhaps you should throw another one? Son Wufan's doppelganger chuckled. No need. That lead ball will come down shortly. Shortly? Are you implying that the lead ball is still in the sky? Indeed. Son Wufan's doppelganger nodded. Very well. I shall wait and see if that lead ball has truly been thrown into the heavens. After a while, a fireball descended from the sky. which was none other than the lead ball that Sun Wufan's doppelganger had just thrown. A fireball! Mr. Sharp exclaimed in astonishment. Moments later, the lead ball crashed down onto the grass of the playground like a meteor. How far? Sun Wufan's doppelganger inquired of Mr. Sharp. Upon hearing this, Mr. Sharp dashed over to measure. 30 meters. Just then, Teacher Lu ran over from a distance. Sun Wufan, may I take you as my master? Teacher Lu. At this statement, the onlooking students displayed surprise. It was quite unusual for a physical education teacher to seek a student as a mentor. Sun Wufan's doppelganger smiled and replied, Teacher Lu, you are my instructor. How could I possibly be your master? However, if you wish to become stronger than you currently are, I would be more than happy to offer my guidance. Very well. After contemplating for a moment, Teacher Lu nodded. He did not mind whether Sun Wufan was his master, as long as he could receive instruction from him. Then, Sun Wufan, can you instruct me? A sporty boy in the class asked. Of course. Sun Wufan's doppelganger smiled. And what about me, Sun Wufan? Can you teach me? A plain-looking girl in the class asked. This girl was genuinely interested in training. She merely wanted to get closer to Sun Wufan. Sun Wufan's doppelganger hesitated. Teaching 1 or 2 individuals was manageable, but if he took on too many, it would require more of his time. What's the matter? Sun Wufan? At that moment, Beerus stepped forward. Sun Wufan has already promised to teach me martial arts, so he won't have time to teach you. Is that so? The girl, upon hearing this, had no choice but to abandon her plan to approach Sun Wufan through instruction. Beerus. Mr. Sharp's expression turned pained upon witnessing this. If he could not discern the complexity of the relationship between Beerus and Sun Wufan, he would truly be hopelessly ignorant. Beerus. The originally intrigued Elisa resolved to interrogate Beerus after this incident. If Beerus also had feelings for Sun Wufan, she would have to relinquish her pursuit of him. At the Capsule Corporation's gravity chamber, Sun Wufan was currently training with Ragusa when the door to the gravity chamber swung open abruptly. A tall figure with bluish-green skin, white curly hair, purple pupils, and a large light blue halo around his neck stood in the doorway. This individual was Whis. Upon seeing Whis, Sun Wufan's expression shifted slightly in surprise, but he quickly stood up from the ground of the gravity chamber. I apologize for interrupting your training. Greetings, my name is Whis. Servant of Lord Beerus, the god of destruction. Whis. Indeed. May I enter? Whis inquired. Certainly. Sun Wufan nodded. Whis stepped into the gravity chamber, and Ragusa's face displayed astonishment as she observed Whis walking effortlessly in the chamber, which had a gravity 300 times that of Earth. Hello. Your name is Sun Wufan, correct? Whis approached Sun Wufan. Sun Wufan nodded, feeling quite nervous. It seemed he hadn't done anything noteworthy. Yet Whis had come to seek him out. Sun Wufan, I have come to inquire about the energy of destruction. Energy of destruction? Yes. Since the energy of destruction is a technique exclusively utilized by the god of destruction, I would like to know where you learned that technique. An old grandpa in a dream taught me. A grandpa in a dream? Whis responded skeptically. What did that grandpa look like? He had white hair and a white beard, wearing a blue robe adorned with stars. Stars? Yes. Sun Wufan affirmed. Whis stroked his chin contemplatively. So, Sun Wufan, would you be willing to become a god of destruction? A god of destruction? What is that? A god of destruction is a deity responsible for the destruction of planets, and his position is equivalent to that of the Kaioshin. Equivalent? Indeed. However, Kaioshin generally do not dare to provoke the gods of destruction. And Lord Beerus is the god of destruction? Yes. Lord Beerus is the current god of destruction. But don't you already have a god of destruction? Yes, precisely. That is why I came to ask you if you would like to become the next god of destruction. If I agree, when would I become the god of destruction? I'm not quite sure. It depends on when Lord Beerus is willing to abdicate. It could be in a few years, several decades, or even thousands of years. Sun Wufan was speechless. If that is the case, why didn't you wait until Lord Beerus was ready to retire before approaching me? No. My primary purpose for coming to Earth this time was to learn about the energy of destruction. However, if you are willing to become the god of destruction, I can instruct you in your training once Lord Beerus awakens. Awaken? Yes, Lord Beerus is currently in slumber and will likely awaken in about 5 years. Is that so? Whis, do you know how to transform the energy within into divine energy? Transform into divine energy? Yes. Sun Wufan nodded. Transforming into divine energy is quite simple. First, you need to enhance your internal energy, then elevate it to the realm of divinity. Elevate? Correct. Unlike Super Saiyan, to ascend to the divine realm, you must first calm your mind. Calm my mind? Yes. Whis nodded. Then, Sun Wufan, do you wish to become the next god of destruction? Sun Wufan smiled and replied, "Let us wait until Lord Beerus is ready to retire before discussing that." "Very well. In that case, I shall take my leave." Whis promptly exited the gravity chamber. Before leaving, he cast a glance at Ragusa. He was mostly familiar with the various races in the universe, yet he had never encountered Ragusa. Nonetheless, he did not dwell on it. The universe is vast, and it was entirely possible that Ragusa was a newly emerged race. Chapter 92, Love Letter. Calm down. Once Whis departed, Gohan immediately attempted to follow Whis's advice and enter a state of tranquility to transform. With a mighty roar, Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan 4. "Master." Ragusa was taken aback, unsure of Gohan's intentions. Not quite. At that moment, Gohan reverted to his normal state, heightened his energy, and transformed it into divine energy. After a brief pause, Gohan clenched his fists tightly, his hair turning a brilliant red, his physique becoming leaner, enveloped in an aura reminiscent of solar flames. His eyes enlarged, revealing prominent pupils, his skin became fairer, and his appearance youthful, resembling that of a young boy. This was the transformation into a Super Saiyan God. In the 7th universe, as Whis made his way back to the God of Destruction's realm, he halted upon sensing the presence of a Super Saiyan God. Utilizing his staff to observe the situation on Earth, through the crystal ball atop his staff, Whis quickly beheld Gohan in his Super Saiyan God form. I wonder, by the time Lord Beerus awakens, to what extent Gohan will have grown in power. If he can reach a level comparable to Lord Beerus, it will surely be an exciting spectacle. With that thought, Whis lowered his staff and continued his flight. On Earth, Ragusa, witnessing Gohan's transformation into a Super Saiyan God, couldn't help but smile. "Master, you have mastered a new transformation." Gohan nodded slightly. "What is this transformation? Why can I not sense your energy at all?" "This is the Super Saiyan God." Super Saiyan God? In simple terms, it is the divine transformation of a Super Saiyan. Since mortals cannot perceive divine energy, you are unable to sense my aura. I see. So, Master, is this Super Saiyan God transformation more powerful than Super Saiyan 4? No. It simply follows a different path than Super Saiyan 4. Is that so? Nonetheless, I still prefer Super Saiyan 4, although I do enjoy your other transformations as well. Upon hearing this, Gohan exhaled deeply and returned to his normal form. The following morning, due to Gohan's outstanding performance in physical education class, Sharp had entirely abandoned his thoughts of pursuing Biddy, Eliza, unwilling to easily relinquish her pursuit of Gohan. Took the opportunity during a break to pull Biddy outside the classroom. "Eliza, did you need something from me?" "Biddy, I have something very important to ask you." "Something very important?" "Yes. Biddy, do you have feelings for Gohan?" Gohan. Biddy's face flushed immediately upon hearing this. "So she does have feelings?" "No, I don't." Biddy shook her head vigorously. "Is that so? Then I can pursue Gohan without worry." "Pursue Gohan?" Biddy was taken aback. If Eliza were to be with Gohan, then she would become her teacher's wife. Indeed, Gohan is talented in both academics and sports, handsome, and comes from a well-off family, truly the Prince Charming in every girl's heart. "That is not true, Eliza. Gohan has his flaws." "Flaws?" Eliza turned to Biddy. "Biddy, do you know Gohan well?" Realizing her slip of the tongue, Biddy quickly corrected herself. "No. Biddy, you wouldn't happen to have feelings for Gohan, would you?" "No." "Is that so? Well, in that case, I shall pursue Gohan starting today." Ding ding ding. Just as Biddy prepared to say something, the class bell rang. "Class is starting, Biddy. Let us head back to the classroom." "Oh, all right." Biddy nodded. The morning passed swiftly, and before they knew it was noon. Biddy had been preoccupied with thoughts of Eliza pursuing Gohan, keeping a close eye on Eliza's movements throughout the morning. According to her observations, Eliza had yet to make a move. In the afternoon, although Eliza chatted amicably with Gohan's doppelganger, she still had not confessed her feelings. Gohan's doppelganger noticed Biddy's constant gaze upon him and sensed something amiss. He then discreetly utilized his mind-reading ability to glean Biddy's thoughts. Upon understanding her feelings, Gohan's doppelganger couldn't help but chuckle. In the evening, after packing his bag, Gohan's doppelganger prepared to leave when he noticed Eliza placing a letter in his hand before swiftly turning away. Eliza. Sitting nearby, Biddy crushed her pen in frustration. Gohan's doppelganger glanced at Biddy, placed the letter into his bag, and departed. Biddy hurriedly gathered her belongings and left the classroom as well. Upon returning home, Gohan's doppelganger opened the letter Eliza had given him. It was a love letter, filled with Eliza's expressions of affection for him. After reading it, Gohan's doppelganger rushed to find Gohan and handed the letter to him. What is this, master? Since Ragusa was also present. She witnessed Gohan's doppelganger giving the love letter to Gohan. It's nothing. Gohan replied, placing the letter into the system's item inventory. Upon seeing Gohan store the letter, the system expressed disdain. Master, could you refrain from putting waste paper in the item inventory? Waste paper? This is a love letter, quite valuable for collection. It represents my youth. Do you understand, youth? Oh, so you mean to say you will be old by the time you're 100? Cough, cough. Gohan cleared his throat. Generally speaking, 100 years is indeed old for most humans, but your master is extraordinary. Do you think I can only live for 100 years? Or do you wish to live only 100 years? Not at all. I meant to say that your youth is long. Oh, so that is what you meant. Your understanding is commendable. Once your dashing master becomes the strongest in the universe, I shall bestow upon you the title of second strongest in the universe. I am the strongest in the universe. Gohan, tired of the debate with the system, turned to Ragusa. It's getting late. I should be heading back. Ragusa nodded. Master, what was that letter all about? It's nothing. Gohan replied, and with a flash, he returned home. Chapter 93. The battle between Son Gohan and Vegeta. The following morning, Son Gohan's doppelganger arrived at class early, preparing for the lessons ahead. Son Gohan. Did you see that letter from yesterday? Whispered Eliza, sitting beside him. I did. And what have you decided? Upon hearing this, Son Gohan's doppelganger cast a glance at the eavesdropping Videl. Perhaps we could discuss it privately later? Later? You mean after class? Sure. Eliza nodded. Upon overhearing this, Videl immediately ceased her eavesdropping, feeling a twinge of unease. The class passed swiftly, and soon the bell rang for recess. Son Gohan's doppelganger led Eliza outside the classroom. Videl pretended to head to the restroom, passing by them. Son Gohan's doppelganger observed Videl with a wry smile. Had she been discovered? Videl, sensing this gaze, felt a surge of panic within her. Videl. Eliza noticed Videl at that moment. Eliza. Videl turned to acknowledge her. Eliza nodded. Videl, what brings you here? I'm just heading to the restroom. Videl responded hastily, quickening her pace. Watching Videl's retreating figure, Eliza turned back to Son Gohan's doppelganger. So, what is your decision regarding that letter? Thank you for your affection, but you are not really my type. Eliza felt a pang of disappointment upon hearing this. Then what type do you prefer? Is it someone like Videl? I favor those who are skilled in martial arts yet gentle and considerate. Son Gohan's doppelganger replied with a smile. I see. Videl certainly fits the martial arts part, but as for being gentle and considerate, I can't say. So do you like her or not? Eliza, we should be heading back to class. Son Gohan's doppelganger smiled. Come on, just tell me. I promise not to tell Videl. Son Gohan's doppelganger regarded her skeptically. They were close friends. He feared that if he divulged anything, Eliza would swiftly betray him. With that thought, he turned and returned to the classroom. After a brief while, the class bell rang, and Eliza followed suit back into the classroom. Videl noticed Eliza's demeanor and felt a sense of relief wash over her. 2 days swiftly passed. Today was the weekend, and Videl arrived early at Bowsy Mountain to train. Videl. Ragus greeted her. Videl nodded in acknowledgement. Videl, my master received a letter a few days ago, but he wouldn't let me see it. A letter? Videl mused, suddenly curious. Yes. Do you know what it is? It's a love letter. A love letter? Ragus exclaimed in surprise. My master has received quite a few love letters recently. Quite a few. Does that mean he might soon have a wife? Not sure. But he hasn't agreed to any of them yet. That's good. Speaking of which, a few years ago, a blonde sister came looking for my master, claiming she was his wife. A blonde sister? Yes. She could perform the flight technique, was tall, and had a lovely figure. Really? Ragus nodded. Time passed, and a week flew by. At Bowsy Mountain, Son Gohan stood in a grassy field, assessing his battle power. Name, Son Gohan. Gender, male. Battle power, 2. 1 trillion. With the World Martial Arts Tournament approaching in West City, Videl sought a leave of absence from school for over 2 weeks to participate. At that moment, she practiced the Kaioken technique in a grassy area. Kaioken. With a powerful shout, a red aura enveloped her. Twofold Kaioken. Just then, a figure descended from the sky. It was Vegeta. Son Gohan. Uncle. Vegeta nodded. Gohan, where is your father? My father is currently on North Kai's planet. Still there. Is he? Yes, Uncle Vegeta. When will he return? I believe he will be back by evening. Evening? Could you call him back now? I wish to duel him. A duel? I was supposed to battle Kakarot 7 years ago, but his sudden heart ailment interrupted that fight. Hence, I have returned today to face him. I'll ask my father. Son Gohan declared, instantly teleporting to North Kai's planet. Gohan. Son Gohan nodded. Father, Uncle Vegeta wishes to challenge you. A challenge? But I'm still training. How about another day? Perhaps you should tell him yourself. Kakarot nodded and teleported back to Earth. Son Gohan followed suit. Kakarot. Kakarot acknowledged him. Vegeta. Gohan mentioned your wish to duel. However, I'm still training. Perhaps we could postpone? Humph. Vegeta huffed. Training can be done any day. It's this day that matters. Kakarot. I must determine a victor today. Very well. After a moment's contemplation, Kakarot nodded. Ready for battle? Upon hearing their intent to fight, Videl and the others halted their training. Vegeta clenched his fists, unleashing an astonishing aura that surged upward. In quick succession, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan, channeling energy into a Super Saiyan 2 form. ZZZ boom. With an overwhelming display of power, Vegeta ascended to Super Saiyan 2. Kakarot shouted, transforming into Super Saiyan 2 as well. Vegeta smirked. Well then, Kakarot, shall we commence? Let us. Kakarot agreed, nodding. Whoosh as soon as the words left his mouth. Vegeta charged at Kakarot. Kakarot stood firm, his hands clenched. Whoosh bang. In that moment, Vegeta's fist struck like lightning, aiming at Kakarot. Kakarot evaded while countering Vegeta's punches, causing dust to billow around them. Bang. At that instant, Vegeta delivered a powerful blow, sending Kakarot staggering backward. Chapter 94. Encounter with Android 18. With a resounding shout, Son Wukong propelled himself rapidly towards Vegeta, delivering a powerful kick forward. Bang. Vegeta blocked with his left hand, retreating several steps. In quick succession, Vegeta raised his fists, launching an assault on Son Wukong. In an instant, Son Wukong vanished, appearing high above. Vegeta followed suit, ascending into the air. Both fighters ignited with a golden aura, charging towards one another. Soon, they collided in a fierce struggle in the sky. Whoosh. Bang. 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 The sheer velocity of their movements rendered Beerus unable to discern the details of their combat. Whoosh. Bang. Boom. 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 At that moment, both warriors concentrated vast amounts of energy in their hands, unleashing powerful waves towards each other. The sky erupted with a multitude of explosions and fiery blasts. Vegeta shouted, propelling himself at full speed towards Son Wukong. In response, Son Wukong mirrored his actions, racing towards Vegeta. Whoosh. Bang. 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 In a blink, they found themselves confronting one another, engaged in a fierce exchange. Bang. With a deafening crack, Son Wukong's right fist struck Vegeta squarely in the abdomen. Vegeta cried out in pain but retaliated, landing a punch to Son Wukong's midsection. Son Wukong also howled, delivering a forceful blow to Vegeta's face. In this exchange, neither could claim superiority. Whoosh. Bang. 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 After a brief skirmish, Vegeta delivered a powerful kick that sent Son Wukong crashing to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. Gasping for breath, Vegeta gazed down at the earth. Just then, a golden aura erupted from the dust, dispersing it in all directions. Vegeta chuckled softly, swiftly appearing before Son Wukong to launch another attack. Son Wukong raised his arms defensively, retreating as he parried Vegeta's strikes. Bang. With a firm grip, Vegeta landed a punch that sent Son Wukong staggering back. Before Son Wukong could react, Vegeta conjured a golden energy sphere and hurled it at him. Boom. A massive explosion ensued, enveloping the ground in thick smoke. A triumphant smirk appeared on Vegeta's face. At that moment, a figure suddenly emerged behind him, delivering a swift kick that sent Vegeta crashing into a nearby mountain. Dust and debris flew into the air. Son Wukong exhaled deeply. Damn it. Vegeta, enraged, clawed his way out from the rubble, gathering energy in both hands to unleash an assault on Son Wukong. This technique was a renowned tactic of the Saiyan Prince. Whoosh. Boom. 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 In response to Vegeta's energy wave attack, Son Wukong deftly dodged to the sides. With gritted teeth, Vegeta charged at full speed towards Son Wukong, quickly closing the distance to engage him in battle. As they exchanged blows, the sound of their colliding knees echoed like a tempest. They grasped each other's hands, struggling against one another on the ground. Boom. The very earth trembled beneath the weight of their energies. Beerus, witnessing the spectacle, was left speechless, though she could not see the intricate details of their battle. The cacophony and destruction around her were unmistakable. Bang. After a moment of stalemate, they both exerted force, propelling each other backward. Exhausted from the exertion, they paused, panting heavily. Kakarot. After a brief silence, Vegeta looked at Son Wukong with a grin. This battle, though arduous, had proven his strength was on par with Son Wukong's, perhaps even surpassing it. Vegeta. Son Wukong returned the smile, the camaraderie between rivals evident in their expressions. With a mighty roar, they charged at each other once more, resuming their fierce combat atop the mountain. After a prolonged struggle, they both collapsed to the ground, drained of energy and struggling to rise. A draw, Beerus exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. Son Gohan nodded, swiftly ascending to acquire 2 senzu beans for them. After consuming the beans, both warriors quickly regained their strength and vitality. Kakarot. This battle has ended in a draw, but mark my words, next time I train harder, I will defeat you. Agreed. Son Wukong nodded. Vegeta, with determination, turned and flew westward. Daddy. Son Goten rushed to Son Wukong's side. Son Wukong acknowledged him with a nod, glancing at Son Gohan and Son Goten. Well then, Gohan, Goten. I shall return to North Ko's planet for training. They both nodded in agreement. In an instant, Son Wukong teleported back to North Ko's realm. Upon his sudden arrival, North Ko was taken aback. Wukong, you just fought Vegeta and you're not even going to take a moment to rest before training? Is there a problem, Lord Ko? Vegeta is also back to train, isn't he? North Ko fell silent, resigned to the peculiarities of the Saiyans. Whatever. I simply cannot comprehend your obsession with fighting and gaining strength. Lord Ko, one must also consider eating and sleeping, right? North Ko was left speechless, realizing there was no point in continuing the conversation. Time flew by, and soon more than 2 weeks had passed. Today marked the day of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Apart from Son Goten, Trunks, Beerus, and Legus, the others were not participating. Son Gohan had merely come to observe, since the tournament featured both junior and adult divisions. The younger Son Goten and Trunks were relegated to the junior category. After registering, Son Gohan took the 4 of them for a brief stroll outside. Suddenly, Son Gohan spotted a remarkably familiar figure. It was none other than Android 18. Chapter 95, Beerus vs. Android 18. Android 18. Son Gohan called out. Upon hearing his voice, Android 18 quickly spotted Son Gohan and his companions. Son Gohan nodded. Are you here to participate in this tournament? Android 18 nodded in response. What about your father and the others? Did they not come to this tournament? No. Will you be competing in this tournament? Android 18 continued to inquire. If Son Gohan were to participate, she would certainly lose her chance of winning. I won't be competing. I am here to support my disciple. Your disciple? Android 18 glanced at Ragusu and the others. Son Gohan nodded affirmatively. Well, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. All right. Son Gohan smiled. Having said that, Android 18 turned and walked away. Ragusa watched her leave, remaining outwardly silent while inwardly tumultuous thoughts swirled. Previously, Ragusa had assumed Son Gohan's suggestion of having Android 18 as a master was a jest, but now, given their encounter at the World Martial Arts Tournament and Son Gohan's demeanor towards Android 18, it seemed entirely plausible. Soon after, the youth division of the World Martial Arts Tournament commenced. The adult division would begin only after the youth matches concluded. So Ragusu and the others joined Son Gohan in watching the match featuring Son Goten. Son Goten and Trunks exhibited remarkable prowess, effortlessly advancing to the finals. Congratulations to contestants Son Goten and Trunks for reaching the finals. Now, let us welcome both competitors to the stage for the youth division final match. With a whoosh, they leapt onto the competition platform. Do either of you have anything to say before we officially begin? Both shook their heads. The referee then announced loudly, I hereby declare the final match of the 25th World Martial Arts Tournament Youth Division officially begins. Son Goten and Trunks immediately assumed their fighting stances. With a loud shout, Son Goten charged towards Trunks. Observing this, Trunks also surged forward. Whoosh bang, bang, bang. Before long, they stood before each other, engaged in a fierce battle. Their movements were so swift that the spectators could scarcely keep up. Even when visible, it was only when they abruptly halted. Whoosh bam, bam, bam. With a cacophony of sounds like a tempest, the ground beneath their feet shattered. Whoosh bang, bang, bang. After a brief moment, both soared into the air, continuing their skirmish. As Son Gohan forbade them from using energy blasts, they relied solely on their fists and feet to strike one another. After a while, Trunks clenched his right fist and landed a powerful blow, sending Son Goten flying. He then swiftly maneuvered behind Son Goten, bringing both fists down heavily onto his back. Bam! Son Goten plummeted like a meteor towards the arena. Whoosh thud! Just as he was about to crash onto the stage, Son Goten suddenly halted midair. utilizing his flight technique to gracefully descend onto the platform. At that moment, Trunks landed before him. Son Goten grinned and charged at Trunks once more. Whoosh, bang, bang, bang. In no time, Son Goten reached Trunks and initiated another flurry of attacks. Trunks raised his arms to block while retreating. Bam! After a moment, Trunks executed a sweeping kick that sent Son Goten tumbling. Son Goten quickly braced himself against the ground, propelling himself backward. Trunks chuckled lightly, stepping back onto the ground before charging at Son Goten. Whoosh, bang, bang, bang. Trunks swiftly reached Son Goten and relentlessly battered him back. After retreating several meters, Son Goten suddenly halted and landed a heavy punch to Trunks' face. Bam! Trunks, having absorbed the hit, quickly retaliated. The spectators and the audience gasped in astonishment. Is this truly just a youth division match? Bam! As the crowd marveled, both competitors struck each other with great force, unleashing a powerful shockwave that spread across the arena. They then swiftly retracted their fists, their movements as rapid as lightning as they resumed fighting. After some time, Trunks took advantage of Son Goten's momentary lapse in concentration, knocking him off the stage. Watching his brother fall, Son Gohan felt a twinge of helplessness. Despite his earnest efforts in teaching Son Goten, his playful nature, combined with Vegeta's rigorous training of Trunks, meant that Trunks held a slight edge in strength. Nevertheless, Son Gohan accepted the outcome, recognizing that victories and defeats are part of competition. Following the conclusion of the youth division matches, the adult division was set to begin. Consequently, Beerus and Reag quickly made their way to participate in the adult competition. Unlike the original story, this tournament did not require them to engage with punching machines. Instead, they directly drew numbers for their matches. Both Beerus and Reag advanced effortlessly through the preliminaries, securing their spots in the top 8. Beerus, Mr. Satan, who did not participate in this tournament, was overjoyed upon seeing Beerus reach the top 8. At that moment, Reag and Beerus stood together conversing. Beerus, that android 18 is the master mentioned by my teacher. Master? Beerus exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, my teacher was present earlier, which is why I refrained from mentioning it. And your next opponent is her? Beerus nodded slightly. She seems quite formidable. Reag affirmed, it appears she can defeat opponents with a single blow, so be cautious. Understood. Beerus nodded and swiftly leaped onto the stage. Son Gohan's disciple, is it? Android 18 remarked upon seeing Beerus, quickly taking her position on the competition platform. Now that both competitors are on stage, let the match commence. The referee declared, observing them. Both nodded in agreement. The referee stepped back from the platform. Beerus, recalling Reag's words, charged swiftly towards Android 18. Whoosh, bang, bang, bang. Chapter 96, Reag vs. Android 18. Android 18, with both hands raised in defense, began to retreat. Suddenly, with a powerful shove, she sent Videl flying. Videl quickly planted her feet on the ground, halting her momentum with ease. Just then, the figure of Android 18 appeared behind her. Videl, Reag instinctively called out, but Android 18 had already delivered a swift kick to Videl's back. With a resounding thud, Videl was launched into the air, outside the boundaries of the arena. However, thanks to her mastery of flight, she did not plummet but hovered gracefully in the air. This astonishing display left many spectators in awe. She can fly. Videl, relieved to be suspended above the ground, swiftly turned and soared back onto the arena. Android 18 chuckled lightly, her form darting like lightning towards Videl. With a stern expression, Videl prepared to meet her. As Android 18 closed in, she suddenly vanished, reappearing behind Videl. Startled, Videl barely had time to react before Android 18's fist struck her, propelling her off the arena. Videl was eliminated. Android 18 emerged victorious. Reag rushed to support Videl. Are you all right? I'm fine. But that Android 18 is incredibly formidable. You must be cautious when you face her. Reag nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the second match of the top 8 commenced, with Reag leading Videl to the sidelines to watch. The two male competitors in the second match were lackluster, offering little excitement. When it was Reag's turn to compete in the third match, she effortlessly defeated her opponent, securing a place in the finals. The fourth match, like the second, lacked any noteworthy moments. As Reag and Android 18 had not faced each other prior, they both advanced to the grand finale, vying for the championship title. Ladies and gentlemen, we have arrived at the grand finale of this tournament. Please welcome our competitors, Reag and Android 18. Upon hearing this, Reag and Android 18 swiftly leaped onto the arena. This tournament has been unlike any other. As you can see, both finalists are female competitors. Android 18, displeased, shot a glare at the referee. Do you have an issue with female contestants? Not at all. It's just rare for women to reach the finals, and I wanted to highlight your achievements, the referee explained. Enough chatter. Just announce the start of the match. Understood. The referee nodded, and with that, he proclaimed, I hereby declare the finals of the 25th World Martial Arts Tournament officially open. With a swift motion, he exited the arena. As soon as the referee stepped down, Android 18 took a battle stance, eyeing Reag intently. Suddenly, she dashed forward. Reag, undeterred, charged towards her as well. In no time, they stood before each other, their fists and feet striking like the wind in a fierce exchange. While evading and retaliating, they engaged in a relentless duel. Due to Gohan's restrictions, Reag could only rely on her physical prowess to defeat Android 18. A moment later, Reag clenched her right fist and delivered a powerful blow, sending Android 18 staggering backward. Gritting her teeth, Android 18 quickly surged back at Reag. Just then, Reag vanished from sight, appearing behind Android 18. Startled, Android 18 spun around, but it was too late. Reag's fist connected with her chin, knocking her back several steps. Seizing the opportunity, Reag advanced and unleashed a flurry of strikes. Under the relentless assault, Android 18 found herself retreating rapidly. Just as Reag prepared to summon Glass to strike, she recalled Gohan's words and abandoned the thought. Android 18, glancing nervously at the edge of the arena, felt a cold sweat break out. She had underestimated Reag's strength, realizing there was a vast chasm between their abilities. With renewed determination, Reag charged at Android 18. In response, Android 18 launched herself off the ground, meeting Reag in midair. The two engaged in a fierce aerial battle, exchanging blows amidst the chaos. Eventually, with a well-timed kick, Reag sent Android 18 flying out of the arena. Android 18 was eliminated. Reag emerged victorious. As Android 18 dusted herself off, she glanced at Gohan in the audience. Reag, his student, had claimed victory, a title that could have been hers. Ladies and gentlemen, I now declare the champion of the 25th World Martial Arts Tournament to be Reag. The referee directed the microphone towards her. Do you have any words to share? Nothing much. Just wondering where the 10 million prize is, she replied. For the prize, you'll need to ask the staff, but I estimate you'll receive it tomorrow. In that case, I won't be able to treat my master to dinner today. Speaking of which, who is your master? My master is Gohan. The referee gasped. You mean the champion of the junior division from the last tournament, Gohan? Chapter 97. GT Time and Space Indeed. Reag nodded. In the audience, Sharp and others, who had come to support Beerus in this tournament, were immediately taken aback upon hearing Reag's words. As Son Gohan is the champion's master. Yes, Eliza agreed. I knew Son Gohan was formidable, but I never anticipated he was this extraordinary. Seated in the audience, Son Gohan found himself at a loss for words. Before the match, he had specifically asked Reag not to mention his name, yet she had completely forgotten the moment she won. He was already quite renowned at school. And now with Reag's revelation, many would likely seek him as a mentor. However, it was too late to address Reag. She had let it slip. Oh no. My master instructed me not to reveal his name. On the competition stage, after Reag mentioned Son Gohan's name, she suddenly regained her memory. In a hurry, she descended the stage to find Son Gohan, apologizing, Master, I'm sorry. I forgot I shouldn't say your name. It's all right. As long as you train diligently after this, it will suffice. Son Gohan smiled. Train diligently? Yes. Starting tomorrow, I'll double my training. No, Master. I truly forgot, Beerus. Please help me plead with him. Master, Reag probably just momentarily forgot. Please forgive her this once? Yes, yes. Reag nodded repeatedly. All right, then, half a month. Master. Reag looked at Son Gohan with pleading eyes. 1 month it is. A gentleman's word is his bond. Beerus reminded. A gentleman's word is his bond. Reag echoed with a smile. Very well. Master, I received a 10 million reward for winning, and once the prize comes in tomorrow, I shall treat you to a feast. Son Gohan nodded in acknowledgement. The following day, Reag returned to the venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament, where she received the 10 million prize money. 10 million! She exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy. Since arriving on Earth, all her needs had been met by Son Gohan. And this was her first time earning money of her own. She intended to use it to buy several beautiful outfits and a mobile phone. After deciding how to spend her newfound wealth, Reag immediately sought out Son Gohan and the others, and they all enjoyed a lavish meal at a restaurant. When the bill arrived, Reag's jaw dropped at the sum exceeding 1 million. It was evident that she and Beerus had hardly eaten much, implying that Son Gohan, Trunks, and Goten had consumed a staggering amount. With her 10 million prize, she realized she could only afford 10 meals for them. Fortunately, she hadn't invited Goku. Otherwise, she would have nearly spent 200,000 on his meal. Astonished though she was, Reag settled the bill. After the meal, as Son Gohan and Goten had little interest in shopping, they allowed Beerus to accompany Reag for her clothing purchases while they returned home. Once home, Son Gohan retrieved the heavenly mirror from the system to examine the situation in the GT world. The GT timeline diverged from that of Dragon Ball Super by over a decade. Therefore, in the GT timeline, Baby had emerged and had possessed Vegeta. The Black Star Dragon Balls that Goku collected in the GT timeline had given rise to Planet Tuffle. The significant temporal gap between the two timelines was primarily due to Akira Toriyama's decision to conclude Dragon Ball Z. Later, Toei Animation obtained the rights from Shueisha to produce and air Dragon Ball GT, a sequel to the Dragon Ball Z world. Although the storyline was not entirely crafted by Toriyama, he did contribute to character designs and illustrations. Dragon Ball Super was produced long after GT's conclusion, resulting in a substantial disparity between their timelines. Through the Heavenly Mirror, Son Gohan witnessed the GT version of Goku transforming into a golden great ape, triggered by the energy emanating from Earth. Is it about to begin? He thought, observing the chaos wreaked by the GT version of Goku. He promptly utilized the Heavenly Mirror to transport himself to Planet Tuffle in the GT timeline. Dad, Father, Xiaofang exclaimed upon the sudden appearance of Son Gohan, her face registering surprise. However, she quickly sensed the differences between Son Gohan and the GT version of himself. Though the GT Son Gohan was also handsome, he was much older, and their attire differed significantly. Boom. Just then, the city created by Baby was once again ravaged by the uncontrolled GT version of Goku. Xiaofang rushed to stop him. Grandpa, it's me, Xiaofang. Wake up, Grandpa, she shouted, hoping to rouse the GT Goku from his rampage. Yet, the GT version of Goku remained oblivious, continuing his destruction. Grandpa, Xiaofang cried out, memories flooding her mind. Her eyes welled with tears as she took out a family photo from her backpack. Look, Grandpa, this is you, and this is Grandma Chi-Chi. As she held the photo toward the GT version of Goku, he let out a primal roar and charged at her. In her retreat, the photo was accidentally torn in his grasp, falling into his hands. The GT Goku looked at the remnants, and slowly, his memories began to resurface. Grandpa. Just then, a tear fell from Xiaofang's eye onto the GT Goku's finger. Curiously, he raised his finger to taste it. In an instant, his memories were fully awakened. He reached towards the sky and let out a roar, unleashing a tremendous aura that sent dust swirling around him. Boom. Moments later, a striking figure emerged from the dissipating dust, an individual with red fur and yellow pants, the transformed GT version of Goku. Are you my grandpa? Xiaofang stammered. Hearing her, the GT Goku smiled warmly at her. It truly is Grandpa, she rejoiced. Then, Grandpa, can you defeat Baby now? I don't know. The GT Goku gazed at a nearby mirror, which shattered instantly. Chapter 98. Baby transforms into a giant ape. Grandfather, I just saw someone who looks remarkably like my father. Upon hearing this, Goku from the GT timeline immediately glanced at Gohan. And you are? I am Gohan from another timeline. Another timeline? What brings you here? Nothing much. I merely came to observe the battle. Observe the battle? You wouldn't harm Xiaofang, would you? Due to the fact that Gohan from the GT timeline was under Baby's control, he remained vigilant in the presence of the suddenly appearing Gohan. Gohan chuckled. If I wanted to harm Xiaofang, I could have easily done so when you were out of control. Seeing the brightness in Gohan's eyes, Goku from the GT timeline felt reassured. Then Xiaofang, you stay here. I will deal with Baby. Okay, Grandfather. Xiaofang nodded. With that, Goku from the GT timeline soared towards Baby's location. Inside a towering building, Baby was in a state of panic, contemplating countermeasures. After successfully transforming into Super Saiyan 4, Goku's power was overwhelmingly strong. With the body of Vegeta that Baby currently controlled, he could not possibly contend with Goku from the GT timeline. Damn it. What is going on? Isn't Vegeta a pure-blooded Saiyan? Why hasn't he been affected by the Blutz waves emanating from Earth and transformed into a giant ape? It must be due to the absence of his tail. Lord Baby. Bulma from the GT timeline interjected from the side. The tail. Indeed, Lord Baby. Although Vegeta currently lacks a tail, if we amplify the energy of the Blutz waves 1,000-fold and direct it at him, I believe he can still transform into a giant ape despite the absence of his tail. 1,000-fold. But won't that be dangerous? There is no time to ponder. Lord Baby. This is the only method we have to defeat Goku. Bang! As soon as the words left her mouth, Goku from the GT timeline burst through the window, standing before Baby. "I found you, Baby." Goku. Baby snarled, his face contorted with rage. Had he known things would escalate to this point, he should have eliminated Goku from the GT timeline at once. "You despicable Saiyan." Bulma from the GT timeline spat at Goku. Under Baby's control, Bulma was now imbued with the ideologies of the Tuffles. Bulma. Noticing Bulma's demeanor, Goku swiftly turned his gaze to Baby. "Baby, it is time we settle this." Upon hearing this, Baby immediately turned and flew away. "Settle? What a joke. You clearly cannot win." Goku chuckled lightly, quickly positioning himself in front of Baby. "Damn it, I will fight you." With that, Baby gathered energy in his hands and launched an attack at Goku from the GT timeline. Goku easily dodged Baby's energy waves with swift movements. "What?" Baby gasped in shock. "Is that all you have, Baby?" "Damn it." Baby gritted his teeth, raising his hands skyward. "All Tuffles, raise your hands and lend me your strength to eliminate this detestable Saiyan." "Yes, Lord Baby." The Earthlings of planet Tuffle immediately raised their hands, channeling their power to Baby. Soon, a massive dark energy sphere began to coalesce in Baby's hands. This dark energy sphere was none other than the Revenge Death Ball, which had nearly obliterated Goku from the GT timeline. "Revenge Death Ball!" Baby shouted, launching the attack at Goku. Goku merely smiled, standing still. Just as the Revenge Death Ball was about to collide with him, Goku suddenly shouted and kicked the ball away, sending it flying out of the Tuffle planet. Boom! With a tremendous explosion, the Revenge Death Ball detonated in the cosmos. "Impressive, grandfather!" Xiao Fang exclaimed, cheering loudly. At that moment, Mr. Satan, standing nearby, noticed Gohan's gaze upon him. Xiao Fang followed Mr. Satan's line of sight and soon spotted Gohan looking at her. Though this Gohan was not from their timeline, he could still be considered her father. I'm Xiao Fang. How should I address you?" she inquired. Gohan, at merely 17, was not much older than Xiao Fang, prompting her to ask how she should refer to him. Gohan smiled, replying, "You can call me brother." "Bro. Brother." Xiao Fang looked at Gohan's face, finding it difficult to address him as such. His visage was unmistakably that of her father's. "So, how old are you?" 17. A 17-year-old father. Xiao Fang pondered silently. If Gohan truly was only 17, then calling him brother would not be inappropriate. Furthermore, she recalled that her parents had only met at the age of 17. "How did you come to our timeline? Did you also arrive via a time machine like Trunks?" "Not at all." Gohan shook his head. "Then how did you get here?" "It's a secret." Gohan smiled. Seeing this, Xiao Fang decided not to press further. Boom. At that moment, Baby was heavily struck down by Goku from the GT timeline. The ground was soon engulfed in a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Goku landed before Baby. Just then, Bulma from the GT timeline approached with a Blitzwave generator, aiming it at Baby. "Lord Baby, I'm here to assist." "No. Don't, Bulma." Baby attempted to protest, but Bulma had already pressed the launch button. A brilliant beam of light erupted from the Blitzwave generator, illuminating Baby. Goku from the GT timeline was taken aback. "Ah!" Baby screamed in agony, his body transforming into a golden giant ape, much like Goku from the GT timeline before him. "Ah!" Upon transforming, Baby immediately began wreaking havoc around him. "Lord Baby." Bulma's expression turned to one of terror upon witnessing the chaos. She had intended to help Baby, yet she inadvertently caused him to lose control. Goku from the GT timeline, witnessing this, flew towards Baby, determined to intervene. Chapter 99. Gohan takes action. A fiery energy sphere coalesced within Baby's mouth and shot towards the GT timeline's Goku, who was suspended in the air. Startled, GT Goku swiftly evaded the attack. The energy sphere missed its target, erupting in a brilliant explosion against the sky. At that moment, GT Goku seemed to have a sudden revelation as his eyes widened. "You haven't lost control," he exclaimed. "Haha." Baby laughed heartily. "Indeed, Goku, I have not lost control. It was Vegeta who transformed into the gorilla, not me. How could I possibly lose control along with him? Curse you." GT Goku seethed in anger. "Enough, Goku," Baby sneered. "Did you not say you wished to settle things with me? Let us conclude this now." "Very well." GT Goku nodded in agreement. With a light chuckle, Baby swiftly appeared behind GT Goku. "Grandpa, watch out behind you," Xiao Fang shouted. "Ha!" Baby shouted, launching a powerful punch forward. GT Goku dashed forward, narrowly avoiding the blow. Baby huffed in frustration and charged ahead. With a series of intense sounds, the two combatants clashed in the sky. Moments later, Baby seized GT Goku's body, tightening his grip. GT Goku let out a pain scream. Haha. Goku, were you not feeling quite proud just now? Baby taunted. Indeed. GT Goku stopped screaming, a faint smile appearing on his face. What? Baby exclaimed in surprise. Suddenly, GT Goku let out a fierce roar, breaking free from Baby's grasp. Curse you. Baby fumed, realizing too late that GT Goku had been toying with him. Witnessing the scene, Gohan stroked his chin thoughtfully. Earlier, he had seen Vegeta flaunt his prowess and regarded him as the king of bravado. Today, however, after observing the battle between GT Goku and Baby, he gained a deeper understanding. Vegeta was indeed impressive, but Goku had his own flair for showmanship. Furthermore, Vegeta was a fusion of Goku and himself, primarily controlled by Goku. Therefore, it became evident that the true king of bravado was none other than Goku himself. At that moment, as Gohan pondered, GT Goku grasped Baby's right arm and slammed him forcefully to the ground. Boom. With a thunderous crash, Baby was driven hard into the earth, sending a plume of dust soaring into the air. Moments later, Baby rose from the ground and ascended into the sky above the city. How do you fare now, Baby? GT Goku inquired with a grin. Baby snorted in disdain. Don't get too cocky, Goku. Our battle is only just beginning. Is that so? GT Goku replied, vanishing from sight as he charged towards Baby. In an instant, GT Goku was before Baby, launching an offensive. Baby shouted loudly, retaliating with his own attack. Whiz bang, bang, bang. Due to GT Goku's smaller stature and greater speed, Baby found himself on the receiving end of the assault. With a resounding crash, Baby plummeted to the ground like a meteor, stirring up clouds of dust. As the dust settled, Baby lay in a disheveled heap within a massive crater. Gritting his teeth, he quickly regained his footing. Whis GT Goku appeared before Baby once more. Seeing this, Baby raised his right index finger and unleashed a pink energy wave towards GT Goku. GT Goku deftly sidestepped the energy wave. Baby, what are you aiming at? Curse it, I will not be looked down upon. Baby roared. As he spoke, he suddenly noticed Chi-Chi and Bidily behind GT Goku. Goku, I recall that they're your family, correct? Upon hearing this, GT Goku turned to look and saw Chi-Chi and Bidily. What do you intend to do, Baby? He demanded. Haha. Baby laughed, gathering a pink energy wave in his right hand and directing it towards the two women. You despicable fiend! GT Goku exclaimed, spinning around to save them. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared, teleporting the two women away. It was Gohan. Boom. The energy wave detonated upon striking the ground. Gohan. Baby gasped, his expression shifting to one of shock. He had once possessed Gohan's form, and he believed Gohan could not have suddenly intervened to rescue them. Moreover, the Gohan before him appeared younger than he had previously known. Gohan. GT Goku echoed, equally astonished, though he recognized this Gohan as from another timeline. He was surprised to see him wield the ability of instant transmission. After rescuing Chi-Chi and Bidily, Gohan brought them to Xiao Fong and Mr. Satan's side, retrieving the Shadow Battle Axe from his system. Shadow Battle Axe, ensure their safety. The axe nodded in acknowledgement. The axe? Xiao Fong inquired, bewildered. Just then, Gohan flew directly in front of Baby. Who are you? Why do you look like Gohan? Baby demanded. Gohan smiled gently. Because I am also Gohan. You are another Gohan? Yes, I simply hail from an alternate timeline. An alternate timeline. Precisely. Gohan affirmed, clenching his fists and radiating an immensely powerful aura. Ha! With a mighty shout, Gohan transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Super Saiyan 4. GT Goku gasped, astonished. He had not anticipated that this remarkably youthful Gohan could also master Super Saiyan 4. What? Baby's expression turned grave upon witnessing Gohan's transformation. One Super Saiyan 4 was already a formidable challenge. Now, with another Gohan in the mix, the situation became increasingly dire. Especially since Gohan's energy far surpassed that of GT Goku. Baby, I had no intention of fighting, but you should not have targeted my mother. Upon hearing this, Baby clenched his teeth in determination. Had he known that this Gohan had already mastered Super Saiyan 4, he would never have dared to assault Chi-Chi and the others. As Gohan spoke, he swiftly dashed towards Baby's midsection, delivering a powerful punch. Baby let out a pain scream, staggering backward before crashing heavily to the ground. Chapter 100. Baby's demise. How infuriating! Baby exclaimed in rage. At that moment, Gohan unleashed a golden energy wave towards Baby with his right hand. Boom. With a tremendous explosion, the energy wave struck Baby, sending him into a fit of screams as dark smoke enveloped his form. When the smoke cleared, Baby glared at Gohan with unrestrained fury. He had always deemed Goku despicable, yet after enduring Gohan's relentless assaults, he realized that Gohan's wickedness rivaled that of Goku. Is this all the power you possess? Gohan asked, his expression one of haughty confidence. Baby scoffed, quickly rising from the ground. Do not be too arrogant, Gohan. Those who are excessively proud often meet a grim fate. Gohan chuckled lightly. Are you speaking of yourself, baby? How infuriating, Baby shouted, suddenly gathering a deep blue energy behind him. Gohan, observing this, swiftly countered, gravity pressure. As soon as the words left his lips, Baby felt an immense gravitational force pressing down upon him. Before Baby could react, Gohan appeared beside him and kicked the energy wave he had conjured into the air. Boom. With a cataclysmic explosion, the energy wave detonated high above. Baby, in a fit of rage, swung his fist forward. Gohan nimbly dodged, effortlessly evading Baby's strikes. With a mighty roar, Baby threw a full-force punch. Bang! Gohan raised his left hand, easily blocking the attack. What? Baby gasped in shock. His strongest blow was effortlessly parried by Gohan. Incredible! I never expected the power of my father from another timeline to surpass that of my grandfather. Xiao Fang exclaimed excitedly. In her mind, Gohan from the GT timeline had always been a scholarly figure. However, the Gohan from this alternate timeline was dazzlingly powerful, embodying the idol she had always envisioned. Baby, have you exhausted all your tricks? Gohan taunted. How infuriating. Baby roared, channeling energy into his hands. All Z fighters of Planet Z, lend me your strength to vanquish this vile Saiyan. Yes, Lord Baby. The Earthlings on Planet Z immediately raised their hands, transferring their energy to Baby. Soon, Baby's hands coalesced into a massive dark energy sphere, the Revenge Death Ball. Once the Revenge Death Ball was complete, Baby hurled it towards Gohan. Gohan stood motionless, awaiting its arrival. Just as the sphere was mere meters away, Gohan shouted and caught it with both hands, significantly slowing its descent. Baby laughed, convinced Gohan could not withstand the Revenge Death Ball. At that moment, Gohan bellowed and forcefully pushed the Revenge Death Ball back. Baby, startled, swiftly sidestepped to avoid it. Boom. The Revenge Death Ball detonated outside Planet Z with a devastating explosion. Baby, do you have any more tricks up your sleeve? Gohan inquired, amusement in his voice. Baby, gritting his teeth in anger, realized that the Revenge Death Ball had been his strongest technique. Yet it had been effortlessly neutralized by Gohan. Suddenly, Baby seemed to have an epiphany and turned to face the Earth. Super Gallic Gun. Baby clasped his hands behind him, gathering a deep blue energy to unleash it upon Earth. Gohan flickered and appeared before the oncoming Super Gallic Gun. Baby smirked, believing Gohan intended to foolishly block the attack with his body, only to witness Gohan raise a hand and effortlessly dissipate the Super Gallic Gun using a technique of the Destroyers. And no, it vanished, Baby exclaimed in shock. At that instant, Gohan appeared before Baby, delivering a powerful kick to his face. Bang! With a howl of pain, Baby was sent crashing to the ground, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Lord Baby. Bulma from the GT timeline expressed her concern upon witnessing this. Gohan swiftly descended, grasping Baby by the tail, and spun him around before tossing him into the air. He then clasped his hands together behind him. Kamehameha. A deep blue energy wave surged from Gohan's hands, aimed at Baby. Don't do it, Gohan. Goku from the GT timeline shouted, desperate to intervene, but it was too late. Boom. With a thunderous explosion, the Kamehameha erupted in the sky, creating an immense storm of wind and smoke. Vegeta. Moments later, Baby's form plummeted to the ground like a meteor. The earth trembled as dust was violently displaced. Gohan glanced at the cosmic seed in his hand, noting that he had collected 14. 5 of it. 14. 5. Gohan announced, rushing to Baby's side and conjuring a purple energy blade to sever his tail. As the tail was cut, Baby's form rapidly shrank, having recently grown larger. Baby now returned to a normal size. With Vegeta's body compressing, Baby realized he had to escape before being crushed. Without hesitation, Baby wriggled out from Vegeta's back and fled. Baby. Goku from the GT timeline beamed with relief upon seeing Baby emerge from Vegeta. Just then, Gohan appeared in front of Baby once more. How infuriating. I will fight you, Baby declared defiantly. Gohan, raising his right hand, gathered a purple destructive energy, declaring, destruction. The moment the words left his lips, Baby's form vanished at an astonishing speed. What kind of technique is this? Goku gasped in astonishment, having never witnessed such a move before. Sighing with relief, Gohan reverted his form back to normal. Chapter 101. No matter how skilled, One fears the kitchen knife. Incredible. Truly incredible. The father from another dimension is simply extraordinary. Xiao Fang exclaimed with immense excitement towards Mr. Satan. Indeed. Mr. Satan nodded in agreement. Lord Baby. Upon witnessing Baby's demise, a flicker of despair crossed the face of GT Timeline's Bulma. Seeing this, GT Timeline's son Wukong immediately flew in front of Son Gohan and inquired, Gohan, what was that technique you just used? How did you manage to obliterate Baby so effortlessly? That move is called destruction, a technique of the God of Destruction. God of Destruction? Yes, since my timeline differs from yours, you may not be familiar with the concept. I see. Nonetheless, that technique is truly impressive. I wonder if you could teach it to me? This technique requires time to master, so I cannot teach you immediately. I understand. At that moment, Jebbet appeared, flying in with GT Timeline's son Gohan and others from the distance. The East Kaioshin of GT Timeline merged with Jebbet using Patera earrings and had not separated through the Namekian Dragon Balls, so they remained in their fused state. Lord Kaioshin. Jebbet acknowledged with a nod. Wukong, I have used the super divine water to awaken them. I see. GT Timeline's Trunks then quickly flew to GT Timeline's Vegeta's side. Father. Upon hearing Trunks' voice, GT Timeline's Vegeta immediately awakened and gazed at GT Timeline's son Wukong and Trunks. Kakarot, Trunks. GT Timeline's son Wukong nodded. Vegeta, are you alright? I'm fine. What about Baby? GT Timeline's Vegeta weakly inquired. He has been defeated by Gohan. Gohan. GT Timeline's Vegeta turned his gaze to Son Gohan. Indeed. But he is not our timeline's Gohan. He hails from another time. I see. After hearing this, Son Gohan glanced at everyone and declared, well, everyone. I should be heading back now. Until we meet again. Are you leaving so soon? Xiao Fang felt a pang of reluctance as she looked at Son Gohan. She had hoped to hear more stories from another dimension, but he was departing so quickly. Yes. Son Gohan replied with a smile. Focus on your training. Perhaps we shall meet again. Xiao Fang nodded earnestly. I will strive to become stronger and protect everyone. Good. With that, Son Gohan took out the heavenly mirror and returned to the primary timeline. Upon his return, Biddy and Ragusa had finished shopping and arrived at his home. Master, what do you think of this outfit? Ragusa asked, walking before Son Gohan clad in a blue cheapao. Not bad. Just not bad? Yes. Son Gohan glanced at Biddy and asked, Biddy, after shopping for so long, did you not buy any clothes? Upon hearing Son Gohan's sudden concern for her, Biddy's heart raced a little. No, master. I already have plenty of clothes at home. I see. Afterward, Ragusa conversed with Son Gohan for a while before returning to Bowsy Mountain, while Biddy headed back to her own home. After they left, Son Gohan couldn't help but think of Xiao Fang from the GT timeline. Her appearance bore some resemblance to both him and Biddy, especially Biddy. The next day, Son Gohan's doppelganger went to school as usual. Due to the events of the world's martial arts tournament, he had become quite the celebrity at Orange Star High School. Thus, upon arriving at school early in the morning, Son Gohan's doppelganger encountered many unfamiliar faces eagerly greeting him. These unfamiliar faces were new admirers drawn in by the news of the tournament. Son Gohan's doppelganger felt somewhat helpless. Although he had not participated in the tournament, his fame had eclipsed even that of Ragusa, the champion. This must be what they mean when they say, though the brother is absent from the realm is filled with tales of his exploits. Son Gohan. Just as Son Gohan's doppelganger was lost in thought, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. Sharp. He politely replied. Sharp smiled and nodded. Son Gohan, I wish to apologize for our earlier match when school commenced. Apologize? Why? To be honest, the reason I challenged you was that I wanted to impress Biddy. No worries. After all, you could never surpass me. Sharp was rendered speechless. Could you not kill the conversation with a single sentence? Not to mention, Son Gohan, would you be willing to teach me martial arts? Teach you martial arts? Why? Yes. As long as you agree to teach me, I will do anything you ask. Oh, and what is your motivation for learning martial arts? To become stronger and teach the local ruffians a lesson. Well, Sharp, while I agree with the first part, I must disagree with the second. Disagree? Are you implying we should not bully the weak? Not at all. I mean that confronting ruffians can be dangerous. Our safety must always come first. Have you never heard the saying? No matter how skilled you are, you still fear the kitchen knife. Thus, we practice martial arts primarily for self-defense. I see. So, Sharp, do you still wish to pursue martial arts? Perhaps I shall reconsider. Upon successfully dissuading Sharp, a satisfied smile graced Son Gohan's doppelganger's face. In the days that followed, whenever someone sought to apprentice under Son Gohan, he would skillfully deter them with various arguments. At Orange Star High School. Class 1. Biddy sat at her desk, lost in thought. After Ragusa had mentioned the Android 18 incident, she felt a twinge of worry that Son Gohan might be snatched away by the android. Yet, as his disciple, she found it difficult to express her feelings for him. Time flew by, and soon 10 days had passed. At Baozi Mountain, Son Gohan stood in a grassy field, observing the situation in the GT timeline. According to the timeline, after the baby incident concluded, Super Android 17 and the evil dragons would soon make their appearances. This provided Son Gohan with a splendid opportunity to gather energy from the universe seed. Through the heavenly mirror, Son Gohan witnessed Dr. Gero creating Hell's Android 17. As he attempted to open the gates between Hell and the human realm with Earth's Android 17. Regarding the previous chapter's Kaioken, I have revised it. As for battle power, I have aligned it with the GT world settings. In the GT timeline, Son Wukong can effortlessly defeat Hell's Cell without transforming, thus placing GT timeline's Son Wukong's base power at a minimum of 1 trillion. I initially intended to elevate the entire Dragon Ball power scale, but now I will adhere to this power level, with the protagonist's base being 21 times that of GT timeline Son Wukong. Chapter 102. The Super Android 17 is about to begin. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Gohan immediately arrived in the GT timeline. Suddenly, a colossal black hole materialized above Earth. This black hole was the result of Dr. Gero's collaboration, utilizing Hell's Android 17 and GT's Android 17 to open the gateway to the underworld. As the gateway emerged, numerous foes vanquished by GT's Goku emerged from Hell, wreaking havoc upon the Earth. Without hesitation, Gohan charged towards the adversaries. Boom. The air was rent with explosive sounds as Android 19, along with a host of other villains, fell to Gohan's might. Just then, a familiar figure appeared before him, Hell's Android 17. Gohan nodded and inquired, "Are you here to meet your demise alongside them?" "Meet my demise?" Hell's Android 17 chuckled. "Gohan, you seem rather confident in your abilities." "Not just seem, I am indeed confident," Gohan retorted, with a swift motion. Hell's Android 17 lunged at Gohan. In an instant, Gohan evaded and positioned himself behind Hell's Android 17, delivering a powerful kick that sent him crashing to the ground, stirring a cloud of dust. 17. Dr. Gero, witnessing the scene from Hell, was taken aback. He knew Gohan but was astonished at the sudden surge in his strength. Damn it. Moments later, as the dust settled, Hell's Android 17 emerged from the deep crater, standing tall. "Ha!" he shouted, propelling himself skyward towards Gohan with remarkable speed. In no time, Hell's Android 17 was before Gohan, launching a fierce assault. Gohan, with deft movements, effortlessly dodged the attacks. "Damn it!" Hell's Android 17 growled, unleashing a powerful strike. Gohan sidestepped and retaliated with a powerful blow to Hell's Android 17's head. With a resounding crash, Hell's Android 17 was propelled backward, landing 1,000 meters away. 17, you truly are weak. Furious at the insult, Hell's Android 17 felt his anger surge. At that moment, a figure soared from the distance. It was GT's Android 17. Following him were Dr. Gero and Cell, who had also emerged from Hell. "Curse it. This Gohan has thwarted our original plan." Dr. Gero fumed. "Do not worry. I have faith in both Android 17s. They shall surely defeat Goku." Dr. Mu replied. Meanwhile, as chaos ensued in West City, Trunks and his allies from the GT timeline swiftly mobilized to confront the villains. 2/17, Gohan remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Hell's Android 17 gritted his teeth. "Gohan, do not get too cocky. Soon, you shall witness our true power." With that, he and GT's Android 17 initiated their fusion. After a brief moment, they successfully merged into the formidable Super Android 17, who towered over the original Android 17. "Now, Gohan, you will understand the consequences of your earlier affront. Is that so?" Gohan replied, clenching his fist and transforming into Super Saiyan 4. What is this?" Dr. Gero gasped. While he was familiar with the transformation into Super Saiyan 4, Gohan's new form was entirely unknown to him. This is Super Saiyan 4. A transformation that transcends the third level of Super Saiyan. Transcending the third level? What about Goku? Has he mastered this form as well? Super Android 17 inquired. "Indeed," Gohan affirmed. At that moment, a young boy with vibrant purple hair flew in from the distance. It was Trunks from the GT timeline. Super Saiyan 4? Could it be that he is the Gohan from before? Just then, Vegeta from the GT timeline also approached. "Father!" Trunks exclaimed. "Vegeta!" Super Android 17 remarked, a faint smile forming on his face as he beheld the approaching duo. With a swift motion, GT's Trunks and Vegeta reached Gohan's side. "It is good to see you again, Gohan." GT Vegeta greeted. Gohan nodded and turned his gaze towards Super Android 17. 17. GT Vegeta recalled his past defeat at the hands of Androids 17 and 18. Uncle Vegeta, he is not just Android 17. He is the fusion of Hell-S Android 17 and Earth-S Android 17, Super Android 17. Super Android 17. Precisely, and all of this was orchestrated by Dr. Gero. Dr. Gero. GT Vegeta glared at him, who instinctively took a step back. With a cold snort, GT Vegeta addressed Cell and Frieza beside Dr. Gero. "Long time no see." "Cell, Frieza." "Indeed, it has been quite a while," Cell replied nonchalantly. At that moment, Gohan and Super Android 17 surged towards each other, ready to engage in combat. In a flurry of movement, they exchanged blows. Gohan, evading expertly, unleashed a relentless assault upon Super Android 17. His superior strength rendered Super Android 17's attacks futile. With a heavy kick, Super Android 17 was sent crashing to the ground once more, a cloud of dust erupting around him. Witnessing this, GT Vegeta immediately turned to Frieza and Cell. "Vegeta," GT Vegeta said with a smile. "Frieza, Cell, it has been decades. I wonder if your powers have significantly increased." "Indeed. We have grown stronger, Vegeta," Cell replied. "And where's Goku? Why is he not here?" "I do not know. All I know is that you two shall soon meet your end at my hands." Chapter 103, Dragon Fist Vegeta, laughed Cell coldly. "Do not be overly arrogant. Do not forget that you were once our subordinate." Upon hearing this, the face of GT Timeline Vegeta darkened significantly. Although Cell spoke the truth, it was a memory from long ago. With that thought, GT Timeline Vegeta clenched his fists tightly and transformed into Super Saiyan 2. The immense aura radiating from him caused both Frieza and Cell to adopt serious expressions. Observing this, GT Timeline Trunks immediately turned his gaze towards Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew, who both became alert. As scientists, even though Dr. Gero had transformed himself into an android, his current strength paled in comparison to Trunks. Realizing this, Dr. Gero quickly looked towards Android 17. At that moment, Gohan was relentlessly assaulting Android 17, allowing the seed of the universe to continuously absorb the energy generated from their battle. Previously, Gohan believed that the seed required both parties to engage in combat to absorb energy. However, it now appeared that the seed primarily absorbed energy through one-sided attacks, essentially expelling the opponent's energy through combat. Seeing that Android 17 was momentarily incapable of aiding him, Dr. Gero's mind began to contemplate escape. Whoosh. Boom. At that moment, GT Timeline Vegeta flashed behind Frieza and swiftly eliminated him. "Frieza!" Cell exclaimed in shock. Rushing towards GT Timeline Vegeta with his fist raised, Vegeta coldly snorted and instantly appeared behind Cell, gathering a golden energy wave in his right hand, striking Cell down. With a resounding explosion, Cell was obliterated. Upon witnessing the demise of both Frieza and Cell, Dr. Gero hastily retreated. Dr. Mew, seeing this, quickly followed suit. "Don't run!" GT Timeline Trunks shouted, transforming into a Super Saiyan and giving chase. In no time, GT Timeline Trunks appeared before them. "Damn it, I'll fight you, Dr. Gero roared as he charged at GT Timeline Trunks. In a flash, Trunks stood before Dr. Gero and sent him flying with a single punch. Subsequently, he swiftly launched an energy wave towards Dr. Gero. Boom. With a tremendous explosion, Dr. Gero was annihilated. Dr. Gero. Dr. Mew turned in alarm and attempted to flee. However, before he could escape far, a golden energy wave struck from a distance, eliminating him. At that moment, GT Timeline Goku and the others arrived. "Daddy, no. It's another Timeline S Daddy," Xiao Fang exclaimed, observing Gohan's complete domination over Android 17. As soon as she spoke, Gohan took a step back, breathing heavily. Although Android 17 was not particularly strong, he possessed the ability to absorb energy. During the earlier confrontation, Gohan had lost a considerable amount of energy to him. After enduring Gohan's relentless barrage, Android 17 appeared disheveled, with tattered clothing. "Gohan!" Android 17 shouted, his face twisted with rage. "What's wrong, 17? Gohan replied with a smile. "I will kill you," Android 17 declared, charging at Gohan with full speed. Gohan merely chuckled, remaining still. In no time, Android 17 reached Gohan and launched a fierce attack. Whoosh. Slash. Gohan deftly sidestepped, avoiding the blows. Grinding his teeth, Android 17 unleashed energy blasts towards Gohan. Seeing this, Gohan concentrated a significant amount of energy into his hands and counterattacked. Android 17 laughed, extending his arms wide to absorb Gohan's energy wave. All the energy has been absorbed. GT Timeline Goku exclaimed in shock. Noticing this, Gohan did not relent in his assault. Instead, he intensified his attacks. After absorbing Gohan's energy, Android 17's muscles swelled significantly. GT Timeline Goku shouted to Gohan, "Gohan, he is absorbing your energy. You must not attack him with energy waves." "I know," Gohan responded. "No?" GT Timeline Goku thought in confusion, unsure of Gohan's intentions. At that moment, Gohan abruptly ceased his energy wave attacks. "What is this? No more energy blasts?" Android 17 laughed triumphantly. "No more," Gohan declared, retrieving a Senzu bean from his system and consuming it. Senzu bean. Android 17 gasped in surprise. Realizing that Gohan had been replenishing his strength, he pondered Gohan's true motives. As Android 17 contemplated, Gohan, now fully revitalized, emanated a powerful aura. 17. "Are you ready for round 2? Round 2? Android 17 fumed, swiftly charging at Gohan, feeling as though he was merely a punching bag. Gohan flashed forward and swiftly struck Android 17. Whoosh. Bang. 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 After absorbing Gohan's energy, Android 17 had significantly increased his strength and could now exchange blows with Gohan. Bang. Moments later, Gohan sent Android 17 flying. Noticing that the seed of the universe was nearing 20 energy collection, almost 20, Gohan exclaimed, gripping his hands tightly as a powerful aura radiated from him. Dragon. Fist. Clenching his right fist, a golden dragon appeared around Gohan, charging towards Android 17. Roar. The golden dragon unleashed a thunderous roar, swiftly piercing through Android 17's body. Wah, what? Android 17 gasped in disbelief, staring at his pierced form. Dragon Fist. GT Timeline Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment. This technique, originally belonging to Goku, had now been mastered by Gohan. In that instant, Gohan swiftly pivoted, condensing several energy waves in his right hand and launching them at Android 17. Chapter 104, The Malevolent Dragon Boom. 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 With a series of explosive sounds, the formidable android number 17 was vanquished. Sighing in relief, Gohan reverted to his normal state. In the GT timeline, Goku and his companions swiftly approached. "Father, it's wonderful to see you again," exclaimed Pan, her face alight with joy as she addressed Gohan. He nodded in acknowledgement. "Gohan, what brings you here so unexpectedly?" Goku inquired. "Oh, it's nothing much. I just came for a stroll and happened to encounter Dr. Gero and his associates," Gohan replied casually. "Is that so?" Goku responded, his skepticism evident. "Father, could you share with me the happenings of your timeline?" Pan asked, her smile radiant. "Certainly," Gohan replied, returning her smile. "Uncle Goku, many lives were lost on Earth due to the chaos between the underworld and the living realm. I suggest we seek out the Dragon Balls to resurrect those who perished." "Indeed," Gohan from the GT timeline nodded. "Searching for the Dragon Balls? I wish to accompany you." Pan's face brightened with intrigue. "No need, Pan. The Dragon Balls on Earth are not like the Black Dragon Balls. Uncle Goku and I can find them swiftly." Goku from the GT timeline reassured her. "Very well." Pan conceded, glancing back at Gohan. "Father, please tell me more about your timeline." "All right." Gohan nodded, sharing tales of the main timeline. After some time, Gohan and Pan arrived at Bulma's residence in the GT timeline. By then, Goku and his companions had gathered all the Dragon Balls, placing them on the grassy expanse of Bulma's yard. "Arise, Shenron, and grant my wish," Bulma called out to the Dragon Balls. No sooner had she spoken, the sky over the earth darkened, and a plume of black smoke emerged from the Dragon Balls, transforming into a blue, winged malevolent dragon who was puffing on a cigar. Pan was taken aback by the dragon's appearance. "Aunt Bulma, is this the dragon? I'm not sure, though he didn't look like this previously. However, since he emerged from the Dragon Balls, he must be Shenron," Bulma speculated, eyeing the malevolent dragon. "Shenron, I implore you to revive the humans who perished in this chaos." The malevolent dragon responded immediately, exhaling rings of smoke. "I am not Shenron. I am the evil dragon." "The evil dragon?" "Indeed. From this day forth, I shall no longer heed the commands of humanity. I will no longer obey humans." "Does that mean the Dragon Balls will be useless from now on?" Bulma questioned, alarmed. "Precisely. Moreover, I shall obliterate your Earth. Destroy the Earth." Bulma gasped in horror. At that moment, the evil dragon suddenly transformed back into the 7 Dragon Balls, scattering across the planet. The Dragon Balls had dispersed once more. Gohan from the GT timeline remarked gravely, although he did not comprehend why the Dragon Balls had transformed. He recognized it as an ominous sign. In the Kaioshin realm, the Elder Kaioshin observed the unfolding events and promptly contacted Goku from the GT timeline. Goku. Can you hear me? It's the Elder Kaioshin. Elder Kaioshin. Goku acknowledged with a nod. Did you hear what the evil dragon said? I did, Elder Kaioshin. Is it true that he intends to destroy the Earth? The Elder Kaioshin nodded solemnly. Originally, the Dragon Balls were an affront to the natural order. Yet you refused to heed my warnings, especially Bulma. Me? Indeed. Typically, it takes considerable time for an individual to gather the Dragon Balls, yet you invented the Dragon Radar, hastening their collection. Each use of the Dragon Balls generates negative energy, which would naturally purify over time, but you upgraded them to grant 3 wishes. Now that the evil dragon has appeared, who is to blame? The Elder Kaioshin scolded angrily. It's true that I invented the Dragon Radar, but I'm merely a weak woman. Without Goku and the others' assistance, how could I have gathered all 7 Dragon Balls? Bulma retorted defensively. Thus, Goku, you must bear this responsibility. Me? Goku pointed to himself in disbelief. Indeed, Bulma affirmed. Understood. Elder Kaioshin, what should we do next? Goku asked. The Elder Kaioshin pondered for a moment. You must defeat the evil dragon and purify the negative energy within the Dragon Balls. Goku grinned. So, as long as we retrieve the 7 Dragon Balls, we'll be fine, right? Correct. But Goku, the evil dragon is not as simple as you might think. Fear not. Elder Kaioshin, we will defeat them and collect the Dragon Balls. The Elder Kaioshin sighed internally, realizing that Goku's bravado was futile. Just gather the Dragon Balls. The entire universe is at risk of annihilation. I understand, Elder Kaioshin. Goku replied, and the Elder Kaioshin severed their connection. Elder, is the evil dragon truly that formidable? Jebet asked. Indeed. A planet once faced destruction due to the excessive use of the Dragon Balls. On Earth, Gohan suggested, Father, may I join you on this quest for the Dragon Balls? Grandfather, I wish to accompany you too. Pan chimed in. Pan, do not act recklessly. Bulma admonished her. Mother, I'm not being reckless. I previously helped Grandfather gather the Dragon Balls. Bulma, let Pan join me in the search. Goku interjected. Well, very well, Pan. I appreciate your assistance, Father. Understood. Goku nodded. At that moment, Gohan spoke up. Father, may I assist you in collecting the Dragon Balls? Gohan. Father. Everyone was taken aback. Chapter 105. The 6-star dragon. There's no need for you to worry, Gohan. Leave the matter of the evil dragons to me and Xiao Fang. Besides, don't you lack a Dragon Ball radar? Stated Goku from the GT timeline, graciously declining. Not at all, Dad. I just happened to bring the Dragon Ball radar today. Gohan replied, retrieving a Dragon Ball radar from his system. The others were taken aback by this revelation. They began to suspect that Gohan might have anticipated the emergence of the evil dragons, after all. Who in their right mind would carry a Dragon Ball radar with them on a regular outing? Well then, Gohan, if you insist. Let us split up and gather the 7 Dragon Balls together, said Goku. Gohan nodded in agreement. All right, everyone, I'm setting off now. Good. The group responded in unison. Grandpa, let us hurry and take Jilu with us. Xiao Fang exclaimed. All right, let us see who can collect more Dragon Balls than Gohan. He replied enthusiastically, with a light chuckle. Gohan soared into the sky. In the Kaioshin realm, the old Kaioshin from the GT timeline, who had been observing the situation on Earth, felt a sense of unease. Gohan's appearance coincided with the creation of the planet Silver by Baby. Initially, Gohan did not engage in battle. It was only when Baby attacked Chi-Chi and Biddy that he intervened to eliminate Baby. Now, he had reappeared at a time when Hell and Earth were interconnected, leaving the old Kaioshin with a nagging suspicion about Gohan's true intentions. However, with Earth facing a tremendous crisis, he had little time to ponder these matters and could only hope that Gohan would assist Goku and the others in overcoming this peril. In a desolate city on Earth, a malevolent dragon with green skin resembling that of a frog was generating a humid mist that spread across the planet. This evil dragon was known as the 2-star dragon, also referred to as the cloud dragon, the harbinger of pollution. Just as the 2-star dragon was wreaking havoc on the environment, a figure suddenly descended from the sky. It was Gohan. Gohan. He nodded in acknowledgement and unleashed a golden energy wave towards the 2-star dragon. The dragon was taken aback. He had not expected Gohan to attack without warning. Before he could react, the golden energy wave struck him. With a tremendous explosion, the 2-star dragon was vanquished, reverting back to the ordinary 2-star Dragon Ball. Such weakness, Gohan remarked, walking over to collect the Dragon Ball as he searched for the next one. Meanwhile, Goku and the others from the GT timeline began their own journey. Grandpa, Dad has already set off. We must hurry and not fall behind. Indeed, Goku replied, accelerating his flight. In another abandoned city on Earth, a massive evil dragon resembling a mole was causing earthquakes. This dragon was known as the Seven-Star Dragon, also called the Earth Dragon. He was born from a wish made by Vegeta using the Dragon Balls after he had killed many innocent civilians, possessing the ability to inhabit the bodies of others. As the Seven-Star Dragon continued to create earthquakes, buildings in the city collapsed, resulting in numerous human casualties. He reveled in the destruction, laughing wickedly at the plight of the dying. At that moment, a figure approached from the distance. It was Gohan. The Seven-Star Dragon sensed Gohan's energy and quickly turned to face him. Gohan. Upon recognizing Gohan, the Seven-Star Dragon narrowed his eyes. He believed Goku to be the strongest on Earth, yet here was Gohan, searching for the Dragon Balls as well. As the Seven-Star Dragon contemplated this, Gohan landed directly in front of him. You are the Seven-Star Dragon, correct? Each evil dragon bears a Dragon Ball, and their star count reveals their identity. Indeed. I am the Seven-Star Dragon. Where is Goku? Why is he not here? He is currently engaged with other evil dragons. Other evil dragons? So you have split up? Yes. Gohan confirmed with a nod. The Seven-Star Dragon chuckled. In that case, I shall eliminate you first, then deal with Goku. Gohan smiled in response. Do you possess the power to do so? Damn it, you dare to underestimate me. The Seven-Star Dragon retorted, immediately using his abilities to create an earthquake beneath Gohan. Feeling the tremors, Gohan swiftly ascended into the air, clasping his hands together. Kamehameha. A deep blue energy wave began to coalesce in his palms. The Seven-Star Dragon was astonished. Gohan was launching his ultimate attack right from the start, exhibiting a lack of martial decorum. In an instant, Gohan teleported beneath the Seven-Star Dragon. Ha! With a mighty shout, Gohan unleashed the Kamehameha wave towards the Seven-Star Dragon. No. The dragon's expression changed dramatically. At such close range, even a god could not evade it. With a resounding explosion, the Seven-Star Dragon was obliterated, reverting to the ordinary Seven-Star Dragon Ball, which fell to the ground. Gohan descended from the sky, reclaiming the Seven-Star Dragon Ball into his system. Meanwhile, in another location, Goku and the others from the GT timeline were soaring over a sea, searching for the Dragon Balls. Jilu. A Dragon Ball response detected ahead. Upon hearing this, they quickly looked forward and spotted a woman with pale blue skin and long purple hair, adorned in a blue outfit, with a blue six-star Dragon Ball on her forehead. This woman was the Six-Star Dragon, also known as the Ocean Dragon, the embodiment of water and wind. She was born from the negative energy generated when Oolong wished for a girl's panties from the dragon. Grandpa, look, a Dragon Ball. Xiao Fang exclaimed upon seeing the Six-Star Dragon and quickly counting the stars on her forehead. 1, 2, 3, 6. It is indeed the Six-Star Dragon. Goku confirmed. Indeed. Xiao Fang nodded. I have been waiting for you, Goku. The Six-Star Dragon smiled. Waiting for us? Yes, from the very day I was born. I knew we would become adversaries. Oh. Is that so? Goku replied with a grin. Then let me see just how formidable you truly are. Chapter 106. 5-Star Dragon. As the Six-Star Dragon let out a laugh, a multitude of air orbs coalesced around his form. Air split orb. He bellowed, launching the orbs like marbles towards the GT timeline's Son Goku. In a swift motion, GT timeline's Son Gohan soared upward, evading the barrage of energy spheres. Boom, boom, boom. The sky erupted with a series of thunderous explosions as the air orbs detonated, creating massive whirlwinds in the heavens. In a desolate city on Earth, a malevolent dragon with crimson skin and avian features wreaked havoc. This wicked creature was known as the 5-Star Dragon. Though diminutive in stature, he possessed astonishing power, capable of unleashing lightning. He could also generate electrical slime, siphoning energy from all objects, which was then transferred to bolster his own strength. As the 5-Star Dragon unleashed torrents of lightning upon the city, Son Gohan suddenly appeared before him, soaring from the distance. Son Gohan! Exclaimed the 5-Star Dragon. Gohan nodded. Where is Son Goku? Why are you here alone? He is elsewhere, battling other evil dragons. Is that so? Then I shall first dispose of you, and then turn my attention to Son Goku. Gohan chuckled. The 7-Star Dragon said the same, yet he has already been vanquished by me. You defeated the 7-Star Dragon? The 5-Star Dragon's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness. Indeed, Gohan affirmed. Upon hearing this, the 5-Star Dragon immediately summoned lightning to assault Gohan. Dragon Ball lightning? No sooner had he spoken than a sphere of electricity shot forth from his hands, aimed directly at Gohan. Gohan swiftly dodged to the left, gathering energy behind him. Kamehameha Wave. A deep azure energy wave coalesced in Gohan's palms, hurtling towards the 5-star dragon. In a panic, the 5-star dragon manipulated the electrical slime beneath him to form a protective barrier. Bang! The Kamehameha Wave collided with the slime, which absorbed the energy, effectively neutralizing Gohan's attack. Phew! The 5-star dragon exhaled deeply, relieved to have narrowly escaped Gohan's lethal strike. Gohan's expression was one of slight surprise. He hadn't anticipated that the electrical slime would withstand his Kamehameha Wave. How do you feel now, Son Gohan? The 5-star dragon taunted, a hint of arrogance creeping into his voice. Not particularly impressed, Gohan retorted, charging towards the 5-star dragon. In response, the 5-star dragon utilized the surrounding electrical slime to conjure a massive doppelganger of himself. He then positioned himself within the abdomen of this colossal construct, taking command. At that moment, Gohan closed the distance, arriving face-to-face with the 5-star dragon. Flash Electric Strike. The 5-star dragon roared, launching a lightning assault at Gohan. Just then, Gohan executed an instantaneous movement, transporting the 5-star dragon above a vast ocean. The ocean. The 5-star dragon's face was instantly painted with panic. Despite his potent electrical slime, he bore a fatal weakness, an aversion to water. In that instant, Gohan transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Clasping the 5-star dragon and diving into the sea. Splash! Both plunged into the water, whereupon the 5-star dragon unleashed a torrent of lightning. Some strikes even hitting Gohan. However, due to his transformation, Gohan remained unharmed by the electrical onslaught. Yet, the abundant marine life was not so fortunate, as they fell victim to the 5-star dragon's discharge. Upon contact with the vast expanse of seawater, the 5-star dragon rapidly self-destructed, sending a towering wave hundreds of feet high surging into the air. After his explosion, the 5-star dragon was swiftly obliterated, reverting to the ordinary 5-star Dragon Ball. Gohan swiftly swam downwards, retrieving the Dragon Ball before ascending to the surface. Instantaneous movement. In the Kaioshin realm, the old Kaioshin of the GT timeline observed this unfold, his face reflecting astonishment. What Son Gohan just executed was not the instantaneous movement of the Yard Rat, but rather the divine instantaneous movement. And what of it? Did you not notice that when Son Gohan teleported, there was no one around the ocean? This indicates that he utilized our Kaioshin's instantaneous movement. Our Kaioshin's instantaneous movement. Indeed, this Son Gohan is shrouded in mystery. It remains uncertain whether he is friend or foe. Friend or foe? Ancestor, do you imply that he could potentially be our adversary? Uncertain. However, this Son Gohan is formidable in both age and power. Jebbit nodded. On Earth, after a fierce battle with the 6-star dragon, GT Timeline's Son Goku triumphed, securing the first Dragon Ball. Wonderful, Grandpa. We have finally acquired a Dragon Ball. GT Timeline's Son Goku declared. Jiraiya, 3 Dragon Balls have vanished. 3 Dragon Balls have vanished. Suddenly, Jiro interjected. Startled, Xiao Fang turned to Jiro. Jiro, what on earth happened? How could 3 Dragon Balls disappear? Uncertain. Jiro shook his head. Xiao Fang. Could it be that Gohan destroyed the Dragon Balls? Father, destroy the Dragon Balls? Indeed. GT Timeline's Son Goku confirmed. If that is the case, then does that mean Father has already defeated 3 evil dragons? We must hasten to find the remaining Dragon Balls, lest we fall behind Father. GT Timeline's Son Goku was speechless. Xiao Fang, our priority should not solely be the competition, but rather the vanished Dragon Balls. Then, Grandpa, do you truly believe that the Father from the alternate timeline destroyed 3 Dragon Balls? Uncertain. Let us first seek out Gohan. Agreed. Xiao Fang nodded. Within the ruins of a city on Earth, a humanoid dragon with azure skin and wings strode forward. With each step he took, the ground ahead froze. This figure was known as the 3-star dragon, or the Ice Dragon, capable of controlling frost and creating unmelting ice. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the sky above the abandoned city. It was none other than Son Gohan. The 3-star dragon sensed a presence, turning to gaze upon Gohan in the heavens. Son Gohan. Chapter 107. The 4-star dragon. Upon hearing this, Son Gohan chuckled lightly and swiftly descended before the 3-star dragon. Where is Son Gohan? Why hasn't he joined you? Son Gohan inquired with a smile. It seems all of you evil dragons are quite concerned about Son Gohan. Your first question upon seeing me is about him. The 3-star dragon replied with a grin. The reason we evil dragons exist is due to your father, and Son Gohan is undoubtedly the strongest among you, so of course, we are interested in him. I see. Son Gohan said with a smile. However, you may not get the chance to meet my father, for I shall eliminate you. Is that so? The 3-star dragon exclaimed. as a beam of freezing light suddenly shot from his eyes. Startled, Son Gohan quickly dodged to the left. In that instant, the ground behind him froze over due to the icy beam. Glancing back at the frozen ground, Son Gohan charged towards the three-star dragon. Seeing this, the three-star dragon immediately raised his hand to unleash a blast of ice. Son Gohan's figure flickered, swiftly appearing before the three-star dragon, delivering a powerful punch to his face. Bang! Son Gohan's punch sent the three-star dragon flying, crashing through several buildings like a projectile. The ground erupted in a cloud of dust. Moments later, as the dust settled, the three-star dragon emerged from the ruins, glaring at Son Gohan with fury. Son Gohan chuckled lightly and unleashed a barrage of energy waves towards the three-star dragon. Whoosh! Boom! 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 The three-star dragon, witnessing the fireworks of energy waves approaching, hastily evaded. However, due to Son Gohan's astonishing speed, one of the energy waves inadvertently struck his right shoulder. Upon seeing this, Son Gohan ceased his attack and charged at the three-star dragon. Gritting his teeth, the three-star dragon gathered a freezing wave of energy from his wings and launched it at Son Gohan. In a flash, Son Gohan appeared before the three-star dragon again, delivering a powerful uppercut to his chin. The three-star dragon let out a piercing scream, his body soaring into the sky. Seizing the opportunity, Son Gohan swiftly clasped his hands together. Kamehameha! A deep blue energy wave quickly coalesced in Son Gohan's hands and surged towards the three-star dragon. No! The three-star dragon's face paled as he realized the imminent danger. Boom! The Kamehameha wave struck the three-star dragon. With a thunderous explosion, the energy wave detonated in the sky, producing an immense burst of energy. The three-star dragon was annihilated in the colossal explosion, reverting back into a normal Dragon Ball. Son Gohan flickered forward to catch the falling three-star Dragon Ball. At that moment, two figures flew towards them from the distant sky. These two were Sun Wukong and Xiao Fang from the GT timeline. They soon descended from the heavens. Xiao Fang nodded with a smile. Dad, how many Dragon Balls have you collected? 4. How about you? Just 1. Xiao Fang replied, somewhat embarrassed. Had she known Son Gohan would gather the Dragon Balls so quickly, she would have joined him. Did you destroy the Dragon Balls you collected? No. No? Then how could Jilu say that 3 Dragon Balls have vanished? Upon hearing this, Son Gohan promptly retrieved the 3 Dragon Balls from the system. Look. Aren't these the Dragon Balls? Indeed. Jilu, the 3 missing Dragon Balls have reappeared, Xiao Fang said, giving Jilu a light tap on the head. Is your Dragon Ball radar malfunctioning? The Dragon Balls are clearly here, yet you made us worry unnecessarily. No, Jilu's Dragon Ball radar is definitely functioning, Jilu replied, feeling quite wronged. Seeing this, Sun Wukong from the GT timeline quickly defended Jilu. Alright, Xiao Fang, since the Dragon Balls are here, let's not blame Jilu. Okay. Xiao Fang nodded. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Dragon Balls. Grandpa, if we find just 2 more, we can gather them all. Indeed. Sun Wukong from the GT timeline nodded with a smile. At that moment, Jilu's radar began to beep. A Dragon Ball is approaching us. A Dragon Ball is approaching. A Dragon Ball? Xiao Fang looked around, noticing no one was nearby. Suddenly, Son Gohan felt the temperature around them rising, as if the sun in the sky was drawing nearer. Could it be? Son Gohan, as if struck by a revelation, launched an energy wave towards the sun. What? Sun Wukong and Xiao Fang gasped in surprise. At that instant, the sun in the sky abruptly shifted to the left, evading Son Gohan's energy wave. Then, to their astonishment, the sun descended to the ground, revealing a humanoid evil dragon with red skin and wings, a being known as the 4-star dragon. This creature's temperature matched that of the sun's surface, capable of reaching up to 6,000 degrees Celsius. The 4-star dragon was born from the negative energy generated when Piccolo wished to restore his youth during Sun Wukong's childhood, thus sharing a unique bond with him. Evil dragon! Xiao Fang exclaimed upon seeing the 4-star dragon. 4-star dragon! Sun Wukong from the GT timeline remarked, noting the number of stars on the 4-star dragon's forehead. The 4-star dragon was a relic left to Sun Wukong by his father, imbuing him with a special sentiment towards the 4-star Dragon Ball. Indeed, Sun Wukong. I am the 4-star dragon, the 4-star dragon declared with a smile. Oh, and what negative energy are you born from? I am the negative energy resulting from Piccolo's wish to regain his youth. Piccolo? Yes, Sun Wukong, in truth, I have long desired to battle with you. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong immediately assumed a combat stance. Noticing Son Gohan beside him, the 4-star dragon assessed that although his target was Son Wukong, Son Gohan's strength was not to be underestimated. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to confront Son Wukong first. At that moment, Son Gohan from the GT timeline shouted and charged at the 4-star dragon. The 4-star dragon chuckled lightly, remaining stationary. Soon, Son Gohan reached the 4-star dragon, delivering a powerful punch forward. Just as Son Gohan was about to strike the 4-star dragon's body, the 4-star dragon instantly elevated his body's temperature to 6,000 degrees Celsius. Chapter 108, Son Gohan vs. 1-star dragon. With a searing cry, Goku from the GT timeline recoiled after striking the body of the 4-star dragon. The 4-star dragon chuckled. I forgot to mention, Goku, my body can reach temperatures akin to the surface of the sun, approximately 6,000 degrees Celsius. 6,000 degrees Celsius. Goku gasped, blowing on his hand. Indeed, so be prepared to be roasted. The 4-star dragon taunted with a grin. That was merely a lapse in judgment. I won't be roasted by you, Goku retorted, instantly vanishing into the air. The 4-star dragon swiftly followed, appearing directly behind Goku. Sensing the intense heat radiating from the 4-star dragon, Goku furrowed his brow and quickly evaded. The 4-star dragon mirrored his movements, trailing him relentlessly. Observing the fierce clash, Gohan retrieved a capsule from his clothing and tossed it to the ground. With a puff of white smoke, an array of snacks and a refrigerator materialized. Snacks? Xiao Fang exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Gohan, seemingly unperturbed, opened the refrigerator, extracting 2 cans of soda and handing one to Xiao Fang. Dad, isn't this an inopportune time for snacks? Why not? They are merely playing hide-and-seek. Hide-and-seek? Have you not noticed that one is hiding while the other seeks? Moreover, your grandfather has yet to unleash his true power. Has he? Indeed, you speak the truth, Xiao Fang replied, promptly cracking open the can and taking a sip. This soda is wonderfully chilled. Gohan smiled and summoned the shadow battle axe from his system. The axe? Xiao Fang gasped, momentarily stunned. What is this axe, father? This is the shadow battle axe. It serves to protect us. Protect us? Is this axe truly that formidable? Absolutely, Gohan declared, taking a sip from his own soda and indulging in the snacks. Xiao Fang followed suit, munching on a pack of seeds. In the Kaishin realm, the old Kaishin of the GT timeline watched in disbelief as the two maintained their casual demeanor amidst the fierce battle. After some time, Goku finally ceased his evasion and transformed into Super Saiyan 4. So this is Super Saiyan 4, exclaimed the 4-star dragon in astonishment. Indeed, when transformed into Super Saiyan 4, even 6,000 degrees Celsius is insignificant. Is that so? The 4-star dragon chuckled. Since you've decided to reveal your true abilities, I shall do the same. With a fierce shout, the 4-star dragon clenched his fists, releasing an overwhelming aura. As his power surged, his skin turned a fiery red and began to crack. With a resounding roar, the 4-star dragon shed his crimson skin, revealing a golden hue beneath. Let us commence in earnest, Goku. Goku nodded, raising his right fist to strike the 4-star dragon. In response, the 4-star dragon mirrored the motion, launching an assault of his own. With thunderous clashes echoing, the two engaged in a fierce aerial battle. Super Fireball! The 4-star dragon bellowed, conjuring a blazing sphere and hurling it at Goku. Goku deftly sidestepped the attack, but the 4-star dragon was already upon him, delivering a powerful punch that sent Goku hurtling away. Wiping the blood from his face, Goku glared at the 4-star dragon. It seems my speed surpasses yours. The 4-star dragon taunted. That may be, but my strength exceeds yours, Goku retorted. The two charged at each other once more, their bodies colliding with explosive force. After exchanging blows, they both concentrated their energy, launching fierce waves of power toward one another, illuminating the sky with bursts of flames. Dad, who holds the advantage now? Xiao Fang inquired, munching on the seeds. Both are evenly matched, Gohan replied, nodding. At that moment, the shadow battle axe suddenly multiplied into hundreds of shadowy replicas, encircling the combatants. Dad, what is happening? How did the axe multiply? There are foes approaching, Gohan stated with a grave expression. As his words fell, a figure emerged, a humanoid dragon with white skin and dark spikes sprouting from its back. 1-star dragon. Ah, the evil dragon, Xiao Fang gasped. Are you two enjoying a leisurely moment? 1-star dragon smirked. Indeed, is there a problem? Gohan responded with a smile. With a flicker, 1-star dragon appeared before Gohan. Ha! Gohan shouted, transforming into Super Saiyan 4. 1-star dragon chuckled, raising his fist to strike. In a flash, Gohan ascended into the air, and 1-star dragon looked up in pursuit. In that instant, Gohan delivered a flying kick aimed at 1-star dragon's head. Bang! 1-star dragon was caught off guard and sent crashing to the ground, a cloud of dust rising around him. Furious, 1-star dragon quickly regained his footing. Xiao Fang moved to safety. Understood, Dad. Xiao Fang replied, swiftly taking Jilu away to a distance. Gohan, seeing this, reappeared before One-Star Dragon, launching a fierce attack. Startled, One-Star Dragon raised his arms to defend himself. With a series of powerful strikes, Gohan relentlessly battered One-Star Dragon, forcing him back. Curse you! One-Star Dragon seethed, charging at Gohan with renewed fury. In no time, he was back in front of Gohan, preparing to strike. Chapter 109. The Super One-Star Dragon. With a swift motion, Son Gohan sidestepped to evade the assault of the One-Star Dragon. As the battle between the two unfolded, the Four-Star Dragon quickly discerned the presence of the One-Star Dragon. In a moment of distraction, GT Timespace Son Goku seized the opportunity to deliver a powerful punch, sending the Four-Star Dragon flying. Realizing the peril, the Four-Star Dragon promptly regained focus and resumed his confrontation with GT Timespace Son Goku. On Son Gohan's side, his formidable strength rendered the One-Star Dragon's attacks futile. They scarcely grazed him, leaving the One-Star Dragon in a state of disarray from the energy waves unleashed by Son Gohan. Is this all you are capable of? Son Gohan chuckled at the beleaguered One-Star Dragon. Grinding his teeth, the One-Star Dragon retorted, "Do not get too cocky, Son Gohan. I was merely careless." Is that so? The One-Star Dragon suddenly inhaled deeply, generating an immense suction force that caused Little Fong's backpack to levitate, with 5 Dragon Balls soaring out. Dragon Balls! Little Fong attempted to retrieve them, but the orbs flew too swiftly, quickly disappearing into the One-Star Dragon's mouth. With a resounding gasp, after absorbing the 5 Dragon Balls, the One-Star Dragon radiated an astonishing aura, displaying the very orbs he had consumed upon his chest. Empowered by their strength, he proclaimed, "Son Gohan, you shall now pay for your earlier words." Unfazed, Son Gohan merely smiled. In response, the One-Star Dragon fired a beam of energy from his eyes, aimed at Son Gohan. This was the 3-Star Dragon's freezing beam. Son Gohan retreated, causing the ground before him to freeze over. "Is this the 3-Star Dragon's technique?" he remarked with a smirk. With a dismissive snort, the One-Star Dragon conjured a bolt of lightning in his hands, launching it towards Son Gohan. Ascending into the sky, Son Gohan deftly avoided the attack. That was the 5-Star Dragon's move. Upon hearing this, the One-Star Dragon's chest glowed with the 6-Star Dragon Ball, and he unleashed energy blades towards Son Gohan. Raising his arms, Son Gohan successfully blocked the incoming attack. With a light chuckle, the One-Star Dragon darted towards Son Gohan in midair. In response, Son Gohan lowered his arms. "Ha!" The One-Star Dragon bellowed, striking forcefully with his right fist. In a flash, Son Gohan evaded, reappearing above the One-Star Dragon, channeling energy into a wave aimed at him. With a thunderous explosion, the energy wave struck the One-Star Dragon, erupting in the sky. The One-Star Dragon let out a pained cry as he plummeted swiftly. Seeing this, Son Gohan materialized before the One-Star Dragon, delivering a powerful kick to his chest. With a resounding crash, the One-Star Dragon fell like a meteor to the ground, creating a vast cloud of dust. As the dust settled, a deep crater was revealed, with the One-Star Dragon sprawled at its center, looking utterly defeated. "Is your strength still so feeble after absorbing 5 Dragon Balls?" Son Gohan taunted. Gritting his teeth, the One-Star Dragon quickly rose from the crater. With a swift motion, Son Gohan appeared before him, launching an attack. The rapidity of Son Gohan's punches overwhelmed the One-Star Dragon, who could barely react before being pummeled relentlessly. After a brief moment, Son Gohan delivered a powerful kick, sending the One-Star Dragon flying backward and crashing into several buildings, raising another cloud of dust. Moments later, the One-Star Dragon staggered to his feet and charged towards GT Timespace Son Goku. Noticing this, Son Gohan immediately pursued him. "Curse you!" The One-Star Dragon gathered an energy wave in his right hand and aimed it at Son Gohan. Son Gohan swiftly dodged, and the One-Star Dragon seized the moment to charge at the 4-Star Dragon. "One-Star Dragon!" The 4-Star Dragon mistook the approach for an alliance and remained unsuspecting. Just as the 4-Star Dragon was caught off guard, the One-Star Dragon raised his right index finger, unleashing a white beam that pierced through the 4-Star Dragon's chest. "Watch out!" GT Timespace Son Goku shouted. "What?" The moment the warning was uttered, the beam struck the 4-Star Dragon, who let out a horrified scream, unable to fathom the 1-Star Dragon's betrayal. One-Star Dragon! The 4-Star Dragon gasped with his last breath. With that, his form gradually vanished, reverting to the 4-Star Dragon Ball. The 1-Star Dragon sneered, collecting the 4-Star Dragon Ball and devouring it. Upon absorbing the 4-Star Dragon Ball, the 1-Star Dragon's power surged once more. "You vile creature!" GT Timespace Son Goku erupted with fury at the sight of the 4-Star Dragon's demise. The 1-Star Dragon chuckled coldly. The 4-Star Dragon was always so naive. Had he unleashed his full power from the beginning, perhaps I would not have had to kill him. Do not make excuses. You simply cannot match Son Gohan's strength and sought the 4-star dragon's power for yourself. How astute of you to notice, the 1-star dragon replied with a smirk. Indeed. It was his strength that compelled me to eliminate him. Though the 4-star dragon was naive, among us 7, he was relatively strong. GT Timespace Son Goku scoffed. Enough of this chit-chat. I will avenge the 4-star dragon now. Prepare to meet your end. The 1-star dragon chuckled. You think you can? I can, indeed. GT Timespace Son Goku charged at the 1-star dragon. With a light laugh, the 1-star dragon sidestepped, evading the attack. Baring his teeth. GT Timespace Son Goku unleashed his full strength in a flurry of punches. Suddenly, the 5-star Dragon Ball on the 1-star dragon's chest glowed brightly. A bolt of lightning shot forth from his hand, striking GT Timespace Son Goku. Caught off guard, GT Timespace Son Goku was hit directly by the lightning. At that moment, the 1-star dragon fired a freezing beam from his eyes, encasing GT Timespace Son Goku's chest in ice. Seeing this, Son Gohan quickly appeared on the 1-star dragon's left side, launching an attack. Startled, the 1-star dragon hastily retreated. Chapter 110, GT Universe Son Goku surpasses the limit of Super Saiyan 4. Upon witnessing this, Son Gohan immediately approached GT Universe Son Goku and concentrated a fiery red energy in his right hand, melting the ice that encased Goku's chest. Thank you. GT Universe Son Goku expressed his gratitude to Son Gohan. Son Gohan nodded and turned his gaze towards 1-star dragon, who regarded him with a serious expression. Although 1-star dragon had confidence in defeating Goku, he recognized Son Gohan's formidable strength. Facing both of them would undoubtedly be a daunting challenge. What's the matter? Are you planning to team up with Son Goku against me? 1-star dragon provocatively inquired. Son Gohan chuckled. No, I can handle you on my own. Oh really? 1-star dragon relaxed at this response. Can you leave him to me? Suddenly, GT Universe Son Goku interjected. Dad, do you want to fight him? GT Universe Son Goku nodded affirmatively. Very well. Son Gohan understood that GT Universe Son Goku might struggle against 1-star dragon. But he was eager to let Goku experience the disparity in power against Super 1-star dragon, while also allowing the Cosmic Seed to absorb more battle energy. This was, after all, the purpose of their visit to the GT Universe. Having observed the recent battle, the Cosmic Seed had already collected 26 of the energy. 1-star dragon, upon hearing that GT Universe Son Goku intended to fight him, displayed a look of disdain. Despite his strength, Goku was still no match for Super 1-star dragon. With a mighty shout, GT Universe Son Goku clenched his fist and charged at 1-star dragon. 1-star dragon sneered, unleashing razor-like energy blasts toward GT Universe Son Goku. That's a move from 6-star dragon. Having previously battled 6-star dragon, GT Universe Son Goku was well aware of his techniques. At that moment, 1-star dragon cupped his hands together, gathering a massive fireball to launch at GT Universe Son Goku. That's a move from 4-star dragon. GT Universe Son Goku swiftly dodged the attack. 1-star dragon, seizing the opportunity, swiftly closed the distance, delivering a powerful kick to Goku's abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground. With a resounding boom, the earth erupted in a cloud of dust. Taking advantage of the moment, 1-star dragon unleashed a barrage of energy waves upon GT Universe Son Goku. Boom, boom, boom. The ground shook violently, sending debris flying as GT Universe Son Goku cried out amidst the onslaught of energy. Grandpa! Little Fong shouted towards GT Universe Son Goku. 1-star dragon let out a cold snicker, halting his energy wave assault. As the dust settled, numerous craters dotted the ground, with GT Universe Son Goku half buried in one. Damn it! He gritted his teeth and rose from the rubble. 1-star dragon scoffed. Son Goku, your strength is utterly pathetic. You are no match for me. GT Universe Son Goku retorted with a snort. The battle has only just begun. With that, he charged once more at 1-star dragon. Boom, boom, boom. 1-star dragon clenched his fists, engaging in combat with GT Universe Son Goku. However, Goku's power and speed fell short, and he was quickly pushed back by 1-star dragon's relentless assault. Meanwhile, in the Kaishin realm, GT Universe Kaishin observed the battle on Earth with a perplexed expression. Son Gohan could easily defeat 1-star dragon. Why must he allow Goku, who revels in battle, to take on this fight? Lord Ancestor, can Son Gohan truly defeat 1-star dragon, who has absorbed all the Dragon Balls? Asked Jebet God. Well, you should be able to, otherwise, why would he let Goku face him alone? Should? Indeed. I am not Son Gohan. How could I know if he can defeat 1-star dragon? But you just said. That was merely speculation. Do you understand? Oh. Jebet God lowered his head in silence. Back on Earth, with a thunderous crash, GT Universe Son Goku was propelled like a projectile by One-Star Dragon's kick, crashing into a nearby building. "Grandpa!" Little Fong cried out, immediately seeking Son Gohan's assistance. "Dad, are you really not going to help Grandpa?" Son Gohan smiled. "It's not that I won't help, it's that Dad insists on fighting him. Don't worry, I will intervene when Dad can no longer hold on." Little Fong felt somewhat reassured by this. At that moment, One-Star Dragon turned to face Son Gohan. "Son Gohan, Son Goku is no match for me. Let's continue our battle." "All right." Son Gohan swiftly approached One-Star Dragon. One-Star Dragon grinned and swung his right fist forward with force. Son Gohan raised his left hand, successfully blocking the attack. The two began to move rapidly across the ground, engaging in fierce combat, stirring up clouds of dust. Boom, boom, boom. After a brief skirmish on the ground, they soared into the air, battling amidst the clouds, their speed creating ripples in the sky. "Damn it." GT Universe Son Goku gritted his teeth as he rose from the ground just as GT Universe Son Gohan and the others arrived. "Gohan." GT Universe Son Gohan nodded. "Dad, what is the situation? Currently, the other version of you holds the upper hand." "Really?" GT Universe Son Goku nodded. "By the way, since you all are here, why not share your powers with me?" "Power for Dad?" "Yes. I wish to break through the limits of Super Saiyan 4 and see if I can defeat that One-Star Dragon." "Dad, do you still want to fight One-Star Dragon?" "Depending on the situation, if the other version of me can defeat him, then I won't need to intervene." "All right." Upon hearing this, GT Universe Son Gohan, along with GT Universe Trunks and the others, transformed into Super Saiyan, channeling their energy to GT Universe Son Goku. "What?" One-Star Dragon was taken aback. Seizing the moment of distraction, Son Gohan delivered a powerful punch to One-Star Dragon's abdomen. One-Star Dragon let out a loud scream, his body hurtling downward like a projectile, crashing violently to the ground. Chapter 111. The infuriated One-Star Dragon. "It is no longer feasible, Father. You have reached your limit, or your body will not withstand it." GT Timeline Gohan cautioned. "Do not worry. You all continue to lend me your energy." GT Timeline Gohan insisted. "Very well." With a hint of resignation, GT Timeline Gohan resumed channeling energy to GT Timeline Goku. Suddenly, after a brief moment, GT Timeline Goku clenched his fist fiercely, emanating an astonishing aura that sent GT Timeline Gohan and the others flying away. At that moment, the One-Star Dragon had risen from the ground, his heart brimming with resentment as he gazed at Gohan in the distance. Despite having absorbed all the Dragon Balls, he still found himself no match for Gohan. Seeing this, Gohan smiled and remarked, "One-Star Dragon, have you exhausted all your tricks?" The One-Star Dragon snorted in disdain. "Do not get too cocky, Gohan. You have forced my hand." With that, the One-Star Dragon bellowed, and the 7 Dragon Balls on his chest illuminated simultaneously, coalescing into a massive red energy orb. This orb embodied the negative energy blast. The One-Star Dragon lifted the negative energy orb with his right hand, soaring hundreds of meters into the sky. "If you wish to evade, go ahead. But I cannot guarantee the fate of Earth." Gohan, unfazed, smiled and declared, "I shall not flee. I will defeat you with honor." Through gritted teeth, the One-Star Dragon hurled the negative energy orb toward the ground. Gohan stood resolutely, motionless. In no time, the negative energy orb descended to within mere meters of the ground. At that moment, Gohan sprang into action, appearing beneath the negative energy orb in the blink of an eye, delivering a powerful kick. Boom! With a thunderous sound, the negative energy orb shot upward like a bouncing ball and was swiftly propelled out of Earth's atmosphere. With a resounding explosion, the orb detonated beyond the planet, unleashing a colossal storm that swept across the entire Earth. The dark clouds that once shrouded the sky dissipated under the force of the tempest, revealing a brilliant blue sky once more. The Earth has returned to its original state. The old Kaioshin of the GT timeline exclaimed with delight to Jebet God. Indeed. Jebet God nodded in agreement. On Earth, the One-Star Dragon gazed at the newly azure sky, astonishment etched upon his face. What is happening? Negative multiplied by negative results in positive. In simpler terms, my kick transformed your negative energy into positive energy. Negative multiplied by negative? The One-Star Dragon gritted his teeth. Indeed. Well then, One-Star Dragon, do you possess any further means? With a disdainful snort, the One-Star Dragon unleashed energy waves from his fingertips toward Gohan. Whoosh! Bang! 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 Gohan, witnessing this, vanished from sight and reappeared before the One-Star Dragon, delivering a forceful punch to his chin. Bang! With an explosive sound. The One-Star Dragon was sent hurtling upward like a projectile. Seizing the opportunity, Gohan clasped his hands together behind him. Kamehameha Wave. A deep blue energy wave coalesced from Gohan's hands and surged toward the one-star dragon. The one-star dragon, taken aback, found it too late to evade. Bang! The Kamehameha struck the one-star dragon, propelling his body upward. With an earth-shattering explosion, the Kamehameha detonated in the sky, radiating an intensely blinding light. A tremendous storm erupted, sweeping outward in all directions. Under the weight of the colossal explosion, the one-star dragon let out a piercing scream. GT Timeline Goku and the others shielded their eyes from the brilliance. After a moment, as the smoke cleared from the sky, a figure resembling gray ash stood suspended in midair. It was the one-star dragon, though he remained alive. The 6 Dragon Balls he had consumed were expelled and lay scattered on the ground. The one-star dragon is still alive. GT Timeline Gohan exclaimed in surprise. Noticing the energy of the cosmic seed had accumulated to 31, Gohan murmured, 31? Should I eliminate the one-star dragon now? The one-star dragon was the ultimate boss of the GT timeline. The longer Gohan battled him, the more energy the cosmic seed would absorb. Just then, as Gohan pondered, the one-star dragon absorbed the fallen Dragon Balls, transforming back into the Super One-Star Dragon. Oh no, he has absorbed all the Dragon Balls again. GT Timeline Trunks exclaimed. Indeed. GT Timeline Goku nodded. Let us collect 5 more %. Gohan resolved, promptly retrieving a Senza bean from the system and consuming it. Though the Super Saiyan 4 was formidable, it also drained considerable stamina. Gohan still had some energy left, but it would not last long. Senza bean. GT Timeline Goku and the others stared in astonishment as Gohan consumed the bean. In their era, Senza beans had become exceedingly rare. Yet this young Gohan must have hailed from a time when they were still available. The one-star dragon gritted his teeth in fury. He had been perplexed by Gohan's audacity, only to realize he was armed with Senza beans. Originally, he intended to exhaust Gohan's energy before defeating him. But now it appeared that plan would falter. Moreover, he was unaware of how many Senza beans Gohan possessed. If it was merely 1 bean, he might still find a way to outlast him. Bang! Just as the one-star dragon contemplated further, Gohan, revitalized, clenched his fists, a crimson aura enveloping him. Well then, one-star dragon, shall we continue our battle? Gohan, you despicable fiend! The one-star dragon roared in anger. Despicable? You are the one who ravaged the earth with your malevolent dragons. How have I become the fiend? Growing weary of Gohan's banter, the one-star dragon unleashed energy waves from his fingertips toward Gohan. Whoosh! Bang! 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 Gohan, undeterred, dashed toward the one-star dragon. The one-star dragon halted his energy wave attack and charged forward to meet him. Soon, they stood before one another, launching a barrage of punches and kicks as swift as light. Whoosh! Bang, bang, bang! As Gohan dodged and retaliated against the one-star dragon, the ground was soon engulfed in towering clouds of dust. Bang! Moments later, Gohan clenched his right fist tightly and delivered a powerful blow that sent the one-star dragon staggering backward. Chapter 112. Son Gohan arrives at Planet Bimp. Damn it! The one-star dragon roared, charging furiously at Son Gohan. Just as he was about to reach Gohan, Son Gohan swiftly sidestepped and delivered a powerful punch to the dragon's abdomen. The one-star dragon let out a piercing scream, spewing forth a mouthful of bitter liquid. Gohan raised his right knee, propelling the one-star dragon into the air. Gritting his teeth, the dragon quickly halted his descent. At that moment, Gohan vanished and reappeared behind the one-star dragon, striking down with both fists. With a thunderous crash, the one-star dragon plummeted to the ground like a shooting star, sending a massive cloud of dust into the air. Seizing the opportunity, Gohan concentrated a vast amount of energy into his hands, launching an onslaught of energy waves at the one-star dragon. Whoosh! Bang! Boom! 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 Under the relentless barrage of Gohan's energy waves, the one-star dragon shrieked in agony. Observing this, Gohan ceased his assault. As the thick smoke cleared, numerous deep craters marred the ground, with the one-star dragon lying helplessly at their center. Gohan swiftly appeared before him. Startled, the one-star dragon scrambled to his feet. At that moment, Gohan raised his right hand, condensing a sphere of purple destructive energy. Destruction, he declared, as soon as the words left his lips. The one-star dragon's body vanished from existence at a visible speed. After his disappearance, the 7 Dragon Balls adorning his form transformed back into their normal state, scattering across the ground. We did it, exclaimed Xiaofang joyfully. Gohan let out a sigh of relief, reverting to his normal state. Although the one-star dragon was weaker than him, the battle had still been exhausting. Just then, the Eternal Dragon emerged unexpectedly, without any summoning, and the skies remained bright. The Eternal Dragon, he has appeared on his own. GT Timeline Goten exclaimed. Upon hearing this, The dragon's crimson eyes flickered as he turned to GT Timeline Goku. Goku, you must understand that the realms of hell and the living have merged, and the emergence of the evil dragons is due to your overindulgence in the Dragon Balls, which will no longer be available to you humans, including myself. Does that mean we can no longer use the Dragon Balls? Asked GT Timeline Trunks. Indeed. The dragon affirmed with a nod. Goku, I recognize that we have overly relied on the Dragon Balls, but if all of this is a consequence of their misuse, I implore you one last time, please assist us in reviving the innocent lives lost. GT Timeline Goku beseeched. Very well, but this shall be the final time. The dragon replied, his eyes flashing red as he resurrected all the innocents who had perished on Earth. Done. The dragon announced before ascending into the sky, departing from Earth without taking Goku with him. Gohan pondered silently at this sight. At that moment, GT Timeline Gohan and his companions approached. Thank you so much. Other Timeline me. It was nothing. Gohan smiled. But it's getting late. I should return. Are you leaving? Xiao Feng inquired. Yes. Father, when will you return to our timeline? That remains uncertain for now. Next time we meet, will you teach me martial arts? Of course, Gohan replied, bidding farewell to GT Timeline Goku and his friends before returning to the main timeline. Still 64 to go. Back in the main timeline, Gohan glanced at the cosmic seed in his hand. I wonder if battling Beerus will allow me to gather 50 of the energy. If so, I would only need to collect an additional 14. 2 days swiftly passed. During this time, everything was tranquil. Eager to gather the remaining 14 of the cosmic seed, Gohan traveled to planet Bimp, where Reag was located, having significantly increased his power after the last battle with Broly. Reag stood before a mountain, pushing it with all his might. Ha! With a resounding shout, the mountain trembled violently. The base cracked open, creating a long fissure, and the upper half of the mountain was displaced. Like the tale of the old man who moved mountains, Gohan mused, stroking his chin. If he had such strength, he could have easily moved the mountain at once. At that moment, Reag turned to Gohan, questioning, Who are you? My name is Son Gohan. Son Gohan? That doesn't sound like a Saiyan name. Indeed, it is not. It is a name from Earth. Earth? So you grew up there? Yes. I have lived on Earth since childhood. Does that mean you are not a pure-blooded Saiyan? Cough. Gohan coughed lightly. Reag, isn't your focus misplaced? Reag was taken aback. How do you know my name? I know everything. Reag looked at him skeptically. Then why have you come to Planet Bimp? I am here to challenge you to a fight. Reag chuckled. Son Gohan, this is the first time I've heard such a humorous joke. Funny? Indeed. But to be honest, I am a legendary Super Saiyan. Oh, there are Super Saiyans everywhere on Earth now. Everywhere? Have all the Saiyans relocated to Earth? Not quite. I mean the few that survived. The few that survived? Yes, Planet Vegeta was destroyed by Frieza over 30 years ago. Frieza. Reag clenched his fists tightly. Though he harbored hatred for King Vegeta, he bore no ill will towards the Saiyans. Upon hearing of Planet Vegeta's destruction, he felt a surge of anger. He had initially intended to return to Planet Vegeta after leaving Planet Bimp to usurp King Vegeta's throne, but it seemed that opportunity had slipped away. And what of King Vegeta? Reag asked. He was annihilated by Frieza during a rebellion. Annihilated by Frieza? And what about Vegeta? Reag pressed. He is still alive. Residing on Earth. That guy, he is still alive? Reag's tone bore a hint of indignation. Chapter 113. Reag. We shall battle again next time. Do you fervently wish for his demise? Regardless of his words, he remains your brother. Reag scoffed coldly. The bond of brotherhood between us was severed the moment I was dispatched to the Bimbi planet. Reag, this Bimbi planet isn't so bad, with ample food and drink. And you have a wife and children. Reag let out another scornful huff. Enough of your prattle. If you, Son Wukong, desire to engage me in combat, then let it commence. Very well, Son Wukong declared, clenching his fists tightly as he transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Super Saiyan 4. Reag was taken aback. He had been pondering how Son Wukong could possess such confidence to fight him, only to realize he too had mastered Super Saiyan 4. Huh. After a moment's thought, Reag transformed into Super Saiyan 4 as well. Huh. Son Wukong chuckled lightly, swiftly charging towards Reag. Reag's figure flickered, mirroring the motion and rushing towards Son Wukong. Whoosh. Bang. 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 In an instant, the two stood before each other, their fists and feet colliding with the speed of light. Dust and debris erupted from the ground. Bang. With a violent crash, their right fist met with tremendous force, exuding an overwhelming aura. Boom. Moments later, Son Wukong clenched his right fist tightly and struck, sending Reag hurtling backwards. Reag roared in anger, quickly charging back at Son Wukong. Soon, Reg stood before Son Wukong once more, launching a barrage of strikes like flashes of light. Son Wukong evaded and defended against Reg's onslaught. Reg shouted fiercely, thrusting his right fist forward with all his might. Son Wukong raised both arms to block, stepping back several paces. Seeing this, Reg swiftly clapped his hands together, gathering a massive energy wave to unleash upon Son Wukong. This technique was renowned in the Dragon Ball universe as the Prince's strategy. Son Wukong's figure flickered, appearing in midair. Reg, noticing, immediately directed his energy wave skyward. In response, Son Wukong concentrated a vast amount of energy and unleashed it towards the ground. Explosions and billowing smoke filled the air as their battle intensified. Due to the sheer magnitude of their conflict, Sapari and the others were quickly drawn to the spectacle. What an incredible battle! Who is my father fighting against? Reg's second son, Kulun, exclaimed. I do not know. Orin shook his head. Yet, he seems to have also mastered Super Saiyan 4, just like father. Super Saiyan 4. Kulun clenched his fists tightly, astonished that others, apart from his father, could wield such power. As the group marveled, the two combatants abruptly ceased their energy assaults and charged at each other once more. Whoosh! Bang! 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 Their speed was so astonishing that it appeared as if ripples danced across the sky. How swift? Orin, can you discern their fight? Kulun inquired. I cannot see clearly either. Bang! Just as they conversed, Son Wukong brought his fist crashing down onto Reg's body. With a tremendous boom, Reg plummeted to the ground like a shooting star. Dust was instantly kicked up around him. As the dust settled, Reg rose with fury etched across his face. Son Wukong. No sooner had he spoken, and they both flickered, resuming their aerial battle. Bang! With a fierce impact, Son Wukong struck Reg, sending him sprawling. Reg, in a fit of rage, appeared behind Son Wukong, launching an assault. Whoosh! At that moment, Son Wukong's figure flickered, dodging Reg's attack effortlessly. Reg, startled, quickly looked up to see Son Wukong gathering energy in his right hand aimed directly at him. Not good. As the alarmed thought crossed his mind, Son Wukong released the energy wave towards Reg. Given the proximity, Reg had no choice but to raise his arms in defense. Boom! With a colossal explosion, Reg was struck by the energy wave, enveloped in thick smoke. Father! Upon witnessing this, Orin and the others grew increasingly concerned. After a moment, as the smoke dissipated, Reg maintained his defensive posture, seemingly uninjured. As the haze cleared, Reg lowered his arms, his eyes ablaze with rage directed at Son Wukong. Ever since his defeat by Broly, he had vowed never to lose again. To his dismay, today he faced another adversary of equal might in Son Wukong. Reflecting on this, Reg clenched his fists tightly, emanating a formidable aura that surged upwards. Boom! The ground of the Bimbi planet trembled violently under Reg's overwhelming energy. Father! Orin and the others gasped in astonishment. At that moment, Reg maximized his energy. Son Wukong, sensing the immense power radiating from Reg, adopted a serious demeanor. Suddenly, Reg bellowed, propelling himself rapidly above Son Wukong, delivering a powerful kick downwards. Son Wukong raised his arms to shield himself, immediately staggering back a few steps. So fast. As the thought crossed his mind, Reg appeared behind Son Wukong, launching another fierce kick. Son Wukong deftly sidestepped to the left, evading the strike. Reg, taken aback, unleashed a flurry of punches towards Son Wukong. Son Wukong nimbly dodged while retreating. Noticing this, Reg clapped his hands together again, gathering a vast energy wave to attack Son Wukong. Son Wukong propelled himself into the air with a powerful leap. At that moment, Reg vanished, reappearing behind Son Wukong. Son Wukong swiftly turned, thrusting his right fist forward. Reg, startled, quickly maneuvered to the side to evade. Seeing this, Son Wukong seized the opportunity to launch a rapid counterattack. Reg defended himself while retreating. At that moment, Son Wukong unleashed a fierce shout, delivering a powerful kick to Reg's abdomen. Bang! With a resounding crash, Reg was sent hurtling to the ground like a projectile. The earth erupted in a cloud of dust. After a while, as the dust settled, a significant crater was revealed, with Reg lying battered within. Father! Reg! Sapari rushed over in haste. Seeing this, Son Wukong immediately reverted to his normal form. Reg, we shall battle again next time. With that, Son Wukong vanished from the Bimbi planet. Chapter 114. Beerus confesses to Son Gohan how infuriating. Reg exclaimed with indignation. Are you all right, Reg? Sapari inquired with concern. I'm fine, Sapari. Now I understand why I ended up on planet Wampa. Why did you end up on planet Wampa? Indeed. I believe this entire situation has been orchestrated by that Son Gohan. Son Gohan? Reg nodded in affirmation. Moreover, I learned from him that planet Vegeta has been obliterated. Planet Vegeta has been destroyed. Sapari gasped. This is monumental news for us. Yes, Reag concurred. It was annihilated by Frieza. Frieza. Yes, however. My brother Vegeta appears to have survived and is currently on Earth. Earth? Isn't that a rather remote planet in the North Galaxy? Indeed. He mentioned that the surviving Saiyans are all on Earth, and those residing there have become Super Saiyans. All of them? Sapari was taken aback. Has the era of Super Saiyans already begun? Upon reflection, she realized that aside from herself, everyone else on planet Beamy could transform into Super Saiyans. Dad, who is Son Gohan? Orin asked. Among Reag's offspring, he was the strongest and bore the closest resemblance to Reag, as a scion of the Saiyan royal lineage. He had always believed that apart from his father and Broly, no other Saiyan could surpass his strength. Yet the sudden emergence of Son Gohan had dealt a severe blow to this belief. I don't know. Reag shook his head. Unfortunately, we lack a spaceship. Otherwise, we could leave this planet. By the way, Dad, it seemed that Son Gohan mentioned he would seek you out for another battle. His only daughter, Sarari, interjected. At 15. Sarari bore a resemblance to Sapari, yet the warrior spirit inherited from Reag lent her an air of boldness. Reag scoffed, a look of displeasure crossing his face. Prior to encountering Broly, he had always considered himself the mightiest Saiyan. Having been defeated by Broly and now by Son Gohan, his mood was understandably foul. On Earth, atop Bunzo Mountain, upon returning, Son Gohan glanced at the 41 energy he had collected from the Cosmic Seed. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He possessed the Super Dragon Balls. Perhaps if he wished upon them, he could instantly gather the energy of the Cosmic Seed. However, having already amassed 41, using the Super Dragon Balls now seemed somewhat wasteful. System, may I use the Super Dragon Balls to fully gather the energy of the Cosmic Seed? Returning to the Master, the Cosmic Seed is a reward from the system. Thus, its energy must be collected through observation and combat. I see. Then, System, I wish to use the Super Dragon Balls to gain infinite stamina. Understood, Master. Your wish has been granted. Granted? Why do I feel nothing? Master, you may now train and discover that you are as tireless as an ox. Son Gohan was rendered speechless. System, what a ridiculous metaphor. At Orange Star City, Orange Star High School, Class 1. Ever since Son Gohan's doppelganger gained notoriety from the World Martial Arts Tournament, he was often surrounded by girls eager to engage him in conversation. This frequently incited jealousy in Bidalai, who inwardly chastised him for being a fickle heartthrob. One afternoon, after school, Bidalai unexpectedly invited Son Gohan's doppelganger to walk home together. Master, you know the woman who lost to Ragus, right? The woman who lost to Ragus? You mean Android 18? Son Gohan's doppelganger replied. Yes. Bidalai nodded. I know her. How long have you known her? For quite some time. Are you close with her? Not particularly. Is that so? Bidalai exhaled in relief. After walking for a while, they parted ways due to differing routes home, each returning to their own residence. Wonderful. Their relationship isn't close. Bidalai thought to herself, feeling quite pleased after separating from Son Gohan's doppelganger. Time swiftly passed, and a month flew by. With his newfound infinite stamina, Son Gohan now trained longer each day than ever before. After a month of training, he estimated his battle power could reach 50 billion. At Orange Star High School, Son Gohan's doppelganger sat at his desk, yawning. Suddenly, Bidalai approached with a bright smile. Son Gohan, do you have time tomorrow? Would you like to go see a movie together? Upon hearing this, Son Gohan's doppelganger glanced at Bidalai, sensing something unusual about her demeanor today. What is it, Son Gohan? As Bidalai looked at him, memories of his previous stern encouragement for her training flooded her mind. Nothing much. So, about the movie? I'll think about it. But I've already bought the tickets for 10 a.m. tomorrow. 10 a.m.? Yes. Bidalai nodded. Let's discuss it again in the afternoon. All right. But don't forget to train when you have the time. Of course. In the afternoon, after some contemplation, Son Gohan ultimately agreed to accompany Bidalai to the movies. The following morning, at 9:30 a.m., Son Gohan arrived at the cinema, dressed casually. After waiting a moment, he spotted Bidalai in a white dress. Bidalai. She nodded. Master, sorry to keep you waiting. Cough, cough. Son Gohan cleared his throat. Here. You can just call me Son Gohan. Son Gohan. Yes. Son Gohan affirmed. Shall we go inside to watch the movie? Sure. Let us go, Son Gohan. Once inside the cinema, Bidalai purchased 2 cups of cola and popcorn. The film she selected was a zombie movie, causing her to frequently lean closer to Son Gohan during tense scenes. After a lengthy duration as the credits rolled, Beerus hesitated for a moment before resolutely turning to Son Gohan. Son Gohan, I like you. Would you like to be with me? Son Gohan was taken aback, momentarily stunned. Although he was aware of Beerus' feelings for him, he had not anticipated such a confession in such a setting. Chapter 115 Frieza, you still look so small. Videl, do you even realize what you're saying? Gohan responded in a tone reminiscent of a mentor after a brief moment of astonishment. As soon as Gohan finished speaking, Videl stood there, momentarily stunned. Prior to confessing her feelings, she had already envisioned countless scenarios in which Gohan would reject her in various ways. Yet, she never anticipated that Gohan would utter such astonishing words. I know, but affection knows no boundaries. You're right. Then I shall inform Reag that she has gained an additional mentor. Mentor? Upon hearing this, Videl's face lit up with joy as she gazed at Gohan. Wait, Gohan, have you agreed? Let me think about it. But you just referred to me as a mentor. Fine, I will go tell Reag right now. Go ahead, Videl replied. Unperturbed. Have you made up your mind? I have. Then, in that case, I shall reluctantly agree. Reluctantly? Videl looked at Gohan inquisitively, with some hesitation. Upon hearing this, Videl lunged towards Gohan, who swiftly sidestepped to evade her grasp. Gohan, Videl, what are you trying to do? Are you intent on acting rebelliously? Rebelliously, Videl exclaimed, disregarding Gohan's words as she charged at him. Whoosh. Slash. Gohan deftly dodged all of Videl's attacks with ease. All right, Videl, I was merely teasing you. That's more like it, Videl said as she lowered her raised foot. Ah, young couples nowadays are truly vibrant, a passerby remarked. As time swiftly passed, another month had gone by. With Gohan and Videl officially in a relationship, Videl, like Gohan, had arranged for her doppelganger to attend school while she trained alongside Gohan on the sacred land of Korin. However, she had yet to disclose their relationship to Reag, intending to find an opportune moment to share the news. Although the two had not vocalized their relationship, Reag could distinctly sense their growing closeness over the month. However, Reag did not entertain such thoughts, merely believing that her prized apprentice had fallen out of favor. Thus, throughout this month, she endeavored to win Gohan's favor. Though her efforts proved largely ineffective, even when she occasionally succeeded in garnering Gohan's praise, it was fleeting, yielding no further acknowledgement. During this month, Gohan had bestowed numerous spirit tree fruits upon Videl, significantly enhancing her strength. Nevertheless, due to the excessive consumption of these fruits, their effectiveness had diminished for her. At that moment, Videl stood on a patch of grass atop the sacred land of Korin, attempting to lift the Z-sword resting on the ground. However, the Z-sword was simply too heavy, and she ultimately could not raise it. Just then, an unusual phenomenon occurred in the sky, as a black hole materialized above. Following this, several haloed figures emerged from the void, all of whom were souls of individuals who had committed grave sins and found themselves in the afterlife. Among them was Frieza. What is that? Videl pointed to the sky and inquired of Reag beside her. I don't know. We should quickly inform our master. Agreed. Videl nodded. Moments later, Gohan emerged from the gravity chamber and beheld the souls emerging from the black hole. Reag, Videl, let us eliminate those spirits together. Sure. They both affirmed. Before long, the trio arrived in West City and vanquished the spirits that were attacking it. After dispatching a multitude of souls, Gohan spotted a figure he recognized all too well. It was Frieza. Long time no see, Frieza. And you are? I am Gohan. You are Gohan. Frieza gritted his teeth upon hearing this. Had it not been for Gohan, he would not have fallen to such depths. Indeed, after 10 years, you still appear so diminutive. Gohan's words ignited a surge of fury within Frieza. It was undeniably a mocking reference to his height. With that thought in mind, Frieza swiftly commanded his soldiers, attack. Upon hearing his command, the soldiers surged toward Gohan. Gohan chuckled softly, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before Frieza, delivering a single punch that pierced through Frieza's body. Frieza let out a pained scream as he dissipated like smoke. Seeing this, Frieza's soldiers fled in terror. Gohan, observing their retreat, unleashed energy blasts towards Frieza's minions. Whoosh. Boom. 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 Under Gohan's onslaught, Frieza's soldiers were swiftly obliterated. After nearly eliminating all the spirits on Earth, Gohan and his companions gathered the Dragon Balls and summoned Shenron in the backyard of Bulma's home. State your wish. Any wish can be granted, but only one. Shenron, please restore everything on Earth. Bulma requested. That is beyond my capabilities. Beyond your capabilities? Shenron nodded. The affairs of the afterlife are governed by King Enma. Your wish exceeds my power. I see. Then I shall refrain from making a wish for now. Shinran nodded and transformed back into the Dragon Balls, scattering across the earth. North Kaioshin Star. Seeing that Shinran was powerless, the North Kaioshin's expression grew solemn. If the afterlife remained in this state, departed souls would be unable to enter, and spirits could not be reincarnated. Goku, what should we do? Krillin asked Goku. I don't know. Gohan, do you have any ideas? Goku turned to Gohan. I'll consult with the Kaioshin. Kaioshin. As soon as he finished speaking, Gohan teleported to the Kaioshin realm. Gee Gohan. Beast Kaioshin exclaimed in surprise. Gohan nodded. Kaioshin, you must be aware of the situation regarding the afterlife. Beast Kaioshin nodded in affirmation. Do you have a solution to assist us? Beast Kaioshin immediately turned to the old Kaioshin. The issue regarding the afterlife can actually be resolved quite simply. The old Kaioshin stated. Quite simply, now that the spirits on Earth have been eliminated, the primary problem lies with the creature in the afterlife. I can have Jebet transport you there to deal with that creature. Chapter 116, The Wave of Malevolent Thoughts Me? Jebet was taken aback. If not you, could it possibly be me? The old Kai exclaimed in indignation. No, I was merely inquiring. Jebet replied softly. Then, without further ado, take Son Gohan to the other world. Jebet declared, moving swiftly to place a hand upon Son Gohan's shoulder. In an instant, he teleported Son Gohan to a realm filled with confections. In this whimsical domain, a man clad in a white martial arts uniform, with green skin, no nose, and square ears, was engaged in a fierce battle with a colossal, rotund yellow beast. This man was none other than Raboku. While the yellow monstrosity was the source of the chaos in the otherworld, the malevolent entity known as the Wave of Malevolent Thoughts. Son Gohan, I shall leave you here. The rest is up to you, Jebet proclaimed before vanishing without a trace. This fellow certainly knows how to make a swift exit, Son Gohan remarked, turning his gaze to Raboku, who was locked in combat with the Wave of Malevolent Thoughts. Bang! With a resounding crash, Raboku was struck down by the Wave of Malevolent Thoughts. Seeing this, Son Gohan concentrated, channeling a surge of purple destructive energy and launching it at the foe. Wave of Malevolent Thoughts. The entity evaded with a swift sidestep. Boom. The destructive energy struck the barrier surrounding the beast, causing the ground to tremble violently. In that moment, Son Gohan appeared before the Wave of Malevolent Thoughts once more, unleashing another surge of destructive energy. Bang. The proximity of the attack resulted in a direct hit on the malevolent being. Its form shrank rapidly, resembling a collapsing spider web. Moments later, a figure emerged, a robust man with orange-red skin, pointed ears, black eyes, and a pair of beastly horns adorning his head, clad in a light purple armor, with a lizard-like tail trailing behind him. This was the Wave of Malevolent Thoughts in its second form. Transformed, have you? Son Gohan exclaimed, launching himself towards the entity. With a sinister grin, the Wave of Malevolent Thoughts expelled a green energy wave towards Son Gohan. Son Gohan deftly dodged to the side, then retaliated with a powerful kick aimed at the creature's face, forcing it back several paces. Fuming in anger, the Wave of Malevolent Thoughts glared at Son Gohan. In an instant, Son Gohan appeared in front of the entity, striking out again. The Wave of Malevolent Thoughts raised its arms to block the attack. Bang! The impact sent the creature reeling backward. Swiftly, Son Gohan materialized behind the malevolent being, executing a sweeping kick that sent it crashing to the ground. Gathering another surge of purple destructive energy in his right hand, Son Gohan unleashed it at the creature. With a thunderous explosion, the destructive energy collided with the Wave of Malevolent Thoughts, generating a colossal purple storm that engulfed the area. The entity screamed in anguish. Its form disintegrated by the tempestuous energy. After a moment, as the smoke cleared, a diminutive ghost appeared amidst the debris. Terrified, the ghost fled upon spotting Son Gohan. Looking around at the intact barrier, Son Gohan pondered, why has the barrier of the otherworld not collapsed? My lord, what is the reason behind this? Beast Kai inquired. I am uncertain. Logically, the barrier should have crumbled upon the defeat of the Wave of Malevolent Thoughts. What shall we do next? Beast Kai pressed. Well, I am at a loss. You two are at a loss? Indeed, we must rely upon Gohan. Gohan? Perhaps he can obliterate the entire barrier. As soon as the words left his mouth, Son Gohan concentrated, forming an enormous orb of destructive energy aimed at the barrier. Boom! The barrier erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, unleashing a vast purple storm that swept through the area. In a flash, Son Gohan teleported beside Raboku, whisking him away. He then quickly moved to the frightened little ghost, transporting them both to the realm of the Kais. As the three departed, the barrier was immediately obliterated by the explosive energy. The little ghost trembled in fear upon realizing he was in the realm of the Kais. I apologize. I should not have been listening to music while working and failed to timely replace the soul machine's canister. The old Kai snorted in disapproval. From this day forth, you shall diligently perform your duties, or I shall instruct King Enma to withhold your wages. Yes. The little ghost nodded vigorously. Now that the affairs of the other world are settled, I shall take my leave. Son Gohan stated. Very well. The East Kai agreed. With that, Son Gohan teleported back to Earth. In the other world, with the barrier of the wave of malevolent thoughts destroyed, King Enma regained control and summoned all the souls from Earth back to the other world. Subsequently, Goku and the others gathered the Dragon Balls once more, resurrecting those innocently lost due to the return of the souls. Peace returned to Earth once again. Time flew by. And 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. The summer vacation had arrived. At this moment, Son Gohan and his companions were grilling by a waterfall on the Lam-Z mountain. Master, here is a freshly grilled fish. Excellent. Son Gohan replied, accepting the fish from Ragus. By the way, Master, what prompted you to indulge in grilling today? Upon hearing this, Son Gohan cast a glance at his companion, Videl. Ragus. There is something we have been keeping from you. We must confess. Please do not be upset. At this, Ragus fixed her gaze intently on Videl. What is it, Videl? Well, Son Gohan and I are together. Together? Ragus was struck as if by lightning. Videl and Son Gohan were together, which meant Videl had transformed from a junior sister into her sister-in-law. Why, yes. When did this happen? Ragus pressed further. 3 months ago. Ragus was at a loss for words upon hearing this revelation. Videl and Son Gohan had been together for over 3 months right under her nose. Ragus? Videl inquired, noticing her silence. Snapping back to reality, Ragus exclaimed, No, Master, I must also be with you. Chapter 117. Son Wukong transforms into Super Saiyan 3rd level. Do you want to join? Son Gohan and Bittery were momentarily taken aback. Indeed, if Bittery could do it. Why couldn't I? Ragus remarked. Ragus, here we practice monogamy. Bittery interjected. It's fine. I can be the younger one. Ragus replied. Be the younger one. Bittery was once again startled. Ragus then turned her gaze towards Son Gohan. Master, do you only like Bittery and not me? In that moment of hesitation from Son Gohan, Bittery quickly glanced over. No, my affection for you is purely that of a master and disciple. Upon hearing this, Ragus fell silent. No, Ragus, I am with Gohan, and we are still as we were before. Bittery stated. I understand now, Master. Ragus forced a smile in response. I'm full now, so I'll head back. All right. Son Gohan nodded. Seeing this, Ragus promptly turned and left. Gohan. Do you think I should have told her earlier? Bittery asked. Yes. Son Gohan agreed. The following day, after breakfast, Son Gohan, as was his custom, proceeded to the gravity chamber on the Lam-Z mountain for training. However, upon arriving, he found no sign of Ragus but instead a letter she had left behind. It was a farewell letter, expressing her gratitude for Son Gohan's care over the years. After reading it, Son Gohan quickly retrieved the heavenly mirror from the system. Through it, he saw Reag sitting at the edge of an unknown planet's cliff. Upon spotting her, Son Gohan swiftly used the mirror to teleport beside Ragus. Master! Master! Ragus' face revealed a hint of surprise at Son Gohan's sudden appearance. Smiling, Son Gohan settled beside her, remarking, The scenery here is quite lovely. Master! How did you know I was here? Ragus inquired. I know everything. Son Gohan chuckled. Then Ragus, will you come back with me? No, Master. I wish to wander the universe. Son Gohan smiled. Ragus, are you still upset with me and Bittery? Not at all. Ragus shook her head. Then how about this? You can consider me your brother? Brother? Ragus looked at Son Gohan. Yes, this way you become part of my family. Family. Ragus pondered deeply at this notion. Then, Master, if I were to acknowledge you as my brother, would you treat me as well as Bittery? Equally. Equally. Son Gohan beamed. Master, you must not lie. I won't lie. Then let us make a pinky promise. Immediately, Son Gohan raised his pinky. Ragus followed suit, intertwining her pinky with his. Promise sealed, if you lie. You become a lying puppy. Ragus affirmed with a nod. All right then, shall we return? Son Gohan asked. Ragus nodded with a smile. In an instant, Son Gohan teleported them back to Earth. On Lam-Z Mountain, Son Wukong and the others had already arrived. Gohan. Brother. Gohan. The trio called out upon seeing the two return. Son Gohan nodded. Brother, where did you go? We didn't go anywhere. Then brother, what will you teach us today? Teach you what? Yes, brother. It's been a long time since you taught us any new techniques. Son Wukong remarked. How about I teach you the instantaneous movement technique? Instantaneous movement? Yes. It's a technique that allows one to control time. Control time. Sun Wutian and Trunks' eyes lit up at this revelation. Then hurry and teach us, brother. All right. But it's a bit challenging to learn. I want to learn too. Bittery and Reag chimed in simultaneously. Brother? The trio turned their attention to Son Gohan upon hearing Reag address him. Brother, why does Reag call you that? Shouldn't it be master? Well, I've recognized Reag as my sister. You've recognized Reag as your sister? Yes. After all, I teach you martial arts, and you don't call me master either. I see. Sun Wutian exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. Although Bittery said nothing, her face clearly displayed some displeasure. Subsequently, Son Gohan began to instruct them in the instantaneous movement technique. Time swiftly passed, and a month flew by. Ever since Son Gohan acknowledged Reag as his sister, their bond grew ever closer. Sometimes to the point where Bittery couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. On North Kai's planet, Sun Wukong stood resolutely in a grassy field. Suddenly, he clenched his fists tightly, golden energy enveloping him, transforming him into a Super Saiyan. After becoming a Super Saiyan, Sun Wukong tightened his fists again, ascending to Super Saiyan 2. Upon reaching this form, he did not halt his energy surge but continued to elevate it. Boom. The ground of North Kai's planet trembled violently under the influence of Sun Wukong's aura. Wukong. At that moment, his golden hair grew to his waist, his eyebrows vanished, and deep blue pupils emerged from his previously singular light green irises, while the golden aura transformed into radiant light and stabilized. This was the Super Saiyan 3rd level. Have I succeeded? Sun Wukong mused as he observed his hands. North Kai nodded, approaching from a distance. On Earth, at Bulma's residence in West City, Vegeta, currently training in the gravity chamber, suddenly sensed Sun Wukong's immense power. Kakarot. Upon sensing Sun Wukong's formidable energy, Vegeta clenched his fists tightly. He had finally caught up to Sun Wukong, only to find that not long after, he had surpassed him once again. On North Kai's planet, whoosh, swish. After transforming into Super Saiyan 3, Sun Wukong immediately began testing the strength of Super Saiyan 3rd level. On Earth, on Baozi Mountain, Sun Wutian and the others also felt Sun Wukong's overwhelming energy. Such a powerful energy, it seems to belong to Dad? Sun Wutian remarked. Son Gohan nodded. I believe Dad has achieved the Super Saiyan 3rd level. Super Saiyan 3rd level. Yes, Dad has trained before us. Indeed, Sun Wutian agreed. Chapter 118. 3 years later in the evening, after completing his training on North Chaos planet, Sun Wukong returned to his home in West City. Upon his arrival, he was greeted by the sight of a figure standing in his yard with arms crossed. It was none other than Vegeta. Vegeta, Wukong exclaimed. Vegeta huffed disdainfully and swiftly approached Wukong, grabbing the fabric of his clothing. Kakarot, did you hold back during our last battle? Wukong, feeling slightly guilty, replied. What are you talking about, Vegeta? I definitely gave it my all. Vegeta, unimpressed, scoffed. Really, Kakarot? I don't believe you. Honestly, Vegeta, I'm not lying. Wukong insisted. Vegeta, upon hearing this, released his grip. Then let us fight again. Fight again? Gulp. Wukong's stomach growled loudly. Vegeta, I'm quite hungry. How about we postpone the fight until another day? Fine. I shall return tomorrow. Vegeta agreed. Tomorrow? Is that a problem? No, not at all. Wukong waved his hands in dismissal. Vegeta then turned and left Wukong's home. The following morning, Vegeta returned to Wukong's house. But Wukong had already gone to North Chaos planet to train. Kakarot. Vegeta clenched his fists in frustration. On North Chaos planet, Wukong was deep in training when he suddenly sneezed for no apparent reason. 3 years swiftly passed. And this time, Gohan's battle power had reached an impressive 4.5 million. Gohan and Videl had both enrolled in a prestigious university in West City, and their relationship had matured over the years. They now strolled hand in hand around the campus. Gohan, when do you think we should get married? Videl inquired. Married? Gohan echoed. Well, don't you think we should wait until after we graduate? Graduation, huh? Videl nodded thoughtfully. All right then. 2 days later, in the 7th universe, on the planet Bimp, Reag was training intensely after his previous defeat to Gohan. However, lacking a gravity chamber, his progress remained limited despite his efforts. Reag strained as he pulled several large trees tied together with ropes. Suddenly, Gohan appeared before him out of thin air. Gohan, long time no see. Reag acknowledged. What brings you here this time? Reag asked coldly. Didn't I say I would come back for a rematch? Gohan replied. Just don't regret it. I'm much stronger than before. Reag warned. I feel the same. Gohan smiled. With that, Reag transformed into Super Saiyan 4 with a fierce shout. Gohan followed suit, transforming into Super Saiyan 4 as well. In an instant, they rushed towards each other like beams of red light. Swoosh. Bang. 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 Boom. Boom. The intensity of their battle soon drew the attention of Orin and others on Planet Bimp. Mother, it's Gohan, Kirin remarked with a serious expression. Indeed. Supali nodded. Bang. Just as Supali spoke, Gohan landed a powerful punch to Reag's face, sending him reeling. Furious, Reag gathered a massive amount of energy and unleashed it toward Gohan. Swoosh. Boom. Boom. Gohan swiftly dodged the energy blasts, and Reag charged at him again. Gohan, clenching his fists, met Reag's charge head-on. Swoosh. Bam. 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 Boom. Boom. In the blink of an eye, the two were face to face, exchanging blows with the speed of light. Bang. After a moment, Gohan tightened his right fist and struck Reag back with a powerful punch. Ha! Reag shouted, quickly closing the distance and launching a barrage of punches. Gohan maneuvered and evaded Reag's attacks. Reag gritted his teeth and launched a full-force punch forward. Bang! Gohan raised his left hand, catching Reag's right fist. Reag was taken aback. In that moment, Gohan delivered a swift kick, sending Reag crashing to the ground. With a thunderous crash, the earth erupted in a cloud of dust. Reag. Dad. Supali and the others felt a wave of concern rise within them. After a while, as the dust settled, a sizable crater revealed Reag. Looking disheveled and filled with fury as he glared at Gohan. Gohan glanced at the cosmic seed in his hand, noting that its energy had reached 47. Already 47, Gohan remarked, looking at Reag. Their battle this time had been much shorter, yet he had gathered 6 of the cosmic seed's energy, indicating Reag's strength had indeed increased significantly. Just as Gohan pondered this, Reag charged at him like a flash of light. Gohan raised his right hand. Gravity pressure. As soon as he spoke, Reag felt an overwhelming weight bearing down on him. Yet, he gritted his teeth and pushed forward. Seeing this, Gohan swiftly maneuvered behind Reag and kicked him away. Boom. Reag flew like a projectile, crashing into a nearby mountain, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Gohan then appeared in front of Supali. What are you planning? Orin asked, his expression wary. Gohan responded by producing a Senzu bean. This is a Senzu bean. If you feed it to Reag, he'll recover from his injuries. Senzu bean? Supali hesitated but ultimately accepted it, thinking of Reag. With a light laugh, Gohan executed an instant transmission and vanished from Planet Bimp. He disappeared. Kirin gasped. Supali nodded, glancing at Reag. Orin and the others flew towards Reag, while Supali contemplated whether to give Reag the Senzu bean. Chapter 119. Araki alas. At this moment, Reag was filled with resentment after being defeated once more. After a moment of hesitation, Supali approached Reag and said, Reag, Son Gohan just left a bean for you, stating that consuming it will heal your wounds. A bean? Reag replied skeptically. Supali nodded and presented the mystical bean in his hand. It is this very bean. Reag scoffed. I have no need for his bean. Mother. May I have this bean? Supali inquired. Do you? Certainly. After all, father has no use for it. Very well. Supali exclaimed, promptly handing the bean to Supali. Time passed swiftly, and 3 days went by in the blink of an eye. In a city on Earth, a man with pink skin and a black diamond-shaped pattern on his forehead was soaring through the sky, clad in a black vest and white trousers. He wore a golden belt emblazoned with the letter M. This man was Araki, the former king of the demon realm and the previous master of Depura. After being betrayed by Depura, Araki was imprisoned in a powerful spell until he recently escaped. Is this the human world? How drastically it has changed. Araki cackled, conjuring numerous energy waves with his hands and launching them at the city below. Boom, boom, boom. With each colossal explosion, buildings crumbled, and countless lives were lost due to Araki's onslaught. The city was immediately engulfed in cries, wails, and pleas for help. Just as Araki wreaked havoc, 3 figures appeared on the scene. They were androids 13, 14, and 15. Who are you? Why are you destroying this city? Android 13 demanded. Araki smirked, his figure flashing before Android 13, and he delivered a powerful strike to the android's midsection. Bang! Android 13 let out a piercing scream as he hurtled downward like a projectile, crashing heavily to the ground and stirring up clouds of dust. 13. Androids 14 and 15 charged at Araki in response. With a swift motion, Araki appeared before the two, sending them flying with a punch and a kick. He then gathered a dark energy wave in his right hand, directing it towards Android 14. Seeing this, Android 14's expression shifted to one of alarm. Boom. Just as the black energy wave was about to strike Android 14, a pink figure suddenly appeared, deflecting the attack away. It was Majin Buu. Boom. As the dark energy wave was sent flying, it detonated upon hitting the ground in the distance. Majin Buu! Exclaimed Android 14 in surprise. Majin Buu nodded and turned to Araki, asking, "Who are you? Why are you destroying this city?" Araki grinned. "My name is Araki." Araki? Araki nodded. "Then why do you wish to destroy this city?" Araki chuckled, "Because I desire to rule this planet, and even the entire universe." "Oh, and who are you?" "My name is Majin Buu." "Majin Buu?" Majin Buu nodded. Araki chuckled lightly and, in an instant, appeared before Majin Buu, launching a fierce punch forward. Bang! Araki's fist struck Majin Buu's face, causing it to cave in, and Buu was sent flying hundreds of meters away. Immediately, Araki gathered a black energy wave in his right hand and aimed it at Majin Buu. Boom! With a tremendous explosion, the black energy wave collided with Majin Buu, erupting in the sky. Soon, a thick cloud of smoke enveloped the area. Araki sneered, believing that Majin Buu had been vanquished. However, after a moment, as the smoke dissipated, Majin Buu stood unscathed in midair. "What?" Araki gasped. At that moment, Majin Buu suddenly opened his narrowed eyes and declared, "I am angry." With that, Majin Buu dashed toward Araki with incredible speed. In no time, he was before Araki, unleashing a flurry of lightning-fast punches. Swish. Bang. 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 The two exchanged blows like lightning, each strike resonating with tremendous force. Bang. With a resounding clash, their fists collided, emanating an overwhelming aura. Boom. After a brief standoff, Majin Buu clenched his right fist tightly and delivered a powerful punch that sent Araki reeling. Gritting his teeth, Araki swiftly stabilized himself in midair. At that moment, two figures suddenly appeared, Son Goten and Trunks. "Goten, Trunks." Majin Buu greeted them. Son Goten nodded. "Majin Buu, what is happening?" "This fellow intends to conquer Earth." Majin Buu pointed at Araki. "Conquer Earth?" "Indeed, he is the one who has devastated this city." "I see. In that case, let us, the champions of justice, eliminate him," Son Goten declared. "Champions of justice?" "Yes," Son Goten affirmed, transforming into his Super Saiyan right before their eyes. Seeing this, Araki's fury ignited. Majin Buu clearly underestimated him, allowing a mere child to confront him. As these thoughts raced through Araki's mind, Son Goten shouted and swiftly charged toward him, delivering a powerful punch. Araki smirked, evading Son Goten's attack and retaliating with a forceful kick. Bang! Son Goten was sent flying. "Goten!" Trunks exclaimed, transforming into his Super Saiyan and lunging at Araki. In an instant, Trunks stood before Araki, launching a vigorous assault with his fists. Araki sidestepped, delivering a powerful blow to Trunks. Bang! With a thunderous crash, Trunks was sent hurtling away. "Trunks!" Son Goten, rising from the ground, clenched his fists tightly. "Ah!" With a fierce cry, Son Goten transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Araki's expression shifted slightly in surprise. At that moment, Son Goten vanished, reappearing before Araki, unleashing a rapid barrage of punches. Chapter 120. Dark Magic. Upon witnessing the unfolding chaos, Araki evaded while retreating. Sun Wukong, with a mighty shout, thrust his right foot forward with great force. Bang! Araki, with a sudden extension of his left hand, grasped Wukong's right foot. Taken aback, Wukong attempted to retract his leg. But Araki exerted his strength, seizing Wukong's body and hurling him away. Boom! With a resounding crash, Wukong's form shot like a cannonball into a nearby building. Wukong, Trunks, witnessing this, immediately transformed into Super Saiyan 2 and charged at Araki. In the blink of an eye, Trunks reached Araki, unleashing a fierce assault with his fists. Whoosh! Swish! Araki deftly maneuvered left and right, effortlessly dodging Trunks' attacks. Damn it! Trunks, filled with rage, activated his instant transmission, delivering a powerful punch to Araki's abdomen. Bang! Caught off guard by Trunks' sudden move, Araki let out a loud cry as Trunks' fist struck home. Subsequently, Trunks delivered a forceful kick that sent Araki crashing into the building behind him, raising a cloud of dust. Whoosh! Thud! Having emerged from the building, Wukong quickly joined Trunks. "We must unite our strength against him." "Agreed." Trunks nodded. Boom! In an instant, both warriors radiated a golden aura and charged toward Araki. Soon, they reached Araki and attacked with their instant transmission abilities. Whoosh! Bang! 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 Despite Araki's formidable power, he struggled against the combined might of the two, being forced to retreat. Bang! Moments later, Trunks tightened his fist and landed a blow that sent Araki flying. With a tremendous crash, Araki's body hurtled like a projectile into the building behind him, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. After a brief moment, Alaki emerged from the ruins. His expression one of intense fury. How could the king of the demon realm, after merely a few thousand years, find himself bested by two mere children? If word of this reached the demon realm, he would have no face left to show there. Wukong, I believe we should fuse to eliminate him. Indeed. Wukong agreed. Fuse? Alaki questioned, perplexed. At that moment, the two stepped back, raising their arms and legs, slowly inching toward one another like crabs. Fusion. A brilliant white light enveloped them as they successfully merged into Super Saiyan Wukong Trunks. 2. Become one? Alaki gasped in astonishment. Wukong Trunks chuckled softly, and in the blink of an eye, appeared before Alaki, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. Alaki screamed, his body flung backward. Ah! Wukong Trunks shouted, swiftly appearing before the retreating Alaki, bringing his fists down upon him with crushing force. With a deafening roar, Alaki crashed to the ground, raising a massive cloud of dust. Seizing the moment, Wukong Trunks advanced into the dust, grasping Alaki's leg and launching him skyward. Then, with hands swiftly drawing back, he unleashed his signature attack. Kamehameha Wave. A deep blue energy wave coalesced in Wukong Trunks' hands and shot toward Alaki. Whoosh. Boom. With a tremendous explosion, the Kamehameha struck Alaki, erupting in the sky and conjuring a colossal storm. After a moment, as the smoke cleared, a battered figure stood suspended in midair, Alaki, huffing heavily. Alaki glared at Wukong Trunks with a mix of fury and dread. Had he not desperately defended against that last Kamehameha, he would surely have perished at Wukong Trunks' hands. In a sudden surge, Alaki exuded dark energy. Darkness. Demon Flame Bomb. He bellowed, conjuring a rain of black energy to strike at Wukong Trunks. In response, Wukong Trunks retreated, gathering his own energy waves to counter Alaki's assault. Whoosh. Boom. 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 The sky reverberated with the sound of their explosive energies clashing. After a moment, Wukong Trunks abruptly ceased his energy attack and charged at Alaki. Alaki, with a sinister grin, began to chant an incantation of dark magic. Just as Wukong Trunks was about to reach him, a massive shadow suddenly loomed, threatening to engulf him. Instinctively, Wukong Trunks raised his arm to shield himself, but was still enveloped by the overwhelming darkness. Ah! He cried out in despair, his body becoming immobile. Wukong Trunks! Majin Buu exclaimed, rushing toward him. What have you done to Wukong Trunks? Nothing much, just a little dark magic. Dark magic. Indeed, he is now caught in my illusion. Majin Buu, gritting his teeth, demanded, then release him from this illusion, or I shall kill you. In response, Alaki transformed into a wisp of black smoke, infiltrating Wukong Trunks' body. It seems I must find Gohan. Majin Buu, teeth clenched, turned and flew toward the direction of the Ox King's residence. Where is this? The illusion world. Within a city reduced to ruins, Wukong Trunks found himself in a state of confusion, surveying his surroundings. Just moments ago, he had been battling Alaki. How had he suddenly arrived here? As he pondered, he suddenly spotted Alaki, mercilessly slaughtering the inhabitants of the city. Chapter 121. Sealing Araki. Upon spotting Araki, Goten dashed towards him. With a wicked grin, Araki suddenly vanished from sight. Gone. Goten was taken aback. At that moment, the lifeless bodies of Goku and Vegeta appeared before him. Father. Upon seeing the corpses, Goten's expression transformed into one of intense fury. No, it cannot be. My father could not have fallen to Araki. This must be an illusion. It must be. Although Goten uttered these words, his eyes began to redden. Just then, a shadowy figure of Goten emerged. Who are you? You look exactly like me. I am you. Goten replied with a smile. You are me? Indeed. No. You are not me. I am I. Goten scoffed, suddenly launching an attack at Goten. Startled, Goten quickly raised his hand to block the assault. Who are you really? Goten did not respond but continued to attack. On Mount Payas, Gohan was instructing Lapis and Biddy to train when a figure suddenly soared in from the distance. It was Majin Buu. Biddy exclaimed, Majin Buu. Majin Buu nodded. Gohan. We have a grave situation. Goten has been possessed by Araki. Araki? Yes. Majin Buu confirmed. Gohan, we must hurry to rescue Goten. Biddy insisted. Agreed. Gohan nodded, placing his index finger on his forehead to locate Goten's energy. Did you find him? Yes. Gohan affirmed. Hearing this, Biddy immediately placed her hand on Gohan's shoulder. Lapis followed suit, resting her hand on Gohan's other shoulder. Whoosh. In an instant, Gohan transported the two to Goten's side. At that moment, Goten was emanating dark energy, his pupils black, and a dark diamond-shaped emblem adorned his forehead. Goten. Biddy called out. Gotenks smiled, proclaiming, "I'm not Gotenks. I am the great demon Araki." "The great demon Araki?" "Indeed, his body is now mine." Araki laughed. "Araki, get out of Gotenks' body at once, or I shall not hold back," Gohan threatened. Araki snorted disdainfully. "Gohan, if you have the ability, then come at me. In that case, I shall not hold back," Gohan declared, charging towards Araki. Araki bellowed, rushing toward Gohan as well. Whoosh! Bang! 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 In no time, they confronted each other, their fists colliding with lightning speed, sending plumes of dust into the air. Bang! After a brief clash, Gohan increased his speed, delivering a powerful kick that sent Araki flying. "How dare you!" Araki seethed, swiftly rushing back toward Gohan. Gohan's figure flickered, appearing before Araki, and unleashed a barrage of punches. Bang! 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 Under Gohan's relentless assault, Araki emitted cries of agony. "Will you not come out?" Gohan halted his strikes and inquired. "No, I will not." Araki gasped for breath. Bang! In response, Gohan delivered a forceful kick, sending Araki hurtling away. With a thunderous crash, Araki collided with a nearby building, sending debris flying. Moments later, as the dust settled, Araki emerged from the wreckage, sneering. "Gohan, your strength is indeed formidable, but do you dare to kill Gotenks?" Gohan narrowed his eyes and retrieved the celestial mirror from his system. "A mirror?" Gohan chuckled lightly, shining it at Araki. A tremendous pulling force emanated from the celestial mirror, as if hands were tugging at Araki's body. "No. Stop." Araki's face contorted in terror as he felt himself being drawn out. Soon, Araki was sealed within the celestial mirror. "Gohan, what is this mirror?" Biddy flew over, inquiring. "It is a sealing mirror," Gohan explained. "A sealing mirror?" Lapis echoed, also approaching. "Yes. So why didn't you use the sealing mirror from the beginning?" Biddy asked. "I momentarily forgot, and using this mirror requires a significant amount of power." "Is that so? Where did you get this mirror?" Biddy continued to question. "The sealing mirror, like the shadow battle axe, can also change size." "Is that so?" Biddy pondered, somewhat skeptical. Just then, Gotenks awakened. Gohan, Biddy, Lapis. The trio nodded in response. As soon as he spoke, Gotenks disintegrated, transforming back into Goten and Trunks. "Brother, where is Araki?" Goten surveyed the surroundings. "He has been sealed within the sealing mirror." "The sealing mirror?" Whoosh. Just then, a figure flew in from afar. It was Majin Buu. "Majin Buu. Wonderful news, Goten. You are safe." Majin Buu exclaimed joyfully. Goten nodded. "Gohan, could you tell us what transpired?" Trunks asked. "Certainly." Gohan nodded and recounted the events that had unfolded. "Brother, should you not release Araki and eliminate him?" "No need, for I still have other uses for him." "Other uses?" "Yes, we must first gather the Dragon Balls to resurrect those who were unjustly slain." "Indeed." Goten agreed. Subsequently, Goten and the others went to Bulma's house to borrow the Dragon Radar in search of the Dragon Balls. Biddy and the others, curious about the Dragon Balls, accompanied them in their quest. After collecting all 7 Dragon Balls, Goten and his companions promptly made a wish to the Eternal Dragon, resurrecting those innocent humans who had perished. On Mount Payaz, while Goten and the others sought the Dragon Balls, Gohan released Araki. "Where's this?" Araki surveyed his surroundings. "This is Earth." "Earth?" "Yes." Gohan nodded. Chapter 122, Subjugation of Araki. "Are you going to kill me?" Araki trembled with fear. "That depends on your behavior." "On my behavior?" "If you are willing to acknowledge me as your master, I can spare your life." "Acknowledge you as my master?" Sun Wufan nodded. "No way. I am the king of the demon realm. How could I serve a mere human?" Araki shook his head. Upon hearing this, Sun Wufan raised his right hand, concentrating a sphere of purple destructive energy directed at Araki. As Araki gazed at the destructive energy before him, an unprecedented sense of dread surged within him. This apprehension stemmed not only from his physical being but also from the depths of his soul. The destructive energy could obliterate all things in existence, including the soul itself. Araki had no doubt that if he refused, Sun Wufan would erase him from this world entirely. "Araki, are you sure you don't want to reconsider?" "Well, I just thought it over carefully. With your remarkable prowess, serving you wouldn't be such a bad deal." Sun Wufan immediately dissipated the destructive energy in his hand. "Really?" "Indeed." Araki nodded. "Then since you are willing to be my subordinate, let me outline my rules for you." "Rules?" "Yes. First, you must not harm Earthlings. Second, you must obey my orders unconditionally. Any others?" "For now, let us establish just these 2. I will add more later if necessary." "Understood." Araki nodded. At that moment, For figures descended from the sky, Bidalai and her companions. Whoosh. Thud. In no time, the four landed before Sun Wufan. Brother, is that Araki? Sun Wutian asked. Sun Wufan nodded. Then why haven't you eliminated him? Sun Wufan chuckled. After our conversation, he has seen the light. Seen the light? Yes, Sun Wufan said, glancing at Araki. Hello. Araki forced a smile that only frightened Bidalai and the others. So, Wufan, are you letting him go? Bidalai inquired. Not quite. He will live with Majin Buu and can serve as your sparring partner when he's free. A sparring partner? Indeed. Sun Wufan confirmed with a nod. Brother, why not let him train with me? I have gathered much more glass recently. Certainly. Sun Wufan responded, handing a Senza bean to Araki. What is this? This is a Senza bean. Once consumed, it will heal all your wounds. After a moment's hesitation, Araki swallowed the Senza bean. Suddenly, his body swelled, and miraculously, his injuries healed. My wounds, they're gone. Can I fight him now? Ragusi asked. Yes, but be gentle. Araki scoffed, knowing he could not be outmatched by a girl. Glass. As Araki mulled this over, Ragusi surrounded herself with a multitude of arrow-like shards of glass. Upon witnessing this, Araki felt a pang of panic. Ready, you weakling? Ragusi taunted. I am not weak. I am Araki. He retorted angrily. Oh, then Araki, are you ready? Ready. I suppose. Araki replied, a bead of cold sweat forming on his brow. Then I shall commence my attack. With that, Ragusi unleashed her glass shards toward Araki. He dodged while concentrating energy waves to counter her attacks. After a while, several shards pierced his back, leaving him looking like a porcupine. Sun Wutian and the others couldn't help but laugh at Araki's predicament. Seeing this, Sun Wufan offered another Senza bean to Araki, restoring his injuries. That evening, Araki was brought back to his dwelling by Majin Buu. Under the pretense of using the restroom, Araki stealthily escaped Buu's abode. Upon realizing Araki had not returned, Majin Buu searched the restroom, only to find him missing, prompting him to inform Sun Wukong. Araki escaped? Yes. Majin Buu nodded. Do not worry, he cannot escape. Sun Wufan smiled confidently. In West City, Araki chose to walk, concealing his energy to evade detection. A night passed. Finally, Araki reached the boundary between Earth and the Demon Realm. Beautiful Demon Realm, I have returned, he declared, stepping into the realm. Hey, as he entered, an all too familiar voice echoed in his ears. Turning around, he was met with a sight that filled him with dread. It was Sun Wufan. Why you? Sun Wufan chuckled. You were quite cautious to have walked all night to return to the Demon Realm. Araki gasped. How did you know? I know all. Master. I was wrong. I won't run away again. I promise there will be no next time. What if there is? Sun Wufan replied coldly. If there is, then just kill me. Very well, but this is your last chance. Yes, Master. Araki trembled. In an instant, Sun Wufan teleported Araki back to Majin Buu's residence. Araki. Majin Buu rushed towards him. Majin Buu snorted. Where did you run off to last night? I'm sorry, Majin Buu. I should have sneaked back to the Demon Realm alone. Back to the Demon Realm? I promise I will never go back. Really? Truly? Then, Majin Buu. I'll leave him in your care? Sure. Majin Buu nodded. With that, Sun Wufan teleported away from Buu's home. Time flew. And 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In Universe 9, on the planet Tianlan, a werewolf with bright red fur clad in a black robe was deep in meditation. This werewolf was named Bazel, known as Bazel the Strong Kicker, the third member of the dangerous trio, possessing specialized leg techniques. Chapter 123. The system upgrades again. At that moment, two figures suddenly appeared. These two individuals were none other than Son Gohan and Araki. Bazel, upon seeing their abrupt entrance, immediately donned a wary expression and inquired, Who are you? Good people. Son Gohan replied, turning to Araki beside him. Araki, surely you can manage this fellow? Indeed. Araki nodded. Control me? Bazel remarked, his caution intensifying as he scrutinized the duo. What exactly are you two planning? With a sinister grin, Araki lunged toward Bazel. Bazel raised his hands and charged at Araki in kind. Whoosh! Bang! 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 In no time, the two were face to face, engaged in a fierce battle. Bazel, renowned for his leg techniques, relied predominantly on kicking for his assaults. Whoosh! Boom! 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 After a brief exchange, Araki and Bazel suddenly retreated, conjuring dark energy waves in their hands to attack Bazel. He swiftly dodged Araki's assault. Just then, Araki began chanting an incantation, summoning a massive black shadow that engulfed Bezel. Shortly thereafter, Araki gained control over Bezel's body. In an instant, Son Gohan teleported, bringing Araki back to Universe 7. On Earth, atop the Baozi Mountain, Son Goten and the others were training when two figures suddenly materialized before them. The newcomers were Son Gohan and Araki. "Brother," Son Goten acknowledged with a nod. "Who is he?" "This is Bezel, a human under Araki's control." "A human under Araki's control?" Son Goten echoed. "Precisely. This individual is malevolent, so I had Araki take control of his body to serve as a sparring partner for you." Initially, Son Gohan intended for Araki to possess Frost's body to assist Son Goten and the others. However, since Frost was considerably weaker, Araki's control would not only fail to enhance their strength but might even diminish it. Hence, he chose Bezel, who was of greater power. Although Bezel was not as treacherous as Frost, he still bore a duplicitous nature. "But brother, isn't this a bit unethical?" Son Goten questioned. "Fear not. Once the battle concludes, I shall use a Sinza beam to heal him." "Understood." Son Goten nodded. Following this, Bezel engaged in combat with Son Goten and the others. Though Araki was inhabiting Bezel's body, he too felt pain. However, the brunt of the suffering was borne by Bezel. Before long, Bezel was left in a state akin to a porcupine. After the skirmish, Son Gohan sent Bezel away. Upon regaining consciousness, Bezel immediately felt an overwhelming pain. What have you done to me?" "Nothing much." Son Gohan chuckled lightly, teleporting Araki back to Earth. "Curse you. Do not let me encounter you again." Time swiftly passed, and 2 days elapsed. Today, as Son Gohan trained as usual, he suddenly heard the voice of the system. "Ding. System upgrade successful. Master, your training combat power has doubled once again." "Combat power has doubled?" Son Gohan pondered, reflecting on the implications. Previously, a year of training yielded an increase of approximately 0.6 trillion. Now, with the doubling, it would amount to 1.2 trillion. With only 2 years remaining until Beerus awakens, he could at most elevate his base combat power to around 7 trillion. "System, can you increase the gravity in the gravity chamber to 2,000 times? "That is not feasible, Master. Even with the Super Dragon Balls, the gravity can only be raised to 1,500 times. Only to 1,500 times? Indeed. While 1,500 times may seem trivial for you, it represents a cosmic limit." "A cosmic limit?" "The utmost gravity that a quantum can endure." "Quantum?" The so-called gravity chamber utilizes technology to amplify gravity to a certain multiple. Although human technology is formidable, it remains limited, and the crux of technology lies in the materials used. Materials? Yes. The current space-time you inhabit lacks the materials capable of withstanding gravity exceeding 1,500 times, which I previously referred to as cosmic materials. I see. Then raise the gravity chamber to 1,500 times. Very well, Master. Shall I expend the power of the Super Dragon Balls? Yes. Son Gohan nodded. Master, your wish has been granted. Please continue your rigorous training. No sooner had the words left the system's mouth than the entire gravity chamber transformed into a pristine state. Observing this, Son Gohan promptly approached the gravity chamber's controls and activated training at 1,100 times gravity. In the afternoon, Ragus and the others were astonished by the newly refurbished gravity chamber. Brother, how has the gravity chamber become so new? I had it renovated. Renovated? By whom? A mysterious scientist who wishes to remain anonymous. A mysterious scientist? Yes, he has also assisted us in augmenting the gravity chamber's maximum gravity to 1,500 times. 1,500 times. Ragus gasped in astonishment. Son Gohan nodded in affirmation. Brother, that mysterious scientist couldn't he possibly be you, could it? Upon hearing this, Son Gohan feigned a serious demeanor. Ragus, it seems that even after all these years of hiding, you have still uncovered my secret. Ragus and Bidily exchanged incredulous glances at Son Gohan. The following day, Son Gohan summoned all the Z fighters on Earth to his home. Gohan, did you call us all here for something specific? Krillin inquired. Actually, it's not anything urgent, but I wanted to share some news. News? Piccolo asked. Son Gohan nodded. What news is it, Gohan? Krillin pressed. Lord Beerus, the god of destruction, will awaken in 2 years. Lord Beerus, the god of destruction? Vegeta's body immediately trembled at the mention. In his youth, he had encountered Lord Beerus. At that time, his father, King Vegeta, had defied Beerus's orders, leading to his downfall. What troubles you, father? Trunks asked, observing Vegeta's trembling form. Vegeta, noticing the gazes upon him, quickly stifled his shivers. It's nothing. Gohan, who exactly is this Lord Beerus? Is he formidable? The god of destruction is responsible for annihilating planets. Responsible for annihilating planets? The group gasped in shock. Chapter 124. The Awakening of Beerus. How did you come to know of this matter, Gohan? Yamcha inquired. It was Lord Beerus' servant, Whis, who sought me out and informed me. Lord Beerus' servant? Indeed. He suggested I become the next god of destruction, but I declined. Declined? Krillin echoed. Why did you turn it down, Gohan? Lord Beerus hasn't even abdicated yet. What would be the point of my acceptance? Meanwhile, on North Kai's planet, North Kai was eavesdropping on their conversation. Upon hearing Gohan mention Beerus' potential abdication, he could not suppress a cough. Abdicate? Gohan nodded. Then, Gohan, what are you telling us? Piccolo asked. Once Lord Beerus awakens, it is highly likely he will visit our Earth, and there exists a possibility he may destroy it. Destroy the Earth. The group gasped in astonishment. Is Lord Beerus truly that powerful? Goku inquired. Indeed, he is stronger than Super Saiyan 4. Damn it. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly. He hadn't even attained Super Saiyan 3rd stage yet, let alone someone as formidable as Beerus. At that moment, a sense of helplessness surged within Vegeta, reminiscent of the time he was powerless against Frieza. Is that so? Goku remarked with a slight smile. In that case, I must train diligently to achieve Super Saiyan 4 within the next 2 years. Goku, Krillin, and the others turned their gazes toward him. Having grown alongside Goku, they understood his indomitable optimism in the face of formidable foes. This attribute was a key reason for his continuous growth and strength. A true warrior possesses not only formidable power, but also an unwavering spirit. If one refrains from battling a powerful adversary out of fear, they shall never become a true champion. Upon hearing Goku's words, Vegeta felt his competitive spirit reignite. Kakarot, I shall undoubtedly reach Super Saiyan 4 before you. Goku nodded. Then I shall train as well. Krillin and the others chuckled silently, knowing that no matter how hard they tried, they could never quite catch up to Goku. Subsequently, they bid each other farewell and departed from Goku's home. With newfound goals, Goku and his companions intensified their training. In the afternoon, Gohan brought Araki to Bulma's house. Gohan. Bulma greeted him warmly. Where's Uncle Vegeta? He's training in the gravity chamber. I'll go fetch him. All right. A short while later, Vegeta emerged from the gravity chamber. What is it, Gohan? I'm here to help you enhance your strength. Enhance my strength? Yes. Soon. I will have Araki use dark magic to awaken the potential within you. Araki's dark magic not only allowed possession, but also the ability to draw out latent potential. Dark magic? Gohan nodded and turned to Araki. Then, Araki, please proceed. As you command. Araki responded, gathering a dark energy in his hands. He then recited an incantation to channel this energy into Vegeta's body. Vegeta let out a cry as he entered a realm of illusion. Within this realm, he confronted an evil version of himself and engaged in battle. Upon hearing Vegeta's anguished cry, Bulma rushed over. Gohan, what happened? It's nothing, Aunt Bulma. I'm simply helping Uncle Vegeta enhance his strength. Enhance his strength? That shouldn't pose any problems, right? Everything is fine, Aunt Bulma. You needn't worry. Gohan reassured her with a smile. Moments later, Vegeta was defeated by his darker self, who then exerted an overwhelming power. Has he lost control? Gohan asked. Araki nodded. I will dispel the dark magic immediately. He quickly recited another incantation. Upon hearing the spell, Vegeta soon regained his senses. Gohan. Gohan nodded. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Wait. What is it, Uncle Vegeta? I just lost to that fiend. Can you allow me to battle him once more? Gohan glanced at Araki. Is that possible? Of course, my master. Araki affirmed, preparing to use dark magic again. With a scream, Vegeta re-entered the realm of illusion. After another round, he was once again defeated. Once more, Vegeta gritted his teeth. Gohan looked at Araki, who nodded in agreement. After entering the illusion for the 3rd time, Vegeta finally triumphed over his malevolent counterpart. Time passed swiftly, and 2 years had elapsed. Gohan's combat power had reached an impressive 8.5 million. He and Videl had graduated from university and obtained their marriage certificate. At the top of Mount Payos, Gohan sat on the grass, meditating. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky. It was Piccolo. Sensing Piccolo's presence, Gohan immediately opened his eyes. Uncle Piccolo. Piccolo nodded. In the 7th universe, within the realm of the gods of destruction, a majestic purple palace resembling a great tree housed a purple cat lounging atop a floating stone. This cat was none other than Beerus. Surrounding him were numerous stone bells. Boom. Suddenly, one of the stone bells exploded. Moments later, the others followed suit. Beerus rolled over, resembling a caterpillar, and tumbled down to a stone less than half a meter above the ground. At that moment, a tall figure entered, the one and only Whis. All right, Lord Beerus, it is time for you to awaken. Upon hearing this, Beerus promptly opened his eyes and rolled off the stone. He yawned, standing up drowsily. Lord Beerus, if you were tired, why awaken at this hour? Beerus yawned again. Because of a prophetic dream. A prophetic dream? Yes. I dreamt of battling a remarkably powerful individual who is destined to appear at this very moment. Chapter 125. The prophetic dream, a formidable being indeed. Upon hearing this, Whis immediately thought of Gohan. By the way, Whis, is the hot water ready? Yes, Lord Beerus, it is prepared. Excellent. As Beerus spoke, he yawned and exited the room. Shortly after, he entered the palace's hot spring for a soak. How is the water temperature, Lord Beerus? It is satisfactory, but do not heat it any further, or it will become too scalding. Whis nodded. By the way, Whis, did I instruct Frieza to eliminate the Saiyans? Yes, Lord Beerus. Planet Vegeta has been destroyed by Frieza, and apart from a few survivors, most of the Saiyans have been eradicated. That is good to hear. That King Vegeta. I tasked him with finding the most comfortable pillow in the universe, and after he found it, he took it for himself and left me with the second most comfortable one. Beerus lamented internally. Whis nodded in understanding. And that Frieza, too, always acts so arrogant in my presence. Were it not for the distance to his realm, I would have annihilated him long ago. Whis chuckled. Lord Beerus, you need not concern yourself. Someone has already dealt with him. Frieza has been eliminated. Upon hearing this, Beerus immediately stood up in the hot spring. Whis, noticing this, became shy. Seeing Whis's reaction, Beerus glanced down and hastily returned to the water. At this moment, Whis pointed his staff at the ground, and a projection of Gohan battling Frieza appeared. This Saiyan who defeated Frieza is named Gohan. He is the son of Goku and a human. Gohan, during your slumber, the Saiyans have mastered a new transformation known as Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan. Indeed, Gohan is the first Super Saiyan among them. And he has also harnessed the energy of destruction. The energy of destruction. Yes, his power is extraordinarily formidable. I even sought him out to become the next god of destruction, but he declined. Declined. Beerus was taken aback. Yes. He said he would prefer to wait until you abdicate. Abdicate. Upon hearing this, Beerus felt a twinge of displeasure. Even while he remains in power, others are already contemplating his abdication. That must be quite unsettling for any god of destruction. Indeed, Whis couldn't help but chuckle at Beerus's expressive face. Where is Gohan now? He is currently on Earth, and Vegeta is there as well. Vegeta. Yes, he is also one of the survivors from planet Vegeta. By the way, Lord Beerus, regarding the prophetic dream you mentioned, who are you fighting? I forgot. Forgotten? Yes. I will think about it once I finish my bath. Whis smiled. Well then, Lord Beerus, take your time. After all, your prophetic dreams have never been accurate. Beerus gritted his teeth. This time it will definitely be accurate. You said the same before, claiming that a great singer would move here, yet nothing materialized. That was an accident. This time, it will surely be accurate. Indeed. Indeed. Whis replied dismissively. Beerus, feeling a surge of irritation, simmered in silence. Some time later, after finishing his bath, Beerus proceeded to the dining hall. While he dined, he complained about the taste of Whis's cooking. By the way, Whis, where is the prophetic fish? Lord Beerus, you summoned me. Just as he spoke, a fishbowl flew in, and a deep blue fish, resembling a human, placed its hands outside the bowl. This fish was the prophetic fish. Beerus glanced at the prophetic fish. Prophetic fish. You previously told me that I would have a formidable rival appearing in 39 years, correct? Yes. The prophetic fish nodded. What is his name? I forgot. Upon hearing this, Beerus shot him a deep glare. Whis, the prophetic fish is fed 3 times a day, correct? Indeed. Whis nodded. How about reducing it to 2 times a day? What a wonderful idea, Lord Beerus. The prophetic fish exclaimed, startled, jumping up. That is unacceptable. It cannot be done. The prophetic fish wiggled, addressing Whis. Then make it come to mind. Beerus threatened. I will. What is his name? The Super Saiyan God. The Super Saiyan God. Upon hearing this, Beerus cast a glance at Whis. Whis, have you ever heard of the Super Saiyan God? No. But it seems Gohan once achieved a transformation into the god of Super Saiyans. Perhaps that is what the Super Saiyan God is. Gohan. Beerus squinted at this revelation. Whis. How long until we reach Earth? Approximately 20 minutes. That long. We could watch an episode of an animated series in that time. Indeed. Whis nodded. Then, Lord Beerus. Are you going to Earth? Beerus nodded. On Earth, over a vast ocean outside West City, a magnificent luxury cruise ship floated. Today marks Bulma's birthday and the day her capsule corporation became the wealthiest in the world. To celebrate these two occasions, Bulma had reserved the largest cruise ship in the world for everyone to honor her. At that moment, Bulma stood at the bow of the ship, enjoying the sea breeze. Suddenly, 6 figures descended from the sky. These 6 were Gohan, Goten, and Piccolo, among others. Aunt Bulma. Bulma nodded. Gohan, where is your father? He is still training with King Kai. Gohan replied with a forced smile. Still training with King Kai? Bulma's face clearly displayed her irritation. Today was supposed to be a joyful day, yet she had invited Goku to celebrate her birthday, and both he and Vegeta were still training. Indeed, your father and Vegeta are alike, only knowing training day in and day out. Hearing this, Gohan glanced at his companion, Videl. He was similar to Goku, training daily. But since Videl was also a martial artist, she was more understanding. Gohan, you've arrived. Just then, Krillin and Yamcha, who had arrived early, approached. Uncle Krillin, Uncle Yamcha. The two nodded in acknowledgement. What about Tien and Kaiatsu? They haven't arrived yet. They said they would be late. Is that so? Chapter 126. Beerus arrives on Earth. Son Gohan glanced at Majin Buu, who was indulging in a feast from a distance. As expected, he was the first to arrive. Gohan, taste my culinary skills. Krillin offered him a skewer of grilled delicacies. Sure. Gohan accepted the skewer and shared it with Videl and the others. Uncle Piccolo, would you like to have one? No, thank you. Piccolo shook his head. He had come to celebrate Bulma's birthday, merely to join the festivities. As solitude was often a heavy burden. Gohan, is Goku still training? Krillin inquired. Yes, he mentioned he would arrive later. Really? Meanwhile, in Universe 7, Whis and Beerus were en route to Earth. Having been inactive for quite some time, Beerus casually obliterated a few planets on his way. In the Kaishin realm, the old Kaishin observed with growing alarm as numerous celestial bodies were destroyed. Lord Beerus has awakened. Lord Beerus? Indeed. It was none other than Lord Beerus who sealed me within the Kaishin sword. Elder, who is this Lord Beerus you speak of? I have never heard of him. The old Kaishin looked exasperatedly at the East Kaishin. I cannot fathom how you, a Kaishin, are unaware of Lord Beerus. The East Kaishin's face flushed with embarrassment. Once, there had been 5 Kaishins in the universe, and he was the least among them. Had the other 4 not perished, he would likely have governed only the Eastern Galaxy. In this universe, alongside the Kaishins responsible for creating planets, there also existed deities tasked with their destruction. Lord Beerus was the embodiment of such destruction. I see. The old Kaishin nodded. With Lord Beerus having slumbered for so long, I shudder to think of how many more planets may face annihilation. Elder, is Lord Beerus truly that fearsome? Absolutely. Even the fabled Majin Buu is but a mere minion in his presence. The East Kaishin broke into a cold sweat. That is indeed terrifying. Therefore, you must never provoke Lord Beerus. The East Kaishin nodded vigorously, understanding that only a fool would dare challenge Beerus. Meanwhile, on North Kai's planet, Goku was training when he noticed the North Kai frowning deeply. Kai, what troubles you? And nothing. The North Kai replied with a forced smile. Goku felt a lingering doubt. On Earth, Son Gohan stood on the deck, admiring the ocean view as Videl occasionally fed him her favorite pastries. That Gohan. Krillin, standing beside Yamcha, looked on with envy. At that moment, 2 figures descended from the sky, Tien and Kaiatsu. Tien. Kaiatsu. Tien nodded. Where's Goku? Goku is still training with the Kai. Krillin explained. Is that so? Suddenly, Gohan sensed a destructive aura approaching Beerus's presence. He has arrived. Who has arrived? Videl asked. The god of destruction, Beerus. Yes, Gohan affirmed. Piccolo approached from afar. Gohan, has Lord Beerus awakened? Gohan nodded again. Krillin and the others quickly gathered. Lord Beerus has awakened? Indeed. He is very close to us now. In the Kaishin realm. The old Kaishin and others noticed Beerus heading towards the northern galaxy, their expressions turning grave. What troubles you, Elder? Lord Beerus is currently en route to the northern galaxy. The northern galaxy? Yes, I fear. Lord Beerus's target is Gohan. Gohan. The East Kaishin gasped. If Beerus arrived on Earth, he could envision a monumental battle between himself and Son Gohan. Indeed, if they were to clash, the very fabric of the universe could be at risk. The universe itself. On Earth, Gohan and the others convened to discuss their strategy against Beerus. Gohan, how long until Lord Beerus arrives? I don't know, perhaps just a few minutes. A few minutes. Gohan, do you have confidence in defeating Lord Beerus? Piccolo inquired. No. Gohan shook his head. As a pinnacle of cosmic power, defeating Beerus was no simple task. Bulma, noticing the gathering, approached. Gohan, what are you all doing here? Gohan smiled. Aunt Bulma, I have some rather troubling news to share. Troubling news? Is it that your father won't be coming? No, not that. Gohan quickly replied. What is the news? The god of destruction, Beerus, has awakened. Lord Beerus has awakened. Gohan confirmed. And he is currently heading towards Earth. Earth? Is he coming to find you? Perhaps. Bulma held her head in despair. What a terrible birthday this is. Had I known, I would have cancelled it. Well, Bulma, do not be too pessimistic. Perhaps Lord Beerus is merely visiting Earth for leisure. Krillin offered consolation. Yes, Aunt Bulma. Gohan echoed the sentiment. Bulma remained skeptical, hoping fervently that Beerus would not wreak havoc at her birthday celebration. 7 minutes later, a brilliant multicolored light descended from the heavens, landing on the deck. As the brilliance faded, two figures emerged, Beerus and Whis. Upon their arrival, the crowd's demeanor transformed into one of utmost reverence. Once more, we meet, Son Gohan. Whis greeted him with a warm smile. Gohan nodded in response. Greetings, everyone. My name is Whis, and this is the god of destruction, Lord Beerus. Whis introduced Beerus to the assembly. Lord Beerus. They echoed in unison. Lord Beerus, this is the Son Gohan I mentioned. Beerus nodded, slowly approaching Gohan with a smile. I have heard from Whis that you wish to inherit my position. Chapter 127. Son Wukong versus Beerus, will you inherit your position? Indeed. Beerus nodded. Where did that rumor come from, Lord Beerus? Upon hearing this, Beerus narrowed his eyes. Have you ever mentioned anything about abdicating? Abdicate. Son Gohan awkwardly smiled in response. No. Lord Beerus, I was merely jesting with Whis. Jesting? Son Gohan nodded affirmatively. Then who taught you to harness destructive energy? An old man in my dream. In a dream? Son Gohan nodded once more. You are not deceiving me, are you? Of course not. After hearing this, Beerus turned to Whis behind him. Whis, do you know who he is referring to? I do not. Whis shook his head. Beerus then turned back to Son Gohan. So, Son Gohan, are you aware of the Super Saiyan God? I am. You are aware? Beerus's eyes lit up with excitement. You see, Whis, my prophetic dream was not mistaken. Prophetic dream? Krillin and the others looked puzzled. Whis nodded in acknowledgement, then was drawn by the aroma of takoyaki nearby. Boss, what is this? This is takoyaki. Would you care to sample it? Indeed. Whis nodded eagerly. Now, where is the Super Saiyan God?